Chapter 1. The Power of the Common People. In the world of Naruto, Konoha Village, Xuanye Sheng is currently attending the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy. He is a traveler who, while engrossed in reading Naruto fan fiction throughout the night, unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber and awoke as a small child in the world of Naruto. So, dear readers before the screen, beware of staying up late to read novels. You might be the next one to traverse realms. Having a profound understanding of the storyline, Xuanye Sheng was initially filled with delight. For this is the world of Naruto, a realm brimming with extraordinary powers. However, upon assimilating the memories of his predecessor, Xuanye Sheng felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him utterly drenched. Why? Why am I not of the Uchiha clan? Why am I not of the Senju clan? Even being a member of the Hyuga clan would suffice. It is well known that Naruto, also referred to as the Legend of the Eyes, is a familial drama centered around the Tsutsuki clan, a world where bloodline is of paramount importance. Ordinary, civilian ninjas, even with a lifetime of relentless effort, can barely reach the threshold to encounter a genius. While other travelers transmigrate as members of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, he has become an orphan devoid of any lineage. After several days of contemplation, Xuanye Sheng gained a clear understanding of his situation. His predecessor had grown up in an orphanage, and only after turning 6 and being tested for the potential to become a ninja was he able to leave the orphanage and live independently. Moreover, that day marked the moment Xuanye Sheng traversed into the world of Naruto and took possession of this body. As for his adoptive parents, they perished shortly after his birth, falling in battle during a perilous mission. It is said that they were both under 20 at the time of their sacrifice, their remains lost, leaving behind only 2 cold names etched on a memorial stone. Of course, for the hero Xuanye Sheng, the village's upper echelons granted him numerous conveniences and benefits in life, including a full exemption from the Ninja Academy's tuition fees, along with a monthly allowance until he became a formal ninja. You might think that the village possesses a touch of humanity. However, from the perspective of Xuanye Sheng, who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, there is no trace of humanity. Ultimately, the village's leadership merely seeks to cultivate a new generation of cannon fodder. Once one becomes a formal ninja, regardless of age, they must uniformly adhere to the village's directives and head to the battlefield to engage in combat. Especially during times of ninja world wars, Konoha annually sends a significant number of children under 10 into battle. If the first Hokage were before him, Xuanye Sheng would have wanted to question, is this truly the Konoha you painstakingly established, merely to send children to war? Is this what you dare to call the god of shinobi, a waste of your lineage and power? Thinking of this, Xuanye Sheng felt a tightening in his chest and silently sighed. The sense of insecurity is overwhelming. It's not merely due to the existence of extraordinary powers in this world, but rather the fact that such immense power is often wielded by a cadre of lunatics, fanatics, and perverts. How can I possibly feel secure? Perhaps sensing Xuanye Sheng's unease, something mystical seemed to transpire. Xuanye Sheng widened his eyes, closed them, and opened them again. The suddenly appearing symbols, numbers, and patterns remained, moving in tandem with his vision, inseparable. He could not ignore them, and it seemed that only he could perceive this phenomenon. Xuanye Sheng glanced at his classmates around him, who were oblivious to it all, completely unaware. Before him lay a glowing rectangular frame. A plethora of marvelous concepts from novels, anime, and games flashed through Xuanye Sheng's mind. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and focused intently. As his thoughts stirred, that elusive, shimmering panel materialized before him, emerging within his consciousness. It was not an illusion. It was not a genjutsu. Xuanye Sheng's heart soared with joy. Could it be that his golden finger was finally activating on the day of enrollment? Ha 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 ha! What Tsutsuki bloodline? Just wait until I unleash my powers and dominate everything. Ding dong! The wish-fulfilling power assistance system is now initializing. Match rate, 0. Initialization failed. System crash. Xuanye Sheng was at a loss for words after finally receiving a golden finger. Why did it have to malfunction? What on earth is happening? In the next moment, A new stream of information reappeared in Xuanye Sheng's sight and consciousness. Ding dong! The Supreme Extraordinary Power Assistance System is now initializing. Match rate, 0. System crash. Just as hope began to rise, Xuanye Sheng was struck down once more, nearly toppling over at the opening ceremony, his heart filled with fury, desperately shouting within, wish-fulfilling power, supreme extraordinary power. These names sound incredibly impressive. Why did they all fail to initialize? No. Unable to restrain himself, he knocked on his head before his traversal. He had used that laptop for 7 or 8 years, and every time it crashed, he would give a good knock. If a computer can be revived by a knock, surely a human brain can too. Perhaps the knocking had some effect, as the glowing frame reappeared. Wish-fulfilling power. Supreme extraordinary power. Just give me any one of them. This time, the information stream underwent significant changes. Ding dong. The power of the Common People Assistance System is now initializing. Initialization failed. Attempting fusion. Fusion successful. Ding dong. The power of the common people can transcend all for one. All is possible. The power of the common people? Xuanye Sheng's lips twitched. Compared to the names of the previous 2 systems, this power of the common people was utterly underwhelming. Had he not seen the other 2 systems at the outset, perhaps his emotional letdown would not have been so pronounced. After a brief silence, Xuanye Sheng sighed. Well, having a system is better than having none. One should not be overly greedy. Ding dong. The power of the Common People Assistance System is now initializing. The power of the common people can also be extraordinary. Current status of the host. Physique, 25, ordinary physique. Will, 33, ordinary will. Life level, 0. Talent, none. Commoner points, 1. Commoner points? What is this? Is it mocking me for being a talentless commoner? A helpless expression appeared on Xuanye Sheng's face. The system came without a manual. What does all this mean? And how does one acquire the power of the common people? He lifted his gaze toward the middle-aged man on stage delivering a speech. This man, clad in ceremonial robes, is the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, the middle-aged 3rd Hokage wore a warm smile that radiated charm. As for the content of his speech, it cannot be said to be nonsensical. Rather, it can only be deemed rather bland. The will of fire? To Xuanye Sheng, calling it the will of deception may be more fitting. Chapter 2. The will of fire? The first allocation of points. The so-called opening ceremony was set up in a remarkably simplistic manner. In essence, a portion of a ninja academy's playground was cordoned off, and a few hundred new students were arranged in lines according to their heights, dutifully listening to the speeches. Thanks to the innate qualities of a traveler, Xuanye Sheng, despite secretly scoffing at the so-called will of fire, maintained a facade of earnestness. Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall perpetually thrive. The light of fire will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of our new students. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech followed a familiar script. Ultimately, the will of fire is grand, and we must all adhere to it. The future of Konoha Village is bright. The villagers are akin to one family, and we must assist one another. He then elaborated from a historical perspective, recounting the great achievements of the previous Hokages. It is through the sacrifices of our predecessors that we have our present selves and that we have the current Ninja Academy. This spirit of selfless dedication embodies the will of fire of Konoha. His impassioned rhetoric resonated with everyone present. The students below began to envision the valiant struggles of their predecessors who fought bravely to carve out a world for them. Especially some hot-blooded fools who shouted, "I too shall become a ninja of the will of fire. I want to be Hokage." To avoid drawing attention, Xuanye Sheng, like the others, appropriately displayed excitement. What left Xuanye Sheng somewhat exasperated was that Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke for a full 2 hours during this speech. Goodness, truly indoctrination from a young age. Xuanye Sheng stood there, his legs growing weary, when suddenly, ding dong! A stream of information flickered before Xuanye Sheng's eyes. First experience of a commoner-style opening ceremony, experienced as unremarkable. Commoner points 1. Commoner points 1? Xuanye Sheng gazed at the virtual prompt, a contemplative expression emerging on his face. He keenly grasped a few key phrases. First, experience. Experienced as unremarkable. Reflecting on it, compared to other travelers who were questioned by the Hokage for various reasons upon arrival, his opening ceremony was indeed quite ordinary. After obtaining the power of the common people system, Xuanye Sheng had earned his first commoner points. What do these commoner points signify, and what purpose do they serve? The power of the common people, as the name suggests, should refer to someone like him, an ordinary commoner without any bloodline. Specific actions or events associated with commoners may increase commoner points. Perhaps there are other conditions for acquisition. Xuanye Sheng's mind began to race. The methods for obtaining civilian points remain to be explored. That damn system offers no explanation at all. And as for how to utilize these civilian points, current status of the host. Physique, 25 ordinary human physique. Will, 33 ordinary human will. Life level, 0. Talent, none. Civilian points, 2. After thoughtful consideration, Xuanye Sheng focused his mind, and the number in the civilian points column flickered, changing from 2 to 1. Simultaneously, the percentage value in the physique column fluctuated, rising from 25% to 26%. The entire process was remarkably smooth, akin to the act of breathing. Has my physique strengthened? It seems so. Xuanye Sheng gazed at his palm, stretching and clenching his fingers, sensing a change in his strength, though it felt not very pronounced. With another thought, he allocated an additional civilian point to his physique, and the percentage value shifted once more from 26 to 27%. It really has strengthened. This time, Xuanye Sheng's perception was exceptionally clear and genuine. He felt a comprehensive enhancement in his physical attributes. Not only his strength, but also his bodily resilience and vitality had increased. Hey, watch where you're going. After colliding with Xuanye Sheng, a rude individual was quick to point fingers. Only then did Xuanye Sheng snap back to reality, glancing at the person without a word, silently rejoining the crowd. After the speech concluded, the students exited in an orderly fashion, returning to their respective classes. The teachers, however, were required to attend another collective meeting. Xuanye Sheng was assigned to Class A of the first grade. The classroom resembled those depicted in comics, arranged in a tiered format with 3 students sharing each desk. Seated in the third-to-last row by the window, Xuanye Sheng discovered his name. However, upon locating his designated spot, he found it already occupied by someone sitting next to the window. It was a girl, around 5 or 6 years of age. She appeared to be of similar age to Xuanye Sheng, with a head of jet black hair cut to shoulder length. Resting her chin on one hand, the girl quietly gazed out at the playground, her expression devoid of the usual cheerfulness typical of children her age, instead exuding an air of aloofness like an iceberg. Hello, my name is Xuanye Sheng, as in victory over heaven. Pleased to meet you. Taking a seat beside the girl, Xuanye Sheng introduced himself with a harmless smile. In an effort to conceal his identity as a time traveler, he resolved not to engage in overly conspicuous actions for the time being, yet he also wished to avoid appearing too reclusive. One might say his smile deserved a solid 9 out of 10, right? Upon hearing his voice, the girl slightly turned her head, lowering her delicate hand that had been propping up her chin. Her exquisitely cute face, reminiscent of a doll, bore an unexpected coldness and pride that contrasted sharply with her appearance. Her pitch-black pupils were even darker than her hair, radiating a crystalline purity. In a calm yet condescending tone, she replied, "Uchiha Hitomi." One aloof little girl. A simple introduction had effectively extinguished the conversation. Xuanye Sheng could even sense the temperature of the surrounding air dropping a few degrees after the girl, named Uchiha Hitomi, spoke her name. Is this the haughty demeanor of one of Konoha's 2 great clans, the Uchiha? Xuanye Sheng chose not to respond, quietly sitting in his place, perusing the prepared textbooks on his desk, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Why is it that the attributes of physique and will are displayed as percentages on the panel? Hypothesis. 100% of physique value represents the limit of a certain range. What does this limit correspond to? Is it a genin, chunin, or perhaps a jonin? No, that can't be the calculation. Strictly speaking, physique value does not equate to combat power. The current physique value may well represent 27% of the standard limit for an ordinary human's physique. Having been immersed in the information bombardment of the internet age and countless novels and films, Xuanye Sheng's imagination was undoubtedly rich. Therefore, shortly after acquiring the system, he began to analyze calmly, eager to test his current physique upon confirming that this was not merely an illusion. However, Xuanye Sheng fixated on the softly glowing virtual interface, observing the will value at 33% and the life level remaining at 0, struggling to comprehend the significance of each. Chapter 3. Self-Introduction. With the will value far surpassing the physique value, could this be a result of his identity as a time traveler? Does will equate to spirit? As Xuanye Sheng pondered, a gentle voice reached his ears. Adi Wohig, would you like some candy? Huh? Turning his head, Xuanye Sheng was surprised to find that a cute girl with waist-length hair had taken a seat to his right. Unlike Uchiha Hitomi's delicate and icy demeanor, this girl's cherubic face made one want to pinch it, and her pure pupils exhibited a distinct softness and a hint of natural naivety. She seemed easy to get along with. However, her eyes were rather peculiar. Cataracts? No, rather they were Byakugan. The girl from the Hyuga clan looked at Xuanye Sheng with concern and said softly, I noticed you frowning. Are you troubled by something? My mother says that if you're feeling down, candy will make it all better. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Xuanye Sheng, opening his palm to reveal a candy the size of a marble resting in his youthful palm, swayed by the playful antics of a young child. Xuanye Sheng felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face and hurriedly exclaimed, No, I was merely lost in thought. Really? The other party tilted her little head, gazing at Xuanye Sheng with a look of curiosity, her hand still outstretched, insisting that he accept it. With no other choice, Xuanye Sheng accepted the candy, and while popping it into his mouth, he mumbled, I apologize for causing you concern, and my name is Xuanye Sheng. And you are? Hinata Kalen. It's a pleasure to meet you. As Xuanye Sheng accepted the candy, a warm and generous smile spread across Hinata Kalen's face. That pure smile was exceptionally contagious, causing Xuanye Sheng to breathe a sigh of relief and nod appreciatively. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tong cast a thoughtful glance at Xuanye Sheng, her intuition suggesting that he was not simply daydreaming. His posture was rigid, and he seemed to be on edge, as if a ferocious monster were pursuing him from behind. In simpler terms, he appeared to lack a sense of security. Ridiculous. This is a ninja school. What danger could possibly exist? Her desk mate was indeed a peculiar individual. If Xuanye Sheng were to discover that he had been labeled as such on his very first day of school, he would likely break into a cold sweat. Existing in a world of extraordinary power, devoid of family, parents, or even a bloodline, he had no choice but to rely on self-sufficiency, and perhaps in a few years, he would find himself thrust onto the battlefield as cannon fodder. It was impossible for Xuanye Sheng not to feel a sense of urgency. Fortunately, the appearance of the system provided him with a measure of confidence. This was one of the reasons he was eager to understand how to acquire commoner points. Regardless of the true significance of willpower, he could at least feel the tangible enhancement of his physical abilities through the increase in his physical attributes. Before long, an unremarkable young man with a small cross-shaped scar on his left cheek entered the classroom. Upon entering, he surveyed the 40-odd students seated in the room, revealing a satisfied smile. Then, under the watchful eyes of all the students, he strode confidently to the front of the class and introduced himself. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for passing the test and becoming students of the ninja school. This proves that you all possess basic ninja talent. My name is Nato Takuya, and I will be your homeroom teacher until your graduation. I am 21 years old, a chunin with a passion for food and sports. And my dream is to nurture future ninja students capable of standing on their OWN, as Xuanye Sheng had anticipated. The next segment was the self-introduction session. One by one, students stood to introduce themselves, their youthful ages, hobbies, and dreams varying widely and proving to be quite entertaining. Xuanye Sheng diligently noted each name. Perhaps due to his relatively high willpower value, his memory was quite remarkable. Which of these names would one day be etched upon the cold, unfeeling gravestones? Who would have thought that what Konoha called the will of fire would, in reality, be illuminated by the sacrifices of the youth for the benefit of the older generations, even the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. Konoha was not exempt from this harsh truth, let alone the other ninja villages. What a dismal era for ninjas it was. Alas, before indulging in sorrowful sentiments, self-preservation must come first. Any complaints about the will of fire were best kept to oneself. Speaking them aloud would likely result in vanishing without a trace by the next day. My name is Hinata Kalen. As for things I dislike, I haven't encountered any yet. I love sweets and various delicious foods. And my future dream is to become a medical ninja capable of saving lives. Unbeknownst to her, the self-introduction segment had now reached Xuanye Sheng's row. A poised and adorably naive girl stood beside Xuanye Sheng, smiling as she introduced herself to the class. Her cherubic face beamed with 2 delightful dimples as she smiled, rendering her utterly charming. Xuanye Sheng was surprised to learn that Hinata Kalen aspired to be a medical ninja. Indeed, the ninja school offered specialized training courses for medical ninjas, but the enrollment was quite low, with a mere 1 in 10 students opting for it. After all, for most children, the allure of fascinating and powerful ninjutsu was far more tempting, while the process of learning medical techniques was rather tedious. Furthermore, aside from interest, the greatest challenge lay in the difficulty of mastering medical ninjutsu. It required not only a high level of knowledge, but also exceptional control over chakra, making it a discipline typically mastered by prodigies. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause in response, and as the clapping subsided, it was finally Xuanye Sheng's turn. He stood up and calmly stated, "Hello, everyone. My name is Xuanye Sheng, with the character for victory, and my hobbies include reading and running. My future dream is to become a competent ninja," compared to the more eccentric introductions of some students. Xuanye Sheng's self-introduction was so ordinary that it barely registered in the overall class. The applause that followed was not nearly as fervent as that for Hinata Kalen. However, as Xuanye Sheng sat down, a notification chimed. Ding! First experience of self-introduction before the entire class. What a refreshing commoner-style introduction. Commoner points increased by 1. Xuanye Sheng was both astonished and delighted, a slight ripple of emotion crossing his previously calm visage. The phrase first experience reappeared, and previously, when he introduced himself to Uchiha Tong and Hinata Kalen, there had been no increase in commoner points. This implied that not only did the event need to qualify as a first experience, but it also had to possess a certain level of uniqueness and significance. Unfortunately, the very notion of a first experience indicated that the event could not be repeated to earn additional commoner points. If only there were events that could be repeated to accumulate points. Following Xuanye Sheng, it was Uchiha Tong's turn. Unlike her classmates, who appeared somewhat nervous during their introductions, Uchiha Tong seemed utterly unfazed by such sentiments. She casually tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and, upon standing, exuded an aura of aloofness that deterred others from approaching her. Her icy gaze and inadvertently haughty tone combined to create an air of superiority. "I am Uchiha Tong, that I have no interest in weak, ordinary individuals, nor do I wish to learn about your interests and dreams, nor will I share mine with you. Please refrain from bothering me. And if you believe your abilities are sufficient, you are welcome to challenge me." Point 1 could not deny the essence of Uchiha. With just a simple introduction, she had successfully positioned herself as the class pariah. What an insufferable person, thinking she's so special just because she's an Uchiha. If it weren't for her cute appearance, I might just flatten her, Xuanye Sheng thought to himself, feeling no inclination to associate with such a self-important individual. In the midst of Xuanye Sheng's slightly astonished gaze, Uchiha Tong let out a soft huff and sat down casually, seemingly indifferent to her newfound status as the class outcast, continuing to exhibit her nonchalant demeanor. Deep down, Xuanye Sheng had a premonition that his life at the ninja school would not be so tranquil after all. Chapter 4. 2 months of growth before the end of school. Taking advantage of the teacher's recent departure while the students had yet to disperse, Xuanye Sheng jogged up to the podium and declared loudly, "My name is Xuanye Sheng, with the character for victory." The crowd stared at him in bewilderment, a question mark forming in their minds. Hadn't he already introduced himself? Uchiha Tong cast a glance at Xuanye Sheng and walked straight out of the classroom, tossing back the remark, "What a fool." Meanwhile, Hinata Kalen, munching on a chip, muttered, "I didn't realize Xuanye Sheng had this side to him." Xuanye Sheng looked at the unresponsive system, pouting in disappointment, internally acknowledging the failure of this attempt. Indeed, once an event was no longer a first experience, it could not trigger an increase in commoner points. The system's lack of explanation and intelligence meant that many things had to be gradually explored by Xuanye Sheng. Whether driven by curiosity or the urgency of preparing for the battlefield, he felt compelled to acquire more commoner points. He was curious whether, if there were no upper limit to his physical attributes, he could continuously grow stronger, perhaps even become superhuman. As time passed, 2 months swiftly slipped by. The golden rays of the setting sun poured into the ninja school, enveloping it in a tranquil and elegant atmosphere. Xuanye Sheng gradually adapted to the life of the ninja school, following a routine of rising early for breakfast before heading to school. After a day filled with learning, he would spend some time in the school library for independent study before finally making his way to the back mountain for targeted physical training. Each day, Xuanye Sheng absorbed knowledge like a sponge, steadily growing stronger. Aside from the subjects and books that elicited his complaints regarding the will of fire, the educational content of the ninja school offered him much practical knowledge. He had already gained a preliminary grasp of the fundamental techniques of chakra refinement and application, as well as shuriken, throwing techniques, AS for ninjutsu, shadow, clone technique. With a sudden puff, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing 2 grotesque clones lying awkwardly on the ground. Another failure, sighed Xuanye Sheng, a faint smile of bitterness gracing his features. The reason for his failure was not the inadequacy of his chakra, for his robust physique endowed him with a chakra capacity far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. Perhaps it was precisely this overwhelming chakra that rendered his control woefully poor, preventing him from successfully executing even the simplest of shadow clone techniques. Current status of the host: physique, 88, ordinary physique, will, 33, ordinary will, life level, 0 talent, none commoner points, 0. Gradually awakening to the significance of willpower, Xuanye Sheng came to understand its essence. Willpower, a psychological concept, refers to an individual's conscious establishment of goals and the mobilization of actions to overcome myriad obstacles, ultimately achieving minor objectives. In the world of Naruto, willpower profoundly reflects a person's mastery over their own strength. Through his reflective analysis, Xuanye Sheng discerned that when his physique exceeded his will by a factor of 2, he struggled to maintain control over his chakra, reminiscent of Naruto in the early chapters of the manga. Thus, he resolved to focus on enhancing his willpower for the time being. After 2 months of diligent effort, Xuanye Sheng finally unearthed an event that allowed him to consistently accumulate commoner points. Ding dong! Experience the commoner style training program, Commoner Points 1. This notification followed a spontaneous session in which he performed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. This was the first system notification he received that did not include the term first time. Elated, Xuanye Sheng disregarded his physical exhaustion and attempted the routine again, only to discover that this event could only be activated once per day. Nonetheless, he felt immense satisfaction, as it signified a steady daily accumulation of commoner points. As for the life level and talent categories, Xuanye Sheng remained utterly perplexed. Casting aside his scattered thoughts, Xuanye Sheng rose and made his way toward the grove behind the school. Along the path, he encountered curious glances from fellow students of the Ninja Academy. I heard that guy has no talent for ninjutsu at all, and he hasn't mastered a single technique to date. I doubt he'll even pass the graduation assessment. It was no surprise, considering Xuanye Sheng was an orphan, unable to compete with the prodigies emerging from prestigious clans. Whispers and murmurs surrounded him, accompanied by looks of disdain or sympathy. Xuanye Sheng chose to ignore them. His life was fulfilling, albeit exhausting, and the exhilarating sensation of daily growth invigorated him. In the small grove behind the ninja school, the sound of slicing air echoed repeatedly. In an open space, shurikens and kunai flew toward Xuanye Sheng from all directions, surrounding him like a storm of hidden weapons. Yet, in the face of this perilous situation, Xuanye Sheng remained composed, wielding a kunai with one hand while his body twisted gracefully, akin to a nimble water snake. The kunai in his grasp sliced through the air with remarkable speed. Clang! The sounds of metal colliding echoed, sparks flying amidst the chaos. What appeared to be a dangerous scene was, in truth, entirely within Xuanye Sheng's control. The incoming kunai and shurikens were either deflected by his kunai or avoided through his agile maneuvers. Leaving him unscathed, exhaling softly, Xuanye Sheng surveyed the ground littered with kunai and shurikens, his expression calm, as though he had merely completed an ordinary task. Yet, was it truly that simple? To evade or deflect a barrage of kunai and shurikens without a scratch was a feat even a newly graduated genin would find exceedingly challenging. Xuanye Sheng's effortless performance was undeniably a result of his formidable physique. Through 2 months of exploration, he discovered that an increase in his physique value provided a comprehensive enhancement to his physical capabilities. This improvement even extended to his motor skills and dynamic vision. For a ninja, these attributes were of paramount importance. Superior dynamic vision enabled Xuanye Sheng to more clearly perceive an enemy's movements and the trajectory of their attacks. Exceptional motor skills allowed him to navigate combat situations with ease, responding swiftly and seizing the initiative, thus gaining the upper hand in battle in the original work. The fourth Hokage earned the title Yellow Flash due to his extraordinary reaction speed and mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, claiming countless lives on the battlefield. After completing his specialized training, Xuanye Sheng gathered the scattered kunai and shurikens. Although some of the tools were damaged, he was not yet a formal ninja and could not earn rewards through missions. Instead, he relied on welfare and a modest inheritance left by his parents. Thus, conserving resources was prudent. His greatest expenditure was, in fact, his sustenance, for he was in a growth phase as his physique value increased. His appetite grew insatiable, resembling that of a bottomless pit, leading him to the brink of becoming a voracious eater. After collecting his ninja tools, Xuanye Sheng did not depart. His true physical training was only just beginning. Approaching a wooden post, he began to wrap his fists and legs with white bandages. The top of the post bore a distinct indentation, the result of countless side kicks and punches he had relentlessly inflicted upon it. Glancing at the bandages on his hands and legs, Xuanye Sheng took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he swiftly delivered a kick to the post indentation. 1, 2, 24, 25, as he practiced relentlessly. Sweat poured from Xuanye Sheng, fatigue and exhaustion washing over him, particularly in his arms and legs, which ached fiercely. Yet he did not relent, continuing his repetitions. 48, 49, 88, 89. Each time he pushed himself to his limits. A new surge of strength seemed to well up from within. This was not merely an illusion. His body indeed possessed untapped potential. As previously mentioned, the increase in his physique value brought about an all-encompassing enhancement of his physical attributes. In truth, strength was merely a supplementary gain. The real improvement lay in the foundation and ceiling of Xuanye Sheng's corporeal form. For instance, if Rock Lee and Xuanye Sheng were to engage in identical training regimens, Xuanye Sheng's gains would far surpass those of the young Lee, and his body would incur no irreparable damage, a testament to the disparity in physique. With a physique value of 88, Xuanye Sheng's body resembled a fish tank transformed into a small pond, capable of holding substantially more water. However, to fill that pond, he would need to exert his own efforts. Ding dong. Experience the Commoner-style training program. Commoner Points 1. Whenever Xuanye Sheng reached a certain level of exertion, this notification would pop up, providing him with even greater motivation. This undoubtedly established a positive feedback loop, enhancing physique, increasing training intensity, accelerating physical reinforcement, and subsequently augmenting commoner points. Heaving heavily, Xuanye Sheng continued his training, unaware of how much time had passed. His shirt was thoroughly drenched in sweat, droplets cascading to the ground. Last. Feeling a tremor in his legs, as if he could hardly stand, he came to a halt. After a brief respite, he reminded himself of the remaining tasks. 500 straight punches, 500 side kicks, as dusk settled. The grove behind the Ninja Academy fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by Xuanye Sheng's labored breaths and the sounds of his body striking the wooden post. The diligent genius may evoke despair. What of a relentless underdog? One day, Xuanye Sheng would stand proudly at the pinnacle of the ninja world, declaring to the entire realm, "The so-called geniuses of bloodline limits are merely the threshold to my greatness." Chapter 5. Practical combat class. After a grueling day of training, Xuanye Sheng returned home, filled a wooden tub with water, stripped off his clothes, and leaped into the tub for a soothing hot bath. Current status of the host: physique, 88, ordinary physique, will, 33, ordinary will, life level, 0 talent, none commoner points. 1 this time, Xuanye Sheng allocated his commoner points to his will. As the commoner points flashed briefly, his will value increased from 33 to 34. This marked the first time Xuanye Sheng had augmented his will in an instant. A splitting headache enveloped him. Gripping the edges of the tub tightly, he appeared on the verge of fracturing the wooden sides. Fortunately, this agonizing sensation was fleeting, ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving him to ponder any changes within himself. An enhancement in intelligence, perhaps? A clarity of mind? A surge in understanding? It seems as though nothing has changed, yet something feels different in the depths of his consciousness. Xuanye Sheng sensed the unfathomable depths of his willpower. The concept of willpower may transcend its literal interpretation, intertwining with logical reasoning, emotional intelligence, innate talent, and other attributes. It is even conceivable that as he progresses, he might unlock abilities akin to telekinesis, as depicted in films and novels, or even the potential for cultivation in the realm of immortality. Considering his existence within the world of Naruto, perhaps willpower is indeed the key to unlocking various talents and capabilities. Of course, these are merely conjectures on Xuanye Sheng's part. Present. His most prominent sensation is a slight coolness at his forehead, indicating a faint enhancement in his control over chakra, even if it is merely for the purpose of enhancing his command over his own strength. Xuanye Sheng must hasten to elevate his willpower. Otherwise, what significance lies in possessing formidable power if he cannot wield it at will? Subsequently, Xuanye Sheng began to wash away the sweat accumulated from his rigorous training. He recalled an instance when he had returned home utterly exhausted from training, collapsing in a bed without a thought for bathing. The following day, he arrived at school reeking of sweat, only to be subjected to the relentless gaze of Uchiha Tong for an entire class. Her penetrating stare was utterly unbearable. The next morning, Xuanye Sheng awoke feeling refreshed, the muscle soreness from yesterday's arduous training having vanished completely. His robust physique endowed him with unparalleled recuperative abilities, which is precisely why he could engage in high-intensity physical training without reservations. For the average individual, indiscriminate training, no matter how fervently pursued, would yield no benefits and could even lead to physical deterioration. In the original narrative, Guy demonstrated that hard work is indeed a form of talent. Take the 8 gates technique, for instance. It represents the pinnacle of self-restraint. The manga even notes that when Rock Lee opened the 5th gate, Kakashi acknowledged him as a true genius. Such an extreme level of self-discipline is unattainable for most. The high-intensity training of individuals like Guy and Lee, without suffering physical damage, could certainly be regarded as a form of talent. As Xuanye Sheng entered the classroom punctually, his 2 desk mates were already seated. "Good morning, Karen." After 2 months of interaction, Xuanye Sheng's relationship with Uchiha Tong had not progressed at all, while he had grown quite familiar with Hinata Karen, leading to a more casual mode of address. "Good morning, Shun-kun. Would you like a bun?" Hinata Karen, producing a fragrant meat bun from seemingly nowhere, offered it to Xuanye Sheng. Enjoying and sharing food is one of Hinata Karen's greatest pleasures, though she only shares with those she considers friends. Xuanye Sheng accepted the bun with ease, devouring it in one bite. His rigorous training consumed substantial energy, and Hinata Karen's daily offerings of food alleviated his immediate hunger. He felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "Rich girl, I am starving." Having finished the bun in 2 bites, Xuanye Sheng greeted his other desk mate. "Good morning, Tong." In response, Uchiha Tong merely cast a cold glance in his direction, offering no reply. Her gaze spoke volumes. She rested her chin on her hand, as usual, staring out at the playground beyond the window. By the way, have you heard, Shinken? Hinata Karen's voice broke through to Xuanye Sheng, prompting him to turn and look at her in curiosity. "What? It seems there's a practical combat class today. A practical class. Yes, the teacher will pair us up for sparring. I see. Thank you for the heads up. I suppose I must rely on my own luck today. But for you, Karen, this practical class should pose no challenge, right?" Hinata Karen, hailing from the esteemed Hyuga clan, consistently ranked among the top 5 in the class.as for the aloof and solitary Uchiha Tong. She firmly held the top position in the class. This little girl certainly possessed the capital to be haughty. One cannot help but marvel at the advantages of being from a prestigious family in Konoha. As they start far ahead of ordinary ninja, in stark contrast to his two illustrious deskmates. Xuanye Sheng appeared rather unremarkable. His theoretical scores were commendable, yet his ninjutsu training was abysmal, and his physical strength and throwing skills remained unremarkable. Cleverly concealed by Xuanye Sheng himself, it wasn't that he intended to play the role of the underdog. Rather, his current abilities were insufficient for such theatrics. Moreover, to better acquire commoner points, it seemed prudent to present himself as a typical ninja from a humble background. If his talents were to reach an extraordinary level, he would likely yearn to showcase them to secure greater resources from the village's upper echelons. After all, after pretending to be a pig for so long, wouldn't one fear truly becoming one? Upon hearing Xuanye Sheng's words, Hinata Karen gently encouraged, "Let us do our best together. Shunken, that if you can't win, don't be too stubborn. Just admit defeat." This naturally oblivious girl with white eyes. Did she not realize that such encouragement only served to ignite a man's fighting spirit? Uchiha Tong, rarely inclined to engage in conversation, finally spoke, her words dripping with sarcasm. "She's worried you might get killed." "Huh. Are you interpreting or mocking me? What does that mean? Can't you have a bit of faith in me? Besides, how could anyone die in a practical class?" Prompted by Uchiha Tong's taunt, Xuanye Sheng's thoughts shifted dramatically. After 2 months of arduous training and an increase in his physical attributes, his innate talent was evidently on par with those students from prestigious clans. Perhaps this practical class would present an opportunity for him to shine. Soon they arrived at the first practical class. Just as Hinata Karen had mentioned, their homeroom teacher, Nato Takuya, organized the first combat assessment for Class A of the first year, intending to gain clearer insight into the students' progress. The pairings were conducted randomly, and by sheer coincidence, Xuanye Sheng found himself pitted against none other than his deskmate, Uchiha Tong, the genius girl from the esteemed Uchiha clan, who consistently ranked first in the class. Chapter 6, Xuanye Sheng versus Uchiha Tong. In the open space of the playground, a group of students was already engaged in combat. Homeroom teacher Nato Takuya stood outside the ring, clipboard in hand, observing the battles while taking notes. During these practical assessments, the students utilized blunt kunai and shuriken, which, while preventing fatal injuries, could not entirely eliminate the risk of cuts and bruises. After all, this was a school designed to cultivate ninjas, and the ninja world is quite unforgiving, boring. What is the point of sparring with such toys? Uchiha Tong remarked disdainfully, her haughty gaze sweeping over the combatants with apparent indifference. Xuanye Sheng, standing beside her, felt a twinge of exasperation and said softly, "Well, Tong, after all, we're just first years. Let's not set our expectations too high. Ultimately, we are all just children, and if we were to use real kunai and shuriken right off the bat, the risk of serious injury would be substantial. Tisich, you should be more concerned about yourself. You fool. When it's our turn, I won't be showing any mercy." Xuanye Sheng rubbed his nose awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile, and chose not to respond, though a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. "Perfect. I'm eager to test my current capabilities." Time passed, and soon it was finally Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Tong's turn to take the stage. Despite Uchiha Tong's aloof nature and tendency to keep to herself, she was undoubtedly an extraordinary genius. Not only did she dominate Class A of the first year, but there was no one in the entire grade who could rival her brilliance, save for that yellow-haired boy. Namikaze Minato, her exquisite beauty, combined with formidable talent and strength, garnered her immense popularity, even with a difficult personality. Thus, when Uchiha Tong stepped forward, she drew the attention of many, including teachers and students from adjacent classes. However, they were not merely curious about the outcome of the battle. Rather, they were keen to witness the extent of Uchiha Tong's prowess. As for Xuanye Sheng, well, let us take a moment of silence for him. Such misfortune to be paired with Uchiha Tong. Under the gaze of so many, Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Tong approached the center of the arena, having prepared their dull kunai and shuriken in their toolkits beforehand. These weapons have been rendered blunt and lack sharp edges. However, if wielded with sufficient force, they could still inflict considerable pain and even break the delicate skin. Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Tong faced each other, forming a stance of opposition. Their homeroom teacher, Nato Takuya, observed and announced loudly, "Begin." As the words left his lips, before Xuanye Sheng could make any move, Uchiha Tong, standing opposite him, swiftly retrieved several shuriken from her ninja tool pouch. With a flick of her wrists, she hurled them towards Xuanye Sheng in an instant. Whoosh! In a heartbeat, the 6 shuriken appeared to transform into black phantoms, 3 aimed at the vital points of Xuanye Sheng's body, while the other 3 obstructed his escape routes. A flicker of surprise crossed Xuanye Sheng's face. Was this the renowned shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, it was exquisite. Such an assault was challenging to evade entirely. Yet for Xuanye Sheng, who possessed extraordinary athletic reflexes and dynamic vision, it was feasible. He rolled to the side, blocked with a kunai. Clang, clang. Several shuriken clashed against the kunai, altering their trajectories. Xuanye Sheng successfully neutralized Uchiha Tong's initial wave of attack. However, before Xuanye Sheng could regain his composure, Uchiha Tong had already slipped from his line of sight. Appearing at his side, a gust of wind surged forth. Xuanye Sheng caught a glimpse of a leg moving towards him, and in a split second, he countered with a punch against her kick. Bang! The collision of fist and foot unleashed a tremendous force. Both retreated a step, locking eyes defiantly. Such strength! Uchiha Tong was taken aback, her refined features momentarily betraying her surprise. While it was understandable that Xuanye Sheng could evade her initial assault, to respond with a punch that could parry her kick indicated his impressive physical prowess. Her shoulder-length black hair danced in the wind, and Uchiha Tong's dark pupils sparkled vividly as her sharp gaze scrutinized Xuanye Sheng, the corners of her lips involuntarily curling upward. "I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to conceal such strength. Come on, give it your all and fight me." Her words hinted at an undercurrent of excitement. Xuanye Sheng calmly dusted off his hands, his expression serene. "I have never hidden my strength. I simply lack the opportunity for real combat. Yet it seems, Tong, you claim you won hold back, yet you still retain some power in that last kick." Before Xuanye Sheng could finish, Uchiha Tong, her pride pricked by his words, launched another offensive. Armed with a kunai, she moved with lightning speed, unhesitatingly slicing towards Xuanye Sheng's neck. In that moment, Uchiha Tong's speed surpassed that of her previous attacks. This was her true strength. Ding! Experiencing combat against a bloodline limit ninja for the first time, civilian points increased by 1. The sudden notification momentarily distracted Xuanye Sheng, nearly causing him to falter in evading Uchiha Tong's strike. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted, leaning back to evade her attack. Observing this, Uchiha Tong's anger intensified. Just a moment ago, she had clearly seen Xuanye Sheng momentarily dazed. Yet he dared to divide his attention during their battle. Did he look down on her? More incredulous to Uchiha Tong was the fact that even while distracted, Xuanye Sheng was still able to evade her blow. This indicated that his speed surpassed her own. Gritting her teeth, Uchiha Tong unleashed her full strength, holding nothing back. Xuanye Sheng, not daring to underestimate her, raised his kunai to block. Sparks flew as kunai clashed against kunai. The 2 pairs of silent, dark pupils locked onto each other, each revealing a serious demeanor. From their brief exchanges, Xuanye Sheng had already discerned that his speed and strength were indeed superior to this Uchiha prodigy. However, Uchiha Tong, hailing from a prestigious clan, evidently possessed far richer combat experience. Her techniques were far more refined than Xuanye Sheng's, making it increasingly difficult for him to defend against her onslaught. The 2 engaged in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand in the short term. Unbeknownst to them, their duel had drawn the attention of the entire audience. All the students stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What was happening? That underperforming Xuanye Sheng was actually holding his ground against a genius of the Uchiha clan? Surely, Uchiha Tong wasn't going easy on him. Was she? Fool! Look at their taijutsu. If it were you, could you last even 2 rounds? Hinata Kai Ling wore a look of astonishment, unable to suppress her small mouth from gaping. She had never imagined Xuanye Sheng possessed such strength, having thought him merely someone with a larger appetite than herself. Ding! Your spectacular battle against a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan has earned you the recognition of civilian Kato Tori. Increasing civilian points by 1. Ding. Your spectacular battle against a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan has earned you the recognition of civilian Mudaran. Increasing civilian points by 1. Ding. Your spectacular battle against a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan has earned you the recognition of civilian Chiba Ryuji. Increasing civilian points by 1. Chapter 7. A new method of earning civilian points. A flurry of system notifications left Xuanye Sheng both astonished and elated. These were all civilian points. However, he had no time to delve into it further. His mind solely focused on one thought: to triumph over Uchiha Tong. It was time to determine the victor. In the next moment, Xuanye Sheng intensified his strength, fully harnessing the advantage of his formidable physique. Each punch and kick was imbued with tremendous power. With a physique value of 88, he was nearing his physical limit, a remarkable enhancement from the original value of 25. Surpassing threefold. Even though Uchiha Tong was a genius of the Uchiha clan, endowed with exceptional bloodline power and talent, in the face of Xuanye Sheng's raw, brute force, she found herself at a loss. In the presence of absolute strength, all techniques appeared trivial. Sweat trickled down Uchiha Tong's forehead. Her hands trembling violently, she felt the escalating force behind each of Xuanye Sheng's strikes. Conversely, she was becoming increasingly fatigued and struggled to maintain her footing. Clang! The kunai in Uchiha Tong's hand slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground, her figure retreating rapidly, her eyes filled with a hint of horror. Why was Xuanye Sheng's strength so overwhelming? Why was his stamina so enduring? No one could provide answers to her questions. The students present, including their homeroom teacher, Naruto Takuya, were left dumbfounded that a profound silence enveloped the arena. Yet Xuanye Sheng did not relent. He lunged forward, his right hand gripping the kunai, pressing it against Uchiha Tong's delicate neck. The outcome was clear. Ding! For the first time, you have experienced victory over a bloodline limit user. Earning civilian points by 1. Ding! As a civilian, you triumphed in a real battle against a member of the bloodline limit Uchiha clan, garnering the recognition of civilian Haruno Sakura, increasing civilian points by 1. Ding! As a civilian, you triumphed in a real battle against a member of the bloodline limit Uchiha clan, garnering the recognition of civilian Kushimaru, increasing civilian points by 1. To his astonishment, Xuanye Sheng had accumulated a total of 13 civilian points from this sparring match. How could he not be elated? Yet, to Uchiha Tong, the expression on Xuanye Sheng's face was nothing short of a blatant mockery. Uchiha Tong bit her lip, nearly drawing blood, her face contorted with bitterness and reluctance. Her gaze fixated on Xuanye Sheng, seemingly imprinting his visage in her mind. Xuanye Sheng, I will remember you. Next time we battle, I shall not be defeated again. Xuanye Sheng had no intention of offering consolation. For the proud Uchiha, any attempt at comfort might be misconstrued as derision, so he chose silence. Quietly, Xuanye Sheng withdrew from the arena, having already garnered enough attention for one day. His thoughts were no longer on the practical lesson, but rather on how to utilize this significant amount of civilian points. He had not anticipated that gaining civilian recognition could also yield corresponding civilian points, greatly enriching his avenues for acquiring them. Although most of the civilian students in his class had already contributed a wave of points to him, what if he could repeat this process? If not, there were still civilian students from other classes. Wait, if this continued, with so many civilians in the entire Konoha village, if he could capitalize on this, he might just become a superhuman. While he was still unclear about the exact conditions for earning recognition, he at least had gained another avenue for harvesting civilian points. A tremendous profit. The scene remained hushed. Ultimately, it was Naruto Takuya, the homeroom teacher, who stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Classmates, did you see? With sufficient effort, one can indeed triumph over genius." Surely, Xuanye Sheng must have put in an immense amount of hard work behind the scenes. You all should learn from him. Seizing this opportunity, he delivered a lesson to all the students present. He was equally astonished by Xuanye Sheng's victory, having never anticipated such an outcome. In his mind, he had envisioned Uchiha Tong defeating Xuanye Sheng in just a few exchanges. To him, It was clear that Xuanye Sheng must have secretly trained extensively to achieve victory over the Uchiha genius in combat. What teacher wouldn't appreciate such a diligent and humble student? Nato Takuya's words shattered the silence, igniting an uproar. Suddenly realizing the situation, everyone felt as though they were in a dream. All the students displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. Xuanye Sheng had actually defeated Uchiha Tong. In other words, Xuanye Sheng is no longer the so-called underachiever in ninjutsu, but has instead transformed into a genius capable of defeating the Uchiha prodigy. Amidst the uproar, Nato Takuya, undeterred by the chaos, approached with the intention of offering consolation to Uchiha Hitomi. However, to his surprise, Uchiha Hitomi was completely unappreciative, huffing dismissively as she turned away, her gaze solely focused on Xuanye Sheng, a proud member of the Uchiha clan. Her desire to grow stronger was overwhelming, and Xuanye Sheng, as the first peer to shatter her pride, would undoubtedly remain etched in her memory forever. Ahem, in any case, Uchiha Hitomi, do not lose heart. You are among the most gifted students the teacher has ever encountered, and you will surely become an extraordinary ninja in the future. To mask his embarrassment, Nato Takuya retracted his hand, which had intended to pat Uchiha Hitomi on the shoulder, and spoke warmly to the crowd. Hinata Saren stared blankly at the retreating figures of Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Hitomi, belatedly exclaiming with a drawn-out Observing Hinata Saren's naive expression, Xuanye Sheng couldn't help but wink at her. Grinning as he said, "Saren, taking your good wishes to heart, I emerged from this practical class without any injuries." Before Hinata Saren could respond, Uchiha Hitomi, overhearing, let out a cold snort, resolutely vowing to intensify her training while keenly observing Xuanye Sheng. Convinced he possessed secrets to strength that she had yet to uncover. "Shengquin, you are truly impressive." Although Hinata Saren typically appeared as a clueless foodie, being a member of the Hyuga clan endowed her with discerning insight. She recognized that Xuanye Sheng's victory was not a mere stroke of luck, but rather a triumph achieved through sheer strength over Uchiha Hitomi. Countless gazes in the crowd were tinged with lingering awe directed at Xuanye Sheng. Even Namikaze Minato from the adjacent class found himself captivated by this confrontation, scrutinizing Xuanye Sheng and beginning to regard him with newfound respect. Following this remarkable practical assessment, Xuanye Sheng instantly became the focal point of discussion throughout the entire Ninja Academy. Many were astonished by Xuanye Sheng's prowess, particularly his extraordinary physical capabilities, which clearly could not be attained solely through diligent training. Igniting a wave of curiosity, Xuanye Sheng attributed this to his bloodline limit of meat done. He understood that as his physical attributes continued to increase, the advantages would become increasingly evident, likening it to a form of bloodline limit. This explanation was flawless. After all, the ninja world is replete with various bloodline limits, ranging from ocular techniques like the Sharingan and Byakugan to body-related abilities such as the Shikatsu Miyaku and the Mizukichi clan's Suidan techniques, along with chakra-based techniques like wood release and ice release. Thus, Xuanye Sheng's body-enhancing bloodline limit was far from unusual. Everyone was enlightened. After the initial shock subsided, it gradually settled down. Chapter 8. Breaking Limits of the Body, Liberation of the Flesh at the back mountain of the Ninja Academy. In a clearing, Xuanye Sheng did not allow a single victory in practical training to inflate his ego. His unwavering training regimen continued unabated. He stood quietly before a wooden post, motionless, pondering a pressing question: how to utilize the newly acquired 13 civilian points. If he were to allocate all 13 points to his will, elevating it from 34 to 47, it would significantly enhance Xuanye Sheng's chakra control abilities, facilitating his ninjutsu training. Yet, was this truly the best choice? Ever since learning that civilian recognition could also yield civilian points, Xuanye Sheng realized he could no longer remain inconspicuous. He had to continuously showcase his talent and achieve greater accomplishments as a civilian to garner more points. Moreover, with the remarkable performance in the practical class, he understood that trouble would inevitably follow, necessitating even greater strength. With this thought in mind, Xuanye Sheng's resolve solidified, and he chose to invest all his civilian points into his physical attributes. He was eager to discover whether reaching a physical attribute value of 100, or even surpassing it, would lead to a transformative change, Physical attribute value. 89. Physical attribute value. 90. Physical attribute value. 91. Previously, Xuanye Sheng had always incrementally increased his points, but this was the first time he had allocated such a substantial amount all at once. Initially, strength was merely a byproduct of enhancing his physical attributes. Yet after this significant increase, he felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his entire being. His complexion gradually flushed, akin to the effects of intoxication, a manifestation of the invigorating blood and energy surging within. On a microscopic level, every cell in Xuanye Sheng's body was undergoing relentless fortification, division, and rebirth. Each newly formed cell seemed to brim with vibrant vitality. His muscle fibers tore and reformed into a stronger, more powerful configuration. This was no longer merely a physical enhancement. It resembled a transcendence of life itself. Physical attribute value. 92. Physical attribute value. 93. Physical attribute value. 94. Xuanye Sheng sensed his entire body expanding. As if he were a balloon being inflated, the intensity of his physical strength reaching a point where it felt as though he could no longer contain the energy surging within. Xuanye Sheng swiftly shed his shirt and began to pummel the wooden post, attempting to release the overwhelming energy threatening to burst forth from his body. The well-defined muscles rippled like mercury, each strike leaving a small dent in the post. It was worth noting that previously, such indentations would have required dozens, if not hundreds, of blows to achieve. Physical attribute value. 97. Physical attribute value. 98. Physical attribute value. 99. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bowstring snapping echoed. As Xuanye Sheng struck the wooden post, his body trembled, and his muscles began to tighten and densify. Through his skin, one could faintly discern the muscle fibers beneath, resembling tightly coiled steel wires. Finally, the physical attribute value reached 100, and he could no longer allocate any more points, as if he had encountered some form of limitation. Crack, 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 accompanied by a series of crisp, bone-cracking sounds. Xuanye Sheng was suddenly drenched in sweat, droplets cascading down like rain, pooling on the ground beneath him. Once the transformation concluded, Xuanye Sheng emerged, as if reborn, his previously inflated physique returning to a normal state, tall and brimming with explosive energy. Crack! As Xuanye Sheng moved slightly, he instantly heard the muscles throughout his body emitting a sound reminiscent of stretching steel springs that he clenched his fist and delivered a casual strike into the air. Snap! With effortless ease, he produced a sharp crackling sound in the air. Incredible. Xuanye Sheng gazed at his hands, unable to suppress his amazement. This power was not merely a matter of strength, but rather a testament to his physical form. Ding! Host's physical attribute value has reached its limit, awakening the talent of breaking limits. Liberation of the flesh. Current host status. Physical attribute. 100. 1 limit broken. Will. 34. Mortal will. Life level. 0. 5 talent. Liberation of the flesh. Civilian points. 1 breaking limits. With a thought, Xuanye Sheng quickly realized that reaching a physical attribute value of 100 signified a breakthrough beyond the limitations of mortal physique. No wonder his body had reacted so intensely moments ago, as if it had been reborn. To transcend limits is to attain the extraordinary. It seemed he had also unlocked a remarkable talent. As Xuanye Sheng contemplated, a torrent of information flooded into his mind, instantly granting him the understanding of how to utilize the talent of liberation of the flesh. This talent allowed Xuanye Sheng to free his muscles from constraints, maximizing the potential of his strength. One of the abilities accompanying this talent was the capacity to gain better control over his own muscles. Strictly speaking, had it not been for this talent, Xuanye Sheng's meager will of 34 might have led to his own demise. This was also why he could no longer continue to increase his physical attributes. He needed first to elevate his will to a sufficient level. With the breaking of limits in his physical attributes, the life level indicator had finally transformed into 0.5. That could it be that as his will attribute breaks its limits, the life level would genuinely reach 1? What transformations might occur then? Xuanye Sheng found himself eagerly anticipating the possibilities. Beneath the setting sun, A cool breeze brushed against Xuanye Sheng's face. He glanced at the pockmarked wooden post, musing, "It's time to revise my training regimen. I should consider incorporating weights, particularly heavy ones." This wooden post had fulfilled its purpose. Thus, facing the post once more, Xuanye Sheng delivered a punch. This punch was slow, indeed, lacking even half the speed of his previous strikes. Yet at the moment of impact, beads of sweat visibly erupted from Xuanye Sheng's forehead and cheeks, revealing the immense effort exerted. Remarkably, the arm he used to strike had inexplicably grown thicker by a full circumference. The muscles on his arms surged like waves, with veins that typically lay hidden beneath the skin now bursting forth, swelling like worms. The localized liberation of the flesh, the newly unlocked talent, made its grand debut at this moment. Xuanye Sheng gazed at his right arm, acutely aware of the unprecedented tension in the internal muscle fibers, each one resembling a thick rope entwined together, taut and firm, contracting and expanding, ready to explode with power. Bang! Though the speed was not remarkable, his right hand struck with a sudden, sharp crack. The solid wooden stump, riddled with grooves, shattered as if it were mere cardboard, splintering into countless wooden fibers that scattered in all directions. The might of a single punch was truly terrifying. Chapter 9. A unique training regimen. Gasping for breath, Xuanye Sheng's chest heaved violently, each intake of air as if he might suffocate at any moment. After that punch, he felt like a deflated balloon, instantly wilting. His right arm returned to its normal state from its previously swollen and fierce condition. Yet a faint, tearing pain lingered. He understood clearly that the recent punch had caused some muscle fibers and veins in his arm to rupture and strain. At this stage, not to mention a complete liberation of the body, even a localized liberation was something he could hardly endure. Xuanye Sheng's face bore no trace of disappointment. After all, his physique had just surpassed its limits, and he had yet to undergo sufficient training, with vast potential still waiting to be tapped. Generally speaking, a ninja's strength experiences rapid growth between the ages of 12 and 18, and training during these years would result in exponential improvements. Benefiting from his enhanced physique, Xuanye Sheng, at the tender age of 6, had already entered this phase of rapid growth ahead of time. Once he reached the period of physical development, this growth rate would only accelerate further. Based on his estimations, when employing localized liberation of the flesh, the instantaneous explosive power of his arm had at least doubled. Once his physical strength increased, this explosive power enhancement could be expected to rise even further. In the world of Naruto, the average human physique was generally twice that of an ordinary world, while Xuanye Sheng's physique surpassed that of the natives by more than tenfold. Note, a powerful physique does not imply that the protagonist's current strength and speed are merely several times that of others. Much like Naruto, who, despite possessing the Uzumaki physique, had not fully realized his potential due to inadequate nourishment in his youth, lagging behind when he first entered ninja school. In other words, his current physique was already on par with that of Naruto Uzumaki at the same age. Possessing such a formidable physique, it would indeed be a shame not to train in physical techniques. Xuanye Sheng's face reflected contemplation. A powerful physique was undoubtedly advantageous for training in physical techniques and certain body-enhancing secret arts. For instance, Tsunade's monstrous strength, the third Raikage's lightning release techniques from the Cloud Village, and the Eight Gates. Each thought evoked a glimmer of yearning in his eyes, yet ultimately, he could only smile wryly. Unfortunately, these secret arts were currently out of his reach. A mere orphan from a humble background, how could he access such lofty techniques? It would be a blessing just to fill his own stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Feeling the gnawing hunger in his belly, a frown creased Xuanye Sheng's face. With the enhancement of his physique, his appetite had undoubtedly expanded significantly. At this rate, the meager inheritance left by his adoptive parents would hardly suffice. He had already consumed a considerable amount of snacks shared by Hinata Kalin and felt embarrassed to trouble her again. Perhaps he should seek out a wealthy benefactor to indulge in a life of ease? Just as he pondered, fate intervened. From the depths of the forest, a petite figure emerged from the shadows, her shoulder-length hair dancing in the evening breeze, and a pair of jet-black eyes scanning the disheveled surroundings, revealing a hint of astonishment and disbelief. The newcomer was none other than his deskmate, Uchiha Hitomi. Xuanye Sheng, it turns out you were still concealing your strength during the practical class. Her cool voice rang out. As Uchiha Hitomi directed her gaze towards him, her eyes sweeping over his bare torso and taking in the powerful, well-defined physique that exuded strength, her peripheral vision caught sight of the broken wooden stump, causing her pupils to constrict. Such training stumps were quite common. She had one at home as well that a qualified training stump had only one requirement. Durability to have so thoroughly battered such a sturdy and resilient training stump to this extent. Recognizing the visitor, a glint of light flashed in Xuanye Sheng's eyes as he feigned a relaxed smile, saying, "Ah, it's you, Hitomi. What brings you here alone at this late hour? Are you still unsatisfied with your defeat in the battle earlier and seeking to reclaim your honor?" "Umph." Uchiha Hitomi snorted dismissively, tilting her head slightly in a condescending manner. "You need not provoke me. I am indeed not your opponent at present, but this is only temporary." Typically, she maintained such a lofty demeanor. Yet this time, she appeared less confident, having just lost to Xuanye Sheng. Before Uchiha Hitomi could finish her sentence, Xuanye Sheng interrupted, "Stop deceiving yourself, Uchiha Hitomi. The gap between us now is akin to the gap between us when we first entered school. While you progress, I will only advance even faster." Xuanye Sheng's example struck a nerve. Indeed, when they first entered school, the students from prestigious clans had already undergone preliminary training. At that time, Uchiha Hitomi could effortlessly defeat 3 Xuanye Shengs. Yet, in a mere 2 months, their strengths had undergone a complete reversal. Upon hearing this, a bitter and unwilling expression flickered across Uchiha Hitomi's face. She found herself unable to refute him, for Xuanye Sheng spoke the truth. "Under my unique training regimen, you will never catch up to my pace," Xuanye Sheng pretended to boast. "Unique training regimen?" Uchiha Hitomi's eyes brightened, as if she had discovered a crucial point. She was eager to know what made Xuanye Sheng's training regimen so distinctive. Yet her prideful nature made it difficult for her to voice her curiosity. To her surprise, it was Xuanye Sheng who took the initiative to speak. "However, since we are classmates and deskmates, if you wish, I can share it with you." Uchiha Hitomi's heart stirred, and suppressing her excitement, she replied, "You would be so kind? Just tell me your conditions." Xuanye Sheng tilted his head, feigning confusion as he looked at Uchiha Hitomi. As if to say, "We are all classmates. What conditions should there be? If anything, let us simply be friends." Beneath the last rays of the setting sun, Xuanye Sheng's smile appeared almost dazzling, accentuated by his silver hair, exuding extraordinary charm. Is it really that simple?" Uchiha Hitomi was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment gracing her delicate features. She had not anticipated that such a valuable training regimen would come without any demands. As if seeing Xuanye Sheng for the first time, Uchiha Hitomi scrutinized him closely, solemnly nodding as she said, "All right, I agree. From now on, we are friends." Poor Uchiha Hitomi, unaware that all gifts from fate had already been marked with a price in the shadows. Especially with free offerings, sometimes the cost could be the most exorbitant. Xuanye Sheng retrieved a small notebook from his waist pouch and tossed it to Uchiha Hitomi. She caught it and opened the notebook, examining it earnestly as her expression grew increasingly peculiar. "Strange. No matter how I look at it, these seem to be basic exercises, right? Many of these training methods are ones I already use, aside from a few rather peculiar techniques. I've never seen them before. Can these exercises really lead to rapid improvement?" Seemingly sensing Uchiha Hitomi's confusion, Xuanye Sheng smiled and explained, "What you hold in your hands is my initial foundational training regimen. I update it approximately every period. Thus far, there have been over 10 versions." Xuanye Sheng was not deceiving her. His training regimen had been updated almost daily as his physical attributes increased, allowing him to undertake more rigorous training plans. What I refer to as a unique training regimen is, in fact, a meticulously crafted plan tailored to my body's condition, focusing on the most scientific and effective methods. Often, what is most suitable is what is best. Xuanye Sheng's explanation convinced Uchiha Hitomi, who nodded in understanding and said naturally, "Then please help me devise a training plan that suits me." "That can be arranged," but Xuanye Sheng's expression turned slightly troubled, as he hesitated to speak. "What is it? You just said we are friends, and now you won't even help with this?" Uchiha Tong raised an eyebrow, her gaze towards Jinya Masaru, sharpening with intensity. No, no, she stated, since we are friends, I certainly won't be stingy with a mere exercise plan. However, to devise a regimen tailored to your needs, I must first understand your physical condition. Cough, cough, she continued. In other words, I must ascertain your bodily status to craft a bespoke program for you. Chapter 10. Transformation. Jinya Masaru found himself at a loss for words, his eyes drifting momentarily over Uchiha Tong's petite figure before hastily averting his gaze. After all, he was a staunch admirer of mature women and had no interest in younger girls. Uchiha Tong, with her normal intelligence, quickly grasped the implication of his words, a blush blossoming on her ice-like. Exquisite features. Jinya Masaru's insinuation was unmistakable. Uchiha Tong's face contorted in a mixture of conflict, but soon, driven by her desire to grow stronger, she made a resolute decision. Taking a deep breath, she coldly regarded Jinya Masaru as if he were an inanimate stone, stating icily, "Go ahead and touch, but if you dare to be indiscreet, your fate will be sealed." Listening to Uchiha Tong's fierce tone, Jinya Masaru felt a twinge of grievance. Did she think he relished this? Yet, his hands did not hesitate. He was not seeking to take advantage of Uchiha Tong. Rather, after awakening his physical liberation talent, his command over his muscles had significantly improved, along with his understanding of the human body. Thus, under the influence of his talent, Jinya Masaru ultimately crafted a personalized exercise regimen for Uchiha Tong. This plan should suffice for 2 weeks of training. Remember, it has been devised based on your physical limits. Do not slack off and refrain from overtraining, as this will yield the best results that you understand. Additionally, I composed a meal plan for you. The more rigorous the training, the more crucial it is to replenish your body's energy. As if you would ever slack off. If this training plan proves ineffective, just wait and see. After receiving the training plan, Uchiha Tong turned to leave, whether out of shyness or eagerness to verify its effectiveness was unclear. After a few steps, she paused, turning her back to Jinya Masaru and stating, "Even among friends, accounts must be settled clearly. In return, I shall cover the expenses incurred by your training plan." Jinya Masaru's eyes lit up at this. Truly, the Uchiha clan was grand in their generosity. He had been contemplating how to negotiate with Uchiha Tong, yet here she was, so agreeable. Watching her retreating figure, he chuckled softly before resuming his own training regimen. 681, 682, Ding. Experience the commoner's training plan. Commoner value increased by 1. With the notification, Jinya Masaru stood up, stretching his stiff arms and shaking off the sweat that clung to him. His efficiency had diminished. Jinya Masaru furrowed his brow as he sensed the changes in his body. The training plan that had once nearly overwhelmed him now merely caused him to break a sweat after surpassing his physical limits. It was time to prepare for weighted training, which would entail a significant expense. Fortunately, he had our wealthy Tong as a classmate. The world of Naruto featured remarkably advanced weighted ninja tools. Jinya Masaru recalled watching the anime, where Rock Lee discarded seemingly innocuous iron plates from his legs, leaving everyone in shock. Who would have thought those few iron pieces could possess such terrifying weight? Even more surprising was that this marked Rock Lee's singular moment of glory. However, thinking of Uchiha Sasuke, who had managed to catch up to Rock Lee's speed in a month by utilizing lightning to stimulate his cells, Jinya Masaru found it somewhat amusing. Sometimes, genius truly defied reason. Upon returning home, Jinya Masaru stood before the full-length mirror. Bare-chested, he could distinctly feel a remarkable enhancement in both muscle density and strength. His muscles felt like a cohesive unit, solid as iron. With a mere thought, they shifted from a slightly expanded state back to their normal form, achieving a harmonious physique once more. Normal state, combat state, physical liberation state. Jinya Masaru murmured, but he noticed that, following the surpassing of his physical limits, he appeared even more striking than before, imbued with a subtle, agile grace. Suddenly, he turned on the faucet, watching the water flow with an expression of intrigue. To him, the water seemed to move as if played at half speed. With a flick of his wrist, a shuriken flew towards the wooden target on the wall, and in Jinya Masaru's eyes, its rapid flight seemed less swift. No, it wasn't that the water or shuriken had slowed. Rather, his neural reaction speed had surged dramatically. Jinya Masaru quickly grasped this fact. His heart raced with excitement and curiosity. He flicked his wrist again, sending another shuriken hurtling towards the target, this time with 8/10 of his strength, resulting in an even swifter projectile. Simultaneously, Xuanye Sheng's focus sharpened, his gaze fixed intently on the shuriken. His astonishment as it sped toward the target. Its motion began to slow, transforming into a cinematic bullet-time spectacle. He had not anticipated that such heightened focus could further enhance his reaction speed. As he observed the gradually normalizing slow-motion scene, a thought struck him. Could he now evade bullets? After careful consideration of this notion, he concluded it was indeed feasible. His instantaneous explosive speed and neural reaction time had reached a level sufficient to dodge bullets, meaning conventional shuriken techniques posed no threat to him any longer. Next, Xuanye Sheng retrieved his shuriken, gripping it in his right hand, and made a light slash across his left arm. Thwang! With a mere 2 or 3 points of force, the sharp blade glided harmlessly over his taut muscles, leaving only a faint white mark. The satisfied expression spread across Xuanye Sheng's face. Indeed, after surpassing his physical limits, his body's strength had significantly bolstered his defense in his previous life. While watching Naruto, Xuanye Sheng had noticed a common misconception, that ninjas in the series were characterized by high offense and low defense. But were ninjas' bodies truly that fragile? Recall Naruto, as a child, effortlessly jumping across rooftops. This indicated that a ninja's physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. In the original work, Kakashi remained unfazed after enduring the impact of Shinra Tensei, capable of effortlessly blowing away houses, demolishing earthen walls, and sending 3 giant toads flying for miles, without a hint of injury or internal bleeding. Asuma, after suffering from Heiden's curse technique, only sustained minor skin damage, and Sasuke, facing Daidora's rocket-like C2 explosion, maintained his composure without faltering. Most crucially, none of these individuals had undergone Orochimaru's bodily modifications, possessed sage abilities, or activated Susanoo. They were purely flesh and blood. Ironically, Gaara, who prided himself on absolute defense, was severely wounded and knocked unconscious by a miniature C1 explosion. Chapter 11. Passing notes. Good morning, Tong and Curran. As usual, Xuanye Sheng timed his entrance in the classroom perfectly, greeting his 2 desk mates. Hinata Karen warmly responded, her cheeks puffed as she munched on something, her small hands rummaging in her pocket before producing a cookie to share with Xuanye Sheng. Daily feeding achieved. To Xuanye Sheng's surprise, the often indifferent Uchiha Tong turned her head, exchanging a brief glance and nodding in acknowledgement. It seemed she genuinely intended to uphold their friendship agreement. On the other hand, it was likely due to his victory over her in the practical class yesterday that had earned her recognition of his strength. After all, Uchiha Tong adhered to the principle of respecting the strong, showing little interest in the weak. How fitting of the Uchiha clan's character. He contemplated the upcoming purchase of weighted ninja tools. Xuanye Sheng hesitated before addressing Uchiha Tong, regarding the expenses for the exercise plan. Before he could finish, Uchiha Tong tossed a pouch of money his way. Upon catching it, Xuanye Sheng peered inside to find it stuffed with large denominations, more than sufficient for procuring weighted ninja tools. This is my allowance. Use it for now. Additionally, aside from the exercise plan, you're to accompany me for practical training every day. Is that acceptable? Truly, she was of noble lineage. It was evident that Uchiha Tong held a significant position within her clan. Otherwise, how could such a petite girl possess such ample pocket money? Absolutely. No problem at all. Xuanye Sheng eagerly replied, his spirits soaring. A wealthy benefactor is indeed delightful. Moreover, training with Uchiha Tong would afford him considerable practical experience, a veritable win-win situation. As Hinata Ayaka, who had been quietly observing the entire process, stood beside them with her mouth agape. It seemed as though she could fit an egg in there, her face a canvas of astonishment. What had she witnessed? Why would Uchiha Hitome give money to Katsukun? Was there some financial transaction between them? Perhaps Hinata Ayaka's little mind was spinning with various imagined scenarios, and her typically naive expression was suddenly replaced with a myriad of complex emotions. Connecting the dots to Katsu's orphan background, her gaze towards him subtly shifted to one of sympathy. and she silently resolved to be kinder to him in the future, sharing more of her treats. Unbeknownst to Katsu, who was entirely oblivious to the dramatic narrative unfolding in his classmate's mind. He merely sensed that Ayaka's gaze felt somewhat peculiar today. He brushed it off without further thought as the school bell rang. The first lesson at the Ninja Academy commenced. This lesson primarily focused on the will of fire, a concept that the third Hokage had diligently propagated, infusing it with his own insights and making substantial adjustments to the curriculum of the Ninja Academy. If Katsu were to voice his opinion, he would argue that Naruto should not be dubbed the Legend of Eyes, but rather the terrifying cult of inter-village conflicts. Yes, he pulled out a thick tome on the will of fire. Katsu felt that this class was a mere waste of his time, though he maintained an appearance of earnestness. Countless experiences have shown that when one's abilities are insufficient to shift the tide of events, maintaining the correct stance, even if feigned, becomes paramount. Shortly thereafter, Katsu felt a gentle poke on his left arm. Turning around, he found Uchiha Haidome, who was also pretending to pay attention while staring straight ahead. However, as soon as he lowered his gaze, he spotted a note being passed to him from Haidome, which read, "You find this class tedious too, don't you?" After pondering for a moment, Katsu pulled out a piece of paper and replied, "How could that be? Teacher Nato's lecture is truly captivating. I aspire to become a great ninja who inherits the will of fire." Uchiha Haidome rolled her eyes at Katsu's response and continued writing, "Stop pretending. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well practice freely. I know a jutsu called Shadow Clone Technique. Once learned, we can use the clones to attend class." Katsu's eyes widened, but he was certainly familiar with the Shadow Clone Technique. One of the most iconic jutsu in Naruto, a supportive technique. Its practicality was evident, allowing the user to gather intelligence through the clones. Moreover, Naruto Uzumaki, blessed with protagonist privileges and an extraordinary chakra reserve, utilized the technique to share memories and experiences with his original self, significantly enhancing his training efficiency. Of course, such a method was only feasible for Naruto in his previous readings of fan fiction. Katsu often found it amusing that only the protagonists seemed to realize they could use the Shadow Clone Technique to accelerate their training, while everyone else remained oblivious. The principles of the technique were clearly outlined. Those who did not employ it for accelerated training were simply aware of the inherent risks in other words, had Naruto lacked his protagonist status, he would have long been overwhelmed by memories, rendered foolish. Thus, Katsu cautiously wrote on the note, "The Shadow Clone Technique is a B-rank jutsu. We aren't even genin yet that it's too risky for us. You should refrain from attempting it carelessly." Typically, experienced ninjas would dissolve their clones before they sustained fatal damage to prevent the corresponding trauma from affecting their original selves. Hence, lower-ranked ninjas were generally prohibited from learning the Shadow Clone Technique, as their lack of combat experience and mental endurance made it difficult to disperse the clones at the appropriate moment. If multiple clones were to receive fatal blows simultaneously, the psychological impact would be akin to experiencing a devastating explosion, highlighting the technique's dangers. Uchiha Haidome read Katsu's note and took note of his caution. But her tsundere nature compelled her to write back, "I almost forgot, you are a ninjutsu novice. Indeed, B-rank jutsu is still too challenging for you." Although she had lost to Katsu in actual combat, in the realm of ninjutsu training, Haidome could easily outpace him, which brought her a sense of satisfaction, causing her lips to curl into a slight smile. Katsu, upon reading her response, chose not to engage in childish banter. He knew that once he enhanced his willpower, the challenges of training in ninjutsu would become manageable. Suddenly struck by an idea, Katsu jotted down, "Do you know any lightning release jutsu? Or do you have any related scrolls?" Among the meager inheritance left by his parents, he only possessed a couple of fire release scrolls, with not a single lightning release scroll to be found, leading him to consider Uchiha Haidome as a potential source. "Lightning release jutsu. If you want, I can bring you 2 lightning release scrolls from home," Haidome replied nonchalantly. Katsu had grown somewhat accustomed to Haidome's generosity, thinking to himself how no wonder so many people prefer to rely on others for support. Just then, Katsu felt a gentle poke on his right arm. Turning around, he discovered Hinata Ayaka, who, like Haidome, was feigning attentiveness while secretly passing him a note that read, "What are you two discussing?" In that moment, Katsu could almost hear a notification sound. Hinata Ayaka had tapped him and requested to join the group chat. Chapter 12. The Great Eater Bet, an encounter with Mike Guy. Hinata Ayaka appeared eager to join in, her face alight with curiosity. Seeing this, Katsu paused for a moment, contemplated, and then tore off another piece of paper to reply. We were discussing the best eateries near the school. As soon as food was mentioned, Hinata Ayaka's attention was immediately captured, her eyes sparkling as she wrote. I know of a newly opened ramen shop. It seems to be called Ichiraka Ramen. I've heard the food is delightful, and they're currently running a great eater event. Let us invite Haidom and go try it after school. Truly, she was a super foodie, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of culinary delights. Ichiraku Ramen, Katsu felt a rush of excitement. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had yet to indulge in the cuisine amidst the prevailing sense of urgency. Thus, he passed a note to Uchiha Haidom, stating, Haidom, let us go to Ichiraku Ramen after school. Ayaka is coming too, and I've heard the food is exceptional. Haidom's response was succinct and to the point, and so the three of them discreetly arranged their dinner plans. Katsu intended to savor Ichiraku Ramen before purchasing weighted ninja gear. Ichiraku Ramen Shop, being a newly established establishment in Konoha, had yet to make a name for itself, resulting in average business without the fervor of bustling crowds. The owner, eager to build his reputation, had organized a great eater event. Anyone who could consume an oversized bowl of family ramen within 10 minutes would receive their meal for free. Otherwise, they would have to pay the full price. After school, Katsu, accompanied by Uchiha Haidom and Hinata Ayaka, settled into Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha Haidom ordered a bowl of bone broth ramen, while Katsu and Hinata Ayaka did not hesitate to opt for the Great Eater Challenge. They exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken bond connecting them. Katsu suddenly declared, Ayaka, given our appetites, this challenge should pose no difficulty. Why don't we sweeten the stakes? Let us wager that whoever loses will have to pay for all future Ichiraku Ramen outings. Since breaking his physical limits, Katsu felt confident that he had no rivals when it came to appetite, thus boldly challenging Hinata Ayaka. Hinata Ayaka hesitated for a moment before responding, Katsukin, maybe we shouldn't gamble. Yeah, are you afraid? Ayaka, Katsu teased with exaggerated expressions. Prompted by his playful banter, Hinata Ayaka acquiesced. With the bet established, Katsu displayed a triumphant grin, eagerly beckoning the owner to expedite their ramen orders. He chuckled to himself. Once I win against Hinata Ayaka, I will have an endless supply of Ichiraku Ramen. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen was a kind-hearted man in his 30s, and assisting him was a handsome young lad named Tucci. Before long, the delectable ramen was presented before them, its aroma tantalizing and visually appealing, enough to make anyone's mouth water. The colossal bowl of family ramen was significantly larger than a standard ramen bowl. With a portion ample enough to satisfy the hunger of 3, 10 minutes was more than sufficient for Uchiha Katsu and Hinata Ayaka. After just 3 minutes, the two had successfully polished off one bowl each and promptly ordered another, commencing a new round of their time challenge. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hitomi was still leisurely savoring her meal. By the time she finished her bowl of ramen, her two companions had already placed 3 empty bowls beside them and were engaged in their fourth. Her pupils narrowed slightly, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her otherwise indifferent face. Could these two truly be human? The father-son duo running the ramen shop shared her incredulity. Had the owner been fluent in Chinese, he might have recalled a phrase. The late emperor's enterprise was cut short. Could these two youngsters possibly drive their establishment to bankruptcy for bowls, 5 bowls, 6 bowls, 7 bowls, upon reaching the 8th bowl? Uchiha Katsu hit his limit. He turned to Hinata Ayaka, who appeared unfazed, and opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. It was over. He had overestimated himself while underestimating Ayaka's appetite. The count of bowls continued to rise. When Hinata Ayaka finished her 10th bowl, she noticed that Uchiha Katsu and Uchiha Hitomi, along with the ramen shop owner and his son, were all staring at her in bewilderment. Her face flushed slightly as she set down her ramen and shyly murmured, Am I, supposed to be full now? Uchiha Katsu's eyelids twitched. Was she still not full? If she truly let loose, one could only wonder how many bowls she could consume. After all, she was merely 6 years old and already had such an appetite. Who would be able to support her in the future? However, Ayam's voraciousness reminded Katsu of the original work's Byakugan princess, Hinata Hyuga, who also possessed a prodigious appetite, never seemed satiated, and had to endure rigorous training. It was indeed a tragic fate. Perhaps this was the reason why, despite possessing the purest Byakugan, she did not exhibit the talent and strength one would expect. After their meal, the three parted ways. As Katsu walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, he occasionally glanced around, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Regardless of the reasons, he was undeniably in the world of Hokage, and he decided to make the most of it. Having traversed this world for some time, immersed in acquiring civilian points and growing stronger, he had yet to truly explore. After wandering for a while, he finally arrived at a ninja tool shop, only to spot a striking figure clad in a signature green bodysuit, with thick, dark eyebrows. Excluding the yet-to-be-born Rock Lee and the still-a-child guy, the identity of the man before him was unmistakably revealed. It must be Might Guy, Konoha's perennial genin. Katsu instantly recognized this man, who was also purchasing weighted ninja tools. He held a deep admiration for the Might Guy family and Rock Lee, these diligent geniuses, as someone who now belonged to the realm of physical training. He felt a kinship with them, though he would never willingly don a green bodysuit himself. Inside the tool shop, two strong young employees huffed and puffed as they tossed the weighted tools that Might Guy had purchased onto the ground. With a loud crash, the earth seemed to tremble. The shop owner glanced at Might Guy and, with a hint of impatience, said, "All right, these are the weighted items you wanted. Hurry up and take them away." Might Guy chuckled sheepishly and effortlessly carried away the heavy tools that had required the assistance of two employees just moments ago. Watching Might Guy's departing figure, the shop owner couldn't help but grumble. What's the use of just training in taijutsu? He'll forever be a genin. Perhaps the owner had not spoken softly enough, or Might Guy had not ventured far, as his words reached the latter's ears. Might Guy paused momentarily before striding away as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Katsu, who understood just how formidable Might Guy's strength was, observed this scene with a sense of irony. This man, capable of besting the 7 ninja swordsmen, possessed such terrifying power yet was confined to the role of a genin in Konoha, enduring ridicule. It must be said, Might Guy's mental fortitude was even more admirable than his strength. Chapter 13. The disparity in growth rates, shaking his head. Katsu stepped in the tool shop and addressed the owner. "I would like 8 of those weighted tools just like those," although Katsu currently had no need for such a quantity of weighted items. He wished to make a bulk purchase, especially with the financial backing of a wealthy benefactor. "You too wish to buy these weighted tools?" The shop owner looked at Katsu in surprise, thinking, what use could such a small child have for weights? Nevertheless, with a customer in front of him, he saw no reason to refuse. Before long, the owner had his employees bring out 8 weighted tools. Katsu hefted one, finding it surprisingly heavy for such a small iron block. He couldn't help but marvel at how skewed the technological advancements were in the world of Hokage. He had no idea what materials were used for these weights. Had it not been for his enhanced physique, he likely would not have been able to carry them all back. "These are even heavier than I expected. I'll start with 2 for training," he thought, reasoning that 2 wouldn't hinder his movement too greatly. With the heavy weighted tools slung over his back, Katsu exited the shop and quickly spotted that familiar green figure. He quickened his pace, following the man into an uninhabited grove, in a clearing ahead. Might Guy began to don the formidable weights one by one before commencing what could only be described as an intense regime of taijutsu training. Compared to Katsu's scientific training plan, Might Guy's methods were raw and direct, with a single objective, to relentlessly challenge his physical limits until he broke through. This approach could rapidly extract latent potential. Without hesitation, Katsu silently noted down Might Guy's training methods. In the past, he might not have considered attempting such extreme training that could potentially harm his body, but with his physique having surpassed its limits and brimming with vitality, Might Guy's training style was perfectly suited for him at this moment. He mentally recorded the location of Might Guy's training, intending to return regularly for reference, as it would expedite his progress far more than his previous trial dash and dash error. As time flew by, days turned into weeks. Thanks to their shared ramen experience, the bond between Katsu, Uchiha Hitomi, and Hinata Ayam had grown considerably closer to Katsu's relief. Even though he lost the wager, Ayam had never once demanded that he treat her to Ichiraku ramen. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Almost every afternoon after school, Uchiha Hitomi sought Katsu for practical sparring, both to validate her training regimen and to fulfill her intense desire to surpass him. Uchiha Hitomi had a family tutor who taught her various combat techniques, and during their sparring sessions, Katsu gradually picked up on those skills. In terms of physical training, he had tailored a specific regimen for her. Consequently, Hitomi's strength had surged dramatically over the past month, leaving her peers within the clan with no rivals. However, Uchiha Hitomi showed no signs of complacency. The reason being, Katsu's growth was even more remarkable. No matter how hard she tried, she had never once truly defeated Katsu. Not even once. She could sense that the gap between them was steadily widening. This was something that the talented Uchiha Hitomi found intolerable. "I've been following the training plan you devised. Why is your strength growing faster than mine?" One day, Uchiha Hitomi finally couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. In her mind, Katsu must be hiding something. Otherwise, how could a commoner, without any renowned mentors, outpace her, a genius of the Uchiha clan? It defied logic. Hearing her question, Katsu smiled faintly, thinking that Uchiha Hitomi had finally voiced her concerns. After a brief pause, he recited the explanation he had long prepared. "I haven't concealed anything in my training. The reason is that ever since I awakened the meat shield Kekkai Genkai, my physical strength has been increasing almost daily." Since no one else had awakened the meat shield Kekkai Genkai, Katsu could fabricate whatever he pleased. Meat shield Kekkai Genkai? Uchiha Hitomi frowned slightly. She had heard her deskmate mention it before, but she hadn't expected that the meat-release Kekkai Genkai could continuously enhance the physical body. But don't be too disheartened. You should have mastered those 2 lightning release techniques by now, right? Once you learn to use lightning release to stimulate your cells and enhance their activity, you'll be able to catch up to my pace. Katsu reassured her. However, her ears took his words as nothing more than a strong individual's pity for the weak, which was intolerable for her. "I'm going home." With a huff, Uchiha Hitomi stormed off, leaving Xuanye Sheng bewildered in her wake. However, he had grown accustomed to Uchiha Hitomi's occasional fits of temper. After all, she would return to her usual self by the following day. Her little tantrums flared up quickly, but dissipated just as swiftly as he watched her silhouette fade from view. A thought crossed Xuanye Sheng's mind. Current status of the host: physique, 100, once surpassed limits; willpower, 68, mortal will; life level, 0. 5 talent. Physical liberation commoner value, 0. Once his willpower reached or even exceeded half of his physique, Xuanye Sheng gradually discovered that his vast chakra had become manageable at the very least. It was a significant improvement compared to the past when he struggled to perform any jutsu smoothly. Nevertheless, his focus remained on the training of taijutsu, as learning ninjutsu now seemed to yield diminishing returns. It was far more efficient to devote his time to physical training. It is worth noting that, apart from a handful of bloodline ninjas, the truly formidable commoner ninjas who ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world predominantly relied on exceptional taijutsu. Moreover, the enhancement of his willpower fortified Xuanye Sheng's spirit, granting him unwavering conviction, enabling him to endure even the most grueling training sessions and repeatedly push the limits of his body. This was precisely what left Uchiha Hitomi feeling despondent. After nearly a month, Xuanye Sheng had made remarkable strides in his taijutsu, with both his strength and speed far surpassing that of a genin or even a chunin. As for jounin, he could not ascertain, having never made a comparison. The 2 weights he had been training with had now transformed into 4, and he estimated that soon he would be able to add another 2. If Uchiha Hitomi were to discover that during their daily sparring sessions, Xuanye Sheng consistently trained with weights, she would likely be driven to tears. The following morning, with no classes scheduled, Xuanye Sheng found himself at the tranquil lakeside, its shimmering surface undisturbed. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from shore, darting swiftly towards the center of the lake. The figure, mimicking a running stance, moved with astonishing speed, arms pumping vigorously, creating splashes upon the lake's surface. Harnessing this momentum, the figure propelled itself dozens of meters before gradually submerging into the water. Moments later, it resurfaced, repeating the earlier maneuvers. After attempting this 4 or 5 times, Xuanye Sheng concluded his speed test and settled down on the shore. He shook his head, pushing his damp hair back, allowing the sun to dry the remaining water droplets on his skin. While he reflected on the testing process, in the world of Naruto, there are many iconic scenes of battles fought upon the water's surface. By channeling chakra to the soles of their feet, ninjas can walk and run on water. With Xuanye Sheng's current chakra control capabilities, he realized that through practice, he could also achieve this feat. However, he had not utilized a single trace of chakra. Instead, he had relied solely on the strength of his body to run upon the water's surface. That action bore a resemblance to the lightness of water surfing martial arts. And he marveled at how, having traversed into the Naruto universe, he unexpectedly fulfilled his childhood dream of martial arts. Xuanye Sheng's eyes sparkled with delight. After a brief respite, Xuanye Sheng breathed calmly. With each inhalation and exhalation, he absorbed a substantial amount of oxygen from the air through his nostrils, filtering it through his lungs and circulating it throughout his blood and body. Complete physical liberation. In an instant, his veins bulged and bands of muscle tightened like steel wires, rhythmically rising and falling across his chest. The sound of bones creaking echoed as the muscles in his arms quickly constricted and swelled, followed by his legs. If a bystander were to observe, they would witness Xuanye Sheng's form suddenly towering as if he had transformed from a 6-year-old child into a boy of 10. His height, already greater than his peers, now rendered him resembling a youth post-physical liberation. Suddenly, Xuanye Sheng sprang into action. His veined arm struck out with a force akin to a giant python lunging for its prey. This was the first punch he had unleashed in the complete state of physical liberation, and it was his strongest strike at that moment. A sharp, piercing whistle filled the air. Layers of white shockwaves radiated from Xuanye Sheng's fist. The fierce wind generated by his punch sent nearby stones skittering across the ground, while flowers and bamboo leaned violently in one direction. Closer to the shore, the lake's surface split open as if cleaved by a mighty blade, forming a fissure deep enough to fit a finger. Though the crack gradually began to close, the undulating lake once again returned to its placid state. The only sound remaining in the air was Xuanye Sheng's heavy breathing. As his inflated physique returned to its normal size, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him as the tension in his muscles dissipated. I can maintain the state of complete physical liberation for a maximum of 1 minute. Exceeding this time poses a risk of bodily collapse. However, while in this state, both my strength and speed experience a qualitative leap, at least doubling, and even my chakra has surged significantly. Chapter 14. The might of a punch. The unlocking of complete physical liberation has elevated Xuanye Sheng's prowess to a new echelon. Additionally, the sensation of complete physical liberation bears resemblance to the 8 gates. The 8 gates technique involves unlocking the chakra pathways within the body to temporarily gain immense strength. When all 8 gates are opened, it is referred to as the 8 gates release, granting a power level that surpasses even the 5 Kage. Upon reflection, the effects of complete physical liberation and the 8 gates are indeed somewhat similar. No, they are still distinct. The 8 gates come with evident side effects. The rampant chakra renders the user incapable of employing other ninjutsu, presenting a significant drawback that, in contrast, complete physical liberation, while demanding on the body, has minimal side effects and can be combined with other ninjutsu in combat, making it far superior to the 8 gates in that regard. In his previous life, while reading Naruto novels, Xuanye Sheng often noted how some authors exaggerated the 8 gates technique, with many protagonists ultimately overcoming its side effects effortlessly. That, in truth, is not the 8 gates that are powerful, but rather might guide and might die. The efficacy of a technique is contingent upon the wielder, a point repeatedly validated by the original storyline. Just as the B-rank jutsu Great Fireball, when executed by Uchiha, rivals the potency of S-rank jutsu. If given the opportunity, it would be worthwhile to draw insights from the 8 gates technique. Perhaps it would yield new discoveries. Xuanye Sheng mused quietly, recalling how he had once covertly observed Might Dai's training. Yet regrettably, the latter had only engaged in conventional training, never practicing the 8 gates. Logically speaking, at this point in time, Might Dai should have perfected the 8 gates technique. With this thought in mind, Xuanye Sheng resolved to take a chance and see if Might Dai was practicing the 8 gates today. He was not overly concerned about being disappointed. After all, Might Dai was a fervent practitioner, and barring any missions, he adhered to an unyielding training regimen without fail. However, before Xuanye Sheng could reach the main street, he encountered a boy clad in a ninja uniform, adorned with a forehead protector by the style of his attire. It was evident that he was a Chunin. Upon spotting Xuanye Sheng, the Chunin strode purposefully towards him, his face betraying a blatant arrogance. When they were a mere 3 or 4 steps apart, the Chunin spoke, "Is there something you want?" Xuanye Sheng replied, wearing a faint smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. Despite the growing sense of unease in his heart, he remained composed and collected. This was Konoha Village, only 2 intersections away from the commercial street. Surely the other party would refrain from causing a ruckus. The Chunin crossed his arms, looking down at Xuanye Sheng with disdain, and coldly remarked, "You are the one who defeated Miss Hitomi in the practical class, are you not?" Miss Hitomi. It seemed that Uchiha Hitomi held a higher status within her clan than he had anticipated. However, it had been several months since their practical class competition. There was no reason for the other party to come seeking him now. "Yes, that's me. And you are, what relation to Hitomi?" he inquired with a composed demeanor. The Uchiha Chunin bristled at Xuanye Sheng's unassuming attitude, especially when he heard him refer to Uchiha Hitomi as Hitomi. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, "I am Uchiha Yi. Remember my name, brat. I am here specifically to warn you to keep your distance from Uchiha Hitomi. She is a rare talent in our clan, and associating with a commoner like you will only hinder her potential." Uchiha Yi once served as a tutor to Uchiha Tong for a period. Acutely aware of the extraordinary talents possessed by the latter, an abundance of chakra, far surpassing that of his peers, an innate ability for precise chakra control, remarkable capacity for learning, and instinctive combat prowess. These attributes all heralded that Uchiha Tong would emerge as the beacon of hope for revitalizing their clan. The future pillar of support. Yet this promising star squandered her days in the company of a mere civilian orphan, a situation that Uchiha Yi found utterly intolerable. Most of the time, Uchiha Tong and Xuanye Sheng engaged in sparring sessions in the ninja training grounds behind the mountains, though occasionally she would invite him to the clan's internal training facilities for practice. Known for her strong opinions, Uchiha Tong paid no heed to the judgments of others, never concealing her association with Xuanye Sheng. Upon hearing Uchiha Ye's words, a flicker of evident astonishment crossed Xuanye Sheng's gaze. "Who are you to Uchiha Tong?" he thought. "What gives you the right to dictate with whom she associates? Is this the arrogance of the Uchiha clan? How can you so brazenly utter such presumptuous words?" With a wry smile, Xuanye Sheng lifted his chin defiantly and retorted, "What if I say no?" Seeing Xuanye Sheng's resolute attitude, Uchiha Yi erupted with laughter, anger visibly contorting his features as he snorted coldly. "What makes you think you have the right to refuse?" No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Yi lunged forward, attempting to grasp Xuanye Sheng with a sweeping motion. Did this fool dare to strike in broad daylight? Had the Uchiha clan become so brazen, or was this fellow simply lacking in intellect? Xuanye Sheng, both astonished and furious, reacted swiftly, stepping back just in time to evade the attack. "Ah, you dare to dodge?" Uchiha Ye's failure to seize his target only fueled his fury, and he advanced a step, launching a punch aimed directly at Xuanye Sheng's face. Initially, he had merely intended to grab the boy's collar to intimidate him. However, now, in his embarrassment and rage, his punch bore the weight of genuine intent. Witnessing this, Xuanye Sheng's eyes glimmered with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fist, gathering his strength to deliver a powerful counterstrike. The two fists collided with a resounding impact. In terms of physical prowess, Xuanye Sheng was confident that he was not significantly inferior to Uchiha Yi, even if the latter was 5 or 6 years his senior. After all, he boasted of possessing the rare bloodline limit of the Earth release. It was only natural for a wielder of such power to possess greater strength, was it not? As their fists met, an unimaginable force surged through Xuanye Sheng's arm that a wave of intense pain coursed through Uchiha Yi, his expression shifting dramatically as shock overtook him. Impossible! This boy possesses such terrifying strength. Feeling his arm creaking under the strain, Uchiha Yi was horrified, desperately channeling his chakra. Yet in his haste, he was ultimately sent sprawling backward by Xuanye Sheng's punch, his body propelled several meters away. He was a Chunin. After all, a Chunin of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 15. The crushing power of taijutsu. When Uchiha Yi first heard of a civilian defeating Uchiha Tong with a temporarily awakened bloodline limit, his astonishment was palpable. However, upon understanding the circumstances, he dismissed it, believing Xuanye Sheng had merely succeeded through surprise. That it was the unpredictable nature of his outburst that had led to Uchiha Tong's defeat. After all, was there any bloodline limit stronger than the Sharingan? Moreover, he was a Chunin. Surely, it would be easy to handle a still ungraduated student from the Ninja Academy. Therefore, despite his anger, Uchiha Yi maintained his composure, tempering the force of his punch. Yet he had not anticipated that the strength granted by Xuanye Sheng's Earth-release bloodline limit would be beyond even his capabilities as a Chunin. The shock he felt was indescribable. Watching Uchiha Yi stumble back from his punch, Xuanye Sheng's eyes gleamed with realization. His power had indeed surpassed that of a Chunin. Ordinary Genin would be shattered by a confrontation such as this. Yet Uchiha Yi, being a Chunin, responded swiftly, suffering only minor abrasions that did not hinder his combat effectiveness. Damn you, boy. Don't think that just because you've awakened a bloodline limit, you can act with such impunity. I will make you understand that not just any bloodline limit can flaunt itself before the Uchiha. Uchiha Yi declared with indignation. In his mind, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was the most formidable bloodline limit of all. As the commotion grew, onlookers began to take notice, casting curious glances. What is happening over there? That seems to be someone from the Uchiha clan. That I recognize him. That is Uchiha Y. It appears someone has provoked him. The Uchiha are becoming increasingly reckless. Now they even target children. As the crowd gathered, sympathizing with Xuanye Sheng, while murmuring their disdain for the Uchiha's tyranny, it was clear that the Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha was far from favorable. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Yi clashed once more. Facing Uchiha Yi's relentless strikes, Xuanye Sheng stood firm, opting for a head-on confrontation. As the saying goes, one strength can break 10 techniques. No matter how elaborate Uchiha Yi's moves might be, Xuanye Sheng was determined to shatter them with a single punch. Uchiha Yi seemed to anticipate Xuanye Sheng's approach, retracting his already tempered fist while sidestepping, only to launch a powerful kick aimed at Xuanye Sheng. If that kick connected, it could severely injure Xuanye Sheng, if not kill him. Yet in that critical moment, Xuanye Sheng's focus sharpened to an extraordinary degree. The world around him appeared to slow down, showcasing his exceptional reflexes and dynamic vision. Uchiha Yi's unexpected kick was fully captured in Xuanye Sheng's sight. With a resounding crack, Xuanye Sheng's right arm seemed to swell, muscles bulging as he raised it, unleashing a punch infused with ferocious energy. This punch, arriving just before Uchiha Yi's kick, landed with tremendous force. The impact sent Uchiha Yi reeling, his teeth clenched in determination. Yet he could not withstand the force of the blow. In a cacophony of astonished gasps, Uchiha Yi was once again flung backward, crashing into a wall, plaster raining down like confetti. Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha Yi's mouth as he became partially embedded in the wall, creating a shallow dent. This was the consequence of his folly in attempting to confront Xuanye Sheng with mere taijutsu. Ding dong! Experiencing the thrill of publicly overpowering a bloodline limit ninja, Xuanye Sheng felt a surge of triumph. Commoners could indeed rise against adversity. Even a Chunin from the Uchiha clan was no match. This terrifying burst of power. How can you, boy, possess such strength? Uchiha Yi's face was a mask of disbelief, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he struggled to regain his footing, his body trembling uncontrollably. Thud! Just as Uchiha Yi stumbled away from the wall, he fell to the ground once more, his body still quaking. The once bustling street had descended into an eerie silence. The murmurs of the onlookers ceased, replaced by the sound of Uchiha Yi's persistent coughs. Their gazes shifted from him to the still-standing Xuanye Sheng, their expressions a mixture of shock and bewilderment. In their minds, only one word echoed: dumbfounded. They had never anticipated such an outcome, that a naturally malevolent Uchiha youth, brazenly bullying a child, had ultimately been outmatched and sent crashing into a wall. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Unbelievable! Did that just happen? They felt as though they had been struck in the head, only to be met with a whisper in their ear. Surprised? Unexpected? Is this the Uchiha? This child is extraordinary. He sent that Uchiha brat flying with a single punch. Did I just see his arms suddenly bulk up significantly? Am I dreaming? All eyes were transfixed in disbelief upon Uchiha, who lay prostrate on the ground, and upon the serene expression of Xuanye Sheng, who had retracted his fist and restored his arm to its normal state. Had Uchiha delivered a single punch that sent Xuanye Sheng flying, no one would have been surprised. Yet, the reversal of roles rendered the situation utterly astonishing. As Uchiha finally regained his composure, the first thing he noticed was the peculiar gazes surrounding him, and he felt a crack in his defenses. How infuriating! How utterly infuriating! Cursed little brat, he shouted in fury. His head bowed, humiliated by being struck down and spitting blood by a mere child. When Uchiha lifted his head, his crimson eyes were revealed. It was the Sharingan. In a frenzy, Uchiha had lost all semblance of reason, his Sharingan ablaze with murderous intent. This time, he held no reservations, boldly launching an attack, hands forming seals as he unleashed a jutsu, with the singular intention to slay Xuanye Sheng and erase his humiliation. Uchiha paid no heed to the fact that this was the bustling street of the village. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. His opening move was the most formidable fire-style B-rank jutsu he had mastered. In contrast to the nearly inconsequential C-rank Fireball jutsu, the power of the B-rank Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was on an entirely different scale. This technique summoned flames imbued with chakra that danced like a raging dragon. Commanding the flames to obey the user's will was an arduous task, achievable only by a select few skilled ninjas. The flames unleashed by the user would split into 3 directions, forward and to the left and right, simultaneously striking the enemy, reducing them to ashes in an instant. I end the scene before them. 3 fire dragons, akin to infernos consuming all in their path, surged towards Xuanye Sheng, seemingly poised to engulf him entirely. The ground beneath them cracked under the intense heat, and the air shimmered with distortion. Beware! That lunatic is actually unleashing such a high-level jutsu in the streets. The onlookers recoiled in horror from the raging flames. Only the ninjas dared to observe closely, knowing they could evade the residual impact with ease. Faced with the oncoming fire dragons, Xuanye Sheng felt his pupils constrict, his expression grave. This was his first encounter with a jutsu of such magnitude. With his escape routes sealed by the 3 fire dragons, he found himself with no means to evade. If evasion was futile, then he would not flee. Just as Xuanye Sheng resolved to disregard the strain on his body and activate his complete body release once more, a figure suddenly flickered into view before him, hands moving like shadows as they swiftly formed seals. Water style, water barrier. With a roar, torrents of water surged forth, defying gravity to rise and form a curtain. Resembling a fortress wall, the ferocious Fire Dragon Flame Bullet collided with the water barrier, and in that instant of contact, a vast plume of steam erupted, accompanied by a hissing sound. Xuanye Sheng's bangs were swept up by the heat wave. And for the first time in the world of Hokage, he experienced the sheer power and wonder of ninjutsu. This sensation was entirely different from watching it on a screen. A cold sweat broke out as he recalled his earlier reckless notion of facing such a formidable jutsu head-on with sheer physical strength. Even with his body's enhanced resilience post-limit break, attempting to withstand the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet without fully tapping into his potential would likely result in severe burns. Ultimately, the Fire Dragons did not breach the water barrier, vanishing like a cow sinking into the sea. The water gradually dispersed, leaving no trace, as if nothing had transpired. Uchiha, you dare engage in a private fight within the confines of Konohagakure without permission. Come with me to see the Hokage. A chilling voice rang out. The figure blocking Xuanye Sheng's path was none other than an umbu clad in a fox mask. Typically, the umbu would not intervene in ordinary skirmishes. But Uchiha had recklessly resorted to the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, a jutsu with wide-ranging destructive capability, which was strictly forbidden. Upon witnessing the umbu's intervention, Uchiha, consumed by rage, abruptly regained his composure. In a hurried mental shift, he stated, "Must we trouble the Hokage over such a trivial matter? Forcing down his inner killing intent, he shot a cold glance at Xuanye Masaru before addressing the Umbu. I'm a member of the Konoha military police force and suspect that this brat, Xuanye Masaru, has connections to enemy village scouts, hence my intention to detain him for questioning. His words left everyone momentarily stunned. What is this, a case of turning the tables? Xuanye Masaru silently cursed the audacity of his opponent. No wonder he dared to strike in public. He had clearly premeditated an excuse, brazenly wielding his influence. Power, he needed even greater strength. At that moment, Xuanye Masaru, who had previously felt somewhat relaxed due to his rapid growth in strength, was now overwhelmed by an intense craving for power. The crowd of onlookers began to display expressions of disdain and contempt. Those who had been present from the beginning clearly witnessed the Uchiha clan member instigating trouble with a child, yet they were too intimidated by the clan's prestige to speak out against him. The fox-masked Umbu was not swayed by such tactics. The Umbu directly served the Hokage and were indifferent to clan affiliations or ranks. He coldly inquired, "Do you have any evidence?" In response, Uchiha stood his ground, asserting, "I believe this matter is of no concern to you, Umbu. The military police will handle our affairs without troubling your organization." Without evidence, can your Konoha military police apprehend anyone at will? I see you are merely making excuses. As the Uchiha clan grew increasingly arrogant, the village's upper echelons had long since instructed both overt and covert measures to suppress them, ensuring their hubris did not flourish. Thus, the fox-masked Umbu adopted a markedly firm stance. Furthermore, Xuanye Masaru, as a newly emerged user of a bloodline limit, though not yet fully matured, was nonetheless on the watch list, even if he wasn't a primary target. It was imperative not to let him be wrongfully harmed. Consequently, the Umbu could not allow Xuanye Masaru to be taken away by the Uchiha in front of him. The onlookers had grown accustomed to such scenes. The standoff between the Umbu and the Konoha military police had played out countless times before, invariably leading to a stalemate. In this instance was no different. That it was evident that the Umbu's imposing presence surpassed that of Uchiha. And since the accusations against Xuanye Masaru were baseless, Uchiha had no choice but to relent. With a cold snort, Uchiha turned away, his expression dark as he plotted to find another opportunity to deal with Xuanye Masaru. Meanwhile, Xuanye Masaru, observing Uchiha's retreating figure, was also devising a plan to find a chance to eliminate his foe. He was no benevolent saint. If Uchiha refused to let him live in peace, he should brace himself for the impending counterattack. As the crowd dispersed, having lost interest in the spectacle, they cast fleeting glances of pity at Xuanye Masaru. After all, offending a member of the Uchiha clan would likely bring endless trouble in the future. The fox-masked Umbu regarded Xuanye Masaru deeply. Before vanishing in an instant, he had witnessed the scene of Xuanye Masaru being struck down twice and adjusted his assessment of the boy's potential upwardly. He needed to report this to the Hokage. Such talent, if absorbed into the Umbu, would be invaluable. Unbeknownst to Xuanye Masaru, who had been labeled as a person of potential, even if he had known, he would not have felt particularly pleased, for potential merely indicated ample room for growth. What he truly desired was tangible strength within his grasp, not some ethereal notion of potential. Following this incident, Xuanye Masaru made his way to the small grove where Might Guy was routinely training, and indeed, he found him engaged in practice. However, after a casual glance, Xuanye Masaru froze, his eyes fixated intently ahead. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, filtering through the leaves to create a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing the patterns of light to dance. The entire grove exuded an aura of tranquility and serenity. However, this peace was shattered by an overwhelming aura. Deep within the forest, in a clearing, a man clad in a tight green suit stood with his eyes shut, regulating his breath. The rustling of leaves was accompanied by the stirring wind. This serene tableau was abruptly disrupted by the man's movements. Boom! Like thunder striking the earth, the stillness exploded. Xuanye Masaru, who had been secretly observing, found his vision consumed by a surge of green light. This luminous green was none other than an intense chakra, manifesting as a tangible glow. There stood Might Guy in the center of the clearing. As he clenched his fists to gather strength, an astonishing aura emanated from him. The immense chakra overflowed and even manifested into a tangible form. The blades of grass surrounding Might Guy swayed frantically as if buffeted by an invisible tempest, moving uncontrollably under the force of the airwaves. The eighth gate of bypass. It must be the eighth gate of bypass. Might Guy, who possessed no knowledge of ninjutsu, was unmistakably utilizing the eighth gate of bypass to create such a commotion. Xuanye Sheng gazed upon this scene, his eyes suddenly alight with a brilliant gleam, softly murmuring, "The eighth gate of bypass, which I have longed to witness and learn from, I never anticipated to behold it today." This is indeed the legendary forbidden technique of taijutsu. With a powerful shout, Might Guy clenched his teeth, producing a sound akin to tearing metal as he slightly bent his knees and stomped forcefully upon the earth. Fifth gate, the door of rest, open, veins bulged and muscles swelled. The once amiable and sunny Might Guy now bore a fierce countenance, his skin darkening to a deep hue, muscles engorged to an exaggerated extent, delivering an unparalleled visual impact. Boom! The ground beneath him cracked like a spider web, the fissures spreading relentlessly. The once solid and robust earth now felt as fragile as thin paper at that moment. With a surge of power, Might Guy's figure instantaneously vanished from sight, flickering into existence before a stout tree several dozen meters away, delivering a powerful punch. This speed was even more extravagant than typical body flicker techniques. Crash! An invisible, tumultuous force rapidly radiated outward from Might Guy's center. With a resounding explosion, that sturdy tree abruptly snapped, its upper trunk crashing to the ground. In this state, Might Guy's attributes of attack and speed had reached an astonishing level. Even Xuanye Sheng, with his exceptional dynamic vision, nearly failed to keep pace with Might Guy's movements. Internally, he marveled, impressive, truly a forbidden technique. Compared to the liberation of the body, the eighth gate of bypass surpasses in offensive power, albeit at a greater cost to the body. Of course, this is also due to my own physical potential not being fully unlocked. Otherwise, the upper limits of the liberation of the body could be further elevated. In the center of the arena, after unleashing a punch, Might Guy stood quietly, absorbing the insights of the state of the door of rest. Suddenly, he addressed Xuanye Sheng, who was concealed nearby. "Come out. Do not hide. Have I been discovered?" Xuanye Sheng sheepishly emerged from behind the tree, slightly embarrassed, whether it was his rapt attention or Might Guy's heightened awareness in the state of the door of rest. It was clear he had been exposed. Just as Xuanye Sheng anticipated that Might Guy would reprimand him, he instead offered a thumbs up, beaming a broad smile, his white teeth glinting in the sunlight. "Ah, young one, are you here to train as well? What a diligent youth you are!" Xuanye Sheng found himself momentarily speechless, unable to deny that the mindset of the Might family was indeed quite unconventional. The prepared words he had in mind were rendered unnecessary as he candidly admitted to frequently watching Might Guy's training. This was not his first act of stealthy observation. "Ha ha!" The hearty laughter echoed through the woods, followed by Might Guy performing an action that left Xuanye Sheng with a dark expression that he knelt on the ground, gazing skyward, his eyes glistening with tears, exclaiming, "This is youth! To think there is someone willing to learn my taijutsu. Woo woo woo, this is simply outrageous." Observing Might Guy's personality, which was a mirror image of that in the anime, Xuanye Sheng struggled to contain his emotions. "Ding dong. Your youthful efforts have garnered the recognition of the civilian ninja, Might Guy. Adding 1 civilian point. Huh. To think it was so easy to earn Might Guy's acknowledgement, after the previous practical lesson where he had gained a wave of civilian point from his classmates. Xuanye Sheng had scarcely received recognition from anyone since. This realization made him understand that the criteria for acknowledgement varied among individuals. He had not anticipated that simply by not wasting his youth and striving diligently, he would receive Might Guy's recognition, a most pleasant surprise. With a sunlit grin, Might Guy patted Xuanye Sheng on the shoulder, expressing regret. "Alas, I am not well-versed in ninjutsu and cannot teach you anything." "Ahem, in truth, I am not adept at ninjutsu either. My classmates refer to me as a ninjutsu failure, which is why I sought to secretly learn your taijutsu," Xuanye Sheng replied earnestly. He was not entirely misleading. He had indeed been called a ninjutsu failure at first, as he struggled with even the most fundamental body flicker technique. However, with the enhancement of his willpower, Xuanye Sheng's chakra control had already surpassed the average level, even brushing against the threshold of excellence, enabling him to practice ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Might Guy was taken aback. His expression one of surprise that, that's so. Young one, I did not realize we shared such a bond. Upon discovering their similar experiences, Might Guy could not contain his emotions, crying out loudly, "Woo woo woo, young one, we are both lost souls in this vast world." Xuanye Sheng felt a sense of awkwardness watching an adult weep unabashedly before him. Nearly speechless. Fortunately, after the emotional outburst, Might Guy wiped away his tears and snot, vigorously thumping his chest as he said, "It is all right, young one. Even without ninjutsu, one can still become an exceptional ninja. You must have witnessed my earlier display. Right? That power is the result of over a decade of relentless effort. If you learn this, even through mere taijutsu, you can become formidable." Xuanye Sheng was momentarily stunned, then a hint of excitement crossed his face. "Are you willing to teach me?" He had not anticipated Might Guy to be so generous as to offer to teach him the 8th gate of bypass. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Might Guy had dedicated over a decade to studying the 8th gate of bypass, and it was unlikely he had done so in solitude. Having finally found a kindred spirit, he naturally wished to foster that connection. Might Guy clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him. Of course, young one. What I used earlier was a forbidden technique known as the 8th gate of bypass. Its essence lies in breaking through the body's limits to unleash chakra, amplifying attack effects. When each gate of the 8th gate of bypass is opened, it grants the user several times or even greater chakra power, though the user must bear the corresponding burden. Therefore, the strength of the body and the amount of chakra determine whether the user can fully harness the power of the 8th gate of bypass. Currently, I have only unlocked up to the 6th gate. Discussing the 8th gate of bypass, Might Guy spoke with authority, for as someone who had trained in it for over a decade, no one understood this forbidden technique better than he did. The more Xuanye Sheng listened, the brighter his eyes shone. With his physical constitution having surpassed normal limits, his body strength far exceeded that of his peers. Even those from the Shikutsumiyaku clan would struggle to match him. As for chakra quantity, to be honest, he himself was unsure just how vast it had become. 1 card. 2 cards? Or perhaps even more. Kakashi, are you polite? After the excitement subsided, Might Guy rarely donned an exceedingly serious expression. Young one, you must remember that the training and use of forbidden techniques carry risks. Xuanye Sheng nodded, affirming his understanding and resolve that I understand. But for the sake of becoming stronger, I am willing to bear this risk. Might Guy hesitated for a moment, a flicker of something unusual passing through his gaze as he declared, "Woo woo woo, I am so moved. Is this what youth is about? Let it ignite." Observing Might Guy once again overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, Xuanye Sheng facepalmed, thinking, just kill me already. Chapter 18. Opening 3 Gates. This is the training process of the 8th gate of bypass and the effects following the opening of each gate. Young one. Might Guy earnestly explained. Despite never having taught a student nor possessing knowledge of other ninjutsu, he imparted valuable insights on the 8th gate of bypass that greatly benefited Xuanye Sheng. Young one, your physical talent surpasses my expectations. Perhaps you will tread further down the path of the 8th gate of bypass than I ever could, after gaining an understanding of Xuanye Sheng's physical strength. Might Guy spoke with profound satisfaction. However, I recommend that you become thoroughly familiar before opening the first gate, even if your physical strength has already met the standard. Xuanye Sheng nodded, stating, I understand. The side effects of the 8th gate of bypass increase with each gate opened, and a robust physique can mitigate those side effects. After all, what kind of forbidden technique would lack side effects? However, this minor side effect is entirely acceptable to Xuanye Sheng. In his previous life, while perusing fan fiction, he observed numerous time travelers casually altering the 8 gates, a technique that many geniuses had failed to improve upon. Some even managed to transform it into a limitless technique devoid of any side effects, which he found truly astonishing. The strength of the 8 gates lies in its ability to unleash potential by increasing physical strain in exchange for immense power. Thus, the greater the side effects, the more significant the power gained. This aligns with the principle that the more formidable the power, the steeper the cost of its use. Therefore, the notion of eliminating side effects is fundamentally at odds with the very essence of the eight gates. Such a thought is absurd. To be free of side effects implies mediocrity. In other words, if one possessed the capability to do so, it would be far simpler to create a technique that amplifies physical attributes without side effects than to modify the eight gates. Why seek the distant when the near is available? At this moment, Xuanye Sheng harbored no desire to eliminate the side effects of the eight gates. On the contrary, he wished to intensify them further to attain ultimate power. He understood that once he surpassed his limits, his physique would far exceed that of ordinary individuals. As his potential continued to be unlocked, his physical strength would grow increasingly robust, enabling him to withstand the side effects of the eight gates. Moreover, with the continuous enhancement of his willpower, the shackles on his physical attributes were nearing liberation, allowing him the prospect of further augmenting his physique. Although his current martial arts prowess was commendable, he lacked a decisive, offensive technique. Several techniques within the eight gates, such as Morning Peacock, Day Tiger, Evening Elephant, and Night Guy, were particularly formidable. They could nearly alter the course of events with a single strike. Reflecting on this, Xuanye Sheng closed his eyes, contemplating the techniques recently imparted by Night Guy, and began to simulate the opening of the gates. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes and shouted, "Open gate." Night Guy observed in silence, witnessing Xuanye Sheng's immediate attempt to open the first gate, a reaction both unexpected and yet anticipated. Indeed, the youth is eager to experiment with newfound knowledge. I hope he does not suffer any setbacks. For the eight gates are not easily mastered. In the next moment, Night Guy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire egg, with Xuanye Sheng's powerful declaration. He instantaneously succeeded in opening the first gate of the eight gates. The surge of chakra indicated that Xuanye Sheng had indeed opened the gate successfully. The effect of the opening gate is the removal of the brain's restrictions on chakra, allowing the user's power to fully erupt. This was something Xuanye Sheng, with his mastery over muscle control, could accomplish even without the eight gates. With a willpower score of 68, he fully met the conditions for unlocking the brain domain. He meticulously savored the sensation of the opening gate, deepening his understanding. In Oh Wonder, the first gate of the eight gates requires the unlocking of the brain domain. It serves to activate neural thought processes for better control over the enhanced power. Additionally, he finally comprehended the distinction between physical liberation and the eight gates. Physical liberation is purely the strength of the flesh, the intrinsic power that belongs to him. In contrast, the eight gates relies on the utilization of chakra to propel physical techniques, exemplifying the enhancement of techniques through chakra. For instance, the body flicker technique employs chakra to activate the body for rapid movement. The eight gates, in this regard, is even more extreme. Consequently, this vast reservoir of chakra within him finally found its purpose. A powerful chakra surged from Xuanye Sheng's being, boiling and overflowing as he opened the gate. Night Guy, speechless, could only marvel at the sight. This young man, already impressive in martial arts, possessed an astonishingly abundant amount of chakra, easily several times his own. The magnitude of chakra Xuanye Sheng unleashed upon opening the first gate was comparable to Night Guy's third gate. Next came the second gate, Rest Gate. Open, the third gate, Life Gate. Open, Xuanye Sheng roared, opening 3 gates in succession. The quantity of chakra within him doubled once more. His hair stood on end from the surging chakra waves, his skin flushed red, and an invisible, frenzied aura rapidly radiated outward from him. In that moment, Xuanye Sheng's demeanor resembled that of a super saiyan in a state of rage. Night Guy's signature watermelon hairstyle was whipped about by the chakra waves, and he trembled slightly, an overwhelming excitement bubbling up from within. A genius. This boy is a martial arts prodigy, innate muscle control, an incredible physique, and vast chakra. Perfect. He is the quintessential ninja to practice the 8 gates. Xuanye Sheng gasped for breath, having released the state of the 8 gates. Deep down, he sensed that as long as he initiated physical liberation, he could continue to open more gates, albeit at the cost of his physical integrity, beginning a countdown to collapse. Thus, he decisively halted his efforts. Another reason was that Night Guy's incessant shouting about youth, passion, and bonds was rather distracting. Ding dong. Your efforts and talent have garnered Might Guy's profound recognition. Civility points 3. Extract a talent from this subject. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent. Martial Arts Maniac. Martial Arts Maniac, your understanding and training in all matters related to martial arts will yield twice the results with half the effort. Xuanye Sheng's face lit up with ecstatic joy. It turns out that gaining profound recognition from a certain individual allows one to extract a talent from them. Current status of the host: Physique, 100, 1 surpassing limits. Willpower, 68. Ordinary will. Life tier, 0. 5 talent: Physical liberation. Martial Arts Maniac civility points, 5. Chapter 19. New talent: Encaged bird ding dong. Experience a civilian-style training regimen. Civility points 1. After spending an afternoon training with Might Guy and earning an additional civility point, Xuanye Sheng returned home contentedly. The benefits of the martial arts maniac talent surpassed Xuanye Sheng's expectations, leaving Might Guy in quiet awe as he taught various martial arts techniques. Regardless of the technique imparted, Xuanye Sheng could immediately comprehend and apply it, rapidly expanding upon the knowledge. One could only marvel that true genius might indeed be this extraordinary. If Xuanye Sheng were to face Uchiha Yoru again, even with the latter employing ninjutsu, he was confident he could dominate solely with martial arts. He wouldn't even need to resort to physical liberation. Simply opening the first gate of the 8 gates would suffice. Under normal circumstances, Xuanye Sheng's chakra was already comparable to that of an average jonin, and after opening the first gate, it reached the level of an elite jonin. With all 3 gates open, he approached the caliber of a Kage's chakra. Of course, the quantity of chakra does not equate to actual combat strength. However, Xuanye Sheng was confident that, through dedicated training, his combat prowess would soon undergo a qualitative leap. The next day, as dawn broke and the dark sky lightened, Xuanye Sheng was abruptly awakened from his slumber. The only person likely to know Xuanye Sheng's residence and audaciously disturb his peace at such an early hour was Uchiha Hitomi. With Xuanye Sheng's physique, sleeping 3 to 4 hours a day was sufficient for him to maintain ample energy and vitality. However, after testing his speed, repeatedly utilizing physical liberation, and practicing the 8 gates for an extended period, coupled with his usual martial arts training, his body was understandably fatigued. Even after a solid 7 to 8 hours of sleep, he felt as though he could have benefited from more, his mind still clouded. Rubbing his disheveled hair, Xuanye Sheng wore a wry smile and asked, "Hitomi, did you come to see me this early for something specific?" I came specifically to inform you that the clan has confined Uchiha Yoru. You need not worry about him targeting you any longer. It seemed that the conflict between Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Yoru had spread. After all, it was rather outrageous for a Chunin to bully a Genin and ultimately gain no advantage. Some members of the Uchiha clan, upon learning of this, bore no ill will towards Xuanye Sheng. Rather, they were angered by Uchiha Yoru's disgraceful behavior that tarnished the family's reputation. Some radical Uchiha even declared that the embarrassing Uchiha Yoru should be expelled from the clan. Uchiha Hitomi maintained her usual haughty demeanor, though her tone was somewhat awkward, as if she felt a bit shy. After a pause, she added, "The only one who can defeat you is me, so don't let your guard down during this time." Although it seemed like a warning to Xuanye Sheng, it was also an alternative expression of concern, wasn't it? This proud and stubborn girl. Additionally, regarding Uchiha Yoru's confinement, Xuanye Sheng was curious about what role Uchiha Hitomi had played in the matter. In any case, he appreciated her goodwill that he responded cheerfully, "To surpass me, Hitomi, you must continue to put in the effort. By the way, I've gained new insights in my martial arts training recently, so it's time to update your training regimen." After acquiring the talent of the martial arts maniac, Xuanye Sheng indeed experienced a profound elevation in his understanding of cultivation, leading him to completely overhaul his previous training regimen, making it far more suited for a genius. He believed that Uchiha Hitomi's innate gifts should be adaptable to this new approach. Upon hearing that the training plan was to be updated, a faint blush of anticipation crept onto Uchiha Hitomi's face. Yet, recalling the remarkable effectiveness of the training regimen, she ultimately resigned herself and closed her eyes, fervently repeating in her mind, "This is all for the sake of becoming stronger. This is all for the sake of becoming stronger." After a thorough review, Xuanye Sheng meticulously crafted a new training plan tailored specifically for Uchiha Hitomi. Compared to the previous plan, the efficiency of this new regimen had improved by at least 20%. And Xuanye Sheng had incorporated additional exercises designed to enhance Uchiha Hitomi's reflexes and dynamic vision. As they prepared to step out, Uchiha Hitomi's keen observation caught a glimpse of something unusual. Xuanye Sheng appeared to be carrying something extra while donning his gear. She swiftly grasped his arm and extracted a heavy-weighted ninja tool from his pant leg, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Do you typically carry so many weighted items?" She counted hurriedly and found there were 6 in total. How had she never noticed the weights before? This indicated that these 6 weighted tools had become so integral to Xuanye Sheng's daily movements that they no longer hindered him. At least, she had never perceived any such impediment. Suddenly, before Xuanye Sheng could respond, Uchiha Hitomi excitedly pushed him against the wall, adopting a wall slam pose, and gazed into his eyes, enunciating each word. "Do you also train with these weights when we spar?" Their faces were nearly touching, and they could feel each other's breath. Xuanye Sheng felt a tickle in his nose. Uchiha Hitomi was uncomfortably close, her hair almost brushing against him. Clearing his throat, he slightly turned his head and admitted, "Indeed, I do carry weights." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hitomi's expression hardened, her teeth clenched, and she turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me. Didn't we agree to go to school together?" Upon arriving at the classroom, they discovered that the familiar figure who usually occupied her seat early was conspicuously absent this time. Initially, neither Uchiha Hitomi nor Xuanye Sheng paid much attention. However, as the first class commenced, Hinata Saren still had not arrived, causing Xuanye Sheng to feel a sense of unease. Despite Hinata Saren's usual carefree and somewhat oblivious demeanor, she hailed from the esteemed Hyuga clan, known for her adherence to conduct and maintaining the decorum expected of a noble family. Her tardiness was unprecedented. Halfway through the second class, footsteps echoed from outside. The classroom door swung open, revealing Hinata Saren standing alone at the threshold, her long black hair cascading down her back. Her eyes were cast downward, biting her lip, and she remained silent, exuding an aura of despair and a plea for solitude. A black satin ribbon was conspicuously tied around her pristine forehead, an oddity for someone who typically adorned herself with no such accessories. Nato Takuya's reprimanding words caught in his throat as he observed the sorrowful despair radiating from Hinata Saren. Sensing an unspoken understanding, he sighed softly and spoke in as neutral a tone as he could muster. "Please come in, and try not to be late again." Hinata Saren nodded, her gaze lowered, and amidst the puzzled stares of her classmates, she made her way to her seat. "Good morning, Sheng." She forced a smile, striving to greet Xuanye Sheng as she usually did, yet her smile was strained, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as though they could spill forth at any moment. Xuanye Sheng attempted to return a warm and reassuring smile, but before he could respond, Hinata Saren buried her head deeply into the crook of her arm, resting on the desk, unwilling to reveal her current state. Xuanye Sheng raised his hand, intending to offer her a comforting pat on the shoulder, but his hand hesitated mid-air before ultimately dropping back down. At this moment, he understood all too well what Hinata Saren was enduring. She had been marked with a curse known as the Caged Bird, Chapter 20, because this life only happens once if one were to inquire about the most loathsome institution within the world of Naruto. Xuanye Sheng would undoubtedly cite the branch family system of the Hyuga clan. This has been a long-standing tradition of the clan, distinguishing between the main family and the branch family. The branch family must bear the responsibility of protecting the main family, while also voluntarily accepting a curse known as the Caged Bird. Once marked with the Caged Bird seal, the power of life and death rests in the hands of the main family. Should the branch family fail to fulfill their duties or entertain any rebellious thoughts, the main family may swiftly impose punishment or even execute the cursed branch member. The moment Hinata Saren appeared at the classroom door with a black bandage on her forehead, Xuanye Sheng immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. This was careless of him. He had always subconsciously assumed Hinata Saren was a member of the main family and had never inquired about her true status. Even if he had known, with his current strength and position, he could do nothing to alter the course of events. Xuanye Sheng sighed inwardly, realizing that Hinata Saren's life and death were now entirely in the hands of the main family, filling him with an unsettling sense of discomfort. The once cheerful and oblivious little girl now appeared utterly lifeless, her vibrant spirit extinguished, as if her world had shifted from vibrant color to stark monochrome. Xuanye Sheng reflected on the altercation with Xuanye the previous day. The audacity of the latter to confront him in public had resulted in a mere confinement as punishment. This wretched era of ninjas. Without sufficient strength, one could only helplessly acquiesce to the harsh realities of life. For Hinata Saren, bearing the mark of a slave was perhaps more cruel than death itself. Gazing at the book titled Will of Fire on his desk, Xuanye Sheng felt an unprecedented sense of irony. The very village of Konoha, which had championed the Will of Fire since its inception, allowed the abhorrent tradition of the Hyuga clan, one that effectively enslaved over half of its members, to persist. And this tradition was unabashedly evident. What did this imply? The underlying implications were chilling to contemplate. One could argue that the branch family system of the Hyuga clan served as a poignant negation of the Will of Fire. Reflecting on the tragic death of Neji Hyuga in the original narrative is truly ironic, prompting one to lament. The son of the Hokage remains the Hokage, while the son of the scapegoat remains the scapegoat. As Xuanye Sheng held the book in his hands, his calm, tranquil eyes belied a chilling coldness within. The events of yesterday, coupled with Hinata Saren's plight, served as a stark reminder. If he did not wish to become a pawn in someone else's game of fate, he must cultivate unprecedented strength. After breaking through the limits of his physical attributes, it appeared he could not allocate points until his willpower also surpassed its limits. Thus, his next objectives were to achieve dual breakthroughs in both physical and mental fortitude. In the days that followed, Xuanye Sheng tirelessly sought to accumulate more commoner points while simultaneously enhancing his willpower. His physical capabilities and ninjutsu skills steadily improved. He had already mastered the body flicker technique, and his proficiency with lightning release was advancing at a remarkable pace, nearing mastery of lightning release cell activation. Conversely, Uchiha Hitomi, with her superior ninjutsu talent, had already mastered lightning release cell activation, significantly boosting her speed. In stark contrast, Hinata Saren's performance plummeted. She suddenly lost all motivation. Her once pure white eyes now appeared hollow, resembling that of a mere shell. Even her favorite delicacies seemed to have lost their appeal. Xuanye Sheng empathized with Hinata Saren's despair. Upon reflection, it was not merely her fate, but that of her descendants and their descendants, forever to be controlled by the main family as slaves. A realization that was suffocatingly hopeless. Thus, simple words of comfort held no efficacy. To rekindle Hinata Saren's spirit, he needed to paint a picture of a future filled with hope and promise, as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Casting a warm yet fading glow, the forest was enveloped in a thickening gloom, mirroring Hinata Saren's somber mood, cloaked in a veil of melancholy. Bang, bang, bang. Hinata Kalen was venting her frustrations, relentlessly striking a wooden post with soft punches. Gradually, her breathing quickened, influenced by her emotions, and her strikes became increasingly chaotic, ultimately devolving into a flurry of wild blows against the post. Even as her fists broke skin and blood flowed from the exertion. Causing her immense pain, Hinata Kalen showed no sign of stopping. It seemed as though she sought to use her physical pain to mask the profound sorrow and despair within her soul. She could not comprehend how the main family could so hypocritically claim that this was for her own good, while simultaneously branding her with the curse of a caged bird. If their intention was to protect the branch family, then why did they not place the curse upon themselves? Why were the members of the main family born to positions of power, while the branch family was condemned to a life of servitude? No one could answer her questions, and as Hinata Kalen spiraled deeper into her thoughts, a dark impulse welled up within her, a desire to obliterate everything around her. Once, her pure and gentle eyes had shone brightly. Now they resembled a stagnant pool of water. After a while, she ceased her self-destructive outburst, sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, her small head buried deep in her arms, faint sobs escaping her. Who could she confide in? When even her own family had inflicted such deep wounds upon her heart, she could only silently tend to her own wounds. Just then, a slow, measured footstep echoed through the dim forest, causing the tense Hinata Kalen to abruptly halt her crying. "So, you are here, Kalen. What a sorry sight you are," came a familiar voice. Raising her head, she followed the sound and saw her classmate, Xuanye Sheng, a genius among commoners, who overshadowed his peers from the Uchiha clan. Although she had previously admired his hard work and talent, she was now in no mood for childish games, nor did she wish for her disheveled state to be seen by others. "Why are you here? Did you come looking for me?" The complex emotions swirling within her prevented Hinata Kalen from addressing Xuanye Sheng with his usual honorific, and her voice sounded cold and detached, as if to keep him at arm's length. "Indeed, I came specifically to find you." Xuanye Sheng wore a gentle smile. "Since I lost our last bet, I haven't had the chance to make good on it. Today, let me treat you to Ichiraka ramen, Kalen." Ichiraka ramen? At present, Hinata Kalen had no appetite for such things. She replied curtly, "Not interested." Xuanye Sheng seemed to have anticipated her response, grinning widely as he casually uttered a dangerously provocative statement. "Then how about we discuss this boring and twisted village?" A boring and twisted village? Hinata Kalen's gaze turned vacant, struggling to believe these words were spoken by Xuanye Sheng, who excelled in the theory exams of the Will of Fire. She looked at his silky silver hair and handsome features as if gazing at a stranger. What did he mean by that? Was he expressing dissatisfaction and rebellion against the village? As a genius, he was bound to garner attention from the village and could potentially become a renowned ninja. Why would he entertain such dangerous thoughts? Yet, hearing Xuanye Sheng speak so, Hinata Kalen found an unexpected sense of kinship with him, a complex pleasure as he voiced her innermost feelings. "You must be quite puzzled," Xuanye Sheng remarked with a smile. "Perhaps you are unaware that just yesterday, a chunin from the Uchiha clan confronted me and attacked me in public, merely because I was too close to classmate Hitomi." "What a ridiculous reason," T continued. "If I were just an ordinary civilian student, I might have been severely injured." The flicker of surprise crossed Hinata Kalen's pure white eyes. She had not anticipated that Xuanye Sheng had faced such an ordeal. However, considering the Uchiha clan's arrogant behavior, it was not entirely unexpected. But why was he sharing this with her? Xuanye Sheng wore a meaningful smile and continued, "It's hard to imagine that in this village, which champions the will of fire, various injustices abound. Privileges enjoyed by the wealthy, the dark dealings of the village's higher-ups, and the branch family system of the Hyuga clan." Upon hearing this, Hinata Kalen's breath hitched. Instinctively clenching her fists, unaware that blood was trickling from her already broken knuckles, if to further provoke her, Xuanye Sheng added, "The taste of being a slave is surely unpleasant, isn't it, Kalen?" The taut nerves within Hinata Kalen snapped like a bowstring, and she glared at Xuanye Sheng with murder in her eyes. His words trampled upon her dignity and self-respect, piercing her soul deeply. The last remnants of her rationality were engulfed by a tide of fury. In an instant, Hinata Kalen lunged forward, delivering a full-force punch aimed at Xuanye Sheng's face. Unfazed, Xuanye Sheng regarded her actions as if in slow motion. They were far too slow to pose any threat. Her frenzied, uncoordinated blows held no menace for him. Thus, he raised a single finger, effortlessly blocking her punch as if he had anticipated her attack, his stance as unyielding as a mountain. The reality of being thwarted by a mere finger was unbearable for Hinata Kalen. She cried out and unleashed one punch after another. Yet, all her efforts were effortlessly deflected by Xuanye Sheng's finger, his demeanor calm and composed. After a few attempts, seeing that Hinata Kalen remained undeterred in her futile assault, Xuanye Sheng resorted to countering her effort. With a swift motion, he pinned Hinata Kalen's entire body against the trunk of a nearby tree, immobilizing her. The sudden restraint left Hinata Kalen dazed, utterly unprepared for how easily she had been overpowered by Xuanye Sheng. She knew he had defeated Uchiha Hitomi in a practical combat class, showcasing ninja talents that surpassed those of his peers, yet she had not anticipated the chasm that had formed between them. It felt akin to an adult bullying a toddler learning to walk. Reflecting on how he had effortlessly deflected all her attacks with just a finger, Hinata Kalen could not help but ask, "How much power have you been hiding? Why are you so strong? What do you intend to achieve by concealing your abilities?" "I would like to pose the same question to you," Kalen, Xuanye Sheng countered. "In the face of the tragic fate of being branded with the caged bird seal, what do you wish to do? Or rather, what can you do?" His piercing question shattered Hinata Kalen's defenses once more, and her voice escaped her throat like a strangled cry. "Will you, a mere commoner, understand? You just see others suffering and want to play the role of a good person. But what does that amount to? Dante, make me laugh. Do not help others with such irresponsible thoughts, you fool. The moment she was marked with a caged bird seal, it signified that Hinata Kalen's life was no longer her own. From that point on, every aspect of her existence would be orchestrated by the lofty main family. Each time she witnessed the main family members enjoying the fruits of the sacrifices made by the branch family. Their blatant displays of superiority only stoked her desire to trample them beneath her feet. One must ask, when those born with privilege are stripped of their freedom and dignity like the branch family, could they endure such humiliation and despair? Xuanye Masaru listened silently to Hinata Kalen's outburst and sighed. Indeed, I cannot empathize with your current feelings that I know that helping others with irresponsible thoughts is a foolish act, likely to exacerbate the situation. Therefore, I haven't come to console you today, but rather to offer you a choice that could alter your fate. A choice? What was Xuanye Masaru talking about? Hinata Kalen's eyes filled with confusion, and she didn't even notice when he released her. Xuanye Masaru took 2 steps back, turning to face a large tree, and spoke to Hinata Kalen over his shoulder. Since the opening ceremony of the ninja school, I've been pondering a question. Is the will of fire truly correct? Instinctively, the education and indoctrination she had received since childhood urged Hinata Kalen to retort, yet she forced herself to remain silent as Xuanye Masaru continued. Undeniably, the first Hokage, known as the god of shinobi, was an extraordinary individual, single-handedly bringing peace to the warring states. However, if the will of fire's principle is to protect the innocent children, then why do so many continue to be sent to the battlefield? He went on, moreover, how can a village that promotes the will of fire, with ideals of equality, camaraderie, and paving the way for the younger generation, allow a system of de facto slavery, like the one in the Hyuga clan, to exist? Hinata Kalen opened her mouth, only to find herself utterly at a loss for any rebuttal but no. On the contrary, she found herself in complete agreement with Xuanye Sheng's radical thoughts, despite their heretical nature. How could a branch family, cursed and confined like a caged bird, genuinely love the Hyuga clan? And if one cannot even love their own family, how could they possibly cherish a village? It was only at this moment that Hinata Kalen realized how hypocritical the concept of the will of fire, which she had diligently studied at the Ninja Academy, truly was. Gradually, everything about the village filled her with profound disgust, even leading her to a sense of despair and self-abandonment. Perhaps you are right. But what can we, so insignificant, possibly do? We cannot change anything. That a bleak and desperate smile lingered on Hinata Kalen's lips. Her already dark mental landscape seemed on the verge of total silence. Simply put, she had lost the will to live. Even if she continued to exist, it would merely be as a soulless shell. Although Xuanye Sheng, with his back turned to Hinata Kalen, could not see her expression, he could sense her feelings through her tone. Did Kalen truly view herself so lowly? If you lack faith in yourself, then crack, crack. Like a colossal machine slowly starting up, the bones in Xuanye Sheng's body emitted a resonant sound. Something hidden beneath his flesh seemed to ignite in response. His muscles surged like waves, and he appeared to swell with newfound vigor. Dense, almost tangible chakra emanated from his body, enveloping him in a cloak of chakra. Complete physical liberation. 8 gates of life. Why not choose to believe in me? As his voice fell, Xuanye Sheng suddenly struck the towering tree before him with a swift punch. The dark, steep fist created visible ripples in the air. Just as his arm extended to its limit, before his fist even made contact with the trunk, the massive tree was utterly obliterated. A thunderous roar echoed. From above, it would resemble a fertile rice field being carved into by a plow, revealing a deep trench. The entire grove suddenly opened up, revealing a vast, chaotic pit shaped like a line. This was the pinnacle of Xuanye Sheng's power. The might of a single punch was terrifying. It was as if the ground had been scorched by a small-tailed beast bomb. Even standing behind Xuanye Sheng, Hinata Kalen felt her hair whipped by the fierce winds generated by his punch. Her long, jet-black locks scattering in the air like a frenzied dance of spirits. Yet at this moment, she had no desire to tame her hair. Her gaze was solely upon Xuanye Sheng, with a deep breath. Xuanye Sheng returned to his normal state, Turning around with a gentle smile in a voice filled with magnetism and allure, he said, I am strong, stronger than all my peers. In the future, I will be stronger than anyone. So, Kalen, if you do not believe you can change anything, then place all your discontent, resentment, and hopes upon me that I will show you that I can change this world. Before that, since this life is but a singular opportunity, become the protagonist of your own story. He smiled and extended his hand toward Hinata Kalen as the sun dipped below the horizon. The soft moonlight cast a silvery glow upon Xuanye Sheng, enveloping him in a gentle luminescence. In Hinata Kalen's eyes, he appeared as a little sun, radiant and warm. Thus she grasped his hand. The once silent world seemed to awaken as dawn broke, light streaming in. Her bewildered heart finally found its anchor. She suddenly felt that her future life might be governed by this boy before her. Yet, at least she was free. This was a choice she had made for herself. Compared to that loathsome family and the hypocritical village, she yearned to live authentically. Then let us strive to become the gods of the ninja world. Sheng Kun, I will silently watch over you with these cursed Byakugan. Hinata Kalen silently vowed within her heart. Chapter 22. The limits of gentle fist. A common flaw in shonen manga like Naruto is the vivid characterization of its characters, yet a baffling ignorance of societal and political intricacies. Thus, while Xuanye Sheng believed in the will of fire, anyone who has undergone the modern 9-year compulsory education and possesses sufficient awareness of society would likely dismiss such an empty and grandiose ideology. The shoreline is merely a canvas for artists. What do they know of politics? Similarly, the author is merely a novelist, understanding little of it. However, being immersed in the world of Naruto, Xuanye Sheng understood that regardless of how correct he believed his ideals to be, without absolute power, no one would heed him. Take persuading Hinata Kalen, for instance. If he had not displayed unimaginable strength, could mere words alone have easily swayed her? Please, he was not the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, whose persuasive skills were effective beyond measure. Among all the ninjutsu, Xuanye Sheng held the utmost admiration for Naruto's verbal prowess. Compared to the advantages of the Uzumaki lineage, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Ashura's chakra, the sheer absurdity of his eloquence was unparalleled. Naruto had repeatedly used his words to persuade the villainous bosses in the story, altering the plot's course and saving his comrades. Now, that was impressive. After winning over Hinata Kalen, she voluntarily shared the training methods and theoretical knowledge of Gentle Fist with Xuanye Sheng, without the slightest reservation. Upon receiving the Gentle Fist scroll, Xuanye Sheng inquired, Kalen, are you not afraid of your family discovering this? If they learn that you have entrusted me with the Hyuga clan's secret technique, you would undoubtedly face execution, but if a member of the main family were to do so, they might only face punishment. But for a branch family member, it would be seen as treason, an unforgivable sin. To this, Hinata Kalen merely smiled, her expression serene as she looked at Xuanye Sheng. That is the rule of the family, not mine. Just as a caged bird may control my life or death, it cannot dictate my will. I hope this scroll proves useful to you. That is enough. She was willing to take this risk, as long as it could provide Xuanye Sheng with even a slight advantage. Xuanye Sheng carefully stored the scroll, cautioning, remember this. Do not attempt to conceal your discontent and hatred. The more you outwardly display your dissatisfaction and resentment towards the main family, the more they will feel assured. Yes, I understand, Hinata Kalen replied, a playful smile brightening her face. Before Shinken becomes the new god of the ninja world, I will strive to live on, observing the pure and gentle sparkle returning to her pure white eyes. Xuanye Sheng smiled with satisfaction that he felt that this was the true Hinata Kalen, the one filled with hope and anticipation for life, who had often shared delicious food with her endearingly naive friend. Returning home, he closed the door and windows. Xuanye Sheng took out the Gentle Fist scroll and immersed himself in study. The Hyuga clan was renowned as the strongest clan in Konoha. One might argue that the Hyuga clan was not strong. Yet their Byakugan is hailed as one of the 3 great ocular techniques, capable of both X-ray vision and telescopic sight, boasting a 360-degree field of view, complemented by their inherited Gentle Fist taijutsu, with an exceptionally high lower limit. However, one might also contend that the Hyuga clan was indeed strong but lacked notable real combat performance. throughout the Great Ninja War, while others showcased their prowess. Not to mention the average ninja reaching 6 paths or Kage level. Various other clans exhibited remarkable feats. For instance, the Akimichi clan could transform into giants. The Yamanaka clan could communicate telepathically. The Aburame clan had an array of peculiar insects. Even the Nara clan developed a high IQ strategist persona. Yet, what of the Hyuga clan? They had little more than Niji Hyuga sacrificing himself to save his sister, in the end, with so many resurrected. This prodigy from the branch family remained lost, rendering it a tragedy that, in Xuanye Sheng's view, the Hyuga clan was rather awkward. They were strong but lacked high-end combat capabilities. This was likely due to the clan's failure to prioritize the development of the Byakugan, even imposing restrictions on the abilities of branch family members. While they might have built their own fortress, they also engaged in rampant internal strife. Yet they still claimed to be the foremost ninja clan in Konoha, which spoke volumes of their deep-rooted heritage. The Byakugan itself possessed such excellent capabilities, serving as both a telescope and an X-ray, making it an excellent choice for medical ninjutsu or the development of long-range ninjutsu. Yet, they all obstinately fixated on close combat taijutsu, a true waste of potential. However, upon further reflection, Rinquan possesses numerous admirable qualities in the eyes of Xuanye Sheng. It is noteworthy that the most formidable taijutsu in the Naruto universe, the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack of Otsutsuki Kagaya, falls within the realm of Rinquan techniques. He meticulously examined the scroll and discerned that Rinquan and Bagua Zhang share several similarities, both representing a style of martial arts steeped in Chinese cultural essence within the Naruto series. The essence of Rinquan lies in channeling one's chakra into the body of an adversarial ninja, thereby inflicting damage upon their chakra network and internal organs, given that internal organs cannot be fortified and are exceedingly fragile. Even the mightiest ninja can suffer fatal consequences when struck by Rinquan. This premise was indeed formidable in the early stages of the original work. However, as the narrative progressed, landing a blow with Rinquan became increasingly challenging. While techniques like the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, which integrate both offense and defense, demand a high caliber of chakra and physical strength. This elucidates the reason for Rinquan's lack of remarkable displays. A spark of inspiration ignited in Xuanye Sheng's eyes as countless ideas surged within his mind. In my view, it is not that Rinquan is weak, but rather that the Hyuga clan's practitioners of Rinquan are insufficiently strong. As a technique that manipulates chakra for offensive purposes, Rinquan is perfectly suited for someone like me, who possesses an abundance of chakra and exceptional physical prowess. While the 8 gates and body liberation impose considerable strain on the body, Rinquan could serve as a more suitable means of attack in my regular state. Once my body and chakra reach the requisite levels, I may well be able to unleash the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Regrettably, Hinata Kalen, as a branch family member, lacks the qualification to access the core techniques of the Hyuga clan's Rinquan. The scroll she provided is incomplete, even with Xuanye Sheng's aptitude for martial arts. He cannot instantly complete and enhance Rinquan. All of this requires time. Current status of host: Physique, 100, Limit Break, Willpower, 73, Mortal Will, Life Level, 0.5 Talent, Body Liberation, Martial Arts Enthusiast Commoner Points, 0 moreover. My willpower is also nearing its limits. I anticipate a breakthrough within a month. What new talent will that bestow upon me? Xuanye Sheng murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 23. The Quality of Chakra, a week later. On the playground of a ninja school, a group of young children, under the guidance of their teachers, engaged in physical training and basic martial arts exercises. However, Uchiha Hitomi and Xuanye Sheng were not among the ranks. One of the privileges of being a genius is the ability to autonomously arrange one's time to the maximum extent. Put it more pragmatically, the average ninja school teacher had little left to impart to them. According to Uchiha Hitomi, Nato Takuya, at over 20 years old, is still merely a chunin. What could he possibly teach me? Ahem, if Nato Takuya were to hear that, he would likely be quite enraged. Sheng, don't you find Kalen a bit peculiar? Uchiha Hitomi inquired, perched on a horizontal bar, her legs swinging naturally. In response, Xuanye Sheng, holding a comprehensive book on chakra, glanced toward Hinata Kalen on the playground. Her expression no longer bore the despondency of before. She was now animatedly conversing and laughing with her classmates. The fact that she could swiftly adjust her mindset after such occurrences speaks volumes about her psychological resilience. Uchiha Hitomi nodded in agreement, remarking that if she had faced such circumstances, she might have preferred death. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan does not adhere to such decaying customs, nor do they entertain notions of superiority over others. Xuanye Sheng's lips twitched as he regarded Uchiha Hitomi, suddenly reminded of an individual's self-introduction on the first day of school. Indeed, the Uchiha clan maintains a stance of external superiority while internally fostering equality among its members, as they equally disdain all outsiders. Naturally, this does not include those who have awakened their Sharingan, such as Uchiha Itachi, who annihilated the Uchiha clan, or Uchiha Obito, who betrayed his masters and kin. Noticing Xuanye Sheng's peculiar gaze, Uchiha Hitomi, somewhat annoyed, exclaimed, "What? Do you not agree with my statement?" No, not at all." Xuanye Sheng hastily waved his hands in denial, wary of inciting the ire of a wealthy heiress, lest his own funds be curtailed. Moreover, compared to other Uchiha students who, despite lacking Hitomi's talent, exhibited far worse attitudes, she was relatively amiable. "You seem to have been engrossed in chakra-related literature lately," Uchiha Hitomi remarked curiously. Xuanye Sheng closed his book, contemplatively responding, "Indeed, I have recently developed a keen interest in chakra." "Hitomi, what do you believe is the essence of chakra?" "Isn't it obvious? Chakra is merely energy extracted from the fusion of physical and mental energies." "You haven't forgotten even that, have you?" Uchiha Hitomi replied matter-of-factly. The knowledge of chakra had been imparted by elders in the clan long before their enrollment. While this assertion holds truth, we have already mastered chakra extraction techniques. Yet, why does the amalgamation of physical and mental energies birth chakra? Why do some chakras possess such elevated quality? If we were to introduce other forms of energy, could we potentially create unique chakra? Xuanye Sheng's inquiries plunged Uchiha Hitomi into deep thought, as she had never considered these questions before. Or rather, who among the general populace would ponder such matters when they are already satiated? The latter two questions ventured far beyond her knowledge, rendering her utterly perplexed. Observing Uchiha Hitomi lost in contemplation, Xuanye Sheng gently asserted, "Hitomi, as you pursue the path of power, do not forget to pause and explore the essence of that power. It may lead you to a new level. In Xuanye Sheng's perspective, the essence of a ninja is akin to a miniature divine tree. These miniature divine trees grow and expand their chakra, reserved through training and combat, gathering more chakra from the natural world. However, in the Naruto universe, strength is not solely determined by the quantity of chakra one possesses. Rather, the quality of that chakra is paramount. For instance, Tail Beast Chakra and Sage Chakra are levels of high-quality chakra that ordinary ninja are simply incapable of refining." Initially, Xuanye Sheng's exploration of chakra stemmed from his curiosity regarding the caged bird seal, as it too represents a utilization of chakra, and he sought a means to lift this seal. On the other hand, he aimed to discover alternative methods of refining high-quality chakra. He was acutely aware of his lack of any bloodline powers and understood that he would likely face significant disadvantages in chakra quality when confronting bloodline wielders in the future. Naturally, if refining was impossible, he would have no choice but to pursue the path of physical cultivation relentlessly. Uchiha Hitomi emerged from her reverie. She was not one to dwell on trivial matters. Since she could not comprehend it now, she decided to set it aside for the moment. By the way, the training regimen you devised for me has become quite manageable. Perhaps it is time for an update? Xuanye Sheng glanced at Uchiha Hitomi in surprise. As oh soon. "Hitomi, it seems your talent exceeds my expectations." He had anticipated that she would require 2 weeks to fully assimilate this training plan, yet she had accomplished it in merely about a week. Evidently, Uchiha Hitomi had put forth considerable effort and dedication behind the scenes. To Xuanye Sheng's words, a subtle smile graced Uchiha Hitomi's lips. Though inwardly pleased, she maintained a composed exterior as she replied, "It's all right. Do you think I should attempt weighted training now? However, Xuanye Sheng shook his head and replied, "At your current age, it is still too early for weighted training. Come by my house after school. I will devise a new training plan for you." Upon hearing they would be going to Xuanye Sheng's home, a faint blush flickered across Uchiha Hitomi's delicate features. Yet, after engaging in such activities repeatedly, she had grown accustomed to in fact. If one day Xuanye Sheng were to declare that physical examinations were no longer necessary, she might find herself feeling quite out of sorts. Uchiha Hitomi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "All right, I appreciate your help. I must admit, your training plan has indeed proven effective. Previously, I sparred with a Chunin from my clan, and he remarked that my strength has already surpassed that of the majority of Genin. At this rate of progress, I estimate I could reach Chunin level within a year." As she spoke, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Uchiha Hitomi's gaze as she looked at Xuanye Sheng. Having surpassed the majority of Genin, she had never managed to best Xuanye Sheng. What level of strength could he possibly possess? Her curiosity was piqued. Chapter 24. Breaking the Limits of Will. Absolute Domain. In a confined room, the faint sound of breathing permeated the times. The breaths quickened, imbued with a hint of shyness. After a considerable interval, Uchiha Hitomi, her face flushed, began to adjust her attire. This once aloof Uchiha prodigy now radiated an air of bashfulness. Ahem. Beside her, Jinya Masaru calmly cleared his throat, swiftly devising a new training regimen for Uchiha Hitomi. Thanks to his innate talent as a martial arts enthusiast, Jinya Masaru's training plans became increasingly efficient. While he immersed himself in crafting the new regimen, Uchiha Hitomi scrutinized Jinya Masaru's room. Although it was not her first visit, she noted its simplicity, bordering on starkness, aside from the essential living items. The most striking feature was the imposing, interconnected bookshelves that occupied half the room. The shelves were densely packed with a myriad of books, spanning diverse subjects, from astronomy to geography, and from the fundamentals of ninjutsu to theoretical knowledge, including anatomy, physics, and ninja tools. Although Uchiha Hitomi had not perused these books extensively, they were not unfamiliar to her, as most were either provided by her to Jinya Masaru or purchased with the fund she had given him. To be candid, she could not fathom why Jinya Masaru was captivated by such literature. Her clan members would likely scoff at the mere sight of it. Shouldn't a ninja be more engrossed in ninjutsu? Jinya Masaru's interest seemed somewhat misplaced. "You immerse yourself in these books daily. Do not let it hinder your training," Uchiha Hitomi advised, regaining her composure. With arms crossed and a cool tone, she continued, "Perusing these texts is one thing. But if you truly wish to enhance your strength, you must engage in more practical ninjutsu training and real combat experiences. For the Uchiha clan's ninjas, their destiny lay in battle, growing stronger through conflict and, if necessary, meeting a glorious end." Jinya Masaru recognized Uchiha Hitomi's good intentions, but did not share her perspective. "Hitomi, do not underestimate the power of knowledge. The formidable ninjutsu we know today is the result of relentless research by our predecessors." Uchiha Hitomi furrowed her brow. "Yet many of the books you read are unrelated to ninjutsu. Physics, chemistry, biology, none of these should distract you from your training." She did not wish for Jinya Masaru, a prodigy, to languish in such pursuits. Even if one day she triumphed over him, it would not yield a sense of accomplishment. Jinya Masaru turned, presenting the freshly minted training plan to Uchiha Hitomi, grinning as he said, "When you can genuinely defeat me, then you may lecture me. You." His words infuriated the proud Uchiha Hitomi. After her earnest advice, he not only dismissed her, but also mocked her. "Humph," snatching the training plan from Jinya Masaru's hands. She stormed off without a backward glance. Observing her indignant departure, Jinya Masaru had no desire to placate her. After all, such outbursts were commonplace, and she would surely return to normal by the next day. He retrieved a book on biology from the shelf and immersed himself in study. Despite the technological limitations of the Naruto world, its advancements in biology were remarkable, culminating in the development of cloning techniques. Many bloodline limits ultimately stemmed from the depths of genetic power. Although Jinya Masaru had no intention of acquiring a bloodline, perhaps through genetic enhancement, Uchiha Hitomi and Hinata Kairin could gain ancestral strength. Moreover, acquiring additional knowledge would provide another avenue for growth. Knowledge belongs to oneself. After all, what if one day the system falters, or if the resources for commoners become unattainable? Ultimately, one should not place all hopes of empowerment solely on the commoner system. Time flew by, and before he knew it, more than half a month had passed. On this particular day, Xuanye Sheng declined Uchiha Hitomi's invitation for practice, returning home early. Current status of the host: physical condition, 100 limit break achieved, willpower, 99, mortal will, life level, thorough. 5 talent, body liberation, martial arts enthusiast commoner points. 1 at last, the day of breaking through his willpower limit had arrived. Xuanye Sheng suppressed his excitement, decisively allocating points to his willpower. The commoner points flickered momentarily as his willpower surged from 99 to 100. Ding! Willpower limit broken. Talent of absolute domain awakened. In that instant, Xuanye Sheng felt as though a needle had pierced his mind, a sharp pain striking him. Yet this intense sensation was fleeting, lasting no more than a second. In its place arose an unprecedented euphoria, as he felt a warmth blossom in his forehead, his brain unusually active, every neuron seemingly rejoicing. All worries faded away, and many perplexities vanished in an instant. The torrent of information flooded his mind, and his thoughts aligned as if organized on a meticulously arranged bookshelf. He noticed a crumpled paper ball beside the trash can, precisely 2.5 centimeters from its edge, with a minimal vertical deviation of no more than 2 millimeters. Suddenly, this information surfaced in his mind without any deliberation. A number simply materialized. Xuanye Sheng paused, contemplating retrieving a ruler from the drawer to measure. As he focused, an ethereal force surged forth, expanding like a whirlpool, akin to the tumultuous waves of a vast ocean. In an instant, his intangible willpower manifested as an invisible hand. Although Xuanye Sheng had yet to lift his own hand, the ruler floated from the drawer towards him. Stunned, he grasped the ruler and measured once more, discovering the paper ball was indeed 3.5 centimeters from the edge of the trash can. On the second-to-last shelf, a bookmark was nestled within the 84th page of the Ninja World Encyclopedia. It was a book he had perused over a month ago, leaving behind a bookmark, and now he recalled the page number with clarity as his willpower converged and then dispersed throughout his brain. A profound sense of emotion welled within him. He was finally convinced he could indeed manipulate his willpower. Fixating intently, he reached out, and under the influence of his willpower, the Ninja World Encyclopedia floated into his grasp. Flipping the pages, he found that the bookmark was indeed lodged between the 84th and 85th pages. The entire experiment of breaking the willpower limit lasted nearly an hour. Xuanye Sheng closed the biology book, having nearly grasped the transformative abilities bestowed upon him by this breakthrough. The most apparent enhancement was in his cognitive abilities. Memory, thought processes, comprehension, and concentration had all undergone a qualitative leap. Previously, while he could read rapidly and retain information, he required time to digest and understand the knowledge. Now, he could assimilate new concepts in an extraordinarily short span. Additionally, his chakra control had improved significantly, surpassing that of many medical ninjas. If his previous chakra control precision was rated at 5, an average genin would be at 1, and a typical medical ninja at 8.8. This moment, his chakra control precision exceeded 12. Lastly, the most intriguing aspect was the manifestation of his willpower. Telekinesis? Universal pull? Almighty push? However, this power was still feeble, barely capable of manipulating the weight of a book, with limited practical application. After musing for a while, Xuanye Sheng turned his attention to the awakened talent of absolute domain. Much like the body liberation talent, it felt as if he had possessed the absolute domain talent from birth, with a torrent of information flooding into his mind. Absolute domain, as it were, allowed one to create a realm around oneself through formidable willpower. Within this domain, no sound or movement could escape Xuanye Sheng's perception. If the willpower of the opponent is excessively feeble, they may experience a sense of stagnation within the realm, significantly impairing their combat effectiveness. Concurrently, Xuanye Sheng's concentration within this domain will be profoundly enhanced, allowing him to enter a state of absolute calm akin to a state of selflessness. However, at present, The radius of this absolute domain can only be maintained within a 2-meter circumference centered around himself. Within this range, he can effectively restrict the opponent's combat capabilities. Conversely, if he merely employs the absolute domain as a perceptual field, its range can extend up to 100 meters. I now possess a degree of sensory ability. Though it pales in comparison to the several dozen kilometers of perception that Kagura can achieve. Nonetheless, I believe that through rigorous training, I can continually expand this domain. The potential of the absolute domain is not inferior to that of physical liberation, representing a remarkably powerful talent. However, in my view, it is the enhancement of intellect following the breaking of will limits that truly elevates my potential that I believe I could master some simple ninjutsu with just a glance. Wait, given my current mental acuity and insight, could I possibly achieve a capability akin to Kakashi's ninjutsu copying? A flicker of realization crossed Xuanye Sheng's mind, and he felt that he could indeed accomplish it. Chapter 25. 2 years' time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed that I in the Ninja Academy. The homeroom teacher of Class 3A, Naruto Takuya, stood to the side with a form in hand. Next, Xuanye Sheng, accompanied by Naruto Takuya's voice, a silver-haired youth approached the podium with remarkable composure. He stood taller than his peers, possessing a slender figure and an exceptional aura, particularly accentuated by his eyes, which seemed to harbor a galaxy within. The youth gestured with his fingers, performing a simple hand seal. Bang! A burst of white smoke erupted to the left of Xuanye Sheng, and as the smoke cleared, a doppelganger that mirrored his demeanor and movements appeared. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from several female classmates, not merely due to Xuanye Sheng's success with the shadow clone technique on his first attempt, but also because of his extraordinary looks, which ranked among the finest in the entire grade. Since breaking the limits of his physical constitution, Xuanye Sheng's entire being had been evolving towards an increasingly perfect state of life. His muscles had grown firmer, his skin more resilient yet smooth and delicate like satin, his bones harder, and all his organs stronger. In the span of 2 years, he had undergone a complete upgrade, akin to a car, enhancing everything from the engine to the transmission and chassis. His senses, hearing, vision, and smell, had also ascended to a new level that in terms of appearance and demeanor, Xuanye Sheng, with his silver hair, surpassed even the Kakashi of the original narrative. 96 points. Not bad, Naruto Takuya remarked with a slight nod toward Xuanye Sheng, jotting down the score. Internally, he mused, no wonder he is regarded as one of the 2 civilian geniuses alongside Namake's Minato, achieving success in the shadow clone technique with no apparent flaws. However, after years of teaching, he had never awarded a perfect score of 100, and this boy would be no exception. Since Xuanye Sheng's victory over Uchiha Hitomi in the practical combat class 2 years ago, he had gradually revealed exceptional talent as a ninja, even leading to rumors that he had awakened a new bloodline limit, muscle release. However, a year prior, Xuanye Sheng clarified that he had not awakened a bloodline limit, but had instead developed a unique martial art that could gradually strengthen the physical body through practice, even allowing for the partial removal of physical limitations to achieve a doubling of strength. In other words, Xuanye Sheng was a genius civilian ninja without any bloodline limits or secret techniques, relying solely on his innate talent. Logically, such a powerful martial art should attract numerous ninjas. Yet, only through genuine practice did one discover that this technique, known as muscle liberation, was rather lackluster, that it was difficult to learn, challenging to practice, and time-consuming, even inferior to the 8 gates technique. Naruto Takuya, maintaining his teacherly demeanor, offered a faint commendation before saying nothing further. Meanwhile, whispers of admiration began to circulate among some of the girls in the classroom. Sheng-kun, that's amazing. No wonder it's Xuanye Sheng. 96 points must be the highest. Many female classmates clasped their hands to their faces, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed at Xuanye Sheng on the stage. Coupled with his refined demeanor, his popularity surpassed that of Uchiha Sasuke from the original tale. Congratulations, Sheng-kun, Hinata Kairan said to Xuanye Sheng as he returned to his seat. Xuanye Sheng smiled faintly at Hinata Kairan and replied, it's nothing, just a simple shadow clone technique. With a little focus, anyone could do it. Such a trivial examination. What a waste of time, a cold voice echoed nearby, belonging unmistakably to Uchiha Hitomi. Even after 2 years, Hitomi's character remained unchanged. She struggled with interpersonal relationships and seemed out of place in class, solely passionate about becoming stronger. However, Xuanye Sheng felt grateful for Uchiha Hitomi. Whenever younger girls approached him, her indifferent yet piercing gaze often deterred them. Otherwise, merely dealing with those infatuated girls would be enough to give Xuanye Sheng a headache. He had no interest in these immature children. The world of Naruto was indeed peculiar, with 8-year-olds already contemplating romance. Lost in thought, he noticed a girl in the front row, her face flushed and seemingly mustering courage as she stammered, "Shunkin, I accidentally brought an extra bento today. Would you like to share it?" That accidental was likely quite intentional. The girl's words immediately attracted the attention of nearby classmates, including Hinata Kairin, who glanced over, and a palpable tension filled the air. Xuanye Sheng remained composed, knowing that someone would intervene. Sure enough, Uchiha Hitomi scoffed, her ink-black eyes fixated on the girl in the front row. "Xuanye Sheng will be practicing ninjutsu with me later. Looking at your figure, you can manage 2 bentos on your own. So enjoy it by yourself." Her signature sharp tongue pierced through the girl like an icicle. Phew. The girl in the front row seethed with indignation, but under Uchiha Hitomi's intimidating presence, she reluctantly turned back. Internally, she fumed. That insufferable Uchiha. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you come from a noble family. The girls observing the scene sighed in relief at the front row girl's retreat, while simultaneously bristling with indignation. That despicable Uchiha. She monopolizes him just because she sits next to him. Poor Shunkin, subjected to the tyranny of the Uchiha clan. Oh dear, my Shunkin. Xuanye Sheng, oblivious to the girl's vivid imaginations, could only guess that they harbored some feelings for him. Sigh. Sometimes, being too popular could be a burden. Thankfully, Hitomi was around. Otherwise, if he had to face these 8-year-old girls vying for attention, it would surely drive him to distraction. Xuanye Sheng, not proficient in such matters, had no idea that Uchiha Hitomi's lack of social grace among girls was partly due to him. Naturally, Xuanye Sheng's prominence also stirred discontent among some male classmates, with several boys quietly clenching their fists. That brat still knows how to steal the spotlight. I really want to give him a beating. But you can't win against him, can you? Shut up. Only Uchiha Hitomi could possibly handle that kid, and she happens to be his close friend. Since their public sparring 2 years prior, Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Hitomi had not engaged in any further duels. Many believe that after 2 years of growth, Uchiha Hitomi's performance had starkly contrasted with Xuanye Sheng's. Some even lamented, there seems to be an insurmountable chasm between civilians and nobility. Chapter 26. Connections as the noise from below escalated. With tensions rising among the girls and the boys eager to engage, homeroom teacher Nato Takuya furrowed his brow and could no longer contain himself, calling out, "Silence! Next, Uchiha Hitomi!" With that command, the class fell silent. The authority of a Chunin instructor manifesting in that moment. Furthermore, upon hearing the name Uchiha Hitomi, curiosity rippled through the students. What level of skill would this Uchiha prodigy display? Uchiha Hitomi stood up decisively, casting a glance at Xuanye Sheng before approaching the podium with a competitive spirit. Bang! Uchiha Hitomi's fingers danced gracefully before her, weaving seals with a simplicity and speed surpassing even that of Jinya's previous performance. As the white smoke dissipated, a nearly identical clone emerged. The execution of the entire process could only be described as flawless, scoring an impressive 98. Nato Takuya regarded Uchiha Hitomi with eyes full of admiration. Despite her lack of reverence for her teachers and a certain disregard for authority, it was undeniable that she was the most outstanding and gifted student he had taught since assuming his role at the Ninja Academy. Over the past 2 years, Hitomi had consistently excelled in every subject, save for the theory of the will of fire, with nearly all her results ranking first. It would not be an exaggeration to label her a multi-talented warrior. Unlike Jinya's modest demeanor, the Uchiha clan was inherently proud. Those with strength ought to showcase it, for concealing one's abilities in a timid manner was the behavior of the weak. Thus, in the eyes of most, Uchiha Hitomi was the more dazzling presence. While everyone was astonished by Uchiha Hitomi's performance, Jinya focused his attention on his personal status panel. Current status of the host. Physique, 100, 1 limit break. Wool, 100, 1 limit break. Life level, 0. 99 talent. Physical liberation, martial arts maniac, exemplary teacher, absolute domain commoner points. 108. Xuanye had initially believed that after breaking his will limit 2 years ago, he would be able to redistribute points, yet he found himself still unable to do so. Furthermore, with his physical strength reaching a certain height, he could no longer gain commoner points through daily training. This was the reason he had accumulated so few commoner points over the last 2 years. This also indicated that Xunye's physique had grown to a terrifying level, rendering even ordinary weight training ineffective. He could effortlessly withstand a 2-fold enhancement from physical liberation and could even elevate it to 3-fold or higher. As he aged and his body continued to develop, his upper limits would rise even further. However, being stuck a life level of 0.99 puzzled Xuanye. He pondered what it was that prevented him from achieving a level of 1 and completing the true evolution of life level. He had an inkling that once he reached a life level of 1, he would be able to redistribute his physique and will points once again. The talent of being an exemplary teacher was a recognition earned through Xunye's exceptional performance over the past 2 years. Deeply acknowledged by his homeroom teacher, Naruto Takuya. This talent allowed Xuanye to impart knowledge more effectively, facilitating the successful transmission of physical liberation techniques to Uchiha Hitomi, Hinata Kalen, and Might D in Xunye's mind. Both Uchiha Hitomi and Hinata Kalen were allies, while teaching Might Dai was a way to repay the favor of sharing the 8 gates technique with him. Fortunately, he had prepared for the future and had not placed all his hopes for strength enhancement solely on the system. Xuanye mused that the greatest gain from 2 years of accumulation was an abundance of knowledge. These invaluable insights and research experiences would serve as crucial foundations on his journey towards becoming a god in the ninja world. Regrettably, as an orphan and a commoner, his access to ninja world knowledge was limited. Even with Uchiha Hitomi's support, certain secret and significant knowledge remained out of reach. This deeply impressed upon Xuanye the importance of connections. For commoner ninjas, seeking a good mentor, superior, or even a close friend or partner was undoubtedly the most expedient path to significantly enhance one's strength or growth curve. For instance, the original protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, experienced a meteoric rise in power after being taken on as a disciple by Jiraiya, transforming from the underdog into a formidable ninja, earning respect even from Neji and instilling anxiety in the talented Uchiha. Sasuke, similarly, Sakura Haruno, under Tsunade's tutelage, evolved from a mere liability, a weeping child, into an independent and poised figure, ultimately gaining the unique identity of the Hokage's successor. Furthermore, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, secured his position at the age of 23 not only due to his remarkable achievements, but also owing to the political capital gained from marrying Kushina of the Uzumaki clan. A Jinchuriki, his ability to master various advanced sealing techniques likely also stemmed from the learning opportunities and technical guidance provided by his wife, Kushina. However, Xuanye did not envy them. He firmly believed that personal effort was fundamental, serving as the prerequisite for obtaining various fortuitous encounters and connections. After all, it was through his own strength that he had earned the respect of Uchiha Hitomi and Hinata Kalen. Otherwise, given Uchiha Hitomi's proud disposition, she likely would not have deemed him worthy of her notice. As for his current strength, Xunye's mind flickered with contemplation. Honestly, he himself was uncertain of the extent of his capabilities. After all, he lacked the experience of life and death battles, being merely a student at the Ninja Academy, and certainly had no intention of applying for early graduation. This was a time of ninja warfare, where both Genin and Shunin were often treated as cannon fodder, and even Jounin could find themselves in peril. With numerous unpredictable and powerful entities in the ninja world, it was a carefully considered plan for Xuanye to endure the 6 years of academy life. He could only hope to navigate these years safely according to his plan. As Uchiha Hitomi gracefully descended from the stage amid a sea of astonished gazes, she noticed her deskmate seemingly lost in thought. Entirely oblivious to her recent examination, that a surge of irritation welled up within her. Uchiha Hitomi took her seat, deliberately creating a slight commotion. Xuanye snapped back to reality, glancing at Uchiha Hitomi with mild surprise. What was this girl sulking about now? Chapter 27. Genetic research. The blazing sun cast down its searing rays. In the midst of summer, the weather was warm, yet the air was suffused with a sense of sorrow and foreboding. The brutal ninja world war raged on, but the severely injured personnel from the front lines could no longer endure and returned to the village on this fateful day. Some ninjas, despite recovering from their injuries, found themselves unable to continue as ninjas any longer on the battlefield. These grievously injured ninjas had become burdens to their comrades and needed to be escorted back to Konoha, destined to spend the rest of their lives in the village, missing limbs and enduring a diminished existence. Alongside the wounded returning in droves were the bodies of those who had already perished. Many more had long since been laid to rest on the battlefield, their bodies reduced to mere fragments and remains by ninjutsu. Ultimately, only a cold, lifeless name remained engraved upon the memorial stone. The harsh reality of war was starkly illustrated at that moment, without any orders or organization from the village's upper echelons. Many of the villagers spontaneously prepared a solemn ceremony to welcome the heroes back home. Occasionally, a naive child would shout loudly about wanting to become a hero of Konoha, only to be swiftly silenced by a reprimanding fist from a parent or elder. Too frightened to continue their outburst, they were left bewildered, wondering, is it truly wrong to aspire to be a hero of Konoha? The adults maintained a profound silence, their faces etched with an inescapable sorrow and grief. The once lively and energetic children stood bewildered, holding the hands of the adults, until they beheld the maimed and injured returning from beyond the village, seemingly encountering the brutal reality of war for the first time. Uchiha Hitomi stood among the welcoming crowd. As a princess of the Uchiha clan, even as an ordinary member, she bore the duty of greeting the returning warriors from their battles. Witnessing her clan members, who had once set forth with vigor, now returned battered and bruised, along with those who would never come back, weighed heavily upon her heart. The Uchiha clan's bloodline was steeped in a martial legacy. They were never daunted by conflict. Yet this often meant that when war arrived, the Uchiha clan, always at the forefront, suffered tremendous losses. In such moments, for reasons unknown, she instinctively searched the welcoming throng for a familiar face. A heart filled with confusion and a hint of panic desperately sought a comforting presence to rely upon. Alas, despite her repeated glances, she could not find the figure of Xuanye Sheng. 2 years had passed, and while Xuanye Sheng's residence remained unchanged, the interior had undergone a staggering transformation. It was not a luxurious villa, merely a modest abode. Yet Xuanye Sheng had managed to create a roughly 20-square-meter makeshift compartment for his research experiments. The ensuing changes rendered the resting space more cramped. The simple bed was squeezed into the corner, and inexpensive toiletries were carelessly placed outside the door, as there was little concern that anyone would steal such items. Fortunately, living alone, Xuanye Sheng could tolerate this relatively confined environment, but on the experimental desk within the compartment lay various research apparatuses. These instruments were not particularly sophisticated or expensive, merely sufficient for Xuanye Sheng's basic studies. Some equipment had even been borrowed from the school's laboratory, common items that could easily go unnoticed if a few were missing. They were akin to consumables that, in contrast, the more crucial or indispensable apparatuses were purchased with his own funds, not without the generous support of the affluent Uchiha Hitomi. Despite these humble conditions, Xuanye Sheng had made significant progress in numerous research projects. As a former enthusiast of Naruto fan fiction, Xuanye Sheng's mind brimmed with innovative ideas. One of his primary research focuses had been the genetic differences between civilian ninjas and those with bloodline limits. Conveniently, he had 2 classmates, one from the Uchiha clan and the other from the Hyuga clan, whose blood he could utilize for his studies. These were the 2 most renowned bloodline limits in Konoha. In Xuanye Sheng's view, whether it be the Sharingan or the Byakugan, all bloodline limits were merely the tangible manifestation of cellular genetics. Additionally, when new bloodline limit ninjas were born, their unique ninjutsu could, over time, influence and alter the genetic makeup of the creator. This was likely the reason bloodline limits could be inherited. With this understanding, an idea suddenly struck Xuanye Sheng. Could it be possible to facilitate the evolution of the Sharingan and Byakugan from a genetic level through gene supplementation? Based on this audacious hypothesis, Xuanye Sheng developed a burgeoning curiosity and desire to learn about genetics over the past 6 months, the IT must be said, the world of Naruto is rife with advanced technologies. For instance, there exists a cannon capable of destroying the moon. Yet there are no low-tier firearms available. Or, despite the lack of facilities for molecular biology research, cloning is achievable. The myriad of such advanced technologies compelled Xuanye Sheng, despite having been a top student in his previous life, to relearn many concepts. Different worlds necessitate an understanding of their unique laws and principles. Fortunately, after breaking through his limits, his intellect reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to absorb knowledge at an astonishing pace. In contrast to the clearly defined evolution path of the Sharingan, the Byakugan appeared to lack a straightforward progression. This led Xuanye Sheng to shift his focus to the genetics of the Byakugan. Well versed in the plot, he knew that the Byakugan did indeed possess an evolution path. The Tensigan was an upgraded version of the Byakugan, a top-tier ocular technique that could rival the Rinnegan, and perhaps even surpass it. After all, the Tensigan could manipulate the truth-seeking balls, a hallmark of Sage of 6 Paths level, a capability the Rinnegan lacked. If he could enable Hinata Kalen's Byakugan to evolve into a Tensigan, it would effortlessly resolve her caged bird curse mark, a compelling reason for Xuanye Sheng to continue his research out of course. In addition to studying the genetics of bloodline limits, Xuanye Sheng was also examining his own genetics. He was curious whether, after enhancing his civilian power system and breaking through his physical limits, his genes underwent any changes. His current physique was not inferior to that of the Uzumaki or Senju clans. Renowned for their bloodline limits, this line of research indeed revealed something intriguing to Xuanye Sheng. Unlike the aggressive nature of other bloodline limit genes, his own genes exhibited almost no invasiveness, while other bloodline limit genes found it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate his own. It was as if, in some mysterious way, his genes had been secured with a lock. Chapter 28. Challenges and contracts, a gene lock. Had his genetics been sealed away? This characteristic, which prohibited foreign gene invasion while refraining from invading other genetic cells, resembled a lock. This discovery invigorated Xuanye Sheng. The unique nature of his genes implied that he could not transplant another's genes to awaken a new bloodline limit, nor could anyone else transplant their genes into him. Was there a way to break this lock? Wait, could it be that the stagnation of his life tier at 0.99 was due to this gene lock? In an instant, Xuanye Sheng's mind sparked with countless ideas. He seemed to grasp an inspiration from the ether, breaking the gene lock and achieving the evolution of his life tier. He was almost there. What was still lacking? Furthermore, could he leverage the characteristics of his own genes? Just then, Xuanye Sheng seemed to sense something, raising his gaze towards the upper side of the wall surrounding his abode, exclaiming somewhat helplessly, "Hitomi, it appears you have developed a habit of not using the front door." The person appearing above the outer wall was none other than Uchiha Hitomi, returning from the welcoming ceremony. She stood with her arms crossed, a cool expression on her face, and replied lightly, "No, I merely happened to come from this direction." Uchiha Hitomi leaped down from the outer wall and entered the house as if it were her own, observing Xuanye Sheng once more engrossed in his myriad of vials, filled with transparent solutions containing rare plant specimens and some unidentified biological tissues. She noted the presence of various ocular organs, though she could not identify the others. She was unaware of where Xuanye Sheng had procured these research materials as she stepped into the compartment. She expressed her dissatisfaction. "You spend all your days immersed in these vials. Do not neglect your training." Xuanye Sheng, wisely choosing to bypass this age-old topic, inquired, "Has the welcoming ceremony concluded?" Based on his estimation, Uchiha Hitomi would be occupied throughout the day receiving her clan members. Although he was unclear about her specific status within the clan, it was certainly not insignificant that I left early. The thought of so many clan members sacrificing themselves on the battlefield, and many of those who returned are unable to continue as ninjas. Uchiha Hitomi's gaze fell, her mood somewhat somber. "Then I sought you among the welcoming crowd, but you were nowhere to be found. Why did you not come?" Xuanye Sheng shook his head slightly, saying, "I have no family returning from the battlefield." "Did you forget? I am an orphan. Apologies." Uchiha Hitomi fell silent for a moment. "It matters not. I am indifferent to such matters." After a brief silence, Uchiha Hitomi suddenly lifted her head to look at Xuanye Sheng, as if having made a certain resolution, and calmly stated, "I wish to apply for early graduation." Xuanye Sheng's hands, which had been manipulating the experiments, paused momentarily as he set down the test tube, slowly removed his gloves, and turned to ask, "Have we not discussed this matter before? It is best to stabilize your development, and during the 6 years at the Ninja Academy, accumulate sufficient strength before. I already possess the strength of a Chunin. Remaining at the ninja school is merely a waste of my time." Uchiha Hitomi interjected defiantly, not allowing Xuanye Sheng to finish his words. As he removed his gloves, Xuanye Sheng hung his lab coat on a nearby rack, remarking, "It seems the war has also had a considerable impact on you. Do you believe your current strength is sufficient to participate in this conflict? Are you perhaps eager to announce your existence as Uchiha Hitomi to the entire ninja world?" Uchiha Tong remained silent, yet within her obsidian eyes, there was undeniably a palpable eagerness. The Uchiha clan has never shied away from challenges. Witnessing her kin fighting valiantly on the battlefield while she languished in the Ninja Academy was a torment she could scarcely endure. "Tong, you must understand that Genin and Chunin are essentially fodder in the wars of the ninja world. Only those who achieve the rank of Special Jounin can be considered formidable. You genuinely believe yourself to be strong enough? Beyond Special Jounin, there are still Jounin and Elite Jounin, and above them lies the title of Kage. However, in the world of Naruto, the title of Kage does not exist, that I do not believe myself to be inferior to a Special Jounin. Were such words to escape the lips of a student from another ninja school, they would be deemed boastful and ignorant. Yet when spoken by Uchiha Tong, they would evoke astonishment and doubt. Could she truly possess the strength of a Special Jounin? Xuanye Sheng had no doubt regarding Uchiha Tong's confidence that in the original narrative, Kakashi became a Genin at 5, a Chunin at 6, and a Jounin at 12. There was no reason Uchiha Tong, aided by Xuanye Sheng, could not achieve such rapid growth in this lifetime. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities, Tong. Xuanye Sheng stepped out from the narrow confines of the room and addressed Uchiha Tong. "I recall a year ago, we discussed the possibility of your early graduation, and we made an agreement. Should you defeat me, I would no longer oppose your early graduation. Now, you bring this matter up again." The two sets of dark eyes silently locked onto each other. And after a moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of Xuanye Sheng's mouth. "Are you indeed confident in defeating me?" Uchiha Tong met Xuanye Sheng's gaze, and in that moment, silence spoke volumes. Xuanye Sheng chuckled lightly, suddenly blinking and saying, "Speaking of which, we haven't sparred in quite some time. Let me witness your growth during this period." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tong's delicate face grew serious as she declared, "From this day forth, I shall surpass you officially, Xuanye Sheng." The earnestness in her demeanor was as if she were proclaiming a prophecy destined to come true. Observing the self-assured Uchiha Tong, though Xuanye Sheng was perplexed by the origin of her confidence. He shrugged, rubbing his fingers together, and said, "Since we are to spar, why not add a little incentive? Coincidentally, my experimental research has hit a bottleneck. I require a larger laboratory and more expensive equipment." Before Xuanye Sheng could finish, Uchiha Tong waved her hand grandly, exclaiming, "As long as you defeat me, I will provide you with all the funding and facilities you need for your experiments. On the condition that you can win against me." "All right, it's a deal." Xuanye Sheng beamed a radiant smile, regarding Uchiha Tong as though she were a lamb awaiting slaughter, perhaps due to the predatory glint in Xuanye Sheng's eyes. Uchiha Tong swiftly darted past him, leaving behind a remark. "This place is too confined. I'll be waiting for you at our usual spot on the back mountain." Chapter 29, Sharingan, behind the Ninja Academy. In a secluded and desolate clearing, Uchiha Tong and Xuanye Sheng stood facing each other. Time seemed to rewind to 2 years prior during their practical lessons, yet this time, it was Uchiha Tong who assumed the role of challenger. Over the span of 2 years, Uchiha Tong had grown significantly taller, exuding an air of graceful poise. Despite still bearing a youthful countenance, her gaze had become increasingly sharp and aloof. Upon reflection, apart from her close association with Xuanye Sheng, Uchiha Tong had not cultivated any other friendships. She was not in a rush to challenge him, her cold eyes fixed upon him. "Do you truly intend to spend 6 years at the Ninja Academy? With your abilities, you have surely gleaned all that the school has to offer by now. I have previously articulated my reasons. Firstly, should I apply for early graduation, I would officially become a genin, and my stipend would cease, leaving me to fend for myself through missions. Secondly, we are in a time of war. Should the front lines require my assistance, I would have no right to refuse. For Xuanye Sheng, applying for early graduation would mean relinquishing a significant amount of free time, preventing him from pursuing his experimental research as freely as he currently does. Uchiha Tong's displeasure was evident as she retorted coldly. When did you start caring about money? Haven't I always supported you? I ask you, are you afraid of war? Ahem. What do you mean by saying I rely on you? Only the ignorant would lack reverence for war, unless one possesses the power to turn the tide. The difference between one more genin or one less on the battlefield is negligible. Gazing into Xuanye Sheng's calm, water-like eyes, Uchiha Tong felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Recalling the scene welcoming her clan members home today, she huffed. If that is the case, let us determine the truth through our actions. Should I win, you will accompany me in graduating early. No problem. Should you lose, do not forget our wager. The glimmer of light flickered in Uchiha Tong's eyes. Her training had been arduous, far beyond what a frivolous character like Xuanye Sheng could match. She grasped a kunai in each hand, her body leaning slightly forward as she entered a combat stance. Before her, Xuanye Sheng stood with one hand behind his back, the other palm facing forward, beckoning Uchiha Tong. Come. Whoosh. Almost as soon as Xuanye Sheng's words fell, Uchiha Tong's figure surged forward. Compared to 2 years prior, her speed had transcended multiple tiers. Over these 2 years, in gratitude for the wealthy patron's generous support, Xuanye Sheng had withheld no knowledge, imparting every method to enhance her strength. Some newly developed techniques were even first experienced by her. Among them, the activation of lightning release cells had been mastered by Uchiha Tong a year ago, and with the initiation of physical liberation techniques. Her speed far surpassed that of an ordinary chunin. The two kunai transformed into mere afterimages, darting towards Xuanye Sheng from either side. Xuanye Sheng effortlessly batted the kunai away, his eyes still fixed intently on Uchiha Tong's figure. The metallic kunai collided against Xuanye Sheng's fingers, producing a resonant clang akin to metal striking metal. This was a newly developed ability since Xuanye Sheng acquired the talent for physical liberation. It temporarily rendered a part of his body as hard as iron, augmented by chakra, creating an effect akin to that of chakra-infused metal. In other words, the hardened body part could be perceived as an incredibly resilient chakra weapon. After deflecting the two kunai, Xuanye Sheng's gaze flickered, his index and middle fingers coming together, abruptly slashing downward. The chakra enveloping his fingers surged explosively, and a faint glow extended half an inch from the tips. Concentrating chakra, he unleashed a thunderous explosion at a specific point, showcasing his formidable chakra control. This strike cleaved through the defenses of Uchiha Tong's kunai, the sharpness of his fingertips grazing her chest. Bang! In an instant, Uchiha Tong's figure dissipated into smoke. This was merely a shadow clone. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Uchiha Tong had somehow maneuvered to Xuanye Sheng's flank, and the next moment, a massive fireball materialized out of thin air. A wave of intense heat rushing towards him. Xuanye Sheng remained unfazed, exerting force beneath his feet, propelling himself effortlessly over 10 meters to evade the direct assault of the grand fireball. Though fire techniques in the Naruto world rarely resulted in fatalities, one must still maintain appearances. Avoiding harm was preferable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, 7 or 8 shurikens spiraled forth from the grand fireball. Enveloped in searing heat, completely encircling Xuanye Sheng from all angles. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the tails of these shuriken were connected by nearly invisible threads. A moment's carelessness could lead to being caught by their altered trajectories. The combination of ninjutsu and shuriken was executed admirably. Xuanye Sheng chuckled lightly, advancing rather than retreating, his arm transforming into a blur as he surged forward, tracing lines through the air with a sound like slicing through the void. The 7 or 8 shuriken, each aimed with precision, were effortlessly deflected by Xuanye Sheng in an instant. Sizzle! Almost simultaneously, as Xuanye Sheng intercepted the shuriken, Uchiha Tong's figure flickered to appear behind him. The kunai poised against his back, a smirk playing at her lips. I win. Uchiha Tong's eyes sparkled. This was the first time she had bested Xuanye Sheng in their sparring sessions. Yet before she could revel in her victory for even a few seconds, Xuanye Sheng, still turned away from her, remarked blandly, "Is that so?" Bang! In the blink of an eye, the figure of Xuanye Sheng transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Uchiha Tong stood frozen in place, a flicker of incredulity evident in her eyes. Shadow clone. How could she have failed to notice when it happened? It was inconceivable. Uchiha Tong had always possessed utmost confidence in her eyesight, yet she found herself utterly bewildered by how Xuanye Sheng had managed to perform the shadow clone technique right before her eyes. Before Uchiha Tong could gather her wits, a sudden rush of wind whooshed past her. Almost instinctively, she crossed her arms, twisting her upper body with force, and raised her arms in defense, despite her efforts. She was still struck by a powerful kick to her arm, the force of which sent her flying in midair. She executed a backflip, utilizing her skill to absorb the impact, and skidded across the ground, leaving a long trail before finally coming to a halt. Excellent. As expected, the target I have pursued all along. You have not disappointed me, Sheng. Uchiha Tong's voice rang out with enthusiasm, a hint of excitement lacing her words, even though she remained perplexed about when Xuanye Sheng had executed the shadow clone technique. Your progress is commendable as well, Tong. The strength of an elite Chunin is generally limited to this level, Xuanye Sheng remarked, acknowledging Uchiha Tong's prowess. Uchiha Tong took a moment to steady her breath, massaging her sore arm. Her head bowed, obscuring her expression from view. Is that so? Just the level of an elite Chunin? Then what about now? As Uchiha Tong lifted her head again, her crimson eyes were revealed that it was the Sharingan, a double Tomo Sharingan. Chapter 30. Chidori versus Rasengan. Upon gazing into Uchiha Tong's crimson eyes, Xuanye Sheng fell silent. A closer inspection revealed that her previously jet-black pupils had transformed into a vibrant scarlet, each pupil adorned with two black tomo, resembling tadpoles. No wonder Uchiha Tong seemed somewhat off today. Although her demeanor was typically haughty, her emotional fluctuations had never been this pronounced. Today, she appeared undeniably impulsive. When did you awaken your eyes? Xuanye Sheng inquired. Today, as our clan members returned from war, it happened quite suddenly. Uchiha Tong replied expressionlessly, as if the activation of her Sharingan was merely a matter of course, not something to boast about. I have heard that the awakening of the Sharingan requires profound emotional stimulation, which is why the Uchiha clan is often referred to as the clan of love. It seems this notion holds some truth. With Uchiha Tong's Sharingan activated, Xuanye Sheng could distinctly sense a mysterious and perilous chakra emanating from her. The Tomo Sharingan possessed formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. Its wielder had an extraordinary perceptive capability, able to observe chakra flow, cast and see through jinjutsu, and replicate ninjutsu and non-bloodline limit techniques. After undergoing rigorous training under Xuanye Sheng's regimen, Uchiha Tong had already honed her reflexes and dynamic vision. Now, with the activation of her double Tomo Sharingan, even Uchiha clan members with triple Tomo Sharingan would find it difficult to outmatch her. No wonder she exuded such confidence for this spar. Xuanye Sheng could clearly perceive that Uchiha Tong's demeanor was shifting from haughty to brazen after activating her Sharingan. Much like Uchiha Sasuke after activating his Manjiki Sharingan, who felt invincible before facing a humiliating defeat, it appeared that Uchiha Tong was in need of a similar awakening. Sheng, now that I've activated my Sharingan, how will you respond? Uchiha Tong said coldly, her eyes narrowing at Xuanye Sheng as she initiated her Jinjutsu. In the next instant, Xuanye Sheng felt a dark chakra invade his mind. Before he could react, it was obliterated by his formidable willpower, dissipating like a cow sinking into the sea. Accompanying this was a muffled grunt from Uchiha Tong, who felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Observing this, Xuanye Sheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Tong, a sincere piece of advice. Do not recklessly employ Jinjutsu on me. It is futile that in almost an instant, he realized that Uchiha Tong had just attempted to use the Jinjutsu of her Sharingan on him, only to suffer a backlash after surpassing the limits of his will. Xuanye Sheng had become nearly immune to Jinjutsu. Using it against him would only lead to a self-inflicted wound. Your mental fortitude is as monstrous as your physical prowess. After a moment, Uchiha Tong managed to utter those words, her confidence soaring after awakening her Sharingan. Yet, the first unexpected use of her Jinjutsu resulted in her own misfortune, which was infuriating. Not finished yet, Uchiha Tong exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals, then thrusting one hand downward. Forming a grasping motion in an instant. Electric sparks crackled, the air resonating with a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds chirping, echoing through the forest. Xuanye Sheng's pupils contracted as he recognized the technique. It was the renowned Chidori. He had previously only casually mentioned the concept of Chidori to Uchiha Tong, never expecting her to actually manifest the technique. This jutsu combined chakra nature transformation with form alteration, far exceeding what an ordinary Chunin could master. It must be said, Uchiha Tong is indeed a prodigy. Chidori. As the lightning chakra took shape in her palm, Uchiha Tong charged towards Xuanye Sheng with incredible speed. The potent lightning chakra invigorated her body, elevating her speed to its peak. As her velocity surged, the might of Chidori escalated to its utmost limit. Coupled with her double Tomo Sharingan, she locked onto Xuanye Sheng with an unstoppable piercing force. Faced with such an onslaught, the average person would find it impossible to evade, let alone react. Xuanye Sheng had no intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his right fist and struck the ground with force. Boom! With that punch, the earth trembled as if it were mere tofu, shattering into countless fragments, the shock wave propelling forward. The ground before his fist was torn asunder, sending a flurry of gravel and stones hurtling toward Uchiha Tong. This technique, which combined brute strength with soft strikes, was what Xuanye Sheng referred to as the explosive fist, gathering a massive amount of chakra into his fist and compressing it to its limit. The chakra would rebound like a spring at the moment of impact, unleashing devastating explosive power. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly. This was the first time Uchiha Tong had witnessed Xuanye Sheng execute such a technique, and its overwhelming power utterly obliterated her footing. The Tomo in her Sharingan spun wildly as she focused intently, using the airborne stones as stepping stones to continue her assault toward Xuanye Sheng. Despite sustaining minor cuts from the unavoidable debris, Uchiha Tong paid them no mind. Her gaze was solely fixed on Xuanye Sheng. I intended to disrupt Uchiha Tong's footing to thwart her Chidori, but unexpectedly, she found an alternative path forward. Xuanye Sheng was taken aback at Uchiha Tong's determination to unleash this Chidori despite her injuries. Sensing her resolve, a flicker of seriousness crossed his face. Rasengan, without any hand seals. A rotating blue sphere of chakra coalesced in the palm of Xuanye Sheng's right hand. This signature jutsu of the original protagonist was one Xuanye Sheng had long since mastered. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, who required the assistance of shadow clones, Xuanye Sheng's exceptional chakra control allowed him to effortlessly perform the Rasengan with one hand. Bang! Like a fateful collision, the Rasengan and Chidori clashed. Chapter 31. Move into my home with a force akin to a meteor striking the earth. The tremendous impact radiated outward from the center of their palms. Point one was a hasty concoction of the Rasengan, while the other surged forth with the might of thunder, propelling itself as Chidori. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Tong held a distinct advantage. Indeed, the outcome was as expected. Both combatants staggered back several meters. Aside from the prior scrapes, Uchiha Tong's right hand remained relatively unharmed. In contrast, Xuanye Sheng's right hand was dripping with blood. Clearly injured, Uchiha Tong panted heavily, her Sharingan returning to its normal state. Maintaining the activation of her Sharingan during combat was still a considerable strain on her, especially with the significant chakra expenditure required for that last Chidori. Though she had gained the upper hand in their clash, Uchiha Tong displayed no signs of elation. Biting her lip, she confronted Xuanye Sheng, demanding, "Who told you to hold back?" She is hardly a fool. In the moment when her Chidori clashed with his spiraling sphere, she distinctly sensed that he had deliberately restrained his power and altered his direction, resulting in her own sharp Chidori wounding her. Xuanye Sheng chuckled nonchalantly, remarking that such a minor injury was inconsequential to him. especially considering she had forgotten his proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Come now, let's continue. However, to his surprise, Xuanye Sheng chose not to press the attack further and simply stated, "There is no need to continue. I concede. Please heal your wounds." At this juncture, Xuanye Sheng had achieved a notable calmness. Despite the injury to Xuanye Sheng's right hand, his combat effectiveness remained largely unaffected, while her chakra reserves were dwindling. Moreover, she was aware that Xuanye Sheng still had secret techniques at his disposal. A green glow of chakra illuminated Xuanye Sheng's palm as he activated the medical ninjutsu, healing palm technique. Since Xuanye Sheng had already acknowledged her defeat, she realized that delaying treatment for her arm would lead it to heal improperly. Xuanye Sheng's exposure to numerous ninjutsu, including medical techniques, was largely due to the endless supply of scrolls provided by Xuanye Sheng, which were not accessible in the Ninja Academy's library. Now Xuanye Sheng had mastered various medical ninjutsu, such as the healing palm technique, healing arts, hemostasis, and chakra scalpel, and he had integrated them seamlessly. In fact, what was typically challenging for others, the medical ninjutsu, came effortlessly to Xuanye Sheng, as if these techniques had been tailor-made for him. Medical ninjutsu fundamentally requires yang-type chakra, and Xuanye Sheng's formidable physique endowed him with an abundance of such chakra. The so-called healing chakra consists of fine and concentrated chakra, and controlling it with precision is quite challenging, requiring more chakra than the coarse type. For instance, if controlling coarse chakra demands 1 unit, medical ninjutsu requires 3 units. Fortunately, Xuanye Sheng possessed ample chakra and exhibited exceptional control. The explosive fists he had previously unleashed utilized healing chakra, akin to Tsunade's monstrous strength technique. Observing Xuanye Sheng adeptly employing medical ninjutsu to heal himself, Xuanye Sheng's eyes flickered with surprise. The once hapless ninjutsu practitioner was now effortlessly wielding complex medical techniques. This individual not only boasted an extraordinary physique, but also possessed formidable willpower and mental fortitude, evidenced by the failure of her Sharingan Jinjutsu against him times. Xuanye Sheng found herself pondering, is Xuanye Sheng truly an ordinary civilian ninja, or is it possible for an ordinary person to possess such an exceptional combination of physical and mental prowess? Reflecting upon his studious demeanor over the past 2 years, she wondered if the power of knowledge was indeed that formidable, capable of elevating an ordinary civilian above the geniuses of bloodline limit clans. What about your shadow clone technique? Xuanye Sheng, hearing her inquiry, offered a faint smile. Allow me to demonstrate it once more. In an astonishingly swift motion, he formed hand seals with 1 hand, completing the seals for 2 techniques in the blink of an eye. Xuanye Sheng's eyes widened. With her exceptional battle IQ, she quickly grasped the situation, gazing at Xuanye Sheng in disbelief. He had managed to execute the body replacement technique and the shadow clone technique almost instantaneously, using the former to obfuscate his actions while successfully performing the latter. Although the Sharingan could see through the body replacement technique, it could not penetrate the shadow clone technique, a ninjutsu specifically devised by the second Hokage to counter the Uchiha clan. Xuanye Sheng furrowed her brow in disbelief. While she was familiar with both techniques, what truly astonished her was Xuanye Sheng's speed in forming hand seals, one-handed and faster than the traditional 2-handed method. It was utterly absurd. Your finger speed is not something an ordinary person can achieve, is it? I know you've always been swift, but this is simply outrageous. Xuanye Sheng jested. Perhaps my fingers are just particularly nimble. You know, my motor skills are quite exceptional. The conversation was far from satisfactory for Xuanye Sheng, who regarded him with a cool, skeptical gaze, silently observing him without uttering a word. Soon, Xuanye Sheng conceded, explaining, "We all understand that forming hand seals is essentially a means of controlling chakra. The speed at which one forms seals can directly reflect a ninja's understanding and proficiency with their techniques." Xuanye Sheng nodded slightly, acknowledging his point, only to hear him continue. "For someone like me, who has a profound understanding of ninjutsu, I can simplify the sealing process. Did you not notice that I utilized 2 fewer hand seals for the body replacement technique?" Reflecting on it, Xuanye Sheng realized he was indeed correct. Her earlier oversight stemmed from Xuanye Sheng's astonishing speed, which had prevented her from fully observing the process. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanye Sheng continued his familiar discourse. Tong, as I've always said, the true power belongs to you only when you comprehend the essence of strength. The Sharingan is indeed formidable, but do not become ensnared by this power. Uchiha Tong refrained from disputing him. In the past, she might have dismissed such sentiments, but today, even with her Sharingan activated, she found herself outmatched by Xuanye Sheng. She began to contemplate what truly constituted her own strength and how mastering the essence of that power could elevate her to new heights. Observing Uchiha Tong lost in thought, Xuanye Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that his words held weight in her mind. After a moment, he broke the silence with a playful grin. So, Tong, about our wager. At his words, Uchiha Tong snapped back to reality, glancing at him before turning away. Leaving him with her back, a wager is a wager. Starting tomorrow, you shall move into my home. So your way of fulfilling the wager is for me to relocate to your house. Xuanye Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Watching as Uchiha Tong quickened her pace, as if pursued by a ferocious wolf, that he mused, is Tong feeling shy? Yet, the thought of moving weighed heavily on him. Recalling the cramped living conditions, he resolved firmly, move. There's a necessity. What's the worst that could happen? Chapter 32. The free-flying bird. Bang! 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 Hinata Kalen's gentle fist relentlessly struck the wooden post, producing a dull thud with each impact. The resilient wooden pillars seemed barely able to withstand the force of her blows. With pronounced indentations marking the surface that on weekends, when a ninja academy was on break, Hinata Kalen showed no signs of leisure. She remained diligently at home, training with intensified fervor. Unlike other ninja clans, the Hinata clan exhibited a stark distinction between the main family and the branch family. Even residing in separate quarters, typically, members of the main family seldom mingled with their branch family counterparts, as the latter were expected to complete assigned tasks without fostering any emotional attachments, much like a tool. However, this separation provided Hinata Kalen ample freedom to focus on her training. Her talent was unparalleled within the branch family. She had already mastered the 8 trigrams 32 palms, while the advanced techniques like 8 trigrams 64 palms and the heavenly spin were reserved exclusively for the main family. Nonetheless, Hinata Kalen held no resentment towards this. She believed that the physical liberation technique taught by Xuanye Sheng was far superior. Indeed, among all who had been instructed in the physical liberation techniques by Xuanye Sheng, Hinata Kalen was the most gifted, demonstrating profound mastery. While others were merely beginning to enhance their muscle control, she had already acquired the ability for localized physical liberation. This was an exceptionally formidable talent. Reflecting the sweat and dedication she had invested, of course, her physical limitations meant that her potential for further mastery of physical liberation was nearing its peak, unless her physique underwent a significant transformation in the future. Even so, for someone dedicated to physical techniques like Hinata Kalen, her combat prowess had undoubtedly ascended to a new echelon. Her exceptional talent was evident. Not only did the branch family harbor high hopes for her, but even the main family held considerable expectations. Generally, in bloodline limit clans, intermarriage was prevalent, and for the Hinata clan, which placed great importance on the Byakugan, this tradition was upheld rigorously. An outstanding branch family female like Hinata Kalen would be a commendable choice. Whether as a guardian for the main family, or as a promising mother for future heirs, such a fate had been sealed the moment the caged bird curse mark was inscribed on her forehead. Even Hinata Kalen herself had begun to accept her predetermined destiny, had it not been for that man extending his hand. Every time she recalled the events of that day, she could feel her heart racing, a powerful testament to her vitality. Kalen, do not train too hard. Take a break. The voice that rang out belonged to Hinata Chia, the mother of Hinata Saren, a gentle woman with a serene smile adorning her lips as she brought forth a bowl of fruit. Mother, I am aware, Hinata Saren replied respectfully, pausing to wipe the sweat from her brow. Observing her remarkably accomplished daughter, Hinata Chia could not help but reveal a proud and elated smile. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Not long ago, someone from the clan visited. They wish for you to become a maidservant to attend to the daily needs of the young master Hinata Nazashi, and perhaps even serve as his personal guard in the future. This is a great honor for someone of your branch, Hinata Saren. Gazing at her mother's face that radiated a sense of shared glory, momentarily froze before lowering her head and obediently replying. "I understand." She realized that her mother's words were already veiled in delicacy. This was not merely a request from the clan, but an edict, a notification of her destined path, leaving no room for negotiation. Over the past 2 years, Hinata Saren had witnessed numerous branch family members who had attempted to defy the clan, only to be tormented by the curse of the caged bird, resulting in their suffering and demise. She had come to a profound understanding of the disparity in status between the clan and the branch family. Hinata Che extended a piece of cut fruit to her daughter, beaming as she said, "The young Master Nazashi is the most gifted ninja in our clan in recent years. At merely 13, he has already gained some renown as a chunin, and the clan members believe that upon reaching adulthood, he will ascend to the rank of jonin." Hinata Saren accepted the fruit, her head bowed as she slowly chewed, seemingly lost in the enjoyment of the food, her pure white pupils betraying no signs of emotional turmoil. After a lengthy monologue, Hinata Chie sighed deeply and earnestly advised, "Saren, you must never harbor resentment towards the clan. They act in consideration of the greater good, for the brighter future of the Hinata family. As you know, our clan's Byakugan has always been coveted by outsiders. Viewed from another perspective, the cage bird is not merely a curse, but a means of protection for our branch family. One day, you will understand." In her former self, Hinata Saren might have been unable to resist a rebuttal. Then why is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan also coveted? Why is there no distinction between clan and branch among them? However, the current Hinata Saren merely nodded numbly, acquiescing to her mother's views. She bore no resentment towards her mother. In fact, she speculated that her mother, in her youth, perhaps harbored many rebellious thoughts akin to those of the dissenting branch members. Habit truly is a terrifying force. After 2 or 3 decades of relentless oppression, one may relinquish their dignity and become subservient. Thus, she held no blame towards her mother. Were she in the same position? Having been immersed in traditional ideology for so many years, she too would likely transform into a mere tool obediently following the clan's commands. "That I understand, mother. Rest assured, I will continue my training," Hinata Saren said calmly. Returning to the wooden post to resume her rigorous practice, she recalled a conversation from 2 years prior with that man. She felt fortunate that fate had introduced her to Xuanye Masaru, for it was he who taught her that destiny must always be seized by one's own hands, that if one day your fate is stolen, you must reclaim it yourself. In passing, Xuanye Masaru had once remarked, "There exists a bird that cannot be caged. Every feather it possesses gleams with the radiance of freedom." This notion ignited a yearning within Hinata Saren. "Masaru, I eagerly await the day you become the god of the ninja world. During this time, I too shall strive to break free from the confines of my cage, and one day, I will soar alongside you as a liberated bird." Chapter 33. Fate After a Torrential Downpour. The courtyard was left with traces of rain, and old trees swayed in the wind, appearing somewhat helpless and desolate. The teacup on the low table emitted wisps of steam, and the room was enveloped in silence. Hinata Saren sat upon the tatami mat, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, her mother, Hinata Che, hurried in. "Lord Nazashi has arrived, Saren. Those from the branch family, named to serve as guards for the clan, do not assume their roles directly. They must first undergo a brief training period. Lord Nazashi, being the younger brother of the clan's heir, naturally assumes this responsibility. Though referred to as training, it is essentially a psychological preparation." Hinata Saren approached the door and spotted a cool, aloof young man with a forehead protector. "Lord Nazashi," she called. Hinata Nazashi turned, briefly appraising Hinata Saren before gesturing for her to follow. Silently trailing behind Hinata Nazashi, Hinata Saren mused, "This younger brother of the clan's heir possesses a rather frigid demeanor, reminiscent of my own eyes at a prestigious family of Konoha." The Hinata clan adhered to numerous cumbersome rules, with a strict hierarchy between the clan and branch families, leaving little room for leniency. Thus, as Hinata Nazashi led Hinata Saren to the residence of the clan, she felt her body tense slightly, her focus sharpening. Observing the other branch family maidservants, servants, and guards, she felt an overwhelming sense of fate permeating the entire Hinata clan. Unbeknownst to her, Hinata Nizashi guided her to a secluded chamber within the clan's premises. As the door to the chamber swung open, light flooded into the dimly lit room, following Hinata Nizashi inside. Hinata Seren's nostrils flared, catching the scent of wood in the air, while her eyes fell upon a series of exquisitely crafted wooden boxes arranged neatly on a shelf. Each box, intricately designed and made from fine materials, bore a label with a name inscribed upon it. Hinata Nizashi stepped forward, casually selecting one of the boxes. Upon reading the name inscribed upon it, he handed it to Hinata Seren. Bewildered, she accepted the box and discovered it bore the name Hinata Takushu. Hinata Takushu, an elite jonin of the branch family, had achieved great feats during the Second Shinobi World War. His Byakugan had aided his comrades in securing numerous victories upon the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Unfortunately, he had sustained grave injuries from a sand ninja's puppet during a battle, and upon returning to the village, he was already poisoned to the marrow, leaving even Lady Tsunade powerless to save him. Hinata Nizashi calmly recounted the story of a predecessor from their clan. Only then did Hinata Seren grasp the purpose of this chamber. It served to store the Byakugan accumulated by the Hinata clan throughout generations. Opening the box, she found a glass container filled with a transparent solution, a sealing talisman affixed to its exterior. Within, a pair of entirely white eyeballs floated, appearing pallid and hollow, devoid of vitality, sending a shiver down her spine. Once she closed the box and returned it to its place, Hinata Nizashi presented another box to her. This one also bore a name, Hinata Hidehiko. Hinata Hidehiko had once been a renowned prodigy within the clan, achieving the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 22. During a special mission, he had forced his way through enemy lines to deliver crucial information to the village, sustaining severe injuries that ultimately led to significant health issues, resulting in his passing 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, Hinata Seren began to understand Hinata Nizashi's intentions. Indeed, after placing the box back on the shelf, he gazed into Hinata Seren's eyes and stated, "The Byakugan stored here belong to individuals who were the pillars of our village and clan, that I hope you will inherit their legacy and lead the Hinata clan to even greater glory." Inheriting their resolve as mere tools, Hinata Seren felt a heaviness in her heart. The thought of these valiant contributors to the village, who had shed blood and sweat, being deprived of their eyes and sealed away in unlit boxes, was nothing short of ironic. Ultimately, she was merely an 8-year-old child, struggling to conceal her emotions. Thus, she boldly met Hinata Nizashi's gaze, seemingly driven by innocent curiosity, but harboring deeper emotions as she inquired, "Then, will Lord Nizashi's Byakugan also be stored here after your death?" In response, Hinata Nizashi displayed no overt emotional reaction. His gaze shifted slightly, and he replied in a calm tone, "That depends on whether I perish on the battlefield or succumb to the natural course of life within the village. If a member of the Hyuga branch family were to perish on the battlefield, their Byakugan would be self-destructed by the caged bird curse mark. Only those who die within the village are afforded the honor of having their Byakugan extracted by the main family beforehand." Hyuga Kairan suddenly realized that the youth before her, though esteemed as the younger brother of the main family's heir, was fundamentally no different from herself. Both were marked as branch family members under the caged bird curse. Following the gaze of Hyuga Nikara, Hyuga Kairan's attention was drawn to a storage table situated at the deepest part of the secret chamber. Unlike the other crowded shelves, this table boasted only a handful of exquisitely crafted wooden boxes, each distinct in its elegance. These few boxes, stored together, seemed akin to exalted monarchs presiding over their subjects, in stark contrast to the boxes above on the shelves. Without needing Nikaira to elaborate, Kairan understood that these must be the eyes of the main family. After silently observing for a moment, she inquired, "Lord Nikaira, what exactly distinguishes the eyes of the main family from those of the branch family?" This time, her tone lacked the previous antagonism directed at Nikaira. Infused instead with a hint of confusion, the response came in the form of silence. Despite Nikaira's back being turned, obscuring his expression, Kairan surmised that his demeanor was anything but tranquil. After a long pause, Nikaira replied calmly, "As long as these eyes are not on a person, there is no difference." Then, without waiting for Kairan to respond, he added somewhat disinterestedly, "Come, I shall take you to meet my brother." With that, Nikaira led Hyuga Kairan out of the secret chamber. Just before departing, Chiron cast a lingering glance at the wooden boxes, then steeled her emotions to follow Nakaira, preparing to meet the main family's heir she was destined to serve. "Brother, I have brought her," Nakaira announced at the door to the room. Nakaira, have you had lunch yet? Come, let us eat together," came the voice of Xuanye Sheng from within the study. Nakaira's gaze flickered. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I have some branch family matters to attend to later, so I shall not impose on you any longer, brother." In that moment, the previously composed Nakaira appeared somewhat flustered as he withdrew. With Nakaira's departure, only Chiron and Xuanye Sheng remained. "Please, come in," Chiron said, opening the door. She removed her shoes at the threshold and stepped in quietly, observing Nizu seated at his desk, engrossed in reading. "Lord Nizu, I am Chiron, your newly appointed attendant," she stated with utmost respect. Chiron was no stranger to the name Xuanye. He was a renowned genius chunin within the clan and throughout the entire Konoha village. Once he came of age and inherited the position of clan leader, he was destined to become one of the most prominent figures in the village. Fate, it seemed, was inherently unfair. Some were born extraordinary, their veins coursing with noble blood. Chiron had not anticipated becoming Nizu's attendant, yet upon reflection, it seemed fitting. After all, a branch family genius serving the heir of the main family was only natural. Noticing her presence, Nizu did not lift his gaze from the book, muttering to himself, "Nakaira has once again declined my invitation. Since the branching, he has not shared a meal with me in quite some time. I remember when we were younger, he was so attached to me that we grew up together, played together. In his heart, I was his beloved elder brother, and he was my cherished younger brother." Chiron listened quietly, refraining from offering any opinions, dutifully remaining a listener. Suddenly, Nizu paused mid-sentence, lifting his head to glance at Chiron, whose pure white pupils met his gaze. He unexpectedly asked, "Do you harbor resentment towards the main family?" Chiron was taken aback for a moment, then candidly replied, "Yes." She firmly recalled the advice from Xuanye Sheng, realizing that rather than suppressing her true feelings, it was better to express her discontent with the main family. If she were to feign indifference, it would only lead to suspicion and wariness. A measure of honesty might disarm their defenses. Moreover, she preferred directness, as it avoided the appearance of hypocrisy in their interactions. Indeed, Nizu did not appear angered. Instead, he seemed somewhat pleased by Chiron's forthrightness that he nodded and remarked, "Resentment is a perfectly normal sentiment. Even my brother cannot entirely escape feelings of grievance that I recall that after the branching." Nakaira was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Once, he and I quarreled over snacks, disregarding our statuses, leading to a playful scuffle. However, our father witnessed it and was furious, punishing Nakaira with a curse mark that left him writhing in agony, pleading for mercy. That was the first time I understood the concept of rules. My father told me that as the heir to the main family and the next clan leader, I must always uphold the dignity of the main family and ensure that the branch family remembers their place and does not overstep their bounds. I can empathize with Nakaira. I understand the emotional disparity all branch family members face. While I comprehend your resentment towards the main family, I must caution you to refrain from expressing any hostility or murderous intent towards me. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to punish or even execute any branch family member who transgresses the rules. By the end of his admonition, Nizu's previously gentle voice had taken on a chilling edge. Chiron had no doubt that should she ever reveal even a trace of murderous intent, Nizu would not hesitate to carry out his threat against her, like a caged bird, if it fails to recognize its position and dares to defy its master. Would undoubtedly invite calamity upon itself, that I understand. Lord Nizu, I will tread carefully and remain mindful of my place. Everything is for the family, for the village. I shall inherit the will of those ancestors who sacrificed before me and strive to fulfill my duties. Listening to her grandiose declarations, Nizu regarded Chiron with a discerning, he could not discern how much of her words were sincere, but he was at least satisfied with her perceptive demeanor. Emerging from a study, Nizu walked to the corner of the corridor where a birdcage hung from the door beam, housing a white bird. Chiron followed closely behind, and upon witnessing this sight, her expression shifted slightly. Whether Nizu noticed her discomfort or chose to ignore it, he murmured softly, "Do you know, this white bird is called a qingyao, that IT is a creature that will not cease its flight until it collapses from exhaustion. Aside from the cage, which remains unchanged, I have released 4 such birds before. To release them implies their demise. Why would you choose to do so, Lord Nizuzu? Nizuzu gazed at the bird in the cage, his demeanor unfazed as he replied, Prior to you, I had 4 attendants. For various reasons, they were all dispatched by my father to the most perilous battlefronts or tasked with near-impossible missions, thereby fulfilling the final purpose of their lives. I hope your fate will be better than theirs. With his back turned, Chiron found it difficult to discern whether he was speaking to the bird or to her. Lord Nizuzu. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Hinata Saren came to awaken Hinata Hizashi for his morning exercises, precisely at 6 o'clock. Although she served as Hizashi's attendant, her role transcended that of a mere maid. She was being trained as a trusted aide. For every prominent clan requires a few capable individuals who can be relied upon. Within 3 minutes, Hizashi was dressed and emerged from his room. He nodded slightly to Saren in acknowledgement and passed by her. Saren crouched down, discreetly collecting a hair that had fallen from Hizashi, appearing to tidy up while secretly placing the strand into a transparent container. She recalled the previous request from Uchiha Katsu to gather the hair and blood of the Hinata clan members. Previously limited by her circumstances, she could only collect samples from branch family members. However, now that she was Hizashi's attendant, it was significantly easier to gather specimens from the main family. After completing this task, she hurried to catch up with Hizashi's figure. After traversing several courtyards, they arrived at a spacious training ground where an elite Genin from the Hinata clan awaited Hizashi for his morning practice. This Genin would guide Hizashi in his gentle fist techniques and impart insights on the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Even branch family members could learn this technique, and with Saren's position as an attendant to the main family heir, she was granted special permission to observe. This privilege was the reason for her mother's delight upon hearing that Saren had been chosen as Hizashi's attendant, as it signified her daughter's elevated status compared to other branch family members. However, if it were the 8 trigrams, 128 palms, or the 8 trigrams, return to heaven practice, Saren would have to withdraw, for those were secrets reserved solely for the main family. After the morning practice concluded, Saren could proceed to the Ninja Academy for her studies, as this age was a golden period for a ninja's growth and learning. Chapter 34. Moving as Saren embarked on her journey as an attendant, our protagonist, Uchiha Katsu, officially stepped onto the path of relying on others in pursuit of a larger laboratory and more advanced experimental equipment. Relocating became inevitable. In truth, Katsu had little luggage to move. The apparatus in his current quarters was long overdue for an upgrade. He had prepared a list for Uchiha Hitomi, though he was uncertain about her preparations. Taking advantage of the holiday, Katsu arrived at the legendary Uchiha clan's estate with minimal baggage. One of the 2 great clans of Konoha. The Uchiha estate was situated not in the heart of the village like the Hinata clan, but rather in a slightly more peripheral area. For the Uchiha clan, which wielded significant power through its control of the security force, this location was somewhat distant from the village's core. The extent of their power was evident from Uchiha Yuru's audacity to confront Katsu openly on the streets, embodying the notion of acting first and reporting later, a privilege befitting the Uchiha. Other clans could not possibly hold such power, or if they did, they would struggle to maintain it. However, the Uchiha, having co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju clan, possessed such standing as one of the founding families. From a distance, Katsu spotted the imposing structure of the security headquarters. At the entrance stood 2 Uchiha Seichunin, stationed as guards. Observing Katsu, an outsider, enter their territory, they exhibited no reaction, as if accustomed to such occurrences. It seemed the Uchiha were not as exclusionary as he had imagined. Even outsiders could freely come and go. As Katsu pondered this, he surveyed the environment within the Uchiha estate. It sprawled across a vast area, with grand and opulent residences lined up in succession. There were various shops bustling with activity, where one could occasionally see outsiders shopping or sightseeing. In essence, the Uchiha estate resembled a village within a village. Observing the harmonious interactions between the Uchiha and outsiders, Katsu suddenly felt that the extreme views of Uchiha Yuru were likely the exception rather than the rule. The majority of Uchiha members maintained a semblance of normalcy. Among them, Those who lacked ninja talent lived much like ordinary civilians, leading their lives with diligence and propriety. After navigating several streets, Katsu followed the directions provided by Uchiha Hitomi and arrived at a residence. Initially hesitant, he glanced around and, upon realizing that the location Hitomi indicated was indeed the grand mansion before him, he could hardly believe his eyes. "This is astonishingly large and luxurious," Katsu murmured in disbelief. "This mansion must be worth at least 3 times the worth of Asuma's head." "Asuma, are you being polite?" In comparison, Katsu felt that his own living quarters resembled a doghouse before he could approach to inquire. A woman in a kimono, busy with cleaning at the entrance, noticed Katsu standing there and approached him. "Good day, are you here to see Miss Hitomi?" Katsu nodded and introduced himself. "Indeed, I am Uchiha Katsu." "Invited here." Upon hearing his name, the woman's face brightened with a warm smile, and she respectfully gestured with her left arm. "Please, follow me. Miss Hitomi has been expecting you." After saying this, she turned and led Katsu inside. Even the demeanor of a mere maid was impeccable, reflecting the standards of Konoha's noble families. Following the maid, Katsu entered the opulent mansion. The courtyard was lush with various verdant plants, adorned with uniquely designed and exquisite stone sculptures, and even featured a pond dotted with lotus flowers. The corridor floors gleamed, reflecting light as if polished to perfection. As he walked through the corridor, Katsu encountered numerous servants, most clad in tidy kimonos, their smiles appropriate as they bowed slightly in greeting. Passing through the front yard, they arrived at a larger house in the backyard, where the maid bent respectfully at the wooden door and announced, "Miss Hitomi, your guest has arrived." She then gently slid open the wooden door and, having completed her task, gracefully withdrew to "You've arrived." A cool voice emanated from within. Katsu stepped into the room, his curiosity piqued. The first impression was that the room was cavernous and sparsely furnished, containing only a tea table, a few cushions, and what appeared to be a rather high-quality tatami mat. However, this single room could easily accommodate several of Katsu's former residences. Katsu gazed at Uchiha Hitomi until she felt a twinge of discomfort, prompting him to ask, "Hitomi, what exactly does your family do? This place is extraordinarily affluent." Although Hitomi initially did not grasp the term affluent, she understood Katsu's astonishment and replied coolly, "My grandfather is an elder of the Uchiha clan." "Ah, so not only are you from a prestigious family, but you're also a third-generation heiress." Katsu realized, suddenly making sense of everything. No wonder. He sat down, poured himself a cup of tea from the table, and made himself at home. By the way, what about your parents? You must have informed them about my move here. He assumed that such a significant change should warrant a heads-up to her parents. However, Hitomi shook her head and replied, "My parents do not possess any ninja talent. They are engaged in business abroad, running a small enterprise. They send money home each month, and I can manage the household affairs myself." Katsu's lips twitched as he quickly grasped the implications that a small enterprise, with an elder from the Uchiha clan backing it, that business could hardly be modest. Sending money? Perhaps it amounted to a substantial sum. It was clear now why Hitomi possessed such wealth at her young age. Her allowance must indeed be considerable. Moreover, with her parents lacking talent and Hitomi herself being exceptionally gifted, it was almost a certainty that she would inherit her grandfather's power and status, explaining her high standing within the clan, comparable to that of a junior clan leader. "By the way, how is the preparation for my laboratory coming along?" In truth, the residence mattered little. Katsu was far more concerned about the lab. His research had hit a bottleneck, and better facilities would undoubtedly expedite his progress. If anticipating his inquiry, Hitomi elegantly rose and took a couple of steps before revealing a hidden passageway beneath a wooden panel. Katsu raised an eyebrow, astonished to discover that his room concealed a basement below. This is indeed quite suitable for conducting research on one's own. Xuanye Sheng followed Uchiha Tong, entering the passage together. The passage was brightly illuminated on both sides, extending all the way to the bottom. Upon reaching the end of the passage, a spacious underground area of approximately 40 to 50 square meters unfolded before them. The entire underground space was paved with hard, specially designed stone slabs on all sides, ensuring exceptional soundproofing and durability. thus guaranteeing the secrecy of the experiments. Chapter 35. Special genes, how do you find it? Is it satisfactory? If it's not large enough, the basement beneath my room is twice the size of this one, Xuanye remarked, her tone dripping with understated grandeur. It's ample. Absolutely sufficient. Xuanye Sheng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the fully prepared experimental apparatus in the secret chamber. Had he known that Xuanye was this affluent, he would not have felt so financially constrained. In truth, Xuanye Sheng did not perceive himself as living off her wealth, for he intended to share all his research findings with Xuanye, while she would provide the research space and funding. Quite a fair arrangement. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, his residing in Xuanye's home would undoubtedly attract considerable gossip within the village, with some deeming his dependence on her as lacking in dignity. However, Xuanye Sheng was indifferent to the opinions of those people. Observing the exhilaration etched on Xuanye Sheng's face, Xuanye found it perplexing why he was so captivated by these jars and vials. With a hint of exasperation, she said, "You may explore on your own for now. I will head upstairs. If you need anything, find me at the training ground." Xuanye ascended alone. Ever since she discovered that even with the Sharingan activated, she could not surpass Xuanye Sheng, her desire for strength intensified, accompanied by a subtly twisted sense of exhilaration. Should Xuanye Sheng be surpassed by her, she would feel joy, yet also a fleeting sense of loss. Wouldn't she? The stronger Xuanye Sheng became, the greater the sense of accomplishment she would derive from overcoming him. This feeling of having a target to pursue and surpass kept Xuanye in a state of urgency, which was a significant reason behind her remarkable progress in strength. After Xuanye departed, Xuanye Sheng retrieved a sealing scroll, unfurled it on the ground, and after forming a hand seal with one hand, a swirl of white mist enveloped the area, revealing an array of vessels he had prepared earlier for his research. These vessels contained the gene culturing solutions he had meticulously prepared. Now that he had a larger laboratory and more complete equipment, his genetic research could finally expand further. What were the distinctions between the genes of bloodline limit ninjas and those of ordinary civilians? The answer was about to be unveiled. He immersed himself in his studies for much of the day. And when Xuanye concluded her training, she found Xuanye Sheng still engrossed in the underground laboratory. She first instructed the maid to prepare dinner, then made her way back to the basement, where she encountered Xuanye Sheng, who was intensely focused on his work. It must be said, a man devoted to his work possesses a certain charm. That moment, as Xuanye beheld Xuanye Sheng's handsome face lost in concentration. A subtle blush crossed her cheeks, barely perceptible. "Ahem, you've been at this for quite some time. Have you made any significant discoveries? Don't starve to death down here. I still need to deal with my family's security team regarding the addition of a ghost to our household," Xuanye said, crossing her arms with an air of annoyance. Xuanye Sheng snapped back to reality, placing down the vessel in his hand and turning to face Xuanye, his eyes alight with uncontainable excitement. "Tong, I have finally uncovered the unique aspects of the genes of bloodline limit ninjas." "Genes?" Xuanye echoed. Although her academic performance had always been commendable, Xuanye Sheng's field of research clearly surpassed her knowledge. Xuanye Sheng continued, "In our case, as civilians without bloodline limits, after analyzing hundreds of samples, I discovered a total of 32 ordinary gene sequences in contrast, those like you with bloodline limits possess more than 32 sequences within your bodies. I refer to the additional sequences as special genes. It is these special genes that constitute your formidable bloodline limits." Xuanye nodded, half understanding, and suddenly inquired, "So, are you suggesting that your research aims to transplant bloodline limits?" Xuanye Sheng paused momentarily, then vehemently shook his head. "No, I have no intention of transplanting any bloodline limits. That is not the direction of my research." "Then what do you intend?" Xuanye asked, somewhat bewildered. Xuanye Sheng replied, "Tong, you too possess the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan of your clan is renowned. Have you never pondered why some can awaken their eyes effortlessly, while others never manage to do so?" A contemplative expression crossed Uchiha's face as she mused for a moment before responding. "Are you implying that the talent to awaken eyes is related to these special genes you mentioned?" "Indeed. Although I have yet to fully ascertain how many special gene groups exist, It is evident that the more groups one possesses, the more potent their bloodline limit abilities become. Xuanye Sheng spoke with conviction, suddenly shifting the topic back to Uchiha Tong. Take you, for instance, Tong. The special genes belonging to the Uchiha clan within you exceed those of other clan members by considerable margin, at least by 5 to 8 groups. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tong began to grasp the concept, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are you suggesting that by augmenting the number of special genes, one can enhance their bloodline limit powers?" "Precisely. That is my hypothesis. However, I still require time to research how many special gene groups each bloodline limit possesses, as well as how to complete and activate these special genes," Xuanye Sheng stated candidly, without a hint of reservation. Uchiha Tong nodded thoughtfully and asked, "What do you need next?" Previously, she had little regard for Xuanye Sheng's bookish demeanor, even considering his immersion in research a waste of time. Yet now, for the first time, she found herself inclined to support him. "Money. I need a substantial amount of money. Many of the materials and disposable tools required for validation consume resources, and I also need numerous samples." Xuanye Sheng bluntly articulated his needs without any pretense. "All right, no problem." Uchiha Tong readily agreed, barely listening to the entirety of Xuanye Sheng's requests. What a delight it is to have such a generous benefactress. Chapter 36. Playground turmoil. The following day, the Ninja Academy resumed its sessions. On the playground, Class A of the third year was engaged in physical training. The first exercise was throwing techniques, followed by a long-distance run that demanded considerable stamina. The target set by Naruto Takuya for the students was to complete 20 laps around the outer perimeter of the playground. The top 10 finishers would be deemed excellent, while the bottom 10 would be considered unqualified and required to run an additional 5 laps as punishment, in an effort to avoid punishment. Every student exerted themselves, not seeking to be first, but rather to avoid being among the last 10. Uchiha Tong took the lead, establishing a distance between herself and her classmates right from the start. She was in a league of her own. The second tier consisted of Hinata Kalin and Xuanye Sheng closely following her, with the remaining classmates trailing behind. This arrangement persisted until the end, with Uchiha Tong effortlessly clinching the first position. Standing at the finish line, she watched the remaining classmates still running, her gaze particularly fixed on Xuanye Sheng. Naruto Takuya, the class teacher recording the results at the finish line, couldn't help but address Uchiha Tong. "Congratulations, Uchiha Tong. Once again, you are undoubtedly the first in all events as a teacher of such an exceptional talent." Even without exerting effort, his performance as a Ninja Academy instructor remained commendable. Uchiha Tong frowned slightly, her voice icy as she remarked, "Chunin, you are obstructing my view. Kindly step aside." Naruto Takuya clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of frustration. This brilliant student was remarkable in every aspect, yet she displayed a complete lack of respect for her teacher. She wouldn't even address him as Teacher Naruto. What of being a Chunin? The Chunin are the backbone of a ninja village. It was just unfortunate that the Chunin of Konoha were indeed rather inconspicuous. As the saying goes, the Jounin of Konoha are the benchmark. The Genin produce prodigies, and the Chunin, they're simply inconsequential. However, Naruto Takuya chose not to engage in conflict with a child, especially one so gifted that she had even surpassed him as a teacher. After a while, upon seeing Xuanye Sheng reach the finish line, Uchiha Tong huffed, evidently displeased with his display of concealed strength. "Is there any significance in your actions? If you possess strength, why not showcase it?" Xuanye Sheng shrugged, non-committal in his response that "I simply did not wish to draw unnecessary attention. I prefer to navigate these 6 years in peace." "Are you suggesting that I crave attention?" Uchiha Tong's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of menace. "Ahem. Of course not. By the way, are you thirsty? I can fetch you a drink." Sensing an unfavorable turn of events, Xuanye Sheng swiftly concocted an excuse to purchase beverages. Upon his return, he overheard Naruto Takuya loudly proclaiming, "This afternoon, the teacher has significant announcements to make. The assembly is hereby dismissed." And it is time for lunch. At the sound of his command, the students dispersed in a tumultuous rush, just as Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Hitomi intended to join forces for their midday meal. They were drawn to the raucous commotion emanating from a nearby gathering that a multitude of youths, varying in height, had congregated, and at the heart of the crowd, A chaotic melee was unfolding. The origin of the brawl had become inconsequential. After all, it was typical for impetuous youths to resort to fisticuffs at the slightest provocation. "Fire style, great fireball technique," cried one youth, forming hand seals as he directed a fierce breath toward a few individuals before him. Startled, they braced themselves, only to witness a mere puff of small flames, barely enough to produce a wisp of smoke. Time seemed to momentarily suspend as the onlookers erupted in laughter. Was this truly a form of ninjutsu? "Get him! Teach him a lesson! Show me your moves!" In the center of the fray, approximately 7 or 8 young boys were engaged in a fierce skirmish, predominantly lower-grade students, none surpassing the 4th grade. Hence, their proficiency in ninjutsu was limited, with most resorting to physical combat, that a few utilized basic techniques, such as a shadow clone jutsu, lending a semblance of authenticity to their brawl. Among the spectators were those cheering enthusiastically, others merely observing, and some stirring the pot with various provocations. The scene descended into a state of disarray. Yes, it was lunchtime. The teachers had vacated the premises, leaving the playground unmonitored. Uchiha Hitomi took note of the unfolding situation. However, she held no interest in such juvenile antics, akin to children playing house. Instead, she raised an eyebrow at Xuanye Sheng. "Aren't you going to intervene? I recall you used to relish meddling in such affairs." In his past, Xuanye Sheng had sought the approval of his peers among the commoners, striving to gain their recognition and accumulate civilian points. Wherever a common student faced bullying or conflict, he was sure to make his presence known. This endeavor had indeed garnered him a fair amount of goodwill, amassing approximately 10 civilian points. Yet, as his acquisition of these points dwindled and the inability to invest them further set in, Xuanye Sheng's inclination to meddle waned, redirecting his focus toward research. Fisticuffs among boys is commonplace. Surely, there's a teacher observing, he mused, glancing at the fray. With a single hand, he formed a seal and gently pressed down. Earth style. Quake. Observing his actions, Uchiha Hitomi was momentarily taken aback, soon feeling the ground beneath her tremble. However, this slight disturbance hardly affected her. The gathered crowd, on the other hand, found themselves swaying unsteadily as the ground quaked unexpectedly. The boys at the center of the melee, previously locked in an intense struggle, suddenly lost their balance and were forced apart. Hitomi, possessing exceptional equilibrium, appeared unaffected by the tremors, remarking, "I didn't realize you possessed such a skill." Xuanye Sheng chuckled softly, replying, "This should quell the fighting. Come, let us dine. I am famished." Glutton, Uchiha Hitomi retorted with a scoff, making her way toward the cafeteria, with Xuanye Sheng's voracious appetite. Without Hitomi to share her meal, he might very well find himself starving. The disoriented students, still bewildered, were left wondering what had transpired, some even suspecting an earthquake. As the tremor subsided, the chaotic skirmish dwindled into oblivion. Of course, not all students were thrown into disarray by the recent upheaval. Among the crowd, a blonde-haired boy furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xuanye Sheng's retreating figure. His keen perception had evidently discerned that the earlier tremor was a result of Xuanye Sheng's ninjutsu. "This is rather disorderly," the youth muttered, shaking his head, a hint of seriousness flashing across his handsome visage. His aura was markedly more imposing than those surrounding him. He was none other than Namikaze Minato. Chapter 37. The Advanced Medical Special Training Class in the Ninja Academy. Among students of the same grade, those who ranked highest were typically members of established ninja clans, with the occasional exceptional commoner emerging. That in the 3rd grade, Xuanye Sheng and Namikaze Minato had risen as remarkable commoner prodigies. While Xuanye Sheng had grown increasingly understated, Minato's reputation had soared. Naturally, Minato could not overlook the achievements of Xuanye Sheng, a peer of similar renown. Despite noting Xuanye Sheng's reckless use of ninjutsu, it was clear that his intentions were not malicious. So Minato had no desire to intervene. Yet he harbored an unshakable premonition that he would inevitably cross paths with Xuanye Sheng in the future. Afternoon arrived, and in Class A of the 3rd grade, Takuya Nato stood at the podium, a stack of papers in hand, addressing the assembled students. "Excellent, everyone is present. Today, I have an important announcement." The students' curiosity piqued, whispering among themselves. The morning had hinted at significant news. Would the moment finally arrive? Ignoring the murmurs below, Nato's expression turned serious as he declared, "Starting tomorrow, the school will establish a special training class dedicated to cultivating medical ninjas, with regular internships at the Konoha Hospital. Students interested may apply to me." With that, he distributed application forms to the students seated in the front row, instructing them to pass them along. Xuanye Sheng held the application in his hands, his initial thoughts straying from the medical class itself to broader implications. The medical curriculum, typically reserved for the 5th grade, was being introduced in the 3rd grade. Was this a proposal from Tsunade that had been approved by the village's higher-ups? Or was the situation on the front lines dire enough to warrant such measures? Uchiha Hitomi, upon receiving the application form, promptly placed it aside without a glance, exhibiting no interest in becoming a medical ninja. Xuanye Sheng had anticipated this reaction. What surprised him was that even Hinata Kalen did not fill out the application. "Kalen, I recall your aspiration was to become a medical ninja," Xuanye Sheng inquired. Curiosity piqued. "Studying medicine will not alter one's fate," Hinata Kalen replied in a calm tone. "And besides, the main house would not wish for me to devote my talents to the field of medical ninjutsu." Then, as if realizing something, her gaze shifted to Xuanye Sheng with astonishment. "Are you planning to apply?" Xuanye Sheng nodded. It was not a matter of interest in becoming a medical ninja, but rather an opportunity to access a variety of patients at Konoha Hospital, thus acquiring more genetic samples. He perused the application form, which not only contained the application itself, but also detailed the benefits and privileges of becoming a medical ninja. Firstly, the subsidies and resource allocation for medical ninjas were significantly higher than for ordinary ninjas. Moreover, medical ninjas were invaluable assets to every village. Even in battle, they had the lowest mortality rates among ninja types. Typically, they did not engage at the front lines but remained behind the main camp, responsible for tending to the injured. Should a medical ninja be discovered on the front lines, they would be left to their own devices. After all, in team battles, the priority was to eliminate the healers first. To enroll in this special training class, a test was required to determine if one possessed Yang-type chakra, which indicated potential for utilizing Yang-style ninjutsu. The stronger the Yang chakra, the greater the potential for becoming a medical ninja. As for the fine control of chakra, that could be developed through diligent effort. After school, Xuanye Sheng submitted his application to his homeroom teacher, Takuya Nato, accompanied by a few classmates. Subsequently, Nato led them to a classroom that had been preemptively vacated. Inside, several ninjas clad in standard attire and animal masks awaited them. They belonged to the Umbu, directly under the Hokage's command, tasked with conducting the special classes testing that a total of 4 to 5 dozen students from the grade lined up to take the test. The Umbu ninja held a reusable chakra attribute tester, allowing students to input their chakra in turn. Those who met the standards for Yang-type chakra would remain, while those who did not would be mercilessly eliminated. Students who succeeded beamed with joy, brimming with pride, while those who failed hung their heads in disappointment. Next, soon, it was the turn of Xuanye Sheng. He wore a grave expression and cautiously placed his hand on the testing apparatus, delicately channeling his chakra as precisely as possible that he feared that a moment's carelessness could shatter the device. Designed for the evaluation of students from the Ninja Academy, this so-called chakra testing apparatus had a low threshold. If Xuanye Sheng were not careful, he might indeed cause it to explode. Before long, a member of the Umbu glanced at the instrument and declared, "Qualified." Xuanye Sheng silently exhaled in relief and stepped aside. Including himself, only 24 individuals had passed the test, indicating that nearly half had been eliminated. This highlights the stringent requirements for medical ninjas. A leading Umbu ninja informed Xuanye Sheng and the others that they would be the first batch of medical ninjas to be trained directly from the 3rd year of the Ninja Academy. Henceforth, after school every day at 3 o'clock, they would engage in 2 hours of medical courses done on Wednesdays and Fridays. They would have theoretical practical classes at the Konoha Hospital. Xuanye Sheng's eyes lit up. He was particularly looking forward to the practical classes. The leading Umbu ninja, Kato Taka, would be the instructor for Xuanye Sheng's special medical class. He was one of the few Umbu ninjas proficient in medical ninjutsu, reputed to have studied medical techniques alongside Tsunade. Kato Taka's expertise in medical ninjutsu was among the best in all of Konoha. it was evident that the upper echelons of Konoha placed great importance on the cultivation of medical ninjas. Urgently needing fresh talent to illuminate the field and reduce casualties on the front lines, in the first class, Kato Taka distributed 3 medical textbooks to each student and required them to master all the key knowledge points within 3 months. Furthermore, there would be a theoretical examination every fortnight, with outstanding performers receiving rewards, which could include medical ninjutsu or financial support. Xuanye Sheng casually flipped through the textbooks and found that the content consisted of knowledge he had already mastered. However, after a few days of classes, he still gained considerable insights. Previously, Xuanye Sheng had relied solely on books and scrolls for self-study without any guidance, making him a self-taught practitioner. Enrolling in this special medical class provided him with a systematic framework for his medical theoretical knowledge. Chapter 38. New developments in gene enhancement liquid. Thanks to ample funding and improved experimental conditions, continuous study and observation finally led Xuanye Sheng to a remarkable discovery. He found that the Uchiha clan possessed 16 unique gene sequences, and the Hyuga clan similarly contained 16 unique gene sequences. What an uncanny coincidence. Further observation revealed that within the different Kekkai Genkai members, the number of gene sequences and dominant expression varied. For instance, Uchiha Hitomi had 12 of her 16 unique gene sequences in a dominant state, while Hyuga Kairen had 11. This was still relatively abundant among other members of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans that Xuanye Sheng observed. The number of expressed special genes was even fewer, with most having only 7 or 8 in dominant expression. This indirectly validated Xuanye Sheng's hypothesis. The more special genes that were unlocked, the stronger the exhibited Kekkai Genkai power. He even speculated that if all special genes could be successfully unlocked, could Uchiha Hitomi's Sharingan evolve into Rinnegan, and could Hyuga Kairen's Byakugan evolve into Tenseigan? In an instant, this thought spread wildly in Xuanye Sheng's mind. Thanks to Uchiha Hitomi, Hyuga Kairen, and the Konoha Hospital, Xuanye Sheng found it effortless to collect a plethora of genetic samples. The Uchiha clan was missing 1 unique gene sequence, while the Hyuga clan was missing 2. However, with Hyuga Kairen recently providing hair samples from Hyuga Hayashi, the 2 missing unique gene sequences from the Hyuga clan were filled. Hyuga Hayashi astonishingly had 13 unique gene sequences in a dominant expression state. No wonder he was to be the future head of the Hyuga clan. With this, Xuanye Sheng had gathered all the unique gene sequences of the Hyuga clan. The key to changing Hyuga Kairen's cage-bird fate was now firmly in Xuanye Sheng's grasp. The next step was to address the issue of how to activate the dominant expression of these unique gene sequences. Given enough time, this issue would eventually be resolved. Taking a deep breath, Xuanye Sheng calmed himself and began to research his own genes. He discovered that his genetic structure bore no difference from that of ordinary civilians, both comprising 32 civilian genes. The distinction lay in the fact that each of his gene sequences was more potent and active, resembling a super-civilian gene in an unlocked state. This change was likely due to enhancements from the system, reinforcing every gene deep within Xuanye Sheng's cells. This super-civilian gene seemed to adhere to a non-invasion treaty, neither encroaching upon nor devouring other genes, and resisting the incorporation of foreign genes. This discovery effectively extinguished Xuanye Sheng's initial plans to transplant other Kekkai Genkai genes, although he had never truly intended to pursue that course. Reflecting on this, he considered whether extracting the enhanced portions from his own genes could yield a liquid capable of strengthening other genes. Thus, a new research topic emerged. Following this line of thought, after several months of effort, Xuanye Sheng finally extracted this enhanced power from his genetic core. Through cultivation and processing, he named it the Gene Enhancement Liquid. It was a purple liquid, a blend of various medicinal ingredients and special substances. Initially, when the enhancement liquid was injected into new genes, it would cause genetic collapse. Xuanye Sheng realized this was likely due to the liquid's ferocity, as ordinary genes could not withstand such enhancement. Why continuously diluting and neutralizing it with various medicinal ingredients. He ultimately perfected a version of the purple gene enhancement liquid with relatively minor side effects. Its effects were akin to system-enhanced physical attributes, essentially elevating an individual's foundational physical attributes to improve overall bodily quality. This included enhancements to strength, speed, self-healing ability, reflexes, and physical resilience, making it a comprehensive augmentation. Of course, the enhancement potential of this gene enhancement liquid was limited, able to elevate an individual's physical strength to less than half of Xuanye Sheng's current level. Moreover, it required continuous intake for over a month to gradually reveal effects, with most individuals reaching saturation after 6 to 7 months. Continued use beyond that would not only fail to yield improvements, but could also damage one's genetic integrity, potentially leading to genetic collapse in severe cases. For Uchiha Hitomi and Hyuga Kairin, the duration of use could likely be extended, but Xuanye Sheng, being cautious, decided to limit their intake to a maximum of 1 year. Is this the result of your recent endeavors? Uchiha Hitomi inquired, holding a vial of the gene enhancement liquid, her pitch black, clear pupils reflecting the purple liquid within a glass container. Xuanye Sheng replied with a smile. Indeed. Haven't you always wondered why my physique is so robust? With consistent use of this gene enhancement liquid, your body can become as powerful as mind. Of course, achieving the same level of strength was impossible. At most, it would be close to half. Uchiha Hitomi raised an eyebrow. Feeling somewhat skeptical about the liquid's color, but trusting Xuanye Sheng and driven by her desire for strength, she wasted no time in swallowing every drop of the gene enhancement liquid. I hope this concoction lives up to your claims. Hitomi, remember that this needs to be taken continuously to be effective, that it's best to consume it every afternoon, and you should see noticeable results in about a month. Keep it for a year. Xuanye Sheng reminded her, reiterating the importance of consistency. In the same vein, he provided the gene enhancement liquid to Hyuga Kairin, informing her that she no longer needed to collect blood or hair samples from her clan members. Really, no need at all? In a secluded forest glade behind a mountain, Hyuga Kairin looked at Xuanye Sheng in confusion. Indeed, I have gathered sufficient samples. Now we just need to consider how to complete the unique gene sequences within you. Remember to drink the gene enhancement liquid daily. It will bring various benefits, and more importantly, long-term use will enhance your genetic strength, enabling you to withstand subsequent gene activations. Xuanye Sheng elaborated to Hyuga Kairin, clearly outlining the advantages and disadvantages. When Hyuga Kairin heard that the evolution of her Byakugan could free her from the cage bird's constraints, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a look of exhilaration crossed her gentle face. Can I really escape the confines of the caged bird? Hinata Karen trembled as she inquired with a quivering voice. Xuanye Sheng nodded firmly, responding earnestly. Based on my deductions, there is over a 90% chance. Please wait a moment, Karen. Be patient. Attempting to merge all special gene sequences right now poses too great a risk for you to... I will wait. I'm counting on you. Sheng-kun. Chapter 39. The war concludes. Time slipped by unnoticed. Before anyone realized, half a year had passed that a piece of news arrived. The war had ended. The legendary semi-divine figure of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, having overestimated his own strength in a futile attempt to take on both Konoha and Iwa at once, conceded defeat to Konoha and bestowed upon them the titles of the 3 legendary ninjas for the notorious trio of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. This prolonged conflict, lasting 3 to 4 years, ultimately concluded with Konoha's victory and the defeat of the Rain Village, marking the end of an era. Strictly speaking, the title of 3 legendary ninjas was a source of shame for Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, as their combined strength still fell short against Hanzo. Had it not been for Hanzo's consideration for the greater good, he might have indeed dealt a lethal blow. Nevertheless, the end result was that Konoha emerged victorious, with the trio being disciples of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and recognized as one of the most distinguished, renowned, and complex ninja collectives in Konoha's history. They stood as the most formidable candidates for Hokage following the 3rd, each possessing the qualities, temperament, abilities, and qualifications to succeed any Hokage. Upon their triumphant return from war, they were adorned with honors. Hence, when the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha returned to the village accompanied by numerous Konoha shinobi, throngs gathered at the village entrance, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of their esteemed figures. Unlike the somber atmosphere during the return of the wounded, most villagers were enveloped in an ambience of J.O.Y. and O1 relishes the horrors of war. Among them was Xuanye Sheng, who harbored a keen interest in the three legendary ninjas, particularly in Orochimaru, wishing to find an opportunity to make his acquaintance that he believed that with his current knowledge of genetics, he would have much in common to discuss with Orochimaru, of course, given his unremarkable current status. It was likely that Orochimaru wouldn't even know his name. Before long, Xuanye Sheng beheld the so-called three legendary ninjas, Tsunade, with her magnificent golden locks and impressive stature, truly deserving of the title Konoha's first medic. Orochimaru, a strikingly handsome man with long black hair exuding an air of danger. Where is Jiraiya? Xuanye Sheng pondered. Why do only two remain of the trio? Has he gone to the bathhouse? After a moment of reflection, he recalled that Jiraiya was likely occupied training potential enemies for Konoha, presumably alongside Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Despite lingering for quite some time, Xuanye Sheng found no opportunity to converse with Orochimaru, as this prominent figure was surrounded by admirers wherever he went. Well, perhaps I can engage in dialogue another time. In the Hokage building, Konoha's F4 convened. What? You wonder who the F4 are? That would be the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, advisor Tsunade, Mito Gaidun, and the leader of the Root, Shimura Danzo. Compared to their somber expressions during the war, the four seemed somewhat relieved, particularly Tsunade, who even took a moment to admire the beautiful sunset outside. The war was over. After taking a drag from a cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slowly, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. The other three were non-committal that a brief silence enveloped the meeting room. After a while, Mito Gaidun broke the stillness, stating, although the war has concluded, we are left with numerous messes to resolve. Some issues can be postponed, but others must be addressed immediately. Pausing, the elder advisor continued with some discontent. Moreover, Jiraiya, as a high-ranking shinobi of the village, has been conspicuously absent during this critical period of rebuilding. His absence is quite irresponsible. After the war in the Land of Rain, only two of the legendary trio returned, conveying numerous signals to those observant enough. In truth, Jiraiya was still in the Land of Rain, having taken in 3 orphans. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of this decision, feeling quite conflicted about his disciple's choice. For strictly speaking, ignoring village orders to remain in another country to care for orphans and delaying his return was a significant breach of village protocol. Had it been any other shinobi, their actions would have been classified as treason, leading to capture or execution. Rules are rules. If everyone acted recklessly, the established order would lose credibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked away ash from a cigarette, attempting to smooth over the situation. Rest assured, I know my disciple well. Jiraiya is a talented individual who embodies the will of fire. He is aware of his responsibilities. Mito Gaidun frowned, unconvinced by Hiruzen's vague reassurances. Meanwhile, Danzo spoke candidly. Hiruzen, you are being far too lenient with your disciple. Sometimes I cannot discern whether Jiraiya is a Konoha ninja or a Rain Village ninja. And what if that scoundrel Hanzo decides to turn against him? Danzo's words struck a nerve, yet they were not without merit. Although Konoha emerged victorious in the war against the Rain Village, the journey had been fraught with peril. Crucially, Konoha had defeated the Rain Village, but had not bested the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. In that climactic battle, only the 3 legendary ninjas survived. Hundreds of Konoha shinobi perished tragically. Hanzo, unwilling to inflict further damage on the Rain Village, spared the 3 ninjas. Had he been less magnanimous, he could have easily found an excuse to eliminate Jiraiya during his stay in the Land of Rain. Such an outcome would have delighted other ninja villages, and Konoha would have had little recourse, given that it was Jiraiya who had chosen to remain abroad. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. Jiraiya has already informed me in advance via letter. His actions are intended to mend relations between Konoha and the Rain Village, all for the sake of peace. Should any unfortunate incident occur, I, as Hokage, will bear full responsibility. With this declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to firmly establish the narrative surrounding the issue, preventing others from fixating on Jiraiya's actions and precluding any subsequent reprimands. Mito Gaidun and Tsunade were naturally skeptical of Hiruzen's willingness to shoulder all responsibility, believing he was merely favoring his disciple. Danzo, upon hearing Hiruzen emphasize the title of Hokage, felt a jolt of indignation and retorted, Hiruzen, Even if you are Hokage, you cannot act recklessly. Hiruzen, as if triggered, furrowed his brow and replied gravely, Danzo, I am indeed Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen. With that, Danzo stormed out of the room. Chapter 40. Tsunade's curiosity. Mito Gate and Tsunade exchanged glances, both sensing that this scene would likely repeat itself in the future. However, Hiruzen, as Hokage, had the final say. Even they had no authority to alter his decisions. Should Jiraiya encounter any issues, they could seize the opportunity to criticize Hiruzen later. Before leaving, Tsunade reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hiruzen, please pay close attention to the training of medical ninjas. Had it not been for an exceptional medic like Tsunade during the war in the Land of Rain, the casualties in the village would have been significantly higher. We need to cultivate more outstanding medical ninjas. After the advisors departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, exhaling a puff of smoke. These old friends, ever since he became Hokage, seemed intent on finding fault with him. Deep down, he did not entirely endorse Jiraiya's actions. They were far too self-serving, unbecoming of a proper ninja. However, if he would forcefully summon his disciple back, it would likely result in some unpleasantness. Forget about Jiraiya for now. I hope he remains safe, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered internally. Mito Gate was correct. He indeed had two pressing issues to address. Point one was regarding the training of medical ninjas. The other pertained to the balance of power, particularly the constraints on the route. Originally, the route had been established as a branch of the Umbu, but it had since evolved into Danzo's personal organization. Beyond even the reach of the Hokage, how should he navigate the balance of power within the village? Sarutobi Hizashi found himself lost in contemplation. Jinyakatsu had never anticipated that he would miss the opportunity to engage with Orochimaru, only to find himself acquainted with Tsunade, another of the legendary the Ninja Academy. In the specialized medical class, today's substitute instructor was not the familiar Kato Takashi, but rather a stranger who felt oddly familiar, a female ninja. This distinguished kunoichi possessed a mane of iconic golden hair and donned the uniform of a Leaf Village Jainin, her impressive figure accentuated in the attire. I am Tsunade, she declared, and I trust that most of you have heard my name. I will be responsible for your medical curriculum henceforth. This remarkable kunoichi was indeed Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. She approached the podium and addressed all the students gathered below. Tsunade had long aspired to implement a scheme to assign a medical ninja to every team. However, the scarcity of such practitioners posed a challenge. Thus, she harbored a fervent desire to contribute to the cultivation of medical ninjas. Consequently, the unfortunate Kato Takashi was unceremoniously cast aside, his role usurped by Tsunade, who was undoubtedly far more proficient in medical techniques. Tsunade's commanding presence ignited a flurry of whispers among the students. The granddaughter of the first Hokage and a disciple of the third Hokage. She was no stranger to them, yet they were taken aback by her unexpected replacement of Kato Takashi as their new teacher. The excitement within them was palpable. This was Tsunade Haim. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her exaggerated physique stood in stark contrast to their masked instructor, making Tsunade the embodiment of the teacher they all yearned for. In their exhilaration, the students momentarily overlooked the fact that, in the realm of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade was undoubtedly the most exceptional of them all. In a corner of the classroom, Jinyakatsu quietly observed Tsunade. She was the first true powerhouse of the shadow level he had encountered up close. Indeed, after the battle in the Land of Rain, the prowess of the Sannin had far surpassed that of ordinary elite J and IT. Was difficult to fathom how Tsunade's slender arms could unleash such tremendous power. He couldn't help but wonder how her strength compared to his own explosive punches as the lesson progressed. Jinyakatsu noted that Tsunade was indeed the epitome of a medical ninja, imparting knowledge with remarkable systematization and depth. Enriched with her personal insights, time passed unnoticed, and soon it was time for the class to conclude. To his surprise, Uchiha Hitomi awaited him outside the classroom. What's the matter, Hitomi? We'll talk at home, Jinyakatsu said. Uchiha Hitomi replied softly, turning to leave as soon as Jinyakatsu stepped out. He quickly followed her. As Tsunade emerged from the classroom, clutching her teaching materials, she brushed past the hurriedly departing Uchiha Hitomi and Jinyakatsu. Her first thought was, What a splendid pair, truly a match made in heaven. However, she mused, how could a member of the Uchiha clan be affiliated with a commoner? Intrigued, she inquired with a fellow ninja and was astonished to learn that Jinyakatsu was actually cohabiting with Uchiha Hitomi. How peculiar! Was there no objection from the proud Uchiha clan? It was hard to imagine that the haughty members of the Uchiha clan would permit a commoner to reside so easily among them. A female colleague lowered her voice conspiratorially and remarked, Lady Tsunade, you know how proud the Uchiha clan is that I heard that on Jinyakatsu's first day of moving in, there was quite the uproar. But it was quelled by the clan's elder. Apparently, Jinyakatsu's presence in the Uchiha compound was at the elder's behest, and once he gave his approval, no one dared to object upon hearing this. Tsunade's curiosity intensified. The elder Uchiha must be Uchiha Shikaku. That old man, how could he possibly agree to such a situation? Back in her office, Tsunade perused the student records, which were meticulously detailed. Kato Takashi. The former instructor had written evaluations for each student. Jinyakatsu's remarks read as follows. Jinyakatsu, possessing excellent potential as a medical ninja, exhibits a wealth of theoretical knowledge and proficient ninjutsu application. With commendable proficiency across all aspects of ninja skills, his foundational skills are solid, yet he tends to adhere too rigidly to rules. Lacking in creativity, he is diligent and earnest, and is likely to become an outstanding medical ninja in the future. He will not disappoint you, but neither will he astound you. This was a rather objective assessment, acknowledging Jinyakatsu's talent and potential as a genius among commoners, yet still falling short when compared to the unreasonable talents of noble clans. After reading the evaluation, Tsunade pondered for a moment that, if that were the case, it would not be unusual for a member of the Uchiha clan to associate with Jinyakatsu, but the involvement of Uchiha Shikaku. The clan elder raised eyebrows. Unable to fathom the reasoning, she decided to dismiss it. After all, what could a mere boy accomplish? Having just returned from the battlefield, she found herself scrutinizing everyone with a discerning eye. Tsunade chuckled to herself, casting aside her curiosity. Chapter 41. Would you care to be my disciple? Upon returning home, Jinyakatsu looked curiously at Uchiha Hitomi, awaiting her words in the privacy of their shared space. Uchiha Hitomi began to recount the unusual sensations she had experienced that day. Despite her usual disdain for Jinyakatsu's bookish demeanor, she had unconsciously come to view him as her most reliable confidant. Whenever she faced difficulties, he was the first person she thought of. Jinyakatsu listened intently, his expression serious, as a hint of concern emerged on his face. Wait a moment, are you saying that you felt a surge of heat in your body, and that both your physical strength and chakra have dramatically increased? You were worried that this could pose a problem for you, perhaps leading to an uncontrollable surge of power. After hearing Uchiha Hitomi's account, Jinyakatsu summarized. With a worried expression, Uchiha Hitomi nodded. Though she yearned for great power, she would prefer to avoid any uncontrollable manifestations of it. Oh, her surprise, Jinyakatsu broke into a wide smile, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Hitomi! From today onward, you will no longer need to consume the gene enhancement liquid. Your overall physical attributes have significantly improved, so take your time to adapt to your newfound strength. Are you saying that this power is a result of the gene enhancement liquid you developed?" Uchiha Hitomi asked in astonishment, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. After nearly a year of using the enhancement liquid, she had experienced its benefits, but never before had she felt such a dramatic transformation. Indeed, the saturation of your genes has reached a limit. Today's breakthrough is a singular occurrence. Can you describe your feelings in more detail? Uchiha Hitomi clenched her fists, feeling the surging power within her. Almost as if it were surreal, that I feel that all my physical attributes have notably improved, with my chakra reserves more than doubling, that I believe I could even contend with the elite Jainin within my clan. Observing Uchiha Hitomi's radiant expression, as if the sun had emerged from behind the clouds, Jinyakatsu coughed lightly, to redirect the conversation. Ahem, since your physical prowess has increased so significantly, it seems I will need to reassess and devise a new training regimen. At his words, Uchiha Hitomi's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red, and she looked at Jinyakatsu with a mixture of shyness and danger. The following day, Jinyakatsu awoke from the luxurious embrace of his soft bed. stepping out of his suite that rivaled a high-end hotel, and made his way to the dining area, enjoying a nutritious breakfast delivered by the maids. Noticing Uchiha Hitomi's absence, he surmised that the training fanatic had likely gone for her morning practice. The rapid increase in her strength had ignited a fervent desire within Uchiha Hitomi to regain control over her abilities. There were no shortcuts. Only through diligent practice could she achieve mastery. As he savored the delectable meal, Jinyakatsu couldn't help but reflect on the monotony of living in the lavish abode of a noble lady. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of disdainful looks from a few of the maids, which caused his face to flush in embarrassment as he internally protested. Can scientific research truly be considered living off a rich lady? The Uchiha compound resonated with a cheerful atmosphere. Nowadays, Jinyakatsu devoted most of his time to research, allowing his shadow clones to attend ordinary classes at the Ninja Academy while he personally attended Tsunade's medical lessons. The heavens bore witness. He was undeniably there to acquire knowledge, not merely to spectate. Tsunade's decision to teach medical ninjutsu at the Ninja Academy did not incite any significant commotion that on one hand, the higher-ups of Konoha were well aware of Tsunade's dedication to medical ninjas. On the other, they felt a sense of relief that she chose to focus her energy on educating students. They secretly hoped that Tsunade would devote more of her time and effort to the academy. For if the granddaughter of the first Hokage were to seek power, she could easily amass a formidable entourage beneath her command. It is well known that the Konoha are unwilling to relinquish any of their authority. Fortunately, Tsunade did not possess an overwhelming desire for power. Only Kato Eagle bore the brunt of the world's injuries. However, Kato Eagle's defeat was not unjust. From Xuanye Sheng's perspective, Tsunade's teaching far surpassed that of Kato Eagle, providing him with significant inspiration. After all, the knowledge contained within books and scrolls is ultimately static, while the further exploration of chakra and medical ninjutsu offered countless avenues for Xuanye Sheng to seek guidance from Tsunade. Thus, he approached every lesson with utmost seriousness and seized every opportunity after class to inquire about challenging concepts. Tsunade, recognizing Xuanye Sheng's earnestness, welcomed his inquiries with open arms and generously shared her wisdom. Most students rushed off to play after class, making Xuanye Sheng's eagerness to learn a rare gem as their discussions deepened. Tsunade stumbled upon a remarkable realization. Xuanye Sheng might just be the most gifted student she had ever encountered in the realm of medical ninjutsu. His abundant yang chakra, solid theoretical foundation, and the flexibility of thought he exhibited astounded her. In her mind, she silently berated her predecessor. How could this be a student lacking in spirit and creativity? He was undeniably a genius. Indeed, such talent could only be fully realized under the guidance of an exceptional mentor, Tsunade thought. Indeed, this esteemed mentor is none other than me, Tsunade Haim. At that moment, the thought of taking on a disciple began to take root in her mind. And without hesitation, she asked, "Do you wish to become my apprentice?" Apprentice? Xuanye Sheng, who was already a student of Tsunade, momentarily froze, only to quickly realize that the term apprentice implied a lineage of mentorship rather than merely a student-teacher relationship. For him, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Becoming Tsunade's disciple meant he would naturally be integrated into the Hokage lineage, and Tsunade's status was anything but ordinary. Being her disciple would elevate Xuanye Sheng from the status of a mere commoner to one close to the core of Konoha's power. "I am willing. I will strive diligently, Tsunade-sensei," Xuanye Sheng exclaimed, feigning excitement as though becoming Tsunade's disciple was an honor beyond measure. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Tsunade's face, clearly pleased with his reaction, which was anticipated. The fact that Tsunade took on a disciple did not cause a stir. Rather, many considered it a natural occurrence. Konoha is a village with a rich tradition of mentorship, a testament to the will of fire. Among the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had both taken on students. Thus, it was only fitting that Tsunade would also accept a disciple. With this new mentor-apprentice dynamic, Tsunade's teachings became even more selfless, as she generously imparted her secret techniques to her new disciple. Chapter 42. The future Hokage of the Uchiha. In the Uchiha clan's training grounds, a space 4 to 5 times larger than the usual training area, An elderly man with a full head of white hair leaned on a cane, intently observing the combatants in the arena. This elder was Uchiha's great elder, Uchiha Shiko, once a prominent figure in Konoha. He had retreated from the forefront of affairs due to his advancing age and no longer managed the security team. Nonetheless, he retained significant influence within the Uchiha clan and held decisive power in certain matters. In the arena, an 11-year-old Uchiha Hitomi displayed sharp focus and agility, her shoulder-length black hair flowing as she launched shurikens toward the opposing Uchiha Jonin. The Jonin, Uchiha Fenghua, in his mid-20s and at the peak of his physical prowess, bore a stern expression, his three-tomo Sharingan emanating an aura of intimidation. Even among elite Jonin, his strength was exceptional, further enhanced by the advantage of his Sharingan, in the face of his keen perception. The trajectories of all shurikens were laid bare. With a deft movement, he deflected every projectile. Seeing this, Uchiha Hitomi closed the distance and engaged Uchiha Fenghua in close combat. The rapid-fire exchange of strikes echoed with a series of resonant thuds. It appeared as though a still-developing young girl was pursuing an adult in battle, both retreating and advancing, their movements agile thanks to the ample space of the training field. Uchiha Fenghua, taken aback, thought to himself, what incredible strength! No wonder Uchiha Hitomi dared to engage him in close quarters. Battle, exhilarating. Amidst the fierce exchange, a faint smile crept onto Uchiha Hitomi's lips, mirroring her delight. This was precisely the exhilaration she sought. After another collision, both combatants retreated momentarily. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Uchiha Hitomi traced a series of hand seals in mid-air, completing them in an instant. Enhanced by gene-modifying liquids, Uchiha Hitomi's already substantial chakra reserves surged to a new level, far exceeding what one would expect from a girl who had yet to undergo physical maturation. With such an abundance of chakra at her disposal, she could unleash powerful ninjutsu without excessive restraint. Suddenly, a colossal dragon formed from searing flames emerged, hurtling toward Uchiha Fenghua with terrifying force. The impact of the mighty fire dragon created a massive crater in the training ground, sending debris flying. In a moment of urgency, Uchiha Fenghua narrowly evaded the attack. Though he emerged somewhat disheveled, the tips of his hair singed. Should he continue to underestimate her, defeat was a very real possibility. With that thought, the intensity of Uchiha Fenghua's aura surged, his keen insight predicting Uchiha Hitomi's next move that he swiftly turned and wielded his kunai, fending off her surprise assault. Clang. As their kunai clashed, both combatants' Sharingan spun wildly, their ocular powers colliding in a fierce contest. The strength of the three-tomo Sharingan clearly surpassed that of the two-tomo. However, an unexpected twist occurred during their clash. In that instant, both Uchiha Fenghua and Uchiha Hitomi felt a sharp pain in their eyes, accompanied by a wave of fatigue, as though they had gone an entire day without rest. The two forces were almost evenly matched. This struggle, taxing in both effort and energy, left them both panting. However, a keen observer might note that Uchiha Hitomi's fatigue was less pronounced. Uchiha Fenghua found himself astonished beyond measure. Though he had always recognized Uchiha Hitomi's extraordinary talent, he could now confidently assert that she had no peers among her age group within the clan. No. The term almost could be discarded, in terms of physical strength, speed, combat skills, and ninjutsu application, she could hold her own against an elite jonin like him. This predicament rendered the situation awkward. The elder had summoned him to assess his granddaughter's potential. Yet after their skirmish, Uchiha Fenghua felt that overcoming her would be no simple feat. He could only rely on his adult chakra reserves and combat experience to gradually wear her down. Had Uchiha Fenghua known that Uchiha Hitomi's chakra reserves rivaled his own, he would have been even more astounded. Just as Uchiha Hitomi's fighting spirit soared, and Uchiha Fenghua found himself in a bind. Uchiha Shikaku, who had been silently observing, called out, "All right, that's enough for now." Hitomi and Fenghua to his command. Even though Uchiha Hitomi had just ignited her enthusiasm for battle, she was compelled to pause and form a sign of reconciliation with Uchiha Fenghua, who reciprocated the gesture. Without hesitation, he began to praise her. "Hitomi, your progress is astounding. Even an ordinary jonin would likely struggle against you. I have never encountered a ninja with such remarkable talent as yours." The earlier embarrassment of being unable to subdue Uchiha Hitomi was quickly overshadowed by Uchiha Fenghua's genuine delight. The emergence of such a powerful young talent was a promising omen for the prosperity of their clan. Despite the considerable prominence of the Uchiha clan, it appears that no individual hailing from this esteemed lineage has yet ascended to the position of Hokage. However, within Uchiha Hitomi, Uchiha Fenghua perceives a glimmer of potential. She possesses the distinguished status of the granddaughter of the Uchiha clan's elder, coupled with remarkable ninja talent, a fierce spirit, yet devoid of arrogance. She is undeniably a formidable candidate for the future Hokage. Uchiha Hitomi nodded, gracefully accepting the praise bestowed upon her. Following her physical transformation and several days of rigorous training, she had finally mastered the surging power within her. Achieving such prowess at the tender age of 11 is undoubtedly a testament to her own diligence and innate abilities. Yet it must be acknowledged that Jinya Masaru has played a significant role in her development. Without the countless revised training regimens, the highly effective gene enhancement serums with minimal side effects, and various secret techniques to bolster strength, her progress would not have been so swift. Contemplating this, a hint of warmth softened Uchiha Hitomi's previously indifferent gaze, and a faint smile involuntarily graced her lips. In the eyes of Uchiha Fenghua, this smile reflected Hitomi's joy and honor at receiving the commendation from her fellow elite shinobi of the clan, as Uchiha Sheik slowly entered the venue. He was already in his 60s, with life having reached its twilight. A figure from the founding days of Konoha, he had stood alongside the Uchiha clan through numerous trials and tribulations on that fateful day. Witnessing the solitary figure of Uchiha Madara departing the village, devoid of any clan members by his side, he silently vowed, "To restore the glory of the Uchiha clan, it is our sacred duty." Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself having squandered the better part of his life. The Uchiha clan remained the same, and the position of Hokage remained an elusive dream, even with his hair now white as snow. Uchiha Sheik would exhaust the last vestiges of his fervor for the clan, forever nurturing the dream of cultivating a Uchiha ninja capable of claiming the Hokage title from the Senju clan. Alas, his son lacked any ninja talent, and the clan's other geniuses were either mentally unstable or met untimely demises. Just as he resigned himself to the thought of never witnessing the Uchiha ascend to the Hokage's position in his lifetime. Uchiha Hitomi, his precious granddaughter, appeared like a comet in the night sky, fiercely competitive and astonishingly gifted. In that moment, Uchiha Sheik perceived the shadow of Uchiha Madara within her. No, his granddaughter surpassed Uchiha Madara. While Madara awakened his Sharingan at the age of 15, his granddaughter had done so at merely 8. Proud face. This time, there was no monstrous figure like Senju Hashirama standing in the way. Grandfather, Uchiha Hitomi respectfully addressed him. With her parents often engaged in business ventures away from home, her grandfather had become one of her closest confidants, imparting invaluable lessons during her formative years, which instilled in her a deep respect for the elder. Elder Sheik, Uchiha Fenghua, also slightly bowed, having once received guidance from Uchiha Sheik in his youth that he held profound respect and gratitude for this elder, who had dedicated his life to the clan's welfare. Uchiha Sheik nodded at Uchiha Fenghua, then turned to Uchiha Hitomi with a look of satisfaction, saying, "Hitomi, it seems you've been diligently training as of late. However, do remember to balance work with rest and allow yourself some leisure." What pleased him most about Hitomi was her innate drive. She never required external motivation. Her desire to grow stronger was more fervent than anyone else's. It was likely that she dedicated every spare moment to her training, which accounted for her rapid advancement. After all, how could she possibly match the strength of the clan's elite shinobi at such a young age? Thus, he hoped Uchiha Hitomi would find a balance, lest she exhaust her potential too soon. His expectations for her transcended mere mastery of the 3-Tomo Sharingan. He yearned for her to revive the glory of the Manjiki Sharingan. "I understand, grandfather. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," she replied. "Wait a moment." Uchiha Sheik retrieved a scroll from his robes and handed it to Uchiha Hitomi. "These are scrolls containing advanced fire release techniques with your current abilities. You are ready to study them. Remember not to be late for the clan meeting tonight." Uchiha Hitomi calmly accepted the scroll, expressing her gratitude before returning home. After her encounter with the clan's elite, she gained a clearer understanding of her own strength. I wonder if Jinyu Masaru would be astonished to learn of my current capabilities? Once Uchiha Hitomi departed, Uchiha Funghua could not help but exclaim, "This child Hitomi has progressed so rapidly in her strength that I scarcely recognize her. 2 years ago, I could still playfully tease her as a child, and now she can hold her own in a spar with me. Particularly her pair of 2-Tomo Sharingan. I feel her power rivals my 3-Tomo Sharingan. Elder Sheik, how have you cultivated her so skillfully?" While praising Uchiha Hitomi's abilities, he also expressed a high regard for Elder Sheik's talent for nurturing young shinobi. To his surprise, Uchiha Sheik slowly shook his head, chuckling. "Funghua, you should know that the quantity of Tomo does not determine the strength of one's power. It varies from person to person. Moreover, Hitomi's current prowess is solely due to her own efforts. I have played a negligible role in her development." Uchiha Funghua's eyes widened. If Elder Sheik's words held true, then he had truly wasted the last decade and a half of his life. It seemed that in just a couple of years, Uchiha Hitomi would completely surpass him. Truly, comparisons could be infuriating. Uchiha Funghua sighed deeply, recalling that he too was once celebrated as the Uchiha clan's prodigious young talent. Sensing the mood of the elite shinobi beside him, Uchiha Sheik offered reassurance. "Funghua, you are a source of pride for the clan, a prominent elite shinobi. Have a little faith in yourself. The future of our clan relies on you and your peers as the backbone." Uchiha Funghua shrugged, smiling wryly. "Elder Sheik, it's not that I lack confidence. Rather, the younger generation is becoming increasingly extraordinary. At Hitomi's age, I doubt I even possess the strength of a Nin." After a pause, Uchiha Funghua, somewhat curiously, inquired, "By the way, I heard that a commoner moved into Hitomi's home over half a year ago, and you actually permitted this?" "Indeed, it was I who granted permission. Otherwise, those restless elements within the clan might create further disturbances." Uchiha Sheik nodded in agreement. "But why would you?" "Enough, my actions are driven by my own intentions." Uchiha Sheik interjected, revealing a knowing smile, "that I have heard that Hitomi's classmate is quite the talented commoner. Surely, there must be much for two geniuses to discuss." As he beheld the smile of Elder Shiji, Uchiha felt a shiver run through his body, as though a thought had crossed his mind. Causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead, he gazed at Elder Shiji in disbelief. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly cruel for Hitomi, in the Uchiha clan's territory at the Southie Shrine. The monthly family meeting was set to commence that very night. The Uchiha members eligible to attend the gathering were all elite individuals, with the awakening of the Sharingan being a prerequisite, alongside a requisite level of strength, at least above that of a Nin. Naturally, those prodigies being groomed for prominence within the clan, or those who were candidates for the position of clan leader in the future, were also permitted to participate. Uchiha Hitomi had not only awakened her Sharingan, but also possessed strength rivaling that of a Nin, making her a strong contender for the next clan leader. She had long met the criteria to attend the family meeting that a number of formidable Uchiha ninjas gathered towards the Southie Shrine. The sky was darkening, yet the path leading to the shrine was brightly illuminated, with torches flanking the sides, casting radiant light. Upon reaching the end of the path and entering the shrine structure, they witnessed a Uchiha clansman forming hand seals, utilizing ninjutsu to unveil a sealed stone tablet, behind which lay a pristine passageway. Chapter 44. The vision of the kaleidoscope within the basement. An ancient stone tablet stood solemnly, illuminated by torches and lamps that brightened the entire space, apart from the clansmen out on missions. Nearly 30 elite Nin and prodigies remained within the clan, all gathered here. It was undeniable that the Uchiha clan was indeed a prestigious family in Konoha, capable of assembling such a number of capable individuals. An entire small ninja village might not boast as many Nin combined. Typically, these monthly family meetings did not feature any significant announcements, often revolving around routine reports. For instance, discussions regarding the clan's income from various enterprises, any facilities within the territory that required repairs, the emergence of new prodigies worthy of cultivation, and whether recent complaints to the security team had increased. These matters were merely procedural, followed by a myriad of idle chatter. proclamations of the Uchiha name renaming Konoha, and debates on the next Hokage being from the Uchiha lineage. A staple of the gathering was the verbal sparring between the conservatives and the radicals. The radicals contended that those who feared and despised the Uchiha were inconsequential, advocating for a more assertive stance in addressing various criticisms. Whereas the conservatives argued that the radicals were overly reckless. After an hour, the family meeting finally concluded. "Hitomi, Fugaku, you two remain," Elder Uchiha Shiji announced. Alongside Uchiha Hitomi, who was called to stay, was a young man of around 17 or 18 years old. Though barely an adult, his countenance bore an air of maturity, devoid of any youthful naivety. He, too, was a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, having attained the rank of J-Nin 2 years prior, with his Sharingan reaching the level of 3 Tomo, making him a formidable candidate for the position of the next clan leader. Elder Shiji observed the two with a countenance that revealed a flicker of appreciation. "Hitomi, Fugaku, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next clan leader will be chosen between the two of you." His calm and unhurried tone determined the future leader of this illustrious clan. One should not presume that it is uncommon for a woman to lead. In fact, one of the legendary 12 ninja guardians, Inazuka Hana, was the leader of the Inazuka clan. Hyuga Hayashi's mother was also a clan leader, and her daughter, Hinata Hanabi, is destined to be the next leader of the Hyuga clan. In response to such declarations, both Uchiha Hitomi and Uchiha Fugaku maintained their composure, kneeling quietly before Elder Shiji, listening intently to his subsequent words. That a noticeable admiration flickered within Elder Shiji's eyes as he continued. "Both of you are among the rare talents of the Uchiha clan, and I can assure you that each of you possesses the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan." At the mention of the Manjiki Sharingan, the expressions of Uchiha Hitomi and Uchiha Fugaku subtly shifted. It was the ultimate eye that transcended the 3 Tomo Sharingan, a legendary sight that, upon awakening, would also grant unique ocular techniques. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary power that every Uchiha clan member yearned for. The most renowned user of the Manjiki Sharingan was Uchiha Madara, who co-founded Konoha alongside the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The Manjiki Sharingan was on par with Wood Release, belonging to the pinnacle of powers. Alas, the Senju clan had not seen the emergence of Wood Release in ages, and it seemed the Uchiha clan had also not witnessed a Manjiki in a long time. "Elder Shiji, what are the requirements for awakening the Manjiki Sharingan?" Uchiha Fugaku, kneeling below, could not contain his curiosity. His Sharingan had already reached the pinnacle of the 3 Tomo, and his desire for the Manjiki was more fervent than anyone else's. He understood that once he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, there would be no doubt regarding the next clan leader. He would possess the strength to lead the Uchiha towards a new era of glory. "Fugaku, do not let the allure of power cloud your vision. Your 3 Tomo Sharingan still has room for enhancement and requires further honing. That I have a premonition that war is soon to return. At that time, I will recommend you to represent the Uchiha clan in battle. To temper your will through combat, that I believe you will undergo a transformation amidst blood and fire." "Yes, Elder," Uchiha Fugaku replied respectfully, harboring profound trust in this elder, considering that all of his strength had been nurtured under the elder's guidance. Though they had no formal master-apprentice relationship, it was akin to one. "And what of me, grandfather?" Uchiha Hitomi inquired. Hitomi, equally intrigued by the legendary Manjiki Sharingan, yearned for power even more than the position of clan leader. If she were to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, she would surely surpass her rival, right? Unbeknownst to her, the rivalry with Jinya Katsuki had become an obsession for Uchiha Hitomi. She both brooded over it and found joy within it. Having a soulmate in competition was more than enough. Upon hearing Uchiha Hitomi's question, Elder Shiji turned his head, revealing a meaningful smile as he gazed at his granddaughter. "Hitomi, you are luckier than Fugaku. You have already found the opportunity to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan as long as you methodically enhance your ocular power and refine your 3 Tomo Sharingan to its utmost limits. When the time is ripe, I shall personally assist you in gaining the chance to awaken the Manjiki." Deep within, Elder Shiji's expectation for Uchiha Hitomi far surpassed those for Uchiha Fugaku. One was a disciple, while the other was a granddaughter with more exceptional talent. Who could weigh the two? Jinya Katsuki, That is the name of your desk mate, is it not? As an elder of the Uchiha, if I truly sought to uncover information about a commoner, it would be a simple task. Indeed, the bond between Jinya Katsuki and Uchiha Hitomi has deepened under my silent approval. Boy, you consume from the Uchiha household and dwell within it. Surely, you must give something in return, Elder Shiji mused. Uchiha Hitomi's fervor for power, her innate aptitude for wielding her Sharingan, and her profound connection with that boy. All the conditions for awakening the Mangeki were present, merely awaiting the opportune moment, should Fugaka be fortunate enough. The Uchiha clan would soon possess 2 pairs of peak Mangeki Sharingan. 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan would grant the Uchiha clan the power to upheave even Konoha itself. That would mark the moment when the Uchiha clan would utterly surpass the Senju lineage. Though Uchiha Hitomi was curious about why she had already found the opportunity to awaken the Mangeki, she did not delve deeper, merely nodding lightly in acknowledgement. Through the subtle influence of Jinya Katsuki, Uchiha Hitomi grasped a simple yet profound truth. True power belongs to one only when it is wholly under their control. Chapter 45. War returns. The graduation assessment, anticipated to commence early, unfolded amidst a landscape where the snow had ceased to fall. Yet the air retained a chilling essence. As the winter's end approached, an unexpected announcement reverberated through the community. War was on the horizon once more. It is noteworthy that it had been less than 6 months since the conclusion of the Rain Country conflict. Reports from the front indicated that the ninjas of Sunagakure had launched a sudden raid on the borders of the Fire Country without any forewarning, officially declaring war against Konohagakure. This aggressive maneuver resulted in significant losses for the Leaf forces stationed at the border, necessitating urgent reinforcements. This conflict, instigated by Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, was led personally by the 3rd Kazekage, commanding a substantial contingent of sand ninjas against the Leaf. The adversary was formidable. A palpable tension enveloped the entirety of Konohagakure, the villagers' faces betraying evident anxiety. Unlike the Rain Village, whose reputation rested largely upon the shoulders of Hanzo the Salamander, Sunagakure's overall strength far surpassed that of the Rain Ninjas. The 3rd Kazekage, renowned as the mightiest of all Kazekages, commanded a powerful lineage, with his right and left hands, the Chiyo siblings, being illustrious ninjas in their own right. They also led a mysterious and formidable puppet army, which had caused considerable distress to other ninja villages in past wars. Sunagakure's offensive was relentless, with their ninjas showcasing a level of skill vastly superior to that of their Rain counterparts. Konohagakure found itself facing an unprecedented challenge. Despite being the foremost among the 5 ninja villages, the Leaf had scarcely had time for recuperation following successive conflicts. Even the illustrious Konohagakure was beginning to feel the strain. It was then that the Leaf realized that the war against the Rain Country had merely been a prelude to the Second Great Ninja War, with the true conflict now commencing. The immense pressure of the impending storm ignited a sense of urgency among all Leaf ninjas. Under the leadership of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the upper echelons of Konohagakure convened an emergency meeting to devise a variety of strategic plans and policies. Following the meeting, a steady stream of Leaf ninjas made their way to the front lines to provide support, heading toward the borders of the Fire Country. Various ninja clans dispatched their elite ninjas as well. Simultaneously, the Ninja Academy was preparing for a comprehensive combat ranking assessment for the entire school in the Uchiha clan's private training grounds. 2 figures flickered back and forth, their exchanges generating a series of reverberating sounds in the air, akin to explosive bursts triggered by their extraordinary force and speed. Both combatants moved with such swiftness that they appeared to leave afterimages in their wake. As they separated, the arena was filled only with the heavy breaths of Uchiha, who stood opposite Jinya Sheng, who remained unfazed, his heart steady, and not a bead of sweat upon his brow, as though he had yet to even warm up. At this juncture, ordinary physical training had ceased to yield any significant results for Jinya Sheng. Spending additional time training alongside Uchiha Ito merely served to stretch his muscles. This freak, Uchiha Ito muttered through clenched teeth. Ever since she had consumed the gene enhancement serum, resulting in a qualitative transformation of her physique, Uchiha Ito had intensified her training, rapidly mastering the surge of newfound power. With renewed confidence, she once more challenged Xuanye Sheng, yet despite their daily sparring sessions, he continued to effortlessly dominate her in physical combat. Once she had steadied her breath, Xuanye Sheng inquired, "Are you planning to participate in the combat ranking assessment organized by the Ninja Academy? I've heard that students who perform exceptionally well will graduate early. And the top 3 will have the opportunity to select a ninjutsu from the Forbidden Scroll as a reward." As a princess of the Uchiha clan, Ida had received this information slightly ahead of others. However, such news was likely already well known among the major ninja clans. This widespread combat assessment would even attract the attention of the third Hokage, who not only sought to evaluate the new talent emerging from Konohagakure, but also aimed to identify potential prodigies to contribute to the village's future in the ongoing war. He even intended to scout a few civilian geniuses, as these children, unbound by clan ties, would be easier to manage and could serve as leverage against the power of the major ninja clans. It seemed that the pressure of this war weighed heavily upon Konohagakure, to the extent that even the children from the Ninja Academy were being sent to the front lines. Xuanye Sheng quickly deduced the true purpose of the Academy's assessment. Although labeled as a comprehensive evaluation, it was likely a means to funnel a new wave of cannon fodder into the battlefield. This practical assessment would not be a simple one-on-one confrontation. Rather, it would involve a randomized draw for matchups, culminating in a complete ranking. Oh well, why am I even saying all this? You probably won't participate anyway, Xuanye Sheng mused, convinced that his words would fall on deaf ears. I will participate. Haven't you always wanted to graduate early? Seize this opportunity. What? Uchiha Ito gazed at Xuanye Sheng in disbelief, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. This individual, who had longed for a secure 6 years at the Ninja Academy, was now willing to graduate early? Had the sun risen in the west? There are a few ninjutsu on the Forbidden Scroll that pique my interest. Ito, let us secure the top 2 spots together. Xuanye Sheng grinned, his words suggesting an assurance of their positions in the upcoming assessment. A spark of curiosity ignited in Uchiha Ita's eyes as she asked, "What ninjutsu could possibly interest you enough to compel you to graduate early?" The Forbidden Scroll, sealed by the first Hokage, contained the methodologies for using various forbidden techniques, including the shadow clone technique. In the original narrative, Naruto had stolen this scroll from the third Hokage's residence under the encouragement of Mizuki, subsequently mastering the shadow clone technique. The 2 techniques that intrigued Xuanye Sheng were the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World Reincarnation technique. These 2 ninjutsu were considered to be of a broken caliber, and Xuanye Sheng was determined to acquire them. Indeed, I am quite interested in both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Unfortunately, one can only select one ninjutsu. Ida, you will assist me. One to you? I had little interest in such a trivial practical assessment, but since you have so earnestly requested my help, I shall generously lend you a hand. Despite her words, a hint of excitement seeped through. Her anticipation was not for the assessment itself, but for the prospect of graduating early. Once she graduated, she would officially become a ninja, capable of undertaking various missions and even participating in frontline battles. A flicker of uncertain light danced in Xuanye Sheng's eyes, for there was a detail he had not shared with Uchiha Ito. His sudden decision to participate in the assessment and graduate early was not solely for the sake of those 2 ninjutsu, but also for Hinata Kairin. Let us rewind to a recent evening. Chapter 46. The Will of Fire Theory Examination. Time rewound to a recent evening when Hinata Kairin and Xuanye Sheng met in a clandestine location. They deliberately maintained an ordinary deskmate relationship at the Ninja Academy to avoid exposing their close connection. Shokun, the main house has decided to allow me to graduate early, so now I will be heading to the borders of the Fire Country. Hinata Kairin recounted a grim reality with an expression of calm. Having moved beyond self-pity regarding the capriciousness and injustice of fate, she accepted her circumstances. Xuanye Sheng was taken aback by her words, quickly asking, "What is the meaning of this? You are merely a student at the Ninja Academy. How could the main house send you to the front lines?" In his view, Hinata Kairin, with her exceptional talent, was undoubtedly one of the key figures the branch family sought to cultivate. Possessing boundless potential, IT was a grave risk to dispatch such an unproven genius to the front lines. It seemed a waste of talent. This is an order from the main house, and I have no choice but to comply in light of this war mobilization. The main house is dispatching a young master to demonstrate the importance of the situation, while the branch family is sending a jounin, a chunin, and myself as accompanying members, tasked with protecting the main house members. Xuanye Sheng fell silent, quickly grasping the grim reality that in comparison to the safety of a member of the main house. What was the worth of a branch family genius? After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "Your body has already undergone a transformation. There is no need for you to take the gene enhancement serum again. I had originally planned to wait a few more years until I could mitigate the risks of activating the special gene before considering your integration. Nonetheless, take this vial of gene fusion liquid for now. Remember, it should only be used in dire situations on the battlefield." Hinata Kyron carefully accepted the vial of blue gene fusion liquid, as if grasping her freedom, while Xuanye Sheng's voice echoed with caution. "Only use it if absolutely necessary. Be extremely careful, Kyron. If you take it now, there's over a 50% chance it could lead to gene collapse and death. Do you understand?" Kajino Masuru's expression was notably grave, devoid of any semblance of exaggeration. After all, with no experimental samples to draw upon, he could only theorize an approximate success rate. As for the eventual outcome, he could not guarantee it with absolute certainty. Hinata eyeing gaze at the azure glass vial in her hand. A surge of impulsive desire to consume it swelling within her. Swallow it. If she did, she could acquire a newfound power, freeing herself from the constraints of the caged bird seal. These were the very words Masaru had shared with her. Taking a deep breath, Ayin ultimately resisted this urge, nodding to Kajino Masaru to indicate that she had taken his words to heart. In the absence of dire necessity, she was unwilling to gamble with her own life. Fast forward to the present. Hinata Ayin was no longer attending school. She had applied for early graduation and successfully passed her assessments, emerging as a genin. To the surprise of both Kajino Masaru and Uchiha Hitomi. The first day of the practical examination was dedicated to a theoretical test on the will of fire. This examination posed no challenge for Kajino Masaru. His perspective on the will of fire had remained steadfast, especially when the higher-ups of Konoha, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, selfishly monopolized the right to articulate it, stripping it of its original meaning. Consequently, as long as his responses aligned with Hiruzen's preferences, achieving a high score in this exam was exceedingly simple for someone like Masaru, who had endured the rigors of examination-based education. With the intention of graduating early and stepping into the limelight, Kajino Masaru was destined to take center stage, beyond showcasing his exceptional abilities and talents. The profound essence of the will of fire would serve as his trump card. Kajino Masaru scanned the exam paper before him, glancing over the questions with a confident smile. The importance of the ninja code was self-evident. Fulfilling missions was the foremost duty of every ninja. Please discuss the significance of ninja discipline. Briefly recount the achievements of the third Hokage and share your views on him. The brutal wars in the ninja world have commenced once more. What are your thoughts on warfare? Elucidate your understanding of the will of fire. 4 comprehensive questions, covering the will of fire, the third Hokage, ninja discipline, and the most sensitive issue of war. The quality of this exam was remarkable, far surpassing the mundane questions typically posed in an average ninja academy, resembling those crafted by the third Hokage himself. In previous theoretical exams, there would often be questions like, who do you believe is the strongest Hokage? Explain why you think it is the third Hokage, which only served to tarnish Hiruzen's reputation. It would be far more intriguing to ask who they thought was the most despicable among the Hokage and to justify why it was Uchiha Itachi. Ordinary civilian students had not experienced the founding era of Konoha, but those hailing from ninja clans had surely heard their elders speak of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobarama, figures capable of devastating the world with a mere gesture. Right? Sarutobi Hiruzen was an exception. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kajino Masaru began to write, the tip of his pen producing a swift, rhythmic sound, indicating a smooth flow of thoughts for an average student. Such profound inquiries might necessitate considerable reflection. Even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, would likely struggle to pass if he were to answer them. However, for Masaru, who had perused the original work and numerous fan novels, these questions posed no difficulty whatsoever. He directly quoted Sarutobi Hiruzen's heartfelt words from his deathbed. "Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall persist. Where there are dancing leaves, the flames of hope shall ignite, illuminating the village and giving rise to new leaves." Sarutobi Hiruzen. "These are my words." He even elaborated poetically, adding, "Fallen blossoms are not heartless. They transform into spring mud to protect the flowers." Regarding the question about ninja discipline, Masaru earnestly wrote, "As a qualified ninja, discipline is indispensable. Ninjas must suppress unnecessary emotions to avoid jeopardizing their missions. If everyone adheres to the rules established by the village, most unnecessary conflicts can be averted." Such statements would likely be met with skepticism from seasoned politicians like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were notorious for their double standards. Nonetheless, the higher-ups of Konoha surely hoped that the young students from the Ninja Academy would take these words to heart, as it would better serve to mold them into tools at their disposal. Thus, even if Masaru's responses did not earn a perfect score, they would undoubtedly be near flawless. Soon enough, Kajino Masaru completed all the questions and approached the front to submit his paper to Nato Takuya. "Nato-sensei, I have finished." Chapter 47. The acknowledgement of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nato Takuya received Kajino Masaru's paper with a look of satisfaction, his eyes glancing over the densely packed characters, a swell of pride blossoming within him. In comparison to Masaru's performance in ninja training subjects, his theoretical results concerning the will of fire had consistently pleased Nato Takuya. He recalled a time when the third Hokage, amidst his numerous duties, attended a teachers' meeting at the Ninja Academy, during which Nato Takuya quoted Masaru's previous words from an exam, earning the commendation of the third Hokage himself on the spot. A promotion and raise were surely on the horizon. Who said teaching held no promise? This very inheritor of the will of fire was his student. Moreover, the genius girl of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hitomi, was also among his students. Nato Takuya possessed the stature of a distinguished mentor. That evening, at the Hokage building, after dealing with a multitude of affairs, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe, taking a moment of respite to savor a puff while perusing the newly submitted exam papers from his students. "Let me see how the village's children have fared." Indeed, this time, the exam questions were crafted personally by Sarutobi Hiruzen, serving as a final ideological assessment before the mobilization for war. He deftly opened the bag containing the sealed papers and began reviewing the first one. His demeanor serious, alternating between smoking and annotating the students' responses with his pen. The questions on this paper were meticulously prepared, presenting a considerable challenge, yet they were designed to reveal the students' true abilities and inner thoughts through their answers. As the honorary principal of the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely intervened in its affairs, yet he always held the matter of the students' adherence to the will of fire close to his heart. Fujiwara. This was the first paper Sarutobi Hiruzen examined, and the elegant calligraphy immediately left a positive impression on the Hokage. Not bad. Although the expressions are somewhat immature, they still adhere closely to the theme of the will of fire. It is commendable for a child from a civilian family to possess such awareness. Oh, she even mentioned her classmate Kajino Masaru. In the final comprehensive question, where the students were to expound on their understanding of the will of fire, Fujiwara cited Kajino Masaru's act of standing up for the underprivileged civilian students against their ninja counterparts, asserting that this exemplified the essence of the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Fujiwara was correct. The will of fire aims to unite all ninjas within the village, fostering a spirit of mutual support. Each for all, and all for each. The ability to resolve conflicts between civilians and ninja clans clearly embodied the will of fire. What intrigued him further was Sarutobi Hiruzen's keen perception of the subtle emotions woven into Fujiwara words. It seemed that this student named Kajino Masaru was quite popular. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen awarded this paper an impressive score of 85. The first paper had set a promising precedent, heightening his anticipation for the responses from the other students. Uchiha Hitomi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile faded slightly, and his expression grew solemn. The Umbu had previously reported to him about the prodigious Uchiha girl who awakened her double Sharingan at the tender age of 8. Granddaughter of Uchiha Sheik, the clan's esteemed elder. Although Uchiha Sheik appeared neutral, neither aligning with the Hawks nor the Doves, it was conceivable that he might have tacitly supported the Uchiha who once attempted an armed rebellion. Warranting caution, another Uchiha genius? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette, sometimes marveling at how effortlessly this clan produced exceptional talents, yet the clan's complicated relationship with the village troubled him. After perusing Uchiha Hitomi's responses, he sighed in resignation. The entire examination paper revolved around two pivotal themes: the Uchiha and power. Centering on a notion of strength, it articulated how the Uchiha clan had brought peace to the village through their formidable prowess since the founding of Konoha, particularly after the Senju clan's dissolution, solidifying the Uchiha's dominant position in the village. Since taking on a role of the security force, they had made significant contributions to the village's tranquility, with the enforcement of ninja discipline being inextricably linked to their strict oversight. Throughout the discourse, an insatiable yearning for power resonated, positing that absolute strength would yield absolute peace. There was even a bold proclamation that if Konoha possessed the same might as the legendary sage of the Six Paths, no other ninja village would dare wage war against them. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer endure reading. It was a quintessentially Uchiha mindset. He summoned an Umbu agent, instructing, keep a close watch on Uchiha Hitomi and discern any connection she may have with the hawkish faction. Yes, Hokage-sama, came the response from the shadows, and silence enveloped the office once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued annotating the papers, one after another. Jinyakatsu. That name seems somewhat familiar. Indeed, several students had mentioned it, regarding the name's owner as a role model. Initially weary from the lengthy grading, Sarutobi Hiruzen found renewed interest in this paper. Where leaves flutter, the fire burns eternal. The fallen petals are not without sentiment. They transform into spring mud to nurture the flowers. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself murmuring these lines, his eyes brightening, momentarily forgetting to smoke. These words resonated deeply within him. He felt they encapsulated the very essence of the will of fire he had long sought to express. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his gaze to the framed picture of Senju Tobarama that adorned his desk, recalling the image of his teacher, Senju Tobarama, covering their retreat. That was a regret he could never forget nor amend. Rest assured, teacher, I have always remembered your teachings. One day, for the sake of the village, I too shall not hesitate to sacrifice myself. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from his reverie, glanced at Jinyakatsu as paper, and took out a small notebook, unreservedly jotting down those golden lines. These could be distilled for future proclamations of the will of fire, allowing the village's ninjas to better comprehend and embrace its essence. Subsequently, he decisively inscribed a perfect score on Jinyakatsu's paper, adding, "This student's profound understanding of the will of fire brings me great comfort. May the will of fire take root in your heart and blossom into a resplendent flame." After finishing his remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, contemplating, I must speak with this child in person one day, to exchange insights on the will of fire. Time passed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched, loosening his muscles. That will be all for today's grading. It's time to reward myself after a day of hard work. Chapter 48. The practical examination commences. Today, the Ninja Academy buzzed with excitement. No classes were scheduled. As all students participated in a practical ranking assessment, that a student nudged their neighbor's shoulder and whispered, "I'm a bit anxious about today as practical assessment. Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Puffed. Is that even a question? It's definitely Uchiha Hitomi, came the confident reply, and no doubt about it. Though her personality is unbearable, her strength is undeniable. That's debatable. I have my money on Namikaze Minato. He is bound to come in first. The group of youths, evidently fans of Namikaze Minato, wore expressions of certainty. Aside from them, I believe Hyuga Mirai from the prestigious Hyuga clan is also formidable. Indeed, I've heard he has never lost in practical classes, even defeating Uchiha Hitomi at one point. Exactly. The one who triumphed over Uchiha Hitomi was Jinyakatsu, right? He is quite powerful too, though I've heard he specializes in taijutsu. While the Hyuga clan excels at that, you're behind the times. Jinya has already overcome his shortcomings in ninjutsu, but it still feels like Uchiha Hitomi has the upper hand. Around the school, clusters of students gathered, passionately discussing their predictions. For these children, the forthcoming school-wide practical ranking assessment represented a rare opportunity, a significant event in their young lives. Each one wore flushed faces, brimming with anticipation. However, students who had only recently joined the academy were largely opting out of this assessment. After all, they had only just begun to master chakra refinement techniques and lacked sufficient chakra reserves. Prodigious talents were few, and most would need to study and train diligently for years to acquire any combat readiness. Even so, the number of participants in this practical ranking assessment was still impressively high. It was only logical, considering that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Ninja Coalition comprised over 80,000 combatants. If the Ninja Academy didn't have enough students, how could they gather such numbers later? The entire academy was enshrouded in an atmosphere of excitement. Almost every student envisioned making their mark before the third Hokage and learning powerful ninjutsu from the legendary Scroll of Seals. Due to the large turnout, the practical ranking assessments would utilize 4 venues. The assessments would follow a double elimination format. All participating students would draw lots to pair off, and following each battle, winners would face winners while losers would face losers. This process would continue until an overall ranking was established. The initial 3 venues would host separate matches, and after multiple rounds, the standout competitors would enter the main venue for the final matches, which would be a ruthless single-elimination tournament. The main venue would be presided over by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, himself. This meant that anyone who made it to the main stage would capture the Hokage's attention. For the attention-seeking young ones, this was a tantalizing prospect. The opening ceremony for the practical ranking assessment would naturally be led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Amid the respectful gazes of numerous ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen, draped in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, gracefully ascended the stage. Although not particularly tall, the moment the students beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen, they erupted into cheers. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch in Konoha. The Hokage held the highest authority and commanded unparalleled respect. Thus, even amidst the shadows of war, the sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen instilled a sense of calm. He was the third Hokage, the strongest ninja of Konoha, and arguably the most powerful Hokage in history. To be honest, aside from the somewhat awkward title of the strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had performed admirably in his role as Hokage thus far, observing the excited, reverent, and eager faces of the children. A gentle smile spread across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. With a wave of his hand, the entire venue fell silent. The will of fire shall be inherited by you, the new green leaves. Therefore, strive diligently for the prosperity of our village. With these few words, the atmosphere soared to new heights. Among the crowd, nearly every student felt their spirits ignite, including Namikaze Minato. Jinya Katsu stood amidst the throng, watching the third Hokage deliver his impassioned speech with a sense of nostalgia. This was the allure of the Hokage. If Jinya Katsu were not a transmigrator, he would likely share the same lifelong ambition as the other students, aspiring to become Hokage, yet well-versed in the unfolding narrative. Jinya Katsu understood that in this world, the Hokage was far from the focal point. Beyond the shadows loomed figures like Senju Hashirama, Uchiha, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. The power possessed by these individuals is truly apocalyptic, embodying the might of heaven and earth within a single being. Of course, this is still somewhat distant from Xuanye Sheng's current capabilities. He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. What are the bloodline limits? What are the Otsutsuki? One day he shall ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world with the strength of an ordinary citizen. Let this practical assessment serve as his resounding debut. After the speech delivered by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the practical ranking assessment officially commenced. All the students were divided and taken to 3 separate venues, while Sarutobi and others had already made their way to the main arena, awaiting the victors from the sub-arenas. The lackluster battles in the sub-arenas were hardly worthy of the Hokage's personal attention. Only those who triumphed in the main arena would be recognized as the new elite of Konoha. Deserving of focus, Xuanye Sheng was assigned to the third arena, separate from Uchiha Hitomi. Before parting ways, Uchiha Hitomi addressed Xuanye Sheng, saying, "See you in the main arena." Xuanye Sheng nodded in response. "See you then." The third sub-arena was essentially a rather spacious playground divided into sections, with 2 examiners standing in the center and 4 Umbu operatives overseeing the proceedings from the sidelines. Coincidentally, Xuanye Sheng's first opponent drawn was a classmate. Upon realizing that he was to face Xuanye Sheng, the classmate's face instantly fell into a sorrowful expression. If there were 2 opponents he least desired to encounter, without a doubt, one would be Uchiha Hitomi, and the other would be Xuanye Sheng. Being classmates, he was well aware that both of them were on a completely different level compared to the rest. I concede, initially, he harbored a sliver of hope, contemplating a desperate fight, but as Xuanye Sheng approached the arena, gazing into his indifferent and tranquil eyes, he suddenly lost all courage and withdrew, surrendering instead. Xuanye Sheng did not expect to achieve victory without a fight in his first match. The presiding examiner was equally taken aback, shaking his head in resignation before announcing Xuanye Sheng's victory. In the subsequent matches, either the opponents surrendered decisively, or they were easily defeated by Xuanye Sheng in a single move. Throughout this period, Xuanye Sheng did not even break a sweat. He even had to consciously restrain his own strength to avoid accidentally delivering a fatal blow to the students of the Ninja Academy. The entire process resembled autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Overwhelming and crushing. Such a performance drew exclamations of awe. His strength was undeniably underestimated. After all, he was the only man to have triumphed over Uchiha Hitomi, truly deserving of the title of one of the 2 great civilian geniuses alongside Namake's Minato. Those who once regarded Xuanye Sheng as a ninjutsu failure had completely revised their views, their gazes now filled with profound envy. Most of the students lacked privileged backgrounds or formidable bloodline limits. So witnessing Xuanye Sheng, a civilian student, emerge prominently was incredibly uplifting. They could not help but fantasize about becoming the next Xuanye Sheng. Even the examiners and Umbu ninjas present exhibited expressions of surprise and admiration at Xuanye Sheng's displayed prowess. After 4 consecutive victories, Xuanye Sheng faced his 5th opponent. This match, too, held no surprises. Even though the 5th opponent was slightly stronger than the previous 4, it made no difference to Xuanye Sheng. He remained unchallenged. Moments later, the examiner, clearly impressed, proclaimed loudly, "Xuanye Sheng, victorious in the 5th match." As the voice echoed throughout the arena, there was an initial silence, followed by an eruption of raucous cheers throughout the 3rd sub-arena. Winning 5 matches meant that Xuanye Sheng had become the victor, successfully advancing to the main arena. At that moment, all the students in the 3rd sub-arena looked upon Xuanye Sheng with expressions of envy. Entering the main arena would place him under the gaze of the Hokage, marking the greatest honor of their student years. Amidst the fervor in the 3rd sub-arena, Xuanye Sheng maintained a calm demeanor as he walked towards the main arena. "You're rather slow, Sheng," came a cool voice. It was Uchiha Hitomi, who had been waiting in the main arena with her arms crossed. Xuanye Sheng was well aware of Uchiha Hitomi's strength, yet her speed of advancement still surprised him. "You didn't hold back too much, did you?" Uchiha Hitomi frowned, her eyes reflecting indignation at feeling underestimated. "Rest assured, I didn't go all out, that I have complete confidence in my control over my own power. So don't look down on me." To this day, since her power had surged that fateful day, Uchiha Hitomi had not experienced a loss of control. In fact, by focusing on mastering her strength, her chakra control had subtly improved as well. Meanwhile, the commotion from the 3rd sub-arena had even caught the attention of those in the 1st and 2nd sub-dash arenas in the 1st sub-arena, Namake's Minato, preparing for his final match, turned slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face as he glanced towards the source of the uproar emanating from the 3rd sub-arena. Internally astonished, he thought, has someone already secured a ticket to the main arena? They were even faster than I am. After a brief moment of contemplation, Minato's expression returned to calmness, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. The order of entering the main arena was of little consequence. After all, once inside, it would still come down to strength, and he was determined to claim first place simultaneously. In the main arena, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the dais and awaiting the proceedings, revealed a slight smile upon hearing the commotion from his subarena. It seemed a victor had emerged. He wondered which children it could be, his words brimming with anticipation. The enduring supremacy of Konoha among the 5 great ninja villages was inextricably linked to its well-established ninja academy system. Only with a continuous influx of talented ninjas could Konoha flourish like a mighty tree. I bet it must be that prodigy, Namake's Minato, whose talents rival those of Orochimaru. Behind Sarutobi stood Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who had finally returned from the land of rain in all aspects. Namake's Minato was undoubtedly among the top 2 students at the Ninja Academy. The reason he was not first was solely due to the more attention-grabbing Uchiha Hitomi. However, if one disregarded clan status, Minato's excellence surpassed that of Orochimaru during the same period. Under such circumstances, Minato's genius had already caught the eye of Konoha as higher-ups. Point 1 was a genius from the Uchiha clan, and the other was a genius of civilian origin. The higher-ups of Konoha were evidently more inclined to recruit and foster a civilian genius like Minato. Jiraiya had even taken it upon himself to keep a discreet eye on Minato. Ever since he learned of the prophecy, his life's goal had shifted to finding the child of destiny. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so adamantly staying in the land of rain to adopt orphans. Now, he viewed any gifted youth as a potential savior, even contemplating the idea of taking a disciple. After all, the more saviors, the better they ask for the repercussions of taking a disciple. He was indifferent. The world works in such a way that when a person acts for a noble cause, even if the process leads to many unknown or adverse effects, considering their intentions makes it easy to forgive them. Just like when pain wreaked havoc in Konoha, nearly flattening the entire village. Did anyone blame Jiraiya for having such a pupil? Listening to Jiraiya, Sarutobi chuckled softly and nodded slightly. In his view, it would either be Namake's Minato or that child from the Uchiha clan. However, just then, from another direction, Tsunade strode over, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Humph, that is not necessarily the case. What, Tsunade, do you disagree? You weren't necessarily more outstanding than Minato in your youth either. Jiraiya retorted, his tone somewhat pointed. In the past, he would never have dared speak to Tsunade this way. But upon returning from the land of rain and discovering that his long-cherished goddess had been stolen away by someone named Kato Dan, one could imagine the irritation Jiraiya felt. This had inevitably altered his attitude towards Tsunade. Tsunade, seemingly uninterested in Jiraiya, tossed her golden hair and remarked, "The one who is a frog in a well is you, Jiraiya. But since you've just returned to the village, I can understand your ignorance." Her words were laced with clear sarcasm. "You." Jiraiya was infuriated. Just then, Orochimaru, who had been silent all along, subtly gestured towards a direction. Suddenly exclaiming, "Look!" Sarutobi and Jiraiya instinctively turned their gazes toward the direction pointed by Orochimaru, both taken aback in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were both taken aback to their astonishment. The first victors to step onto the main stage were not one, but 2 individuals. Even more surprising was the absence of Namake's Minato among them. Point 1 was Uchiha Hitomi, a name they had heard of, possessing shoulder-length black hair, exuding an air of confidence, with cold, piercing eyes that radiated an aura of intimidating authority. The other was a boy with silvery white hair. His clean-cut locks framed a face characterized by deep, starry black eyes, a sun-kissed complexion, broad, powerful shoulders, and a subtle smile that felt like a breath of spring. Even standing alongside the talented girl from the Uchiha clan, the boy's presence was equally formidable. The 2 were none other than Uchiha Hitomi and Jinya Masaru. "Impossible! Someone has surpassed Minato's speed," Jiraiya exclaimed. This belief etched across his face. It was already shocking enough that Minato was not the first, but now he wasn't even second. How could this be? Tsunade, nearby, wore a smug smile, boldly declaring, "It seems my judgment is indeed superior." "Jiraiya, your judgment?" Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, confusion evident in his expression. Tsunade replied with a hint of pride, "Is it not normal for my disciple to surpass the one you favor? Your disciple. When did you take on a disciple?" Jiraiya was taken aback. He had only recently returned to the village and was unaware of Tsunade's new protege. Orochimaru, with a sly grin, chimed in, "It appears this era boasts more than just Namake's Minato as a genius." "Tsunade, Your disciple is remarkably impressive. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with a unique light. Even she had not anticipated her new disciple to excel not only in medical ninjutsu, but also in combat prowess. However, this only served to highlight her discerning eye. Observing Tsunade's rising enthusiasm and the shift of attention from Minato to Xuanye Sheng, Jiraiya felt a tinge of irritation. Even if your disciple arrived at the main stage first, he could never hope to defeat Minato, whose talent eclipsed even that of Orochimaru. You might not believe it, but Jiraiya, a commoner by birth, held a rather elitist view on talent, that if he sought a fated child. Why did he not choose Lee or Tintin? Instead, he was immediately drawn to Nagato's Rinnegan, and later took on Naruto purely due to the visible talent he possessed. Thus, in his eyes, the evidently more gifted Minato would undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor. Haha, Orochimaru retorted, unfazed by Jiraiya's dismissal of his talent, a devious smile playing on his lips. If we follow your reasoning, this Xuanye Sheng had the audacity to confront an Uchiha Chunin at the tender age of 6. Jiraiya, at 6, you would likely have been no match for him, even tenfold. Upon Orochimaru's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The tale of Xuanye Sheng's punch that sent an Uchiha Chunin flying was already well known among the gathered crowd, who understood that his talent should not be underestimated. However, he had since faded into the background, unlike Minato, who thrived in the spotlight. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought, his gaze flickering as he suddenly recalled that Xuanye Sheng was indeed the owner of that perfect score from the previous night. In that instant, his perception of Xuanye transformed, becoming softer and filled with admiration. A youth imbued with the will of fire and overflowing with talent is undoubtedly my favorite. Ding, gaining the recognition of the peak commoner, ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Commoner points too. Xuanye, who had been quietly observing the main stage, momentarily froze upon meeting Hiruzen's appreciative gaze, quickly feigning excitement. Yet he mused, can I truly gain commoner points from Hiruzen's acknowledgement? After all, he is technically a commoner ninja himself. Lacking any bloodline limit, it seems I have officially entered the purview of Konoha's upper echelon. I wonder, if I were to earn the profound recognition of the third Hokage, what talent might I acquire? The main stage was significantly larger and more formal than the preliminary venues. Its arrangement closely mirrored that of the Chunin exams from the original narrative. The pinnacle, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, sat with a commanding view of the arena below. Beside and behind him were 3 renowned figures, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, gathered in one place. As Xuanye surveyed these familiar characters from the original plot, Sarutobi and the others scrutinized the victorious children. Unlike the other students, who were barely able to contain their excitement, Xuanye maintained a composed demeanor, his eyes subtly betraying a hint of confidence. Exceptional gaze. He is truly my disciple, Tsunade remarked with satisfaction, bordering on self-congratulatory. However, she was not wrong. Xuanye's ability to achieve a tie for first place alongside Uchiha Itomi while remaining composed in the presence of the Hokage and elite Jonin showcased a remarkably admirable mindset for a qualified ninja. Sarutobi nodded appreciatively, and upon confirming that Xuanye was indeed the student behind that perfect paper, his standing in Hiruzen's eyes rose significantly. He recalled the intel from the Umbu, aware that Xuanye's parents had fallen in battle. A hero's legacy, in orphan, the embodiment of the will of fire, outstanding ninja talent. This child is destined to belong to my lineage as Hokage, just as everyone was assessing Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Itomi. A new victor emerged, Namikaze Minato. With his golden hair, Minato displayed an unexpected composure for his young age as he confidently entered the main stage. Upon seeing Minato arrive, Jiraiya, who had previously seemed disinterested, instantly perked up. Look, Minato has also emerged victorious. I knew I was right about him. Just wait and see. Even if that boy Xuanye Sheng is exceptional, he will never match Minato. In his words, it was as if he had already declared Minato the ultimate victor. Tsunade scoffed, retorting, if it were merely a matter of words, you would have surely been the champion during your time at the Ninja Academy, Jiraiya. Let us await the final outcome. Meanwhile, Orochimaru leaned against the wall. Silent yet intrigued, watching the unfolding events with keen interest. Chapter 51. Hinata's future upon entering the main stage. Namikaze Minato immediately spotted Uchiha Hitomi and Jinya Masaru, his pupils narrowing slightly. After a fleeting moment of surprise, he nodded to himself. The genius reputation of Uchiha Hitomi was even more renowned than his own, and Jinya was frequently mentioned alongside him as one of the two great geniuses of the commoners. So it was understandable that they had reached the stage before him. Nevertheless, he was determined to claim victory in the end. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Minato's eyes as he hesitated, contemplating whether to greet Hitomi and Jinya, when the other victors began to enter the arena. Simultaneously, numerous Chunin and Jonin, eager to witness the competition, flooded into the main stage, including those students who had already been eliminated, each finding a favorable spot to watch the proceedings with keen interest. Almost all spectators shared a consensus. The battles on the main stage would be the most thrilling, while the preliminary matches felt merely like childish play, an appetizer. The crowd continued to swell. Soon, all 12 victors had gathered, for emerging from each preliminary venue. Among them, 6 had progressed without a single defeat, appearing relaxed and unscathed, while the remaining 6 had suffered losses. Showing signs of wear from arduous battles, everyone nearly assembled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, surveying the gathering of victors, wore a warm, affable smile. These children are the future pillars of Konoha. A ninja clad in Jonin attire approached Sarutobi, reporting, "Hokage-sama, everyone has arrived." Nodding in acknowledgement, Sarutobi was about to instruct his subordinates to commence when a commotion arose outside the venue. The crowd parted to allow a figure to stride in with an air of confidence. Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's advisor. To think you would take an interest in the evaluations of the academy children. Danzo. Tsurugi Hizashi's eyes flickered with a hint of profundity as he spoke. To Danzo's rigid visage twisted into a semblance of what he considered a gentle smile. Though to others, it appeared rather sinister, he replied. As it pertains to the future of Konohagakure, it is only natural for me, as the Hokage's advisor, to observe. With that, he settled himself beside Tsurugi Hizashi, the old fox. Tsurugi Hizashi thought to himself, fully aware of the other's ulterior motives. To his surprise, before he could curtail the development of the rude organization, Danzo had already extended his reach into the Ninja Academy, evidently seeking to select some gifted children for his cause. The Ninja Academy represented the foundation for Tsurugi Hizashi. He would not permit Danzo to meddle before these children had even graduated. They were still quite tender, needing ample nurturing to blossom into their own brilliance. Tsurugi Hizashi spoke calmly, issuing a few directives to the ninja by his side. The proctor, clad in a Jonin uniform, nodded and, with a swift body flicker technique, appeared at the center of the arena. He surveyed the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations on reaching the finals. The Hokage is watching from above, so showcase your finest selves." His words heralded the commencement of the draw for the matchups. The first contest would feature Jinya Masaru against Hinata Mirai. Following the draw, the proctor raised a hand with the arranged list, announcing the first match has drawn everyone's attention. Jinya Masaru is the new apprentice of Lady Tsunade, isn't he? Quite intriguing indeed. I've heard he managed to send a Chunin of the Uchiha clan flying with a single punch at the tender age of 6. Is that true? That Uchiha must feel utterly humiliated. A group of spectators eagerly debated, their eyes brimming with curiosity towards Jinya Masaru. These Jonin were not merely here for entertainment. They were also on the lookout for exceptionally talented disciples. Tsunade, the first match features your pupil. I am eager to see how this lad, Jinya Masaru, measures up against Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya remarked, casually leaping onto the railing in a half squat, his demeanor carefree at this stage. Jiraiya was brimming with youthful exuberance, his antics reminiscent of a child. Even though the later chapters of the original work showcased his more reckless side, Tsunade feigned ignorance toward Jiraiya, seemingly disinterested in engaging him. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated giving him a swift kick off the railing, but refrained, fearing it would only lead to further embarrassment. Upon hearing his name, Jinya Masaru was slightly taken aback, surprised to find himself called for the first match. However, the order of the rounds mattered little. After all, it was merely a straightforward contest. Jinya Masaru and Hinata Mirai ascended the stage, The Uchiha clan members retreated to the sidelines, keenly observing. Hinata Mirai regarded Jinya Masaru with an unusual glint in his eyes. Having heard much about him as a scion of a prominent clan, he was particularly sensitive to the fact that Jinya Masaru had become Tsunade's disciple. Jinya Masaru, I have heard your name. You are heralded alongside Namikaze Minato as one of the two prodigies of the common folk. Yet, that only marks you as a genius amongst the ordinary, to the true elite of the ninja clans. Your remarkable talents might simply be considered the norm. So, are you flaunting your humble origins? I wonder who bestowed upon you such confidence, Hinata Mirai remarked, a hint of disdain in his voice. Jinya Masaru responded with a hint of exasperation. No, I merely wish to remind you that since you have been accepted as Lady Tsunade's apprentice, you ought to shine on the path of a medical ninja. As for combat, leave that to us specialists. Hinata Mirai retorted coolly, exuding an air of certainty. Do you presume victory is assured? His tone brimmed with arrogance. That I know you excel in taijutsu, and when it comes to taijutsu, no one in Konohagakure can best the Hyuga clan. His words dripped with pride. Indeed, with their Byakugan and the inherited gentle fist technique, the Hyuga clan held a position of great esteem in the realm of taijutsu, possessing ample justification for their pride. Unless they encountered a true prodigy of martial arts, otherwise the average fighter would struggle against them. Ironically, Jinya Masaru was precisely such a prodigy, having absorbed Might Guy's extreme training methods and combined them with his own scientific regimen. Along with the unique techniques of the Eight Gates, Jinya Masaru's mastery of taijutsu had reached astounding heights. However, he had yet to encounter an opponent formidable enough to truly unleash his potential. The first match begins, the proctor proclaimed without hesitation as the two competitors took their positions. Hinata Mirai assumed the starting stance of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, calmly observing Jinya Masaru without rushing forward. Chapter 52. A Stunning Annihilation. That was the signature taijutsu of the Hyuga clan, the gentle fist. Indeed, to contend with the Hyuga clan in taijutsu was a daunting challenge. That I heard that Jinya Masaru has already overcome the shortcomings of his ninjutsu training and compensated for his weaknesses. The audience murmured amongst themselves. The elite ninjas, especially the Jonin, understood the close-range lethality of the gentle fist. This technique could seal chakra points or even directly assault internal organs. Once ensnared by a practitioner of the gentle fist, it was akin to a slow death. Consequently, the spectators speculated how Jinya Masaru would respond to the formidable taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. Would he stubbornly engage in a direct contest of strength? Or would he employ other ninjutsu to navigate the confrontation? Much to everyone's astonishment, Jinya Masaru's choice was remarkably straightforward and direct. Without hand seals for ninjutsu or a formal taijutsu stance, he simply lunged forward and unleashed a punch. Regardless of your esteemed lineage or your gentle fist secrets, I will obliterate you with a single strike. With a resounding crack, as Jinya Masaru stepped forward, the ground beneath him fractured, as if unable to bear the weight of his immense power. In the next instant, he closed the distance to Hinata Mirai, and as he clenched his fist, a surge of chakra coalesced instantaneously, erupting forth as he struck at Hinata Mirai. This punch was merely a demonstration of his raw strength. Had he employed the advanced techniques of his explosive punch, he feared he might reduce Hinata Mirai to mere fragments. Nevertheless, the force behind this blow was still unparalleled. Boom! In an instant, the air seemed to emit a sharp, resonant hum, and waves of pressure rippled outward. A terrifying force enveloped Hinata Mirai entirely. Just moments ago, he wore a calm facade, but now his expression morphed dramatically. His pupils constricted, and disbelief washed over his face. How could Jinya Masaru's assault be so terrifying? This overwhelming pressure rooted him in place, as if he were ensnared by countless chains, binding him tightly, in a state of panic. Hinata Mirai desperately channeled chakra from his limbs. Attempting to counter Jinya Masaru's punch, he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, pouring forth chakra without reservation. Buzz! With all his might, Hinata Mirai's chakra surged forth, momentarily cushioning the overwhelming force of the blow. Yet in the next heartbeat, his resistance crumbled, like a mere twig snapped underfoot. This immense power, laden with tremendous impact, rendered Hinata Mirai's struggles futile. Had it not been for his instinctive desire to survive, utilizing his arms to release chakra for a brief reprieve, he might have already found his bones shattered by Xuanye Masaru's fist. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Hinata Mirai was sent hurtling through the air, blood spraying forth as his body crashed to the ground and skidded several meters before lying motionless. Unconscious, the arena fell into an eerie silence on the faces of all present. Disbelief reigned supreme, as if they were trapped in a dream. What just transpired? From beginning to end, Xuanye Masaru had delivered but a single punch, vanquishing the genius of the Hyuga clan, renowned for their taijutsu prowess. There was no intricate strategizing, nor a clash of ninjutsu and taijutsu. The scenes imagined by the spectators had all vanished. Instead, what unfolded was an unexpected display of a single punch annihilation. If Xuanye Masaru had dispatched an ordinary student, it would have been one thing, but his opponent was none other than the esteemed Hyuga clan. To witness such a talent, born from rigorous combat training, being obliterated in a single blow was nothing short of shocking and unfathomable. In stark contrast, Xuanye Masaru remained composed, retracting his fist with an air of tranquility, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. Moments later, the arena erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Voices filled with disbelief intertwined, creating a thunderous uproar. Not only the students, but even the battle-hardened Chunin and Jonin found themselves drenched in cold sweat, their faces reflecting shock. Even the proctor, taken aback, announced Xuanye Masaru's victory with a hint of astonishment. The victor of this match is Xuanye Masaru. It was simply inconceivable. Kagami Ueno is indeed formidable. The genius from the Hyuga clan was unable to withstand even a single blow. Upon the high platform, even the most composed Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exhibited a flicker of surprise in their gazes. They had not anticipated the existence of such talent among the common folk. Danzo's eyes glimmered as he offered a subdued critique. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Kagami Ueno becoming increasingly serious. The strength and talent displayed by Kagami Ueno in this match moved even him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, still crouched by the railing, wore a rather stiff expression, his mouth agape in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Tsunade, did you really impart your monstrous strength to this child?" To him, it was evident that the incredible blow delivered by Kagami Ueno was unmistakably Tsunade's signature technique, her monstrous strength. Leaning elegantly against the railing, Tsunade's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of intrigue. As Kagami Ueno's stunning punch resonated deeply within her, I merely provided him with a scroll documenting the monstrous strength technique. I never expected this little fellow would be capable of utilizing it in actual combat. It can be said that Kagami Ueno has essentially mastered the technique through self-study, with me as his teacher providing nothing but the training scroll. As for Kagami Ueno, a hint of admiration flickered in Orochimaru's cold eyes as he observed from the sidelines. As Kagami Ueno calmly descended amidst a cacophony of astonished and shocked expressions. The din of the crowd showed no signs of abating. On the sidelines, the other victors, including Minato Namikaze, regarded Kagami Ueno with expressions of disbelief, and involuntary thoughts surfaced in their minds. Had they been the ones facing that earth-shattering punch from Kagami Ueno? What would the outcome have been? Many turned pale at the thought. Undoubtedly, if they had been caught unprepared, their fate would have been far worse than Hinata's. Kagami Ueno, this formidable individual, was a formidable rival. Almost everyone cast wary glances towards Kagami Ueno. Even Minato Namikaze, typically confident in his own abilities, found himself filled with astonishment. But he couldn't help but approach Kagami Ueno, stating, "Kagami Ueno, you are truly powerful. You have placed unprecedented pressure upon me." This statement clearly indicated that Minato Namikaze now regarded Kagami Ueno as an opponent he would need to exert all his effort to hope to defeat. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kagami Ueno smiled slightly, pondering how Minato would react if he were to learn that he had only exerted a fraction of his strength in that last punch. Chapter 53. The Birth of the Top 3. To this day, Kagami Ueno's power had reached a terrifying level, surpassing several times that of 2 years prior. His efficiency in the combination of strength and chakra was now many times greater than it had been 2 years ago. Had Kagami Ueno unleashed his full power with that punch, The result would have been the complete annihilation of Hinata. After all, it was merely an assessment match, so Kagami Ueno had held back the majority of his strength, only sending his opponent flying and knocking him unconscious. Throughout the series of matches, Kagami Ueno's greatest challenge lay in controlling his own power to avoid killing his opponent with a single blow. It must be said, this was a dilemma unique to him alone. The battle between Kagami Ueno and Hinata concluded far too swiftly for anyone's expectations. Subsequently, after the medical ninjas carried the unconscious Hinata away for treatment, the chief examiner promptly announced the participants for the second match. One of them was Minato Namikaze. Once the duel commenced, Minato showcased his speed and combat intellect, although he did not resolve the match with a single exaggerated punch like Kagami Ueno. He nonetheless achieved a clean and decisive victory over his opponent that a simple substitution technique in Minato's hands became a dazzling display, leaving his adversary utterly bewildered, ultimately culminating in a wind-style ninjutsu that sealed the victory. After executing these two techniques, Minato remained unfazed. His chakra levels evidently exceeded those of ordinary students, nearing that of a chunin. In the following series of battles, each talented youth exhibited their remarkable prowess. Among them, Uchiha Hitomi nearly roasted her opponent with a fire-style ninjutsu. Fortunately, the medical ninjas present were always on standby for timely rescue. Soon after a round of battles, only 6 competitors remained. Others either exited in disappointment or were carried off for medical attention. Such is the world of ninjas, where even in a practical examination at a ninja academy, life-threatening risks may arise. The main arena battles differed from those in the sub-arenas, as there were intervals for rest. After a round, the competitors enjoyed a 2-hour respite to regain stamina, have lunch, or even receive minor medical treatment, allowing them to return to peak condition. Of course, this benefit bore little difference for Kagami Ueno, Uchiha Hitomi, and Minato Namikaze. All three had won with considerable ease, their performances surpassing those of their peers by a significant margin. After the break, the second round of matches commenced. By chance, the 3 most outstanding performers were slated to compete against different opponents. Whether this was due to manipulation remained uncertain. In the 2 battles, any audience with discerning eyes could see the exceptional talent displayed by these 3 prodigies, their levels far exceeding that of ordinary ninja academy students. On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others exhibited expressions of admiration. However, their objects of praise varied. Hiruzen and Tsunade were both pleased with Kagami Ueno's performance, with the 3rd Hokage even contemplating the possibility of integrating Kagami Ueno into the Umbu. As for Jiraiya, he found himself increasingly enamored with Minato Namikaze. Were it not for the ongoing competition, he would have been eager to take him as a disciple. In comparison to the overwhelming pressure demonstrated by Kagami Ueno and Uchiha Hitomi, Jiraiya admired Minato's exceptional combat talent and intellect, believing that once he matured, he would undoubtedly become a remarkable ninja. That moment, the previously silent Danzo finally spoke. Both Kagami Ueno and Minato Namikaze possess not only exceptional talent, but also mature minds, making them highly suitable for Umbu missions that I believe they should be entrusted to my foundation for training. Absolutely not, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen voiced their objections almost in unison, with Jiraiya nearly leaping up in frustration. Stand down, Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded his impulsive disciple, turning to Danzo with a calm demeanor. Children like Kagami Ueno and Minato Namikaze not only possess extraordinary talent, but have also inherited the will of fire. Their potential is limitless, and they even possess the possibility of becoming Hokage. They're not suited for mere assassin. Soon as these words were uttered, the expressions of everyone present shifted subtly. The title of Hokage, without a doubt, referred to the position of the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, a position Danzo coveted intensely. By voicing this, Hiruzen not only rejected Danzo's proposal, but also took the opportunity to undermine him. Look, even these 2 children have a greater chance of becoming Hokage than you. This statement struck at Danzo's most sensitive nerve, causing him to slam his hand on the table with a darkened expression. How could you ascertain the potential of these children to become Hokage, Sarutobi? Moreover, what does your statement imply for Orochimaru? When it comes to the rightful successor to the Hokage, it was beyond doubt that Orochimaru, With his ambitious nature and lack of interest in power, was the most qualified candidate and was regarded by many as the strongest contender for the next Hokage. In retaliation, Danzo deliberately dragged Orochimaru into the fray, sowing discord. Orochimaru, listening to Danzo's remarks, maintained a stoic expression, appearing as an outsider, leaving no one aware of his inner thoughts. When did I ever claim that Orochimaru was unqualified to inherit the position of Hokage? I merely believe that I am still youthful. Such matters do not require your concern. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied unhurriedly, his seemingly calm tone betraying a hint of warning in the prime of his life. Sarutobi Hiruzen was at the pinnacle of both strength and influence. Even if Danzo harbored ulterior motives, he could only bury them deep within his heart. Danzo was no fool. He naturally discerned the implications behind Hiruzen's words, his countenance darkening as he let out a muffled grunt and fell silent. As the brief intermission concluded, the drawing of lots commenced. Minato Namikaze drew a favorable lot, securing a bye. Therefore, the next duel would feature Kagami Ueno against Uchiha Hitomi. This was undoubtedly a match that everyone eagerly anticipated. During the first practical lesson at the Ninja Academy, Kagami Ueno had bested Uchiha Hitomi. 1 could only wonder how their strengths had evolved over the years. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon ascending the stage, Uchiha Hitomi chose to forfeit without waiting for the match to begin. This decision instantly sparked confusion and bewilderment among the onlookers. The Uchiha clan, known for their competitive spirit, would choose the option of surrender. Kagami Ueno was also slightly taken aback. Hitomi had not mentioned her intention to concede. Uchiha Hitomi, however, remains utterly indifferent to the gaze of others, decisively exiting the arena after conceding defeat. After all, she has already secured a place among the top 3, thus obtaining the right to select a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Though she is fiercely competitive, she possesses a clear understanding of the gap in strength between herself and Xuanye Sheng. At this moment, she is not a match for him. Therefore, the thought of being educated by Xuanye Sheng before the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, fully aware of her inferiority, does not sit well with her. Chapter 54, Xuanye Sheng versus Namikaze Minato. That aloof Uchiha Hitomi actually chose to concede. You may not comprehend this, but I've heard that several years ago, Xuanye Sheng took up residence in Uchiha Hitomi's household. What? Cohabitation? Indeed, she must be reluctant to battle against her own little sweetheart. The loathsome Xuanye Sheng. If I were in her shoes. A group of youngsters fervently discussed this juicy gossip, their chatter filled with various speculations. Even the elite Nin wore peculiar expressions, as if reminiscing about something. It seems there were indeed rumors of Uchiha recruiting a son-in-law, and that was Xuanye Sheng. However, this lad possesses quite the appealing image. Seemingly born to live off others' fortunes, oh dear, look at him. So young yet already living off someone else, while I, at my age, am still a solitary dog. Some individuals, even while whispering, spoke rather loudly, their words reaching Xuanye Sheng's ears, causing his lips to twitch slightly, though he remained unaffected. After all, he had grown accustomed to the topic of living off others. Meanwhile, Tsunade on stage rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed by the situation. Conversely, Jiraiya, who had initially harbored some displeasure towards Xuanye Sheng, had a change of heart, thinking to himself, I should seize the opportunity to discuss the art of wooing women with this young lad. It's not embarrassing. This is all for my happiness in the latter half of my life. Descending from the stage, Uchiha Hitomi coldly remarked to Xuanye Sheng, bring home the final victory for me. Or else it would imply that I am inferior to that weakling. Is that weakling referring to Namikaze Minato? Namikaze Minato, are you being polite? Xuanye Sheng nodded confidently. After all, even if Namikaze Minato has not yet matured, what is there to fear from the 4th Hokage depicted in the original story? Thus, only 2 competitors remained, Xuanye Sheng and Namikaze Minato. The strongest contender would be determined between the 2. Tsunade had not anticipated that her casually accepted disciple would reach this final stage. Before the commencement of the practical ranking, she had merely hoped that her student would make it to the main arena. Considering his strong chakra control and exceptional medical ninjutsu, while he had shown a certain level of practical skill, she did not expect him to be among the top echelon. Yet, she now found Xuanye Sheng poised a challenge for the top position, with quite a fair chance of success, which brought a glow of pride to her face. She couldn't help but cheer for Xuanye Sheng. Seeing her disciple perform so splendidly, it was only natural for her to lend her support. Jiraiya, not to be outdone, also cheered for Namikaze Minato. Minato, achieve the first place. I have high hopes for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen sipped from his teacup, his expression filled with anticipation, and casually announced, since the previous match ended before it even began. There is no need for a break. We shall commence the final contest immediately. He held high expectations for these two civilian prodigies. From their previous battles, it was clear that neither had exerted their full strength. Or perhaps their opponents simply did not warrant such efforts. From beginning to end, both had effortlessly resolved their conflicts. Beyond their remarkable ninja talents, Xuanye Sheng's captivating will of fire left Sarutobi Hiruzen longing for an in-depth conversation. Finally, the time for the ultimate showdown had arrived. All eyes were on the stage, where Minato would triumph over his opponent. Jiraiya animatedly gestured from the railing, bursting with excitement, nearly dancing in his enthusiasm, as he genuinely believed in Namikaze Minato, even considering him an unofficial disciple. However, his words left Tsunade feeling rather displeased, as she retorted nonchalantly, "That is uncertain. And you, get down here quickly, Jiraiya." Her tone carried an undeniable authority. One of the legendary Sannin, yet acting like a child, dancing atop the railing in front of so many students and Jainin. Jiraiya himself felt no shame, but Tsunade could not bear it. Realizing that Tsunade seemed genuinely angry, Jiraiya jumped down from the railing with a sheepish grin, stating, "Tsunade, your disciple is quite impressive too, though he still falls a tad short compared to Minato." "Is that so?" Tsunade scoffed, her expression clearly dismissive of Jiraiya's remark. "What is there to discuss? That little brat, aside from a bit of brute strength, can only swing his fists, unlike Minato, who is commendably well-rounded." Jiraiya laughed, but the next moment he felt a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Tsunade, with a smile that held no warmth, looked at him, her hands moving in the air, producing cracking sounds. "Only brute strength and swinging fists. Huh? Hee, do you wish to experience the taste of a fist, Jiraiya?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's forehead as he subtly distanced himself from Tsunade, nervously saying, "Ahem, let us discuss this amicably. Tsunade, we both have our favorites. Let us see how the competition unfolds. The results will speak for themselves." "Humph." Tsunade retracted her fists, ignoring Jiraiya. Initially, Tsunade had little expectation for Xuanye Sheng in this practical ranking. But after Jiraiya's interjection, she found herself hoping for Xuanye Sheng to defeat Namikaze Minato, ideally in a decisive manner, earning the respect of others. Little did anyone expect that the two finalists would not be from ninja clans. After this battle, there would be a resolution to who the strongest civilian genius truly was. Orochimaru smirked, his eyes revealing profound interest. The final showdown, Xuanye Sheng versus Namikaze Minato. The match officially commenced. The head examiner raised his hand to announce, then stepped off the stage, leaving the platform to the two prodigious youths. The atmosphere in the arena finally reached its zenith, brimming with anticipation. Under the gaze of the multitude, Xuanye Sheng and Namikaze Minato stepped onto the stage. With a radiant smile, Namikaze Minato was the first to speak. "As I anticipated, my final opponent is you. I have been looking forward to this match for quite some time," in both words and demeanor. Namikaze Minato exhibited impeccable grace, humble yet powerful, shining with charisma. "Oh, just how much have you been looking forward to it?" Xuanye Sheng chuckled lightly, inquiring Namikaze Minato hesitated slightly, clearly taken aback by Xuanye Sheng's question. "Ha ha, just a joke. I'm quite eager as well." Xuanye Sheng laughed heartily. "It's amusing to tease the future fourth Hokage a little." Naturally, when he spoke of anticipation, he referred to the future fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who, at this moment, had yet to showcase his true capabilities. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato responded cheerfully. "Then let us deliver a spectacular battle together. The final match begins." The head examiner exclaimed loudly, marking the commencement of the contest that would determine who the top genius of the ninja school truly was. Chapter 55, Fierce Battle. The instant the head examiner declared the start, Xuanye Sheng surged towards Namikaze Minato, launching a punch at him. Against Namikaze Minato, Xuanye Sheng did not alter his approach. He continued with his bold and direct style, delivering a powerful blow. However, this time, the speed he exhibited had escalated to an entirely new level, prompting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Such incredible speed. This was the first time Xuanye Sheng had demonstrated a speed so astonishing that it left spectators struggling to keep up since the commencement of the practical ranking assessment. Previously, he had relied solely on sheer brute force to send his opponents flying from the arena. In the eyes of those ninja school students, Xuanye Sheng's speed now seemed almost exaggerated, with his figure leaving behind an afterimage that was nearly impossible to capture. What incredible speed! Who would have thought that his strength was so terrifying, and his speed as well? Not only the students, but even some Ch and J displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Such speed is typically unheard of for an average Ch, since the effectiveness of weight training had proven negligible. Xuanye Sheng no longer bore any weighty equipment, and the speed he displayed now was equivalent to that of Li after opening the 8 gates in the original story. Namikaze Minato's pupils dilated sharply. Faced with the rapidly approaching Xuanye Sheng, his formidable neural reflexes kicked in, prompting him to retreat while instinctively forming hand seals with both hands. This already showcased Namikaze Minato's prowess. Had it been any other student, they would have lacked the ability even to evade, let alone perform ninjutsu. In the next moment, as Xuanye Sheng's punch enveloped Namikaze Minato's figure entirely, the retreating Minato completed his hand seals. Bang! Boom! With a resounding explosion, a cloud of white smoke erupted where the figure of Minato Namikaze once stood, his body instantly transforming into a wooden post, a substitution technique. This trick holds no merit against me. Xuanye Sheng seemed to have anticipated this, throwing a powerful punch backward without even turning his head. The force behind this punch was even more ferocious than the first. Crash! The sound of an air blast echoed as several shuriken, previously hurled at him by Minato, were obliterated by this punch, scattering like leaves before an unstoppable gale. What terrifying power! Observing this scene, Minato, who had distanced himself, wore a grave expression that he held immense confidence in his shuriken technique. Both its strength and precision were nearly impeccable. Yet, not a single shuriken managed to approach Xuanye Sheng. If it weren't for his exceptional reflexes, he might have even struggled to evade the first punch, likely faring no better than Xunye's previous opponents. In the original story, Minato's reflexes were so remarkable that even the fourth Raikage acknowledged his superiority. Although he had yet to reach his peak during his youth, he was already extraordinarily proficient. Faced with Xunye's onslaught, he could react, but the pressure was overwhelming. If the opponent were merely powerful, Minato could devise numerous strategies to stall and seek an opportunity to turn the tide. However, he never expected Xuanye to be this fast as well. What a troublesome adversary. He absolutely could not meet that punch head-on, lest he be annihilated in an instant. Realizing this, Minato hurled several more shuriken. Once again, Xuanye Sheng effortlessly smashed them all away with a single punch. But this time, the shuriken seemed to be laced with smoke bombs. Bang! 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 In mid-air, gray smoke expanded, mingling with dust and temporarily obscuring vision. Just then, a fierce blade of wind suddenly whistled through the haze, cutting a path and dispersing everything in its wake. Wind release! Great breakthrough! This ninjutsu was indeed unleashed by Minato, seizing the moment when the smoke and dust obscured visibility. He expertly executed it, showcasing his formidable combat talent. But by the time Xuanye Sheng noticed the wind blade emerging from the smoke, it was already upon him. This was a C-rank ninjutsu. The rapid succession of attacks, from shuriken to smoke bombs to wine ninjutsu, left the onlookers in a daze. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru displayed expressions of admiration. Jiraiya could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Minato has won!" The timing of that move was impeccable. That kid had no way to evade it. Even a J-nin would struggle to withstand a C-rank ninjutsu, and even if Xuanye had an exceptional physique, he would at least sustain injuries, diminishing his combat effectiveness and leaving his chances of victory bleak. The J-nin on the sidelines began to murmur. Only Tsunade watched intently, her beautiful eyes reflecting anxiety. While she wished for Jinya to triumph, she also feared for her disciple's safety on the field. As the wind blade surged toward him, a flicker of unusual light crossed Jinya's eyes. Even he was taken aback by Minato's mastery of the battlefield. If his displayed strength were truly all he possessed, a punch at full force would leave him momentarily vulnerable, and he would surely be struck by this C-rank ninjutsu. Very well, let us conclude it here. I had intended to suppress the same level of chakra and play with the future fourth Hokage. If it were anyone else, you would have already won, Minato, but unfortunately, you are facing me. Jinyasho's expression revealed no hint of panic. Rather, he appeared entirely composed. Naturally, he could evade, but why should he? It was merely a C-rank ninjutsu. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura surged from Jinya, a massive wave of chakra erupting forth as if it were free-flowing water, reminiscent of the technique previously employed by Hyuga Neji. This is... A nearby elite Jainin from the Hyuga clan narrowed his eyes, unable to restrain a gasp, for from the visual perspective, Jinya exuded an aura akin to the Hyuga clan's secret technique. The gentle step twin lion fist. However, Jinya did not spin. Instead, he raised his arm toward the wind blade. To others, this act seemed tantamount to courting death. Has he lost his mind? Someone stop that kid. He dares to confront a ninjutsu with his bare body. Several academy students turned away, unable to witness the impending brutality. Two medical ninjas stood ready, prepared for immediate intervention. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade on stage felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows. The former unwilling to see such an exceptional inheritor of the will of fire perish in the competition, while the latter feared for her own disciple's fate. Only Orochimaru watched Jinya with keen interest. Sensing that this young man was not a mere reckless fool, he surely had his own reasons for such audacity, and only Uchiha's eyes gleamed with understanding, recognizing that Jinya was about to put on a show. TSK, this must be that technique. Chapter 56. Perfect Victory. Iron Block, the latent abilities of his physical liberation talent surged forth. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jinya's entire arm swelled, the sinewy, darkened muscles coiling like thick ropes. His palm hardening to the toughness of steel, his hand collided with the wind blade. Clang! He grasped the wind blade. It was unimaginable how such a scene could shake the very core of one's being. How could he dare? An audience member gasped in disbelief. Yet, no matter how fiercely the wind blade struggled, it seemed unable to escape Jinya's grasp. The turbulence it created was effortlessly countered by the chakra erupting from his arm, leaving him in scathe. Crack! In the next heartbeat, Jinya clenched his fist with force, utterly shattering the wind blade in his grip. The sharp, violent wind blade left no trace behind, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Save for the residual ripples that testified to its fleeting presence, but a C-rank ninjutsu, once threatening, had been crushed in Jinya's bare hand. Silence. The arena fell into an eerie stillness. All present gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. Some pinching their thighs, convinced they were dreaming. My heavens, this boy just shattered a C-rank ninjutsu with his bare hands. This wind release, great breakthrough, must be an illusion. Tell me, this cannot be an ability akin to a bloodline limit. Can it, to effortlessly negate even a C-rank ninjutsu? Jinya's strength was on an entirely different level. Countless voices erupted in astonishment, particularly among the academy students, each dumbfounded by the realization that such a formidable presence was merely their peer. Can a genius truly behave so unreasonably? Apologies, but a genius can indeed act at will. Even the Jainin were taken aback, never anticipating that Jinya would neutralize Minato's wind technique in such a manner. They had considered the possibility of Jinya suddenly unleashing his full power, evading with speed, or sustaining minor injuries to mitigate the jutsu, yet none had anticipated that he would simply catch it and walk away unharmed. On the field, Minato, who had thought victory was assured, gasped inwardly, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his astonishment reaching new heights. That was a genuine C-rank wind release ninjutsu, and he just crushed it with a mere squeeze? How could he be so strong? In that moment, Jinya's might surpassed Minato's expectations, sending his heart plummeting to despair. the sunlight fading from his face, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. His chances of victory seemed increasingly slim. To win this match, he would have to go all out. Just as Minato resolved to take this decisive step, Xuanye casually flexed his wrist and stretched his arm. Crushing the wind blade with his bare hands had posed no burden to his body. Whoosh! In the next instant, Xuanye charged forward once more, launching an assault on Minato. Faced with an opponent capable of shattering wind blades with his bare hands, Minato's first instinct was to create distance. It was no joke. At this point, engaging Xuanye in close combat would be tantamount to seeking death. Just a single punch from that terrifying force could leave him incapacitated, if not severely injured. However, to Minato's astonishment, Xunye's speed had escalated to an entirely new level, closing the gap between them in mere flashes. Has this guy not even exerted his full strength until now? A wave of despair, unlike anything he had ever experienced, washed over Minato. This was the first time he had encountered someone of such an unattainable caliber among his peers. But I will not give up. Xunye's expression remained serene as he clenched his fist, compressing his chakra to its utmost limit, and then unleashing it. Incredible strength. Minato seemed unable to evade in time, taking the full brunt of the punch, shattering his entire body. However, in the blink of an eye, as a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, at a critical juncture, Minato Namikaze executed a rapid series of hand seals to perform a substitution technique in an instant. In that moment, he felt a subtle surge in the speed of his hand seals. A breakthrough born from the extreme pressure that squeezed out his latent potential. Crack! The unfortunate wooden post was shattered once again. Not far away, Minato breathed heavily, his hands tirelessly forming seals, gritting his teeth as he placed all bets on this single jutsu. This technique alone might grant him a sliver of hope for victory. Yet again, a substitution technique, such a mundane trick. It was time to bring this to an end. In whispered tones, Xuanye's speed surged dramatically, to the extent that even the lightning-fast reflexes of Minato could not keep pace. Or rather, even if his nerves reacted, his body could not follow suit. In the sudden constriction of Minato's pupils, Xuanye's fist loomed larger, striking like a celestial body descending upon the earth. Boom! Minato was forced to cease his hand seals, his arms barely managing to cross defensively in front of him, taking the full brunt of the blow. Subsequently, he was sent flying like Hinata, his form tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Coughing, Minato spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he did not succumb to unconsciousness like Hinata. After all, one had only managed to use chakra to shield himself in haste, while the other had at least reacted with crossed arms. However, at this point, the outcome was painfully clear. Minato had completely lost his combat capability. Minato had actually lost. Jiraiya stared in disbelief at the bloodied and fallen form of Minato, then turned his gaze towards the composed Xuanye, who had retracted his fist. For reasons unknown, a realization blossomed within him. Minato is indeed a genius. But that little brat named Xuanye might just be a genius among geniuses. The speed unleashed in that final punch from Xuanye was akin to an unstoppable force. The minds of the onlookers reverberated with shock as they realized that when Xuanye was serious, Minato had barely any time to even form his seals. This speed was like a flash of lightning. So fast. Who does this kid remind you of? Lord Kakashi Hitaki. Xuanye. A once-in-a-decade commoner genius. I shall remember his name. The power and speed this boy exhibited were even more exaggerated than some bloodline limits. On the platform, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nearly crushed the fragile teacup in his hand. He had not anticipated that Xuanye would achieve an overwhelming victory even against Minato. The strength he displayed left even the Hokage profoundly shaken. Unparalleled strength, unmatched speed. The combination of the two yielded results far exceeding mere addition. This child is still young. Once he matures and fully digests this rapid growth in power, to what heights will his abilities soar? Hiruzen found it difficult to fathom. Chapter 57. A stunning revelation as Hiruzen became lost in boundless musings. Danzo could no longer contain himself. His gaze shimmered with excitement, and he spoke with fervent intensity. Hiruzen, allow me to take that child under my wing. I will cultivate him as my successor. Nurturing him to a level of absolute trust, he shall become the sharpest blade of the foundation and a hidden guardian of Konoha in the future. Absolutely not. Hiruzen responded without a moment's hesitation. His voice resolute that a child like Seichi Jinya, who embodies the rich will of fire, must be nurtured personally by me. His talent surpasses even my expectations. He should not lurk in the shadows as an assassin or executioner, but should stand proudly in the public eye as a hero of Konoha. Danzo was taken aback by Hiruzen's staunch defense of Seichi Jinya, his tone momentarily faltering as visible frustration crossed his features. Even with his calculated demeanor, he could not suppress his agitation. Once again, it's always like this. Every time I find a promising talent, that old monkey gets to him first, just because he is Hokage. One day, I will successfully seize that position. At that moment, Danzo's yearning for the Hokage title reached its zenith. Yet he understood that he must proceed with caution. Thus, he took a step back and proposed, "Then let me have Minato. This child, he is a bright and kind-hearted boy. Perfectly aligned with the foundation style. No, a child as sunny and benevolent as Minato does not fit the foundation's mold. Danzo, do not set your sights on either of these two children." Hiruzen's demeanor was cold, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Very well, Hiruzen. Don't think you can do as you please just because you are Hokage." Danzo's voice trembled with rage, all the grievances of the years flooding his being. Just as he was about to erupt, Hiruzen's cold voice cut through the air. "Indeed, Danzo, I am the Hokage." Danzo rose abruptly, his eyes aflame with fury as he glared at Hiruzen, just when everyone expected him to explode. He surprisingly held back, casting a deep look at Hiruzen before turning away, leaving behind a single phrase, "Hiruzen, you will regret this." Hiruzen merely watched Danzo depart, his expression unchanging. Did he not perceive Danzo's intentions? Both Seichi Jinya and Minato were undoubtedly brimming with potential, and the prospects of their future growth were unfathomable. If they fell into Danzo's hands, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It must be noted that while the Foundation served as a training ground for the Umbu, it had insidiously devolved into Danzo's private armed force, distinct from the Umbu. Hiruzen was already in the process of weakening the Foundation's influence. How could he permit Danzo to seize a child of exceptional talent? As Hokage, he would neither yield nor compromise on such matters. On the field, Minato clutched his chest, his face pale, though he still had a modicum of chakra left. His body was rendered immobile, barely hanging by a thread. It was only when Seichi Jinya unleashed his full speed that Minato realized how all along Seichi Jinya had been concealing his true strength. Was the blinding speed that had just flashed before him his actual prowess? A bitter smile crept across Minato's lips. He had thought that even against the Nin, he would never suffer such a crushing defeat. Yet Seichi Jinya had accomplished just that. It was unfathomable to consider the extent of his opponent's power. Both hailing from humble origins, it truly was a case of comparison breeds envy. Minato forgot that the way ordinary students viewed him was akin to how he viewed Seichi Jinya. "You have won, Seichi Jinya," Minato managed to say, voluntarily conceding before the proctor could announce the verdict. "This battle has taught me much. I will continue to strive, hoping to challenge you again one day." With great effort, Minato stood, his gaze firmly fixed on Seichi Jinya. He too was a person of resolve. And despite the bitterness within, he maintained his composure, accepting defeat gracefully. "Welcome to challenge me," Seichi Jinya replied with a light smile, secretly thinking, "But I will leave you further behind." Likewise, he was a person of great ambition. As Minato voluntarily conceded, the proctor stepped forward, taking a deep breath before raising his hand and declaring loudly, "The victor is Seichi Jinya." Thus, the first ever practical ranking assessment of the ninja school officially came to a close. With the announcement from the proctor, the audience erupted as if awakening from a dream, plunging into a fervor that echoed like a tidal wave. Seichi Jinya, the ultimate champion of the practical ranking assessment. He emerged as a talent surpassing all others, including the noble clans, shining brightly as the most radiant new star. All the students were taken aback, never expecting Seichi Jinya to truly make it to the end. After all, Xuanye had always been perceived as a bookish student who shunned conflict, only intervening to quell disputes among classmates, spending the rest of his time engrossed in a book. Who could have imagined that such a bookworm would exhibit such ferocious and valiant combat style? Could the power of knowledge truly be that formidable? In this moment, everyone remembered the name Xuanye, as if they could see him transform into a blue flash, poised to deliver a stunning performance that would leave the entire ninja world in awe, oblivious to the envious and admiring gazes around him. Xuanye lightly hopped off the stage and approached Uchiha Hitomi, smiling as he said, "I have not disgraced my mission." Uchiha Hitomi scoffed, replying, "I never expected you to possess such a naive and playful side, refraining from using any ninjutsu, even limiting your chakra and strength, choosing to engage in pure taijutsu against that delicate fellow that I wonder if you're overly arrogant or just stubborn. Do not be so childish on the battlefield." The seemingly indifferent and sarcastic tone belies a deeper layer of admonition and concern. Uchiha Hitomi's combat philosophy dictates that regardless of the opponent, one must give their utmost, leaving no opportunity for the adversary, much like a lion hunting a rabbit. Revealing no weaknesses, Xuanye Sheng absent-mindedly touched his nose, surprised to find himself schooled by Hitomi, and sheepishly replied, "No worries, I have it under control. Trust me, Hitomi. Teach as if I care about you, don't get ahead of yourself." Hitomi retorted, turning her head, though a subtle smile played at the corners of her mouth that I in the past. Witnessing Xuanye Sheng feign ignorance and be looked down upon by some had caused her considerable frustration. Yet, it was Xuanye Sheng's choice, and Uchiha Hitomi respected that, refraining from revealing his true strength. Now, seeing him secure the top position in the practical ranking assessment and earn the acclaim and recognition he deserved, Hitomi felt genuine joy for him. Chapter 58. The Hokage summons. Alright, it's just a ninja academy competition after all. Our aspirations extend beyond this, Uchiha Hitomi stated nonchalantly, her heart brimming with anticipation for the ninja career that awaited them post-graduation. Xuanye Sheng suppressed his smile, nodding in agreement, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "I sense a storm brewing. Regardless, I must first master those two jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World reincarnation, which are the primary reasons for my participation in the practical ranking assessment. Furthermore, this is an opportune moment to step into the limelight and declare my existence to the entirety of Konoha." After years of biding his time and confirming his capabilities, even the usually composed Xuanye Sheng felt an irresistible urge to take action. In a corner of the spectator area, Hinata Kaling wore an expression of delight. Reveling in Xuanye Sheng's victory, a black satin forehead protector now adorned her brow, signifying her formal induction as a ninja. Shunkun, it seemed to have taken another step closer to the path of the ninja god. However, when Hinata Kaling observed Xuanye Sheng alongside Uchiha Hitomi, she froze momentarily, a complex array of emotions flashing across her face. Envy, jealousy, resentment, and trepidation. How she longed to stand openly beside Xuanye Sheng like Uchiha Hitomi. Yet, she found herself unable to seize control of her own destiny. Instinctively, Hinata Kaling reached for the vial concealed within her bosom, a flicker of madness gleaming in her eyes, though she quickly subdued it. In just a few days, she would embark for the front lines. I hope that upon returning from this war, I too can stand proudly by your side. Shiga Minato lost, Jiraiya murmured, somewhat disoriented, evidently struggling to accept this outcome, as it implied that his future disciple had lagged behind Tsunade's student from the very start. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Jiraiya firmly believed that under his guidance, Namake's Minato would eventually surpass that fellow named Xuanye Sheng. Meanwhile, Tsunade observed her student with admiration, captivated by his medical talent and bold combat style. She had indeed chosen wisely. What a spectacular battle, particularly such a rare clash of geniuses, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. Pondering how far these two would grow, should they falter along the way, all their talent would be rendered meaningless. With that, Orochimaru turned to depart, his words serving as a reminder to Jiraiya and Tsunade that while talent is one thing, actual growth is another matter entirely. Dominating all students of the Ninja Academy, including Namikaze Minato, Xuanye Sheng secured first place with remarkable prowess. His reputation as a genius spread like wildfire throughout Konoha overnight. Everyone was astounded by this news, realizing that even among geniuses, there existed a hierarchy. During this period, Kakashi was likely still in his infancy, yet to establish the astonishing records of graduating at 5, becoming a chunin at 6, and attaining jonin status at 12. Thus, Xuanye Sheng was undoubtedly one of the most notable prodigies since the founding of the ninja school. The top 3 were summoned personally by the Hokage. Xuanye Sheng, Uchiha Hitomi, Namikaze Minato, the Hokage summons you. A masked Umbu informed the trio. Naturally, they could not refuse the summons from the third Hokage and nodded in agreement, with Namikaze Minato displaying a hint of excitement on his face. Achieving the title of Hokage had always been his aspiration, and to receive a personal summons from the Hokage was an immense honor. To Xuanye Sheng's surprise, he noticed that Minato's complexion had improved considerably in a short time. Showing no signs of injury, he suspected that this was not solely due to the medical ninja's exceptional skills, but perhaps also related to Minato's innate constitution. If Minato truly possessed the physique of an ordinary civilian, how could he ever hope to master sage techniques, surpassing even his teacher, Jiraiya? At the Hokage's office in Konoha village, the 3 youngsters followed the Umbu without obstruction, swiftly making their way to the Hokage Tower. Upon reaching the summit, where all decisions and matters pertaining to the village were deliberated, they stood at the pinnacle of Konoha's power and authority. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, intently examining the report on his desk. It seems that Tsunagakure is resolutely intent on instigating a war, given their exceedingly aggressive stance. Thankfully, Jiraiya and Orochimaru have already been dispatched to the front lines. With them stationed there, we should be fine, he muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a smoke ring. The third Hokage, often seen as benevolent and amiable in the eyes of the children, now wore a somewhat stern expression. Those who wish to take advantage of Konoha must be prepared for retaliation. In the prime of his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen was far from the indecisive elder he would become. Konoha yearned for peace, but was not afraid of war. Knock knock, a ninja outside the door rapped lightly, then respectfully reported to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, the children have arrived. Come in, Hiruzen replied, his expression softening as he donned a warm smile, the earlier coldness vanishing. After the trio entered the office and briefly scanned their surroundings, they approached the desk and bowed lightly. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Hitomi maintained a calm demeanor, while Namikaze Minato, clearly still unaccustomed to the gravity of the situation, spoke with a hint of excitement. No need for such formalities. Please rise, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied amicably, his eyes gleaming with warmth. Let me take a good look at the seeds of hope for Konoha's future. After a pause, he continued. As you are all aware, the village is currently in a state of war. I hope you will continue to strive diligently and not become complacent due to your recent accomplishments. That I have faith in you. Now, go and collect your rewards. Although Hiruzen privately wished to discuss the will of fire with Xuanye Sheng, the pressing matters at hand led him to suppress that thought. Thus, he exchanged a few brief words with the 3 children before instructing an Umbu to guide them in selecting techniques from the sealing scroll. Just as Xuanye Sheng was about to step out of the door, he hesitated slightly. Ding! Achieved deep recognition from the peak civilian ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Civilian points 10. Acquire the talent. Ninja Technique Doctor. Ninja Technique Doctor. When the host studies jutsu, any jutsu that aligns with the theoretical principles of ninjutsu will surely be mastered. Initially concerned about whether he could learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Xuanye Sheng felt a surge of joy upon reading the description of this talent. With this gift, did it not mean he could learn any jutsu in the ninja world? Hokage-sama, please take care of your health and do not overexert yourself, Xuanye Sheng sincerely remarked before exiting the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly was a good person, bestowing upon him a significant gift at a crucial moment. A little concern was not too much to ask. Was it current status of the host? Physique, 101 limit broken. Will, 101 limit broken. Life level, 0.99 talents. Body liberation, taijutsu maniac. Role model, Ninja Technique Doctor, Absolute Domain Civilian Points, 120 Chapter 59, Mastering the Flying Thunder God. Under the guidance of the Umbu, the three individuals arrived at the heavily guarded archive room, where the legendary Book of Seals was stored in the innermost compartment, a fact that was evident at a glance. Shelves on both sides were filled with various files and scrolls, yet the area near the compartment appeared rather empty, as if intentionally left vacant. The masked Umbu first performed a technique, and a flash of green light illuminated the previously empty space. Signaling the opening of a barrier, he then retrieved the Book of Seals from within the barrier. Xuanye Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It was, after all, reasonable to assume that such an important item as the Book of Seals would not be left unprotected. This situation highlighted the implausibility of Naruto's seemingly effortless theft of the book in the original narrative, suggesting there was something amiss, potentially even a deliberate setup. The Umbu began to browse the table of contents, allowing the three to select jutsu before proceeding to transcribe them. Whether one could master the chosen jutsu depended solely on personal aptitude, with no guidance or hints provided. Only the individual's choices mattered. This was an opportunity. Selecting a powerful jutsu could elevate one's strength significantly, whereas a poor choice might result in a considerable waste of training time learning a less effective technique. Uchiha Tong and Xuanye Sheng faced no hesitation, as they already knew precisely which jutsu they wished to select. With a focused gaze and a pointed finger, they made their choices and began transcribing. Bluffing Xuanye, who was still deliberating on which jutsu to select, paused, curiosity peaked as he glanced at the choices of the other two. Edo Tensei. He mused, finding it uninteresting as it pertained to the dead. Hiraishin no Jutsu, a spark of realization ignited in Bluffing Xuyen's eyes. He felt that the jutsu chosen by Xuanye Sheng would be highly suitable for himself. Ultimately, Xuanye Sheng, Uchiha Tong, and Bluffing Xuyen each selected a jutsu. True to the original story, Bluffing Xuyen opted for the Hiraishin no Jutsu, an extraordinary technique. Once the three had completed their transcriptions, the Umbu returned the Book of Seals to its original position and recast the barrier. Any outsider wishing to steal the book would first need to dismantle this barrier. Without the appropriate techniques, attempting brute force would trigger an alarm the moment the barrier dissipated, summoning several formidable Umbu to encircle the area completely. After selecting their jutsu, the three exited the Hokage building with a sense of delight. Before parting ways, Bluffing Xuyen earnestly addressed Xuanye Sheng, saying, "I will train diligently. When we next face off, I hope you will be well prepared." Xuanye Sheng, as he spoke, Bluffing Xuyen tightened his grip on the scroll containing his chosen jutsu. He believed that once he mastered the Hiraishin no Jutsu, his already formidable reflexes would greatly enhance his chances against Xuanye Sheng, and no matter how swift Xuanye Sheng might be, could he truly outpace the Hiraishin? Furthermore, Bluffing Xuyen's tremendous strength would be rendered useless if he couldn't land a hit. It was fair to say that the Hiraishin was his kryptonite against Xuanye Sheng. Xuanye Sheng nodded with a smile, encouraging, "Do your best, Xuyen." Internally, he mused, "I possess the knowledge of the jutsu you seek, but the techniques I wield may be beyond your grasp. In such a scenario, how do you intend to surpass me? I am fully aware of the Hiraishin's exceptional nature. That is precisely why I must master it." Next came preparations for the graduation examination, which was merely a formality. Uchiha Tong tossed Xuanye Sheng the scroll containing the Edo Tensei technique, as she held little interest in these jutsu. Xuanye Sheng accepted the scroll and tucked it away, intending to study both techniques thoroughly upon returning home. Within Uchiha Tong's residence, in Xuanye Sheng's private underground laboratory, he examined the scroll detailing the Hiraishin no Jutsu. During his previous encounters with the original narrative, Xuanye Sheng had been profoundly impressed by this overpowered technique. And now, the prospect of mastering it filled him with exhilaration. The operational principle of the Hiraishin was quite straightforward, divided into two steps. The first involved marking a location with the technique. The second entailed instantaneous movement across time and space. To some extent, the Hiraishin could be regarded as an alternative summoning technique, allowing one to summon their own self from a marked location. It must be acknowledged that Bluffing Xuyen was indeed a genius. In the original story, he modified the Hiraishin by marking his weapons in advance. This enhancement allowed him to utilize the Hiraishin during combat at any moment, significantly increasing his tactical flexibility, rendering him unpredictable to his adversaries. However, executing a similar technique during battle, by marking an opponent with the seal, necessitated exceptional skill in sealing techniques. Currently, Xuanye Sheng's only shortcoming lay in his sealing abilities. Although he had swiftly grasped the Hiraishin due to his talent as a ninja arts prodigy, he could only engage in combat by pre-marking his weapons to freely inscribed seals during battle. He first needed to elevate his proficiency in sealing techniques and subsequently enhance the speed at which he could apply them. That seemed imperative to expedite his studies in sealing techniques. After all, within the realm of shinobi, sealing techniques might very well be the most powerful category. Even the legendary Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed away. The Uchiha clan possessed numerous sealing scrolls, while they could not compare with the Uzumaki clan's rich heritage. It would be wise to consult Tong and learn some sealing techniques. Xuanye Sheng retrieved the kunai and, following the instructions in the scroll, inscribed the seal upon it. After completing this task, he flicked his wrist, sending the kunai hurtling towards the wall of the underground chamber. Just as the kunai was about to collide with the wall, a figure suddenly appeared beside it, catching the kunai with lightning speed. Xuanye Sheng had not utilized the body flicker technique. Rather, he had employed the newly acquired space-time ninjutsu, the Hiraishin. The confines of the underground space were still too limited, making the distance comparable to his body flicker technique. Failing to showcase the Hiraishin's true advantages, the theoretical limit of the Hiraishin's transmission distance was predicated on the user's perception range. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Obito and Kakashi fought within the space-time continuum, Minato could not perceive Obito and thus could not attack him. However, once Obito emerged from the space-time, Minato was able to sense his presence and retaliated. Naturally, the further the distance, the greater the chakra consumption. Xuanye Sheng muttered to himself, examining the kunai in his hand, the Hiraishin mark resembling a lightning bolt, a reflection of his peculiar sense of humor. Chapter 60. A sudden inspiration in a secluded and tranquil forest on a remote mountain. The cool moonlight cascaded down, draping the entire grove in a silvery sheen. The serene atmosphere was abruptly disrupted. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, several kunai shot in various directions. The branches and leaves obstructing their path were mercilessly pierced. The sharp blades propelled by an unstoppable force. Each kunai was imbued with immense power, whistling through the air as they flew. They had no specific targets. Their sole purpose was to soar as far as possible in their respective directions. In the blink of an eye, these kunai had traveled several dozen meters, with the furthest already exceeding 100 meters in distance. Swish! A figure continuously appeared beside the speeding kunai, effortlessly plucking them from the air. Those long, powerful hands seemed capable of controlling anything, easily grasping the kunai imbued with lethal energy. The figure flickered in and out of sight, repeating this action. On the final flicker, the figure materialized at the origin from which the kunai had been launched. He crouched down, retrieving the kunai embedded in the ground. This figure was none other than Xuanye Sheng, the one employing the Hiraishin. As he opened his palm, all the kunai that had been launched were now collected. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Had an audience witnessed the spectacle, they would undoubtedly have found it utterly astonishing. Even the swiftest body flicker technique could not achieve such a feat. It was worth noting that some kunai had been launched in completely opposite directions. Even a highly skilled Jainin would find it challenging to catch up to a single flying kunai, let alone manage to collect them all. Yet, under the influence of the Hiraishin, Xuanye Sheng accomplished this with ease. This ninjutsu is indeed powerful. It is nothing short of a divine technique for traversing distances. Xuanye Sheng's lips curled into a slight smile. With this ninjutsu at his disposal, even if he were to inadvertently fall into a trap, he could effortlessly escape, thereby securing his life. However, theoretically speaking, the most formidable aspect of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in its initial strike. In other words, if the enemy is unfamiliar with this ninjutsu, one can launch surprise attack, catching them unprepared and swiftly eliminating them. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was the one who meticulously developed this technique and successfully executed an initial strike against Uchiha Izuna. The brother of Uchiha Madara. In fact, Most of the signature ninjutsu in the Naruto world revolve around the concept of an initial strike. Once information is leaked, the likelihood of being countered or even killed in retaliation is significantly heightened. For instance, Kakashi was instantly defeated by Kotoeme Tsukumi the first time, but he learned to employ shadow clones to counter it on the second attempt. The so-called immortal hiding was also swiftly eliminated by Shikamaru after his information was exposed. In scenarios where both parties are prepared, the utilization of the Flying Thunder God technique places the user and the target on an entirely equitable playing field, relying solely on who can react faster. This is precisely why the Flying Thunder God technique wields such immense power in the hands of Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato. Both are exceptionally mobile ninjas whose speed and reflexes far surpass those of ordinary individuals. When placed on the same starting line, they often secure the first move. In this regard, Uchiha Izuna, who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, also exhibits remarkable prowess, had he been aware of the Flying Thunder God's intricacies beforehand. His Sharingan's enhanced dynamic vision would have rendered Senju Tobarama's mastery of the technique useless. The early stages of the Naruto world primarily focus on intelligence warfare, in situations where strength is comparable. The one possessing more information about the opponent holds the upper hand. Of course, the later stages, rife with overpowered abilities, are a different matter altogether. Returning to the main topic, Xuanye Sheng found himself rather eager for Namikaze Minato to demonstrate the Flying Thunder God technique against him, envisioning the intriguing spectacle of swiftly defeating Minato in a faster reaction. How interesting would that scene be? Recalling his thoughts, Xuanye Sheng assessed his chakra consumption. This minuscule amount of chakra was trivial to him. It appeared that short-distance utilization of the Flying Thunder God technique incurred minimal chakra expenditure. However, for teleportation over several dozen kilometers, the chakra cost would likely be significantly greater. Xuanye Sheng pondered, unaware of how pretentious his thought sounded. Were it anyone else, they would hardly dare to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique so recklessly. Their chakra reserves would have long been depleted. Only Xuanye Sheng's abundant chakra allowed him to wield the technique with such abandon. Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt that the Flying Thunder God technique was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Firstly, the technique's markings are exceedingly difficult to erase. As stated in the original work, Namikaze Minato claimed that the Flying Thunder God marks are absolutely indelible. Secondly, the sensing range of the technique is impressively extensive. Xuanye Sheng had yet to determine its full scope, but it was evident that distances of several dozen kilometers were well within its capabilities. Speaking of which, could the Flying Thunder God technique be combined with my absolute domain? In a moment of inspiration, Xuanye Sheng contemplated absolute domain. By harnessing one's formidable willpower, a domain is established around oneself, plunging the individual into a state of absolute calm while amplifying their mental strength, achieving complete awareness and even control within the domain. Currently, Xuanye Sheng's absolute domain has expanded from a mere 2 meters to over 10 meters. And in terms of pure perception, it has grown from 100-meter range to 1,000 meters. If my sealing techniques could be further enhanced, perhaps I could directly condense the Flying Thunder God technique within my absolute domain using my mental strength. In that case, I would attain true instantaneous movement. Xuanye Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, convinced of the high feasibility of his idea. All that remained was to improve his sealing techniques. Absolute domain. Activate. As the domain unfolded, Xuanye Sheng effortlessly entered a state of absolute focus and tranquility, sensing the burgeoning fighting spirit awakening within every part, every corner, and every cell of his body. Simultaneously, he felt each of his brain's neurons rejoicing, his already formidable mental fortitude receiving an exaggerated boost, allowing his thoughts to manifest into reality with a mere flicker of intent. Xuanye Sheng's gaze fixed upon an empty void as his potent willpower and chakra began to coalesce the Flying Thunder God technique in midair. Even after an hour of extreme training, Xuanye Sheng would not typically break a sweat. Yet at this moment, a light sheen of perspiration formed on his forehead, a testament to his intense concentration. Moments later, a mark of the Flying Thunder God technique materialized in the air, influenced by his mental power. This manifestation of the technique differed from the marks inscribed on shuriken. It existed solely through the augmentation of his mental energy and would dissipate upon losing his focus. However, This very characteristic allowed the technique to be condensed anywhere within the domain. Too slow. The speed at which this technique coalesces is sufficient for the enemy to execute several ninjutsu in the meantime. Xuanye Sheng furrowed his brow, only to relax it once more. If he could enhance the speed of this condensation, the technique would be truly perfected. Chapter 61. Successful graduation. The war between Konoha and Tsunagake rages on. The number of deployed ninjas from both sides continues to grow, with vast quantities of supplies and medical resources being transported to the front lines. A new batch of reinforcements is set to depart on this very day. Simultaneously, this day marks the unified graduation test for students participating in the practical combat ranking assessment. Those who pass the evaluation will officially graduate from a ninja academy, becoming recognized genin within Konoha's ranks and embarking on their true journey as ninjas. In reality, after years of instruction, each teacher has long since grasped the detailed profiles of their students, knowing precisely who will graduate and who will be retained, given the pressing needs at the front lines. More fresh troops are required, hence the graduation assessment will be more lenient, essentially a mere formality. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid, with fluffy white clouds drifting across the azure sky. The melodic chirping of birds echoed through the spacious courtyard, while diligent maids busily commenced their morning cleaning. Unlike the layabout who spent all day in the basement conducting experiments, these maids approached their work with utmost seriousness. As graduation day arrived, the teachers at the Ninja Academy showed mercy, allowing students a full rest. Exempting them from morning classes, they only needed to arrive before the second period for the examination. With their robust physiques and excellent biological clocks, Uchiha Hitomi and Xuanye Sheng had risen early. Uchiha Hitomi held a keen interest in the Flying Thunder God technique, particularly after learning that the second Hokage had used it to eliminate a member of the Uchiha clan wielding the Mangeki Sharingan. Further piquing her curiosity, while she was engrossed in figuring out how to inscribe the Flying Thunder God markings, she was taken aback to hear that Xuanye Sheng had already mastered the technique. Even her typically aloof demeanor couldn't conceal her surprise. Impossible, even I. Uchiha Hitomi abruptly ceased her words, unwilling to undermine her own authority, and fixed her disbelieving gaze upon Xuanye Sheng. Left with no choice, Xuanye Sheng opted to prove himself through action. Wait a moment, Hitomi. With that, he left behind a shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God markings and vanished from sight. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Hitomi's expression shifted, her pupils constricting suddenly. No. If it were the body flicker technique, how could I not perceive even the slightest trace of his disappearance with my keen eyesight? Not even the fastest body flicker technique could leave no sign. Just as Uchiha Hitomi was engulfed in doubt, Xuanye Sheng's figure reappeared without any warning, as if nothing had transpired. How did you do that? After a brief silence, Uchiha Hitomi inquired. She was well aware that what Xuanye Sheng had just executed was the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet she could not fathom how his talent for ninjutsu had become so extraordinary. While she was still deciphering how to construct the Flying Thunder God markings, this fellow had already mastered its application. How frustrating! At that moment, Uchiha Hitomi experienced the sensation of being admired as a genius by others. Facing an unreasonable prodigy intensified this feeling of frustration. It was infuriating. Xuanye Sheng opened his palm, revealing a distinctive leaf he had retrieved from the secret base in the back mountain using the Flying Thunder God technique, intending it as evidence of his instantaneous movement. However, Uchiha Hitomi immediately posed another question. Casually tossing the leaf aside, Xuanye Sheng spoke with a tone of reassurance. It's actually quite simple. There are a few tips that, once I share them with you, you'll be able to learn it in no time. The difficulty of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique primarily lies in its prerequisites. One must possess exceptional perceptual abilities, a robust neural reflex, substantial chakra, and superb control skills that, to be frank, Uchiha Hitomi fulfills all these conditions. With her only shortcoming being in the construction and execution of the technique, the insights shared by Jinya Sho primarily focused on this aspect. This lesson extended for over half an hour. Throughout, Uchiha Hitomi listened attentively. With her intelligence combined with Jinya Sho's clear and concise explanations, her learning progressed rapidly, allowing her to grasp the core principles. What remained was merely the need for continuous practice to enhance her proficiency. At the end, Jinyasho suddenly remarked, "By the way, Hitomi, does the Uchiha library contain any scrolls on sealing techniques? I've recently developed quite an interest in that area. Additionally, if there are any ancient historical records related to it, I would appreciate your assistance in locating them." Uchiha Hitomi cast a slightly astonished glance at Jinyasho, wondering if the sun had risen from the west. Had this fellow finally taken an interest in ninjutsu scrolls? "All right, I'll make a trip to my grandfather's house and bring back some scrolls on that subject." Observing Uchiha Hitomi's casual agreement, Jinyasho couldn't help but marvel at the depth of her prestigious family background. At that moment, a maid bowed at the door to announce that breakfast was ready. Upon hearing this, Jinyasho and Uchiha Hitomi rose and followed the maid to the dining room. After enjoying breakfast, they set off for school. Before long, they arrived at the designated examination classroom. This room had been specifically allocated for students applying for early graduation assessments. Most of the students present appeared calm, as the graduation examination posed no significant challenge to them. The proctor for this examination was none other than their homeroom teacher, Nato Takuya. Unbeknownst to them, Jinyasho and Uchiha Hitomi had been studying at the Ninja Academy for nearly 5 years. As Jinyasho observed Nato Takuya, who remained a junior teacher, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Once his batch of students graduated, surely Nato Takuya would earn a promotion. Having aged from his 20s towards 30, remaining a junior teacher would certainly complicate his prospects for marriage. The content of the graduation assessment centered around the body replacement technique, where successfully executing 2 out of the 3 forms would suffice for passing. Enough of the preliminaries. Let's proceed in order of seating, Nato Takuya announced as he ascended the podium with a scoring booklet in hand, accompanied by 2 other Chunin instructors, according to the seating arrangement. Students are called up one by one to demonstrate their proficiency in the body replacement technique. This technique is considered the foundational and core ninjutsu of the Ninja Academy. Any student with a modicum of ninja talent, after years of study, should be able to pass such a rudimentary assessment. Before long, it was Jinyasho's turn. Standing at the center of the podium, he formed the necessary hand seals and methodically executed the body replacement technique. "Congratulations, Jinyasho. You have passed the assessment. Happy graduation," Nato Takuya remarked with a look of satisfaction as he witnessed Jinyasho's successful demonstration. Since Jinyasho had secured the top position in the school's practical ranking, his teacher's pride had undoubtedly swelled. Inwardly, Nato Takuya mused, "I hereby declare that Jinyasho has officially surpassed Uchiha Hitomi as my most esteemed student." "Without question, thank you, Teacher Nato," Jinyasho said with a slight bow. Expressing his gratitude, he held a modicum of respect for this older single man. Receiving the Konoha forehead protector from Nato Takuya signified Jinyasho's official induction as a proud genin of Konoha. It is worth noting that being a genin in Konoha carries significant weight. Aside from a few who faltered, nearly all students who applied for early graduation successfully passed the assessment. Thus, the graduation evaluations concluded in a relatively uneventful atmosphere. Those who passed were exempt from attending afternoon classes, awaiting the class division scheduled for the next day. The recently graduated youths eagerly anticipated who their team leader would be, hoping for a formidable jonin. "I wonder who our team leader will be. It would be splendid if it were a powerful jonin. What are you thinking? I heard that only exceptionally talented students are assigned to formidable jonin teachers. As for us ordinary folk, it's likely that our team leader will be a special jonin at best, out on their way back." Jinyasho expressed curiosity. "Hitomi, with our exceptional standings, who do you think our respective team leaders will be?" Given their positions among the top 3 students in the school, it seemed improbable that a mere ordinary jonin would be assigned to them, that "we will be on the same team," Uchiha Hitomi stated matter-of-factly. "Huh," Jinyasho replied, somewhat taken aback. "You already know the team assignments, while the rest of us are still in the dark." Noticing Jinyasho's bewildered expression, Uchiha Hitomi's delicate face tightened as she glared at him. Expressing her displeasure, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy about being on the same team as me? Or do you have some objections?" As she tilted her face upward to meet his gaze, Jinyasho chuckled and quickly explained, "Of course not. I was merely curious how you knew so soon. I haven't caught wind of anything." "Humph, don't misunderstand. I don't want to be on the same team as you did. It's my grandfather's arrangement. He informed me last night that we would be on the same team." Uchiha Hitomi declared with a hint of pride, though secretly, she believed that Xuanye Sheng was the only one worthy of being her teammate. So, it was Uchiha's elder who intervened. No wonder. Xuanye Sheng realized that despite the elder's retirement, he still wielded considerable influence in arranging powerful teammates and formidable teachers for his granddaughter, by the way. Do you know who our team leader will be? It must be someone quite impressive to be entrusted with 2 of the school's top 3 students, even based on the partial strength exhibited during the practical assessments. They had far surpassed ordinary chunin. That it would be unreasonable for a random jonin to lead them, especially considering Uchiha Hitomi's strong-willed nature. If their team leader failed to earn her respect, it could lead to insubordination or defiance, potentially causing the team to fall apart. Uchiha Hitomi shook her head, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she responded, "My grandfather kept it a mystery and did not disclose our team leader's identity, only mentioning that it would be a powerful ninja who wouldn't disappoint me." After a brief pause, she continued, "A ninja deemed worthy by my grandfather must undoubtedly be exceptionally strong, rivaling your teacher Tsunade. A skilled and powerful jonin leading the team could indeed enhance the efficiency of task completion and significantly improve the survival odds of the squad. However, if the team leader is sufficiently formidable and all team members are elite, the missions assigned would likely be of high difficulty and danger." "Why are we comparing notes about teachers?" Xuanye Sheng pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he redirected his focus to Uchiha Hitomi. "Hitomi, you should head home first. I have some matters to attend to. I'm not a child anymore. Go ahead with your business." Uchiha Hitomi retorted with a scoff, striding off on her own, already having guessed what Xuanye Sheng was up to. Watching Uchiha Hitomi's retreating figure, Xuanye Sheng vanished from sight in an instant. At the village's main gate, a new batch of support ninjas prepared to rush to the front lines, engaging in a fierce battle against the relentless Sand Village ninjas. The crowd was bustling, with most ninjas bidding farewell to their friends and family. Hinata Chie meticulously arranged her daughter's gear, her brows furrowed with concern, noticing her mother's troubled demeanor. Hinata Kalin, gazing distantly at the Hokage rock, reassured her, "Don't worry, mother. We want TB the main force in this mission. Team Most will participate in reconnaissance. After all, the life of the clan heir is precious." Hinata Chiyuki nodded slightly, her demeanor tinged with gravity, before retrieving a brand new pair of goggles from the pouch on her back and presenting them to Hinata Aikane. It was unclear when Aikane had begun wearing goggles, but unlike Uchiha Obito's, hers were darker, resembling sunglasses. This change stemmed from her decision to heed the advice of Jinya Masaru. The goggles served not only to protect her eyes, but also to obscure the identity of the Hyuga clan on the battlefield, thereby mitigating the risk of targeted attacks. Furthermore, according to Masaru, once the Byakugan evolved, its appearance would undergo significant alterations. Thus, preparing the goggles in advance would conceal the circumstances when she would employ the Tensigen in combat. Of course, after activating the Tensigen, she could choose to display only the Byakugan, much like how the Sharingan can revert to its base form. Aikane silently accepted the goggles, gazing at the dark, ink-like lenses before carefully stowing them in her waist pouch. It was evident that her mother had always been concerned for her, remembering even her preference for lens color. She worried that Aikane's goggles might become damaged in battle, and with the difficulty of procuring replacements at the borders. She had taken the precaution of preparing an additional pair, like tea that moment. A middle-aged ninja, with an air of authority, waved his arm from a distance, calling out loudly, "It's almost time. Let us prepare to depart." Aikane patted her mother's hand gently and said softly, "Mother, I must go now. Oh, not worry for me. Perhaps the war will end soon, and I will return safely." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the village behind her mother. Contemplating, at this moment, Mr. Kun must be participating in the graduation assessment. With his strength, he should easily pass the exam. I wonder who he will be paired with. How I wish to be his teammate. Just as Aikane withdrew her thoughts, dispelling her unrealistic fantasies, her eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on a certain direction. Chapter 63. Class Assignment. Aikane, you left without a word, not even to say goodbye to your old desk mate. How inconsiderate. A teasing voice echoed as it approached. A figure darted by, and Xuanye Sheng materialized before Hinata, Aikane, with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Staring at Masaru, Aikane was momentarily rendered speechless. As if her ability to articulate had abandoned her. Her mind swirled with countless questions, yet she was unsure which to voice first. Why was Masaru here? Was he not supposed to be taking the graduation assessment? Shouldn't they maintain a distance to avoid suspicion of close contact? Hadn't they agreed on that? A multitude of thoughts raced through Aikane's mind, yet the mere presence of Masaru seemed to convey everything unspoken, bringing tranquility to her otherwise tumultuous heart. Everything was understood without words. Masaru quietly observed Aikane, not pressing her for a response, and disregarding the urging of the lead ninja of the support team. Hinata Chiyuki, keenly aware of her daughter's unique bond with this classmate, discreetly stepped aside, granting the two youths a moment of farewell. Aikane took a deep breath, glancing at the forehead protector adorning Masaru's brow, and all her unspoken sentiments coalesced into a simple blessing. Congratulations, Masaru-kun, on becoming a true ninja. You must be closer to your goal now. Her smile radiated pure joy, entirely unbefitting of a ninja on the brink of battle. Masaru shook his head softly, his expression earnest as he replied, Aikane, this is not merely my goal. It is ours that in the future, I will require your assistance in many endeavors, so do not perish easily. Aikane blinked, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a broad smile. For her, being able to assist Masaru embodied her life's value. She nodded solemnly, assuring him, I will not act impulsively. I wish to witness the day you ascend to greatness in the ninja world. Just don't make me wait too long. Masaru nodded in acknowledgement, producing a pendant engraved with the flying thunder god seal from his pocket and handing it to Aikane. With a smile, he said, I have inscribed the flying thunder god seal upon this pendant, a technique allowing for long-distance teleportation. Keep it close. Although I may not sense you from too far away, it brings peace of mind. Who knows when it may come in handy? Aikane accepted the pendant, examining it closely. It was a finely crafted bird-shaped ornament, glimmering under the sunlight. Thank you, Masaru. I truly cherish this gift. With that, Aikane stepped forward, lightly rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on Masaru's cheek. Consider this a token of my gratitude. With that, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned to join the departing group. Almost fleeing, Masaru touched the spot where she had kissed him, watching her silhouette recede into the distance. For a fleeting moment, a surge of impulse coursed through him, a desire to disrupt the established plans, to retain Aikane at his side, or even to charge into the fray together. Yet, this reckless notion lingered in his mind for scarcely 2 seconds before he dismissed it. You must return alive, Aikane. The following day, the latest contingent of reinforcements was en route to the front lines. Meanwhile, those who had successfully passed the assessment yesterday and received their forehead protectors were gathering in their respective classes for the final class assignment meeting. Standing before the podium was the familiar single gentleman, the class teacher, Naruto Takuya, who spoke in a voice loud enough for all the students to hear. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to each of you. You have successfully passed the graduation assessment and are now official ninjas that I am immensely proud of you. Naruto Takuya's voice quivered with excitement. From the moment you donned your forehead protectors, you became independent ninjas. He scanned the room, continuing, however, do not celebrate too soon. We are currently in a time of war, and it may not be long before you find yourselves on the battlefield. You are still novices and must not carry the mindset of a ninja school game into combat. Otherwise, you would be sacrificing your lives in vain. The ever-dutiful and amiable Naruto Takuya wore a serious expression, delivering an unprecedentedly stern warning to all present. His eyes brimmed with concern and compassion. These children were his students, whom he had watched grow. He could not fathom the anguish of seeing their names etched upon the memorial stone one day. The thought alone sent chills down his spine, leading to restless nights filled with nightmares. The students sat in stunned silence. Even those typically lively and mischievous were hesitant to crack jokes or make light-hearted gestures, swallowing their laughter upon witnessing Naruto Takuya's grave demeanor, and settling into their seats with utmost decorum. Naruto Takuya realized his tone may have been overly harsh, Yet he preferred to portray the path of a ninja as more brutal and bloody than to witness his students lose their lives due to carelessness. Being a ninja was not a child's game. Harboring naive thoughts was tantamount to courting death. After taking a deep breath, Nato Takuya opened a roster and began calling names in groups of 3. It wasn't long before Jinya Masaru heard his name. Class 8, Jinya Masaru, Uchiha Hitomi, Fujiwara Mayan. You 3 are grouped together. After announcing, Nato Takuya continued with the roll call. Below, Masaru and his 2 companions exchanged glances, seemingly confirming their future partnership. Among them, Fujiwara Mayan wore a distinctly joyful expression. What great fortune! Surely the heavens have heard my prayers, granting me 2 talented teammates. I look forward to working with you both. Masaru-kun and Hitomi, dressed in a light blue ninja outfit, with her golden hair styled in a ponytail, her large eyes sparkled with a mix of eagerness and politeness. Just don't hold me back. Uchiha Hitomi remarked coldly, maintaining her usual demeanor toward those who had yet to earn her approval, not intentionally targeting Fujiwara Mayan. Oh, come now. Mayan-chan, we shall be comrades in arms from here on out. Masaru chimed in cheerfully, recalling what he knew about Fujiwara Mayan. In truth, she was no ordinary ninja. She was a rare, chakra-sensing type. Chapter 64. Senju Nagashi, it is a well-established fact that there exists a myriad of perception types, including olfactory perception, visual perception, malevolent perception, danger perception, physical perception, and chakra perception. Among others, a representative of olfactory perception would be the Inuzuka clan, who, through their long-standing companionship with ninja dogs, have honed and developed a sense of smell that rivals that of canines, enabling them to track enemies and detect danger. The quintessential embodiment of contact-based perception can be found in Garasan and Payne's Rain Tiger Freedom technique from the original work. Visual perception is exemplified by the Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Rebirth Eye, unique eyes capable of perceiving chakra. Malevolent perception is a power acquired upon mastering the chakra of the 9 tails, which both Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto possess in the original narrative. Danger perception is akin to an enhanced intuition, attainable by entering Sage Mode. However, none of these perceptions are capable of sensing perception-based ninjutsu. Only chakra perception can detect such techniques. Among them, Uzumaki Karui stands as a paragon of chakra perception ninjas. She wields the ninjutsu Kagaya's heart to ascertain the number and location of enemies, and can also discern the chakra associated with specific missions. Kanehagakure boasts a specialized barrier squad, adept at sensing personnel through barrier formations. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobarama utilize touch to sense the scale of enemy numbers that IT is evident. Therefore, that chakra perception ninjas are scarce. Upon reflection, Uenosho found that his team was remarkably well-rounded. Indeed, one might even say formidable, possessing robust defensive capabilities, medical support, and sensory abilities. Other teams would be fortunate to have even 2 of these attributes. Yet, Uenosho singularly embodied all 3 clearly from an outsider's perspective. His team could be regarded as the most perfect combination. It seems that the efforts of Tun's grandfather were not in vain, and the village's upper echelon is quite cooperative, likely aspiring to mold his team into an elite squad. In a moment of inspiration, Uenosho envisioned the thrilling prospects of his forthcoming ninja career. In response to his facilitation, Fujiwara Mayan cast a grateful glance towards him. She had long admired Uenosho, and now, being able to share a team with him filled her with immense joy, rendering even Uchiha Tun's unabashed mockery inconsequential. To possess 2 such powerful teammates was a stroke of fortune. However, alongside this sense of fortune, Fujiwara Mayan harbored an inkling of unease. She was not the type to embody reckless optimism. Rather, she possessed a keen sensitivity to her surroundings, the composition of her team. With the addition of a formidable instructor, hardly seemed suited for mundane missions in that instant, Fujiwara Mayan felt overwhelmed. At times, having exceptionally talented teammates and mentors could be both a blessing and a heavy burden. Akin to Sakura from the original were, if perceiving Fujiwara Mayan's thoughts, Uchiha Tun scoffed, displaying an unexpected streak of consideration. As a sensory ninja, you should stay back and provide us with information. Leave the fighting to me and this guy. His words radiated confidence in his and Uenosho's prowess. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Mayan blushed, summoning her courage to exclaim, "I understand that I am not as powerful as Shokuin or Tunkuin, but I will strive to become a reliable teammate for you both." Her voice bore a youthful timbre, yet her gaze was resolute. Internally, she resolved to double her efforts to keep pace with Shokuin and Tunkun. Observing her determination, Uenosho promptly responded, "Of course, I have faith in you. Mayan Chanda, I believe the three of us will soon cultivate a harmonious rapport." Gazing at the handsome, charismatic, and gentle Uenosho, Fujiwara Mayan's eyes sparkled uncontrollably. Tisich, Uchiha Tun clicked her tongue, increasingly irked by Uenosho, who, as he grew, seemed to attract attention like a magnet. Did he not understand the importance of moderation? Such behavior was hardly befitting of a young man. Following the class meeting, Uenosho opted not to return home immediately. Instead, he sought out his mentor, Tsunade, to inquire about medical matters and to see if she possessed any scrolls concerning sealing techniques. After all, it was universally acknowledged that the foremost sealing ninja, Uzumaki Kushina, had no contenders, and as the granddaughter of Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade was likely to have an abundance of sealing scrolls and texts at her disposal. Why Yanamike's Minato has a wife to teach him sealing arts. I, Uenosho, have my mentor. However, upon arriving at the office, he discovered that Tsunade was not present. Instead, a stranger, a young boy, occupied Tsunade's chair. "Excuse me, who are you?" Uenosho asked, his remarkable memory allowing him to recall the faces and names of every student in the medical experimental class. Yet this boy was not among them. The youth appeared slightly older than Uenosho, adorned with a Leaf Village forehead protector, indicating he was indeed a formal ninja. "Hello, my name is Senju Nagashi. You must be my sister's disciple, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." The boy approached with a radiant smile, exuding an infectious warmth that a realization struck Uenosho. This was Tsunade's younger brother. He smiled in return. "Uenosho, pleased to make your acquaintance, Nagashi-senpai." With their connection through Tsunade, he felt a sense of camaraderie. "I know you, Uenosho." Senju Nagashi suddenly interjected. "Huh." Uenosho paused, intrigued. "You're the recently celebrated prodigy in the village, outshining all others to claim the top position in the Ninja Academy's practical rankings." "I was present at the event." As the grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Nagashi exhibited no arrogance. Rather, he was down-to-earth and generously praised Uenosho. "We should have a sparring match sometime, so I can witness the prowess of the Academy's top genius." Sparring is certainly no problem." Just then, the office door swung open. Tsunade had returned. "Sister." Senju Nagashi turned upon hearing the commotion, and upon spotting Tsunade, he immediately bounded into her embrace, resembling a child who had yet to mature. His head bobbed as he rubbed against her, playfully. Uenosho's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression more exaggerated than when he first witnessed Might Guy unleash the 8 gates. What was he witnessing? Senju Nagashi was blatantly engaging in peak performance right in front of him. How enviable. After all, who wouldn't wish to have a sister as magnanimous as Senju Nagashi's? Chapter 65 would release Tsunade-sensei. "Good afternoon." Uenosho, unable to contain his disbelief, stepped forward and greeted her with a smile. "You've arrived, Sho. You truly are diligent and eager to learn." If there was one aspect Tsunade appreciated most about Uenosho, it was his self-motivation. Despite possessing strength and knowledge that surpassed his peers, he remained open-hearted and voraciously curious about all that could be learned at this rate. She feared he might soon eclipse her as a teacher. After acknowledging her disciple, Tsunade reluctantly pushed her brother away from her embrace, scolding, "Nagashi, you are a proper genin now. You shouldn't act like a child." "What does it matter? You are my sister." As he spoke, Nagashi resumed his playful antics. "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. And no matter how much you pout, I will not permit you to go to the front lines," Tsunade firmly reiterated, pushing him away once more. Upon hearing this, Senju Nagashi grew anxious. "Why not? That's unfair. You were already on the front lines at my age. Moreover, Orochimaru-sensei is actively fighting there. How can I, as his disciple, idly waste time in the village?" Perhaps wearied by Nagashi's persistent pleas, or recalling the battles being waged by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Tsunade's resolve softened. With a sigh, she relented "You stubborn boy, fine. You may go to the front lines. But you must heed the advice of your teachers and seniors, understood? Fantastic. I love you, sister. I'm off now, but remember, don't sneak any drinks before class, and no gambling with the students." With that, Senju Nagashi joyfully dashed away. Tsunade was left fuming, her face flushed with indignation. That insolent boy. I am one of the legendary three of Konoha. How could I possibly engage in such disgraceful behavior? That Nagashi lad was becoming increasingly disrespectful, particularly in front of her own disciple, making her lose face. This debt would not be forgotten. After the departure of Senju Shinsuke, an awkward expression adorned the face of Xuanye Sheng, who remained rooted to the spot. What to do? It was too late to pretend he hadn't heard. In a moment of desperate ingenuity, Xuanye Sheng chuckled nervously and said, "Teacher, your relationship with Shinsuke-senpai is truly commendable." Huh. Ahem. Tsunade cleared her throat and, feigning composure, replied, "All right, speak up. What do you wish to inquire about today?" Thus, Xuanye elucidated his intentions, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Tsunade. Supporting her chin with her palm, Tsunade pondered for a moment before stating, "I do possess quite a few sealing scrolls and certain texts at home, inherited from Grandma Mito. Some are bequeathed to Kushina, while I have kept a portion for myself." Pausing, she cast a menacing glance at Xuanye Sheng and added, "I might lend you the scrolls and books for your perusal, but you must understand that Shinsuke's words cannot be carelessly disseminated." All right. Xuanye Sheng felt a surge of joy. What began as a mere tentative inquiry turned into a fortunate discovery. He nodded vigorously, attempting to ingratiate himself. I understand. You, teacher, are a renowned and trustworthy jonin in the village, of noble character, responsible and diligent. How could you possibly indulge in drunken debauchery, let alone gambling? In my eyes, you are the finest teacher in the world. Xuanye Sheng continued. So, teacher, may I suggest you lower your fist now? Tsunade, pleased with his perceptiveness, relaxed her fist. Upon returning home, Xuanye Sheng conveyed to Uchiha Hitomi his arrangement for a spar with Senju Shinsuke. Senju Shinsuke. Uchiha Hitomi furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of both familiarity and strangeness with the name. That a ninja from the Senju clan, I presume? Yes, he might visit within these few days, not only to spar with me, but also to challenge you. The prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hitomi nodded calmly. She never shied away from challenges. However, considering he was the grandson of the first Hokage, he should not be underestimated, right? How formidable could he be? From initial glance, he seemed weaker than her. Uchiha Hitomi shot a disapproving look at Xuanye Sheng, dissatisfied with his overly modest response. What do you mean he should be weaker than you? That's as good as saying nothing at all. Fully aware of Xuanye Sheng's formidable abilities, Uchiha Hitomi understood that the spectrum of strength below him was vast. Perhaps he is merely slightly stronger than an average genin. Xuanye Sheng added, "Indeed, Senju Shinsuke hailed from a distinguished lineage, the son of the third Hokage, and his bloodline was exceptional. However, in truth, his performance in the Ninja Academy was rather lackluster, often found at the bottom of his class. Of course, the underperformers in the Ninja Academy typically had their own unique reasons. Thus, upon comprehensive evaluation, Xuanye Sheng concluded that Senju Shinsuke's strength surpassed that of the average genin, yet he had yet to exhibit any prodigious talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met his demise so simply in the original narrative due to an explosive tag. Tch, what merit is there in paying attention to an opponent of such caliber?" Uchiha Hitomi remarked disdainfully. Her perspective long since elevated beyond her peers, now focused on the renowned elite jonin. Not become too complacent, Hitomi, I have heard that Shinsuke's mentor is none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. A talent of a generation. His disciples are not to be taken lightly. And so what? The elite jonin responsible for my training are no slouches either, and why grandfather may be retired, but his experience and understanding of ninjutsu are still invaluable. Moreover, I have the benefit of your research findings at my disposal. If I were to fall short against some young scion of the Senju clan, I might as well end it all. Uchiha Hitomi's words brimmed with confidence, a confidence that was not solely her own, but also partly derived from Xuanye Sheng's influence. Hinoya Masuru's lips twitched as he listened to Uchiha Hitomi refer to someone older than her as a mere child. It struck him as rather odd. However, her fervent desire to win was understandable, given the long-standing enmity between the Uchiha and Senju clans. When faced with a member of the Senju clan, Uchiha Hitomi was resolute in her refusal to lose. "Well, I have faith in you. But after all, Shinsuke is the grandson of the first Hokage. Who knows, he might awaken with release one day, which is a formidable power that quelled the chaos of the Warring States era." At the mention of wood release, Uchiha Hitomi's expression flickered slightly before returning to calmness. With a scoff, she replied, "I would relish the prospect of him awakening wood release. It would make our encounter all the more enjoyable." Unfortunately, according to the records of the Uchiha clan, wood release has only been awakened by the first Hokage to this day. No other member of the Senju clan has managed to manifest it. At her words, Hinoya Masaru felt a spark of realization. Chapter 66. Natural Energy and Sage Techniques. Based on the information Hinoya Masaru previously gathered, it was understood that once someone awakens a bloodline limit, as they develop corresponding ninjutsu, such techniques would, in turn, influence their genetic makeup, elucidating why bloodline limits can be inherited. That it could be said that each bloodline limit ninja is a village's most treasured resource. Hinoya Masaru sighed. "That is quite peculiar then." "What is peculiar?" Uchiha Hitomi inquired, her dark eyes fixed upon him in confusion. "Allow me to analyze this for you. Wood release is a form of bloodline limit, correct? And it is common knowledge that bloodline limits can be genetically inherited by the next generation, much like your Sharingan from the Uchiha clan or the Byakugan from the Hige clan. Theoretically, as the original wielder of wood release, the first Hokage's offspring, being the closest in bloodline, should find it relatively easy to awaken wood release. Yet, not only has Shinsuke failed to awaken wood release, but none of the other members of the Senju clan have done so either. Does that not strike you as odd? Hinoya Masaru, well-versed in the original narrative, knew that throughout the entire series of Naruto, only the first Hokage had truly awakened wood release. Yamato, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Bito could utilize wood release solely because they had transplanted the first cells. Fundamentally, only the first Hokage had awakened it. Moreover, the wood release they wielded paled in comparison to that of the first Hokage. There's a saying, the first Hokage used wood release to conquer the world, while Yamato used it for landscaping. This phrase succinctly encapsulates the fact that it was not wood release that was inherently powerful, but rather the first Hokage's exceptional mastery of it. Upon hearing Hinoya Masaru's inquiry, Uchiha Hitomi furrowed her brow. Her head bowed as if contemplating something. Clearly, she too recognized the inconsistency, as if wood release were uniquely tied to the first Hokage. Even my teacher, Jonin Tsunade, despite her extraordinary prowess among Jonin, had yet to awaken wood release. Uchiha Hitomi listened to Hinoya Masaru's words, feeling perplexed. Ultimately, she decided to leave such matters to Hinoya Masaru, the research enthusiast. Why concern yourself with this? Do you wish to battle against users of wood release in the future? Or do you believe you can learn it? Uchiha Hitomi's casual remark caused Hinoya Masaru's gaze to flicker momentarily. Who could say for certain whether he would engage in combat with users of wood release in the future? Knowledge of one's adversary is essential for victory. For instance, why did he feel the need to master the Flying Thunder God technique? It was to prepare for potential confrontations with its users. Similarly, understanding wood release would be beneficial to aspire to become the god of the ninja world. One must face challenges and obstacles far beyond imagination. Only by eliminating any weaknesses can one surpass all others. Furthermore, possessing the talent of a ninjutsu doctorate, in theory, he could also learn wood release. After all, wood release is merely a form of ninjutsu, though Hinoya Masaru was acutely aware that even if he mastered wood release, the effectiveness would likely resemble that of Yamato, merely suitable for landscaping. Quite lackluster. Familiar with the original narrative, Hinoya Masaru understood that the true strength of the first Hokage's wood release lay in two aspects. First was its versatility. Wood release encompassed offense, defense, and support, excelling at all ranges. Second was its ancestral quality. The first wood release bore a trace of the god tree's essence, capable of absorbing physical and chakra energy. along with being inherently resilient and difficult to destroy, exhibiting vast area control and suppression. Reflecting on this, Hainoya Masaru could not help but criticize Senju Hashirama's lack of foresight. With such formidable wood release at his disposal, had he merely learned a few sealing techniques and combined them with wood release, he could have effortlessly sealed Uchiha Madara and his Susanoo. Instead, he preferred to rely on his immense chakra and sage mode to act recklessly. What a waste, truly a waste of such potent wood release. Observing the contemplative figure of Jinya Katsumi, Uchiha Hitomi adjusted her forehead with a look of resignation, fully aware that this fellow had once again become ensnared in his thoughts. Whenever he conceived a new idea or achieved a novel research breakthrough, he would become utterly absorbed, unable to extricate himself. Shaking her head, Uchiha Hitomi exited the room, preparing to head to the training grounds for her own practice. Recently, she sensed that her Sharingan was on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to evolve from 2 Tomo to 3. If the other Uchiha clansmen were to discover this, their eyes would likely bulge in disbelief. A mere 11-and-a-half-year-old with a 3 Tomo Sharingan. What a far-fetched notion. In truth, ever since her physical constitution underwent transformation, Uchiha Hitomi had increasingly recognized the advantages of possessing a formidable body. Primarily, her physical prowess had significantly enhanced, leading to a more abundant chakra and a surge of vitality, seemingly invigorating her spirit as well. The power of her Sharingan was steadily on the rise. This was also the principal reason behind her imminent breakthrough to the 3 Tomo Sharingan, as her ocular power was nearly overflowing. After Uchiha Hitomi had departed for a while, Jinya Katsumi, left behind, felt a spark of realization igniting within him. The answer was within reach. Why was the wood release of the first Hokage so immensely powerful? It was due to the vast amounts of positive chakra utilized, activating the divine tree properties inherent in the wood release. This was the true essence of wood release. Moreover, the positive chakra employed by the first Hokage was not of ordinary quality. It must have been of a high caliber, perhaps even the epitome of positive chakra. As for whether Ashura's chakra played a role in this, that remained uncertain. Contemplating this, Jinya Katsumi let out a wry smile and sighed, feeling as though the question had come full circle. Although he possessed an abundance of positive chakra, in terms of chakra quality, he was no different from others. Those endowed with high-quality chakra were invariably descendants of powerful bloodlines or possessors of exceptional chakra. From birth, their destinies were marked by the extraordinary, reaching heights that ordinary mortals could scarcely hope to attain in 10 lifetimes. How unfair fate could be. With this in mind, he decided to temporarily abandon the pursuit of wood release. However, Jinya Katsumi did not succumb to despair. Instead, he turned his gaze toward another iconic power of the first Hokage, sage technique. In fact, within the Uchiha clan's tomes, many references spoke of a special energy known as natural energy existing within the natural world. Thanks to Uchiha Hitomi, he had perused nearly every volume of his clan's extensive library. After all, Uchiha Hitomi had a venerable grandfather. Yet no one within the Uchiha clan had mastered sage technique, and thus no related cultivation methods had been passed down. Nevertheless, there were numerous records regarding sage technique. The reason for this was that Senju Hashirama's sage technique was exceedingly renowned. This individual had subdued Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with his mastery of wood release and sage technique. Having witnessed such events, how could the Uchiha clansmen remain indifferent to sage technique? Even if they could not learn it, the extensive records left a significant mark. Chapter 67. The Study of Sage Technique Natural Energy. Jinya Katsumi murmured to himself as he rapidly flipped through various texts. His reading speed was astonishing, nearly 10 lines at a glance, a page per second. Supported by his formidable intellect, he operated like a highly efficient computer, freezing each page as a photograph to store in his mind, then began to discern and organize the pertinent information. Instantaneous memory, rapid comprehension. If one were to observe him, they would see wisps of white mist rising from his head. Akin to a martial arts novel's internal energy master practicing their craft. This was due to his brain being in an overclocked state, with neurons firing abnormally. His thought processes had reached an unfathomable speed. Touching his forehead would reveal an astonishing heat, which explained the white mist emanating from the top of his head. In less than 2 hours, he had perused all the scrolls and texts. Jinya Katsumi meticulously gathered and summarized all the information regarding sage technique from the Uchiha records. According to the accounts, by absorbing external natural energy on the foundation of ordinary chakra and fusing the two, one could refine what was termed sage chakra. With sage chakra, one could wield sage technique. However, there was a prerequisite. One must first enter sage mode. Jinya Katsumi chuckled softly. This aligned with the information he had gleaned from the original work. Yet the crucial question remained: how to successfully fuse with natural energy? What ratio was necessary to achieve a perfect balance? He closed his eyes and began to ponder, searching his mind for useful knowledge. Even recalling discussions and research from his previous life among fans of Naruto regarding sage technique. Additionally, having resided in the Naruto world for several years, he had amassed a wealth of foundational knowledge. Let me organize my thoughts. First, ordinary chakra is refined by a ninja utilizing their physical and mental energy. As for sage chakra, it involves incorporating natural energy alongside these two forms of energy. Thus, the core issue is how to discover and master natural energy. To perceive natural energy, one must merge with nature, emptying oneself, comprehending the natural world external to oneself, achieving a connection with nature. This process is fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to life-threatening danger. Furthermore, the ratio of the three energies fusion is a significant concern. A miscalculation could result in a loss of balance, causing energy to run rampant, and therein lies the risk of practicing sage technique. In the original work, when Naruto trained in sage mode, he was brought to Mount Myaboku by Fukusaku, the elder sage. Moreover, Naruto's entire process of training in sage mode was accompanied by Fukusaku, as mastering the sage technique of Mount Myaboku also posed substantial risks, such as transforming into a frog, or worse, becoming a statue. The immediate priority was to sense natural energy and learn to harness it. No. Wait. Jinya Katsumi immediately dismissed his previous thoughts, reflecting, natural energy exists in the air and earth. Theoretically speaking, natural energy is omnipresent. Before the arrival of Kagaya Otsutsuki in the ninja world, there was no chakra, nor were there so-called ninjas. The extraordinary beings of that time likely utilized natural energy. Right? I breathe in every moment. To a certain extent, does that not mean I am absorbing trace amounts of natural energy continuously? Jinya Katsumi's eyes sparkled with a burgeoning realization. All that remained was time, allowing him to validate his ideas one by one. Around evening, Uchiha Hitomi concluded her training and returned home from the practice grounds. She scanned the room and, not seeing Jinya Katsumi's figure, immediately deduced that he was once again engrossed in research in the underground laboratory. Uchiha Hitomi had long since grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Why now? She had reaped numerous benefits from Jinya Katsumi's research outcomes, leading her to shift her previous skepticism to full support of his endeavors. After instructing the maid to prepare a lavish dinner, she settled down in a meditative posture to refine her chakra. This meditative technique was one that Jinya Katsumi had taught her. Hitomi, the Sharingan, is a form of self-awareness, a power driven strongly by personal emotions. Yet, I believe this evolutionary path may lead to a divergence, where uncontrollable emotions yield uncontrollable strength, that I hope you can harness those extreme emotions as fuel while allowing your calm will to guide you. I have a commendable method of meditation to recommend to you. The words once spoken by Xuanye Sheng flashed through Uchiha Tong's mind as she took a deep breath, gradually centering herself into a relatively tranquil state. This state cannot be described as losing oneself, but it allows her to enter a more immersive condition, focusing on refining chakra. Currently, Uchiha Tong has not yet perceived the distinct benefits brought about by this method of meditation. However, since Xuanye Sheng suggested it, she simply complied. Perhaps this is what trust entails. It was not until the maid came to remind her that dinner was ready that Uchiha Tong concluded her chakra refinement for the day. Noticing that Xuanye Sheng had yet to appear, she began to eat alone. Uchiha Tong's appetite was rather average, having barely consumed 1/10 of the food on the table, leaving the remainder for the gluttonous Xuanye Sheng. Were it not for Uchiha Tong's considerable wealth, it would be quite challenging for an ordinary family to support Xuanye Sheng. This is also the reason why many maids secretly scorn him, as he spends his days idly at home, yet consumes so much. Nonetheless, they all treat Xuanye Sheng with great respect on the surface, harboring a subtle feeling of treating him as a prospective son-in-law. As night deepened, when Xuanye gradually drifted into slumber, the earth suddenly trembled. The tremor was brief and did not create much of a disturbance. However, with her keen senses, Xuanye instinctively sprang up. Executing a swift motion, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. An earthquake? No, she instantly dismissed this notion. The vibration was faint, but the source felt alarmingly close, more akin to an explosion. In an instant, Xuanye seemed to realize something. And without time to don her outerwear, clad only in a tank top and shorts, she exited her room and hurried toward Xuanye Sheng's quarters. Sliding open the wooden door, she found no sign of him. Indeed, he was still in the basement. Upon reaching the basement, Xuanye was met with a scene of utter chaos. In the spacious underground laboratory, a massive pit had suddenly appeared. Chapter 68. Experimental Mishap. Gazing at the pit in the underground laboratory, Xuanye's eyes widened in clear astonishment. The laboratory's floor and walls were constructed from exceptionally sturdy materials, capable of withstanding the impact of most ninjutsu. Yet now a gaping hole had been blasted into the ground. Observing Xuanye Sheng, who was covered in dust yet seemingly unharmed, Xuanye's heart steadied slightly, restoring her composed demeanor as she asked coolly, "What happened? This is the first time you've made such a commotion with your research." Her words carried a distinct curiosity. Xuanye could keenly sense a lingering, powerful aura at the sight of the explosion. It resembled an explosion caused by an immensely strong chakra, yet it felt somewhat different. In any case, that incredibly formidable presence lingered around the pit, instilling a profound sense of pressure in Xuanye. It was not that this aura was overwhelmingly vast, but rather it was a suppression of a different order. "What kind of power is this? What brings you here?" Xuanye Sheng asked knowingly, simultaneously coughing a few times as he pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a dull ache in his lungs. This was the first time he had genuinely sustained physical harm since surpassing his limits. "You're injured?" Xuanye noticed Xuanye Sheng's subtle movements, her expression of surprise growing more pronounced. Since their acquaintance, he had always been a calculated and composed individual. Yet this time, he had recklessly conducted an experiment that resulted in his own injury. "I encountered a slight mishap while attempting to harness natural energy," Xuanye Sheng replied with a wry smile, aware that he had indeed acted impulsively. He estimated that given the current state of his lungs, it would be impossible to attempt to control natural energy for at least several days. Upon hearing this, Xuanye's eyes flickered as her expression shifted, pressing on with her inquiry. "Natural energy? When did you begin researching Senjutsu? Isn't it true that my previous research on wood release has reached a dead end? I became intrigued by the other iconic power of the first Hokage, Senjutsu," Xuanye Sheng explained with a rueful smile. Fortunately, he had stored his other research findings in a sealing scroll ahead of time. Otherwise, the losses from this experimental mishap would have been substantial. Xuanye, however, did not mind that Xuanye Sheng had turned their underground chamber into such a state. After all, financial matters were of no concern. What truly piqued her interest was how Xuanye Sheng's research on Senjutsu was progressing. "So, did your experiment fail?" she asked, surveying the chaotic scene of the laboratory with a tone of inevitability. Xuanye Sheng first nodded, then shook his head. Xuanye was perplexed. Had it succeeded or failed? After taking a moment to steady his breathing, Xuanye Sheng slowly replied, "Well, how should I put it? It can be considered a failure, yet also a success that I successfully drew forth natural energy just now, and then, on a whim, attempted to fuse it with ordinary chakra through a breathing technique that in hindsight, given my lack of familiarity and understanding of the fusion ratio, this action was exceedingly perilous. Subsequently, as the fusion of natural energy and chakra spiraled out of control, it became far more volatile and difficult to manage than I had anticipated. In the end, I could only expel that uncontrollable energy." Xuanye Sheng spoke slowly, his voice somewhat hoarse. Since the energy fusion had passed through his lungs, that uncontrollable surge of energy had inflicted some damage to his lungs and throat before he could expel it. However, The injury to his lungs was notably more severe due to their inherent fragility. Uchiha Tong nodded, casting another careful glance at the pit. Was it truly possible for mere energy release, without the application of techniques, to achieve such a level of destructive power? This ignited her profound interest in senjutsu. How did you manage to draw forth natural energy? She inquired, for within the Uchiha clan, no one had mastered senjutsu, nor could any methods of training in senjutsu have been passed down. How then had Xuanye Sheng accomplished this? Brushing the dust from his hair, Xuanye Sheng replied with a hint of nonchalance. It's actually quite simple. As long as one's chakra is sufficiently ample, one can attempt to draw forth natural energy. Why must one possess a vast amount of chakra to practice senjutsu? It is precisely because, without substantial chakra, one cannot even perform the basic act of drawing forth natural energy. Uchiha Tong raised an eyebrow, her expression somewhat discontented. Was it truly the case that no one in the Uchiha clan could master senjutsu simply because their chakra fell short? You could say that there's indeed a possibility for that. Although the Uchiha clan possessed a considerable amount of chakra compared to ordinary ninjas, only a handful, like Uchiha Madara, truly had chakra at the ton level. These individuals, however, lacked the need for such risks, like petrification or becoming berserk, to pursue senjutsu. After all, wouldn't a complete body Susanoo be more appealing? Looking back at the practitioners of senjutsu in the original work, none possessed anything less than chakra comparable to that of tailed beasts. Moreover, the quantity of chakra also influenced the activation of Sage Mode. In the original narrative, Uzumaki Naruto initially required shadow clones to refine Sage Chakra before he could enter Sage Mode. Yet after he activated the Nine Tails Chakra Mode, he could enter Sage Mode instantaneously, much like the first Hokage. This implies that Uzumaki Naruto, combined with the Nine Tails Chakra, equaled the chakra of Senju Hashirama. And with such a vast reserve of chakra, one could effortlessly enter Sage Mode. Are you suggesting that my chakra is insufficient? Not quite. It's just that it might pose some challenges. After all, the more chakra one possesses, the smoother the process of drawing forth natural energy. Xuanye Sheng answered honestly that in fact, I already have a rather promising concept in mind. If all goes well, it might fundamentally change the way humanity practices senjutsu. Fundamentally change the way humanity practices senjutsu. Uchiha Tong gazed at Xuanye Sheng in shock. Tea times. She truly wished to dissect his mind, to uncover the source of his boundless creativity and how each idea he conceived led to such significant enhancements in power. After a brief silence, Uchiha Tong spoke earnestly. The matter of researching senjutsu is of great importance and must not be disclosed to outsiders. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. However, it would be quite challenging to prepare those experimental instruments and necessary materials all by yourself, Xuanye Sheng hesitated to say. Uchiha Tong shot him an incredulous look. Do you think I dispatched any maids or servants to prepare those materials for you before? Saying this, Uchiha Tong bit her thumb, swiftly formed hand seals, and pressed her palm down onto the ground. Summoning technique. With the emergence of the summoning formation patterns on the ground, a sudden puff of white smoke erupted. Chapter 69. Hataki Sakumo. Accompanied by a swirl of white smoke, an adorable little orange cat appeared before Uchiha Hitomi and Jinya Masaru. Its head, back, and limbs were adorned with layers of yellow and orange stripes. A large patch of fluffy white fur graced its chest and belly, while its paw tips were white. The white collar, coupled with its snow-like hooves, had an instantaneous effect on the girls. The orange cat was approximately half the size of a person and raised its tail towards Uchiha Hitomi. Typically, a cat raising its tail signifies happiness and affection. Uchiha Hitomi directed her gaze towards Jinya Masaru and extended her hand, palm up. After a brief moment of surprise, Jinya Masaru quickly responded by handing a procurement list to Uchiha Hitomi. She passed the list to the little orange cat and instructed, "Please gather the items listed here. I shall inspect them in 2 days. Tea must be said that." At that moment, Uchiha Hitomi appeared particularly captivating in Jinya Masaru's eyes. A wealthy lady who buys without questioning prices is indeed the epitome of elegance. The orange cat obediently nodded, accepted the list, and with a puff, vanished in a cloud of white smoke. Jinya Masaru gazed in the direction the summoning cat had disappeared. Reflecting inwardly. This is the stark contrast between the affluent and the common folk. Not only do they have guidance from elite shinobi within their clan and a plethora of ninjutsu resources, but they also possess accompanying summoning beasts, speaking of which, it seems I have yet to contract a summoning beast myself. However, it is no easy feat for an ordinary person to secure a suitable summoning beast contract. After all, a summoning contract merely enables the summoner to call forth the summoned beast through the summoning technique. It does not grant actual control. Coordination in battle is akin to that of a ninja team, requiring mutual communication. Uchiha Hitomi explained nonchalantly, "Our Uchiha clan has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Summoning Cat clan. Long before enrollment, my grandfather had me sign contracts with several summoning cats. The equipment and materials you required for your previous experiments were all arranged by the summoning cats." Jinyamasu suddenly understood. The relationship between the Elder Cat and the summoning cats is akin to that of the Inuzuka clan with their ninja dogs. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has been a long-standing guest of the Elder Cat clan, which likely explains why they can command summoning cats with such ease. The Summoning Cat clan operates in various inconspicuous corners of the ninja world. And given that the Elder Cat clan consists of legitimate black market merchants, their efficiency in gathering intelligence and procuring goods is unparalleled. Viewed in this light, the Uchiha clan's intelligence capabilities are not to be underestimated. As for why they were caught off guard and annihilated later, perhaps no amount of information from the summoning cats could have prepared the Uchiha for the fact that the clan's young heir was a traitor. It must be said, Uchiha Itachi truly is a devoted son. Cough cough. In any case, for Uchiha Hitomi, the summoning cats with whom she had contracts provided her with immense convenience, allowing her to devote her time solely to training. On the rooftop of the ninja school, today marked the second day following the class division meeting, where all the leading teachers would become acquainted with their team members, and a man, appearing to be in his early 30s, clad in a Jainin uniform and sporting long silver hair, leaned against the edge of the rooftop railing. Draped over his left shoulder was a half-sleeve featuring a flame pattern, and he carried a chakra blade of moderate length on his back. With his hands resting on the railing and a cheerful, friendly smile adorning his face, he resembled an affable neighbor, devoid of any trace of the sharpness typically associated with elite Jainin. He candidly introduced himself. "My name is Hitaki Sakumo, and from today onwards, I shall be your guiding Jainin. I possess a particular proficiency in swordsmanship. That is about all there is to know about me. Next, we will form a 4-person team, so I invite everyone to introduce themselves. Proficient in swordsmanship, indeed. It is an understatement. One cannot help but commend him for being the father of Kakashi, as his self-introduction mirrors that of his son in its mischievousness." Jinyamasu was taken aback to discover that his guiding Jainin was none other than Hitaki Sakumo. If anyone were to assume that role, it would indeed be him, as he fully qualifies to be the leader of this small team. According to the original text, Hitaki Sakumo is considered one of the strongest ninjas in the current Konoha village, even seen as a potential successor to the Hokage. His flame-patterned half-sleeve is regarded by many as synonymous with the Hokage's attire. His prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of the current legendary 3 ninjas, marking him as a true shadow-level expert. Furthermore, his reputation is widespread. Merely hearing the name Konoha White Fang on the battlefield sends shivers down the spines of enemies. To illustrate just how formidable his reputation is, consider a few salient examples that in the original narrative, following the Pain's assault, when it came time to elect the 6th Hokage, Narashikaku recommended Kakashi. The Daimyo's first reaction was not to refer to him as Konoha's premier technician, nor as the wielder of the Sharingan, nor as the copy ninja, but rather as the son of the White Fang. This signifies the weight his name carries in the Daimyo's mind, far surpassing other monikers. Similarly, after the masked man declared war, the 5 Kage prepared to notify their respective ninja villages for mobilization. While Danzo made his escape, it was Gaara who recommended Kakashi, specifically emphasizing his Sharingan. The immediate response from Noki was to acknowledge him as the son of the White Fang, indicating that even 2 decades after his death, the memory of the White Fang remains vivid in the minds of the Kage. This clearly demonstrates that, in Naka's perspective, the significance of being the son of the White Fang outweighs that of being a mere copy ninja. Thus, upon realizing that his guiding Jainin was the formidable and esteemed Hatake Sakomo, Jinya Masaru took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Jinya Masaru, with a modest understanding of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. I have a penchant for various delicacies. That is about all. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Mayan quickly took notes in her mind, realizing that Masaru enjoys a variety of foods. Indeed, Mother was not mistaken. Winning a man's heart through his stomach is a surefire strategy. I am Fujiwara Mayan, skilled in sensory ninjutsu, and I favor gentle individuals. I am Uchiha Hitomi, adept in utilizing Sharingan, fire release, and lightning release. Hatake Sakomo nodded in satisfaction. Although he had previously guided lower-ranked ninjas, this occasion felt distinct. With a team featuring a Sharingan wielder, chakra sensory abilities, and a medical ninja, the composition was nothing short of perfect. Two of his students had even achieved top 3 rankings in the school's practical assessments. He felt as though he had drawn a royal flush and had not engaged in such a fortunate battle in quite some time. Hatake Sakomo reflected on the heavy burden that lay ahead. The village's upper echelon had specifically summoned him from the front lines to mentor these 3 youngsters, undoubtedly hoping for their swift growth in preparation for the imminent ninja world conflict. Just as Hatake Sakomo was about to say something, Uchiha Hitomi made her move. When she acted, it was as if thunder had struck. Without a hint of warning, she sprang forth, dashing towards Hatake Sakomo at lightning speed. Kunai in hand aimed directly at his vital point. Chapter 70. Team Formation. Uchiha Hitomi's sudden outburst took everyone by surprise, except for Jinyamasa. He resignedly rubbed his forehead, as he seemed to have anticipated this scenario. Objectively speaking, Uchiha Hitomi was a rather proud individual. Not just anyone could become her teammate or guiding Jainai and to this point. While Hatake Sakomo's strength was steadily approaching its peak, he had yet to accumulate the battlefield accolades that would later cement his fearsome reputation throughout the ninja world. Hitomi, Fujiwara Mayan shouted from behind, unable to contain herself. However, Uchiha Hitomi's gaze remained resolute, her actions unwavering, even intensifying as the 2 tomo of her Sharingan began to spin. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone in shock. Uchiha Hitomi's strike missed its mark, her swift thrust suddenly devoid of target, and thus rendered futile. Unbeknownst to her, Hatake Sakomo had already positioned himself behind her, seizing her kunai-wielding hand, bending it behind her back, while his other hand pressed against her head, swiftly subduing her. Witnessing this unfold, Jinya Masaru was reminded of Kakashi's infamous 1,000 Years of Death technique on Naruto, relieved that Hatake Sakomo did not share such a penchant for the mischievous. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Mayan stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Even Uchiha Hitomi found herself engulfed in profound astonishment, struggling to accept that she had been subdued in such a manner. Though her attack had merely been a test, the ease with which she was bested felt almost unfathomable. The opponent not only adeptly evaded the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, but their body flicker technique was so swift that even her Sharingan struggled to capture it, allowing them to subdue her from behind with almost no awareness on her part. Among the spectators, only Xuanye Sheng appeared contemplative, having clearly witnessed the entire process. Chimu Sakomo's body flicker and swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. For an ordinary Jainin, failing to react would result in a swift defeat, a mere instant of being cut down. In terms of experience, he would surpass even the seasoned shinobi in a few years. Possessing a true strength on par with that of a Kage, capable of standing toe-to-toe with anyone from Konoha. In fact, during the early chapters of the original work, only 2 individuals from Konoha were capable of dispatching Jainin with such ease. A feat even the 3rd Hokage could not accomplish. Point 1 was the famed 4th Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash, and the other was the present figure, Chimu Sakomo, renowned as Konoha's White Fang. Currently, the Yellow Flash was still a mere youth, while Konoha's White Fang was at the pinnacle of his prowess. So, are you satisfied with the results of your assessment? Now, can you listen to me speak without interruption? Chimu Sakomo released Uchiha Hitomi, his face still adorned with a friendly smile, showing no signs of being offended by her rashness. To his enemies, he was a ruthless harbinger of death, yet to his comrades and kin within the village, he was a presence that brought warmth and comfort. Uchiha Hitomi stowed away her kunai, her Sharingan returning to its normal state, her imposing aura completely subdued. She gazed at Chimusakomo and earnestly remarked, "Truly, you are a powerful ninja deserving of the title Konoha's White Fang. If you were to be our captain, I have no objections." This simple test of strength was sufficient for Uchiha Hitomi to catch a glimpse of Chimusakomo's unfathomable power. Xuanye Sheng's lips twitched as he couldn't help but exclaim, "See, Uchiha is actually quite agreeable. As long as your strength surpasses theirs, I hope our little team can grow increasingly harmonious." Chimusakomo displayed a warm smile, genuinely expressing his desire for camaraderie among teammates, a key reason for the respect he commanded from numerous shinobi. Once Uchiha Hitomi returned to her original position, Fujiwara Miaoin let out a sigh of relief. Her heart finally at ease. She couldn't help but worry. This seemingly warm-hearted elder was infamous enough to silence the children of neighboring villages. Even the legendary Sannin of Konoha would pale in comparison before him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to deem him the strongest Nin of Konoha in close proximity. Even Xuanye Sheng found himself captivated by Chimusakomo's charismatic presence. The third Hokage had 3 disciples, all overshadowed by him. If he doesn't perish, who will? Many believed that Danzo was responsible for Sakomo's demise, but Xuanye Sheng felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen played a significant role in the matter as well. A figure beyond the Hokage's faction, possessing immense strength and remarkable achievements, commanding respect from all shinobi of his generation. It could be said that the third Hokage inadvertently fueled Danzo's ambitions, as Sakomo's death effectively extinguished Danzo's hopes of becoming Hokage, while simultaneously removing 2 formidable competitors for his own disciples. Yet perhaps even the third Hokage never anticipated that one disciple would become obsessed with sketching in the bathhouse. Another would attempt to gamble his way to success, and the last one would even dare to dream of scientific immortality, the most outrageous of which was that he actually succeeded. Noticing the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward, Fujiwara Miaoin took the initiative to speak. "Sakomo-sensei, I've heard that typically, Nin assess the capabilities of freshly graduated genin through survival drills." Internally, she felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he was Konoha's White Fang. What if the test proved exceedingly challenging? To her surprise, Chimusakomo responded in a remarkably easygoing tone. "There's no need for that. I'm quite satisfied with your abilities, and there's essentially no need for further testing." "So you all passed that?" Fujiwara Miaoin exclaimed, her voice trailing in disbelief. Was it really that casual? He was Konoha's White Fang. Initially expecting a harsh and serious survival exercise, she was taken aback that the Nin could so nonchalantly deem them qualified. For a moment, she felt as though her fan's filter had shattered, yet she also felt a sense of joy. She certainly did not wish to return to the academy after finally teaming up with Xuanye Sheng. Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Hitomi were not surprised by this outcome. After all, given their strength, undergoing any assessment would be a waste of time to AS for the bell-stealing antics. That was a tradition passed down directly from the third Hokage and had nothing to do with Chimusakomo. If Chimusakomo insisted on conducting a bell-stealing survival drill with the team, Xuanye Sheng couldn't help but suspect that the author was deliberately padding the word count. "Author, are you being polite?" "So, what shall we do next?" Xuanye Sheng inquired. Hearing this, Chimusakomo stroked his chin, glanced at the sky, and suddenly smiled. "How about I treat you all to barbecue? It's nearly noon, and we can celebrate the official formation of our team." Xuanye Sheng's eyes lit up. Chimusakomo could never have anticipated that even years later, the memory of this barbecue would remain vivid in his mind. Chapter 71. The Awkward Sakomo-sensei. Sakomo-sensei. "I think it's better if we each pay our own way." The proud Uchiha Hitomi surprisingly took the initiative to offer her suggestion, though her words inevitably carried a hint of provocation. Chimusakomo glanced at Uchiha Hitomi in mild surprise, not expecting her to be a child with a cold exterior but a warm heart, which touched him. He laughed heartily. "This is our team's first group meal after all. Don't be polite with your teacher. Feel free to eat to your heart's content without worrying about my wallet." He surveyed the trio, contemplating that the 2 girls did not seem to be big eaters. And the only boy, Xuanye Sheng, appeared pale and fragile, having sustained a lung injury, likely unable to eat much. This barbecue could easily cost tens of thousands of Rio. A casual A-rank mission would reward them with several 100,000 Rio. Would one meal truly consume the entirety of an A-rank mission's reward? Ridiculous. However, noticing Xuanye Sheng's somewhat pale complexion, Chimusakomo recalled a rumor and looked at the boy with a hint of sympathy. It seemed being a son-in-law of the Uchiha clan was no easy task. Uchiha Hitomi's demeanor clearly suggested she was both assertive and in good health. He would have to remind Kakashi later to avoid becoming too infatuated with women, especially not to end up like Xuanye Sheng, appearing so weak. If Xuanye Sheng were to discover what his Janin was pondering, he would likely be unable to restrain himself from confronting him. What of Konoha's White Fang? How could he allow his reputation to be tarnished? Observing Chimusakomo's unwavering determination to treat them to barbecue, Uchiha Hitomi sighed and spoke with a hint of playful tone. Just so you know, I've warned you, Captain Sakomo. Chimusakomo looked at Uchiha Hitomi with a bemused expression, puzzled by her meaning. Xuanye Sheng, feeling somewhat guilty, suggested, Sakomo-sensei, how about we just have some Ichiraka ramen instead? That tastes quite good. Compared to barbecue, ramen was evidently much cheaper. Chimusakomo clearly sensed Xuanye Sheng's intention to save him money, which only strengthened his resolve to treat them to barbecue that as a distinguished elite Jainin of Konoha. Earning tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Rio for a single S-rank or A-rank mission, could he really not afford a meal of barbecue? If this news got out, he would be utterly humiliated. He must treat them. 2 hours later, at the barbecue restaurant, Xuanye Sheng let out a satisfied burp, patting his belly contentedly. He and T enjoyed a meal this much in quite some time. Moreover, food tastes even better when someone else is treating T the dining table. The restaurant owner was smiling broadly, extending his hand toward Chimusakomo, looking at him as though he were a plump sheep. Thank you for your patronage. Your total comes to 250,800 Rio, but we'll waive the change, so you only need to pay 250,000 Rio. A staggering 250,000 Rio. The price left Chimusakomo's heart aching. Good grief. A single barbecue meal had consumed the reward of an A-rank mission. Chimusakomo, I wish to be alone. He glanced at the content smile on Xuanye Sheng's face and then at the pile of empty plates in the small cart beside him, his mouth twitching slightly. Most of the meat had gone into Xuanye Sheng's belly. Despite his fragile appearance, how could he eat so much? He finally understood why those two disciples had urged him earlier. That Sheng, is your mother from the Akimichi clan? Xuanye Sheng blinked innocently and said, Teacher Chimusakomo truly loves to joke that my parents were merely ordinary civilian ninjas in their lifetime. Moreover, I doubt that the Akimichi clan possesses a greater appetite than mine. Upon hearing Xuanye Sheng's words, Chimusakomo fell silent. To think that a civilian ninja could have a greater appetite than one from the Akimichi clan is rather peculiar. With a sigh, Chimusakomo resignedly pulled out his wallet, preparing to settle the bill. The next moment, he froze, an awkward expression surfacing on his face. Even facing an S-rank mission would not put him in such an embarrassing predicament. What's wrong, Teacher Sakomo? Inquisitive and perceptive as ever, Fujiwara immediately inquired. Uchiha Hitomi and Xuanye Sheng turned their gazes toward him. Under the scrutiny of his three teammates, Chimusakomo, feeling somewhat guilty, stammered, well, how should I put it? I typically do not carry much money when I go out, so my wallet is a bit lacking. Could you all wait for me? I will return home to fetch some right away. I promise it will be quick. Chimusakomo was quite confident in his speed. Xuanye Sheng and the others exchanged glances. Uchiha Hitomi smirked, a playful glint in her eyes as she calmly retrieved 25 crisp 10,000 yen bills from her wallet and nonchalantly tossed them onto the counter. The legendary Konoha White Fang finds himself in such a predicament. It is truly unexpected. Having been subdued by Chimusakomo previously, she felt that she had finally regained her dignity, that I didn't see that coming either. It is indeed surprising, Xuanye Sheng and Fujiwara Miaoin chimed in, laughter dancing in their voices. Hey, I say, you three. Chimusakomo wore a bitter smile, helplessly rubbing his forehead, feeling that his dignity as a guiding jonin was slipping away. It's just that I didn't bring enough money. Do you think everyone can casually pull out bundles of cash like the Uchiha heiress? However, upon reflection, it seemed that relying on others might indeed be more promising than being a ninja. As Xuanye Sheng reveled in the harmonious atmosphere of the newly formed team, Hinata Karen had already embarked on her journey to the front lines alongside the main force. The entire support team was divided into several smaller teams. Hinata Karen's team consisted of 12 ninjas, including herself, 4 of whom were from the Hyuga clan. Their destination was a border post located at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. After merging with the frontline command unit, they would join the appropriate smaller team based on the commander's orders. Thanks to the Byakugan, every member of the Hyuga clan was a born scout, making them highly sought after as intelligence providers in every team. Shortly after leaving the village, Hinata Karen activated her Byakugan, becoming acutely vigilant as if entering a war zone. Although it was her first time leaving the village, the teachings of her battle-hardened seniors advised her that caution was never misplaced. Moreover, the Byakugan did not consume chakra as excessively as the Sharingan. Hinata Karen was not the only one on high alert. The other accompanying ninjas also instinctively heightened their vigilance upon leaving the village, with one exception. Chapter 72. Karen's first battle. Hinata Karen cast a glance at the slender figure subtly shielded at the center of the team and let out a soft sigh. If anyone in the team exhibited the weakest sense of vigilance, it was undoubtedly Hinata Hano, a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. This was Hinata Hano's first time heading to the front lines since becoming a genin. His curious eyes and excited demeanor revealed that he had yet to experience the baptism of war to end this conflict. The Hyuga clan had dispatched numerous branch family members, and Hinata Hano was one of the few main branch members, a valuable asset that the clan prioritized. After retracting her gaze from Hinata Hano, Hinata Karen carefully assessed her fellow ninjas. Among the 12, there was one upper jonin from the Hyuga branch family, and the middle-aged leader was also an upper jonin, while the rest comprised a mix of chunin and genin. Overall, this small team possessed considerable combat effectiveness, unless they encountered an ambush team composed entirely of upper jonin. They were unlikely to face significant casualties along the way. In truth, their team enjoyed quite a bit of luck. They encountered no troubles and arrived smoothly at the border post. After settling in, the 12-member team was divided into 4 groups, assigned to various combat teams. The 4 members from the Hyuga clan were thoroughly dispersed to maximize their scouting capabilities. This also meant that the young master from the main branch was now without the close protection of a branch family upper jonin and would need to fend for himself. However, reconnaissance ninjas typically tasked with scouting positions rarely faced direct combat, as long as they remained cautious and collected. Even if they spotted the enemy, their first course of action was to report to their teammates rather than risk being the first to engage. Hinata Karen was ultimately assigned to a squad led by a middle-aged upper jonin. Although the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind did not share a direct border, separated by smaller nations like the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain, these minor nations offered little in terms of true barriers. The small nations exclaimed, "Do we not have any dignity?" The daily task of Hinata Karen's team was to patrol the vicinity of the border, eliminating any enemy reconnaissance squads attempting infiltration to prevent intelligence leaks from their side. They were responsible for an area spanning approximately 40 kilometers of border. One end of their camp was bordered by an endless forest, while the other led to an expansive desert. Thus, Hinata Karen began her monotonous routine of patrolling between the forest and the desert. At night, gazing at the brilliant starry sky, Hinata Karen would ponder what Shunken might be doing at that moment. However, the tranquil days did not last long. Merely the next day, Hinata Karen's squad encountered a reconnaissance team from Sunagakure. It was an ordinary, peaceful afternoon. As the group dashed through the woods, they heard Hinata Karen's warning. "Wait, at 2 o'clock ahead, approximately 1,800 meters away, there are 8 Sunagakure ninjas lying in ambush, 3 behind trees, 2 hidden in the grass, and 3 concealed underground," maintaining her Byakugan in an active state. Hinata Karen promptly shared the intelligence she had gathered with her teammates. "Follow me." The middle-aged upper jonin's eyes sharpened, his pace quickening abruptly, and the rest of the team instinctively matched his speed, racing towards the 2 o'clock direction pointed out by Hinata Karen. In battle, the Byakugan served as an exceptional advantage. All ambushes and hidden foes were laid bare beneath its gaze, as if exposed to the sun. Unable to escape detection, 1800 meters was not a great distance, and within mere minutes, they arrived at the enemy's ambush zone. "Captain, should we discuss our strategy?" Hinata Karen began to speak, but the middle-aged upper Jonin gestured for silence before vanishing in a burst of speed. While several other team members executed their actions in perfect coordination, under the watchful eyes of the Byakugan, they witnessed a flurry of jutsu and glinting blades, as 7 Sunagakure ninjas instantly had their chakra signatures extinguished, their bodies falling lifeless to the ground. The last remaining Sunagakure ninja, in a state of panic, fled towards Hinata Karen's position, utterly terrified. Despite being in an ambush, it seemed as though the enemy possessed a form of clairvoyance. In a moment of instinct, he dashed toward the youngest-looking and seemingly least threatening Hinata Karen, thinking that defeating this child might grant him a slim chance of survival. Beneath her protective goggles, Hinata Karen's Byakugan remained calm and collected, devoid of any signs of panic. Observing the enemy charging towards her, she sighed softly. "This fellow must be deliberately sent my way by the captain for me to gain some experience. Such camaraderie is truly touching. However, it seems he has underestimated me by choosing me as his target." Bang! In his desperate attempt to flee, the Sunagakure ninja did not forget to toss a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch, hoping to obscure vision and take down Hinata Karen before vanishing into the chaos in search of a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, even amidst the smoke, his every move remained crystal clear to Hinata Karen's Byakugan. Every action, even the flow of chakra, was thoroughly comprehended. Hinata Karen stood motionless, her index and middle fingers pressed together, a thin layer of chakra blades coalescing above them. The Suna ninja, this Konoha Genin, appeared to be facing an adversary for the first time. Rendered utterly petrified by fear, clutching a kunai, he intended to slice open the delicate, fair neck of his opponent before departing nonchalantly. However, while imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality proved to be ruthlessly harsh. A piercing scream echoed as the Suna ninja staggered, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed down at his chest. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata Karen's 2 fingers, sharp as blades, had plunged mercilessly into his heart. In an instant, a torrent of destructive chakra twisted within the Suna ninja's body, the tremendous force obliterating his heart. When Hinata Karen expressionlessly withdrew her fingers from his chest, they emerged unblemished, encased only in a layer of chakra. Devoid of any bloodstains, the Suna ninja's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, bloodshot and filled with terror, his face contorted in agony, as if he had endured unimaginable torment before his demise. Ultimately, he collapsed to his knees, his entire body crumpling to the ground, transformed into a lifeless, icy corpse. Witnessing the entire scene, the middle-aged Jounin was taken aback. His initial intention had been to gauge the abilities of his new team member through this Suna ninja, allowing her to experience combat and witness bloodshed. After all, opportunities for life-and-death struggles were scarce in the Ninja Academy. Yet he had not anticipated that Hinata Karen would exhibit such maturity and astonishing prowess. With a single strike, she had utterly annihilated a Suna ninja. It seemed that his new recruit was indeed a prodigy, he mused inwardly. Chapter 73. A rank mission on the training grounds. Jinya Katsumi and Uchiha Hitomi were engaged in a rare bout of practical combat. After 2 days of recuperation, the damage to Jinya Katsumi's lungs had minimal impact on his movements, thanks to his formidable physique, which far surpassed that of ordinary individuals in terms of self-healing capabilities. Typically, such internal injuries would require an average person at least 10 days to recover. Yet Jinya Katsumi had rebounded in just 2, since Uchiha Hitomi had activated her Sharingan and subsequently failed in her challenge against Jinya Katsumi. It had been some time since they had truly sparred. With Uchiha Hitomi having undergone a transformation in her physical abilities recently, her strength had surged, leaving Jinya Katsumi somewhat uncertain about her current level of power. Their sparring primarily focused on taijutsu. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Hitomi, who had just been in front of Jinya Katsumi, had instantly appeared at his flank, unleashing a whip kick imbued with fierce wind aimed at his head. Jinya Katsumi, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, sensed everything around him with his heightened mental acuity. After breaking through his limits, he not only gained formidable perception, but also enhanced combat instincts. allowing him to master timing with remarkable precision that he suddenly crouched low, bracing his palms against the ground, pivoting his body with agility to distance himself from Uchiha Hitomi. With a swift flick of his right hand, a finely crafted short blade materialized in Jinya Katsumi's grasp, its sharp edge cutting through the air as it met Uchiha Hitomi's oncoming kunai, resulting in a shower of sparks. Clang, clang. The two engaged in rapid maneuvers, their weapons clashing dozens of times in mere moments, igniting a cascade of sparks. Unbeknownst to them, Uchiha Hitomi had quietly activated her 3-Tomo Sharingan, her dynamic vision reaching its zenith. Indeed, her 2-Tomo Sharingan had finally evolved into the 3-Tomo variant. Not only had her ocular prowess significantly increased, but her ability to perceive the flow of chakra had become remarkably clearer. Their exchange quickened to a blinding pace. Should an observer be present, lacking exceptional dynamic vision, they would only perceive two fleeting shadows darting to and fro, accompanied by the rhythmic clang of metal colliding, rendering the combatants themselves nearly invisible. The body flicker technique, relying on explosive chakra for rapid short-distance movement, was matched in speed through sheer taijutsu by the two. In essence, their battle was akin to perpetually employing the body flicker technique. Naturally, such exertion bore considerable strain, particularly on stamina, which is why most ninjas refrain from frequent use of the technique. Overdoing it would leave them devoid of chakra and energy to execute ninjutsu. Both Jinya Katsumi and Uchiha Hitomi had undergone a transformation in their physical constitutions, endowing them with strength, endurance, and resilience far beyond that of ordinary individuals, enabling them to maintain this high-speed movement state for extended periods. Given Uchiha Hitomi's character, she was disinclined to engage in battle using deceptive jinjutsu. She preferred to overpower her foes with direct taijutsu and ninjutsu, confronting them head-on and plunging them into despair with their inability to retaliate. Coincidentally, Jinya Katsumi shared a penchant for straightforward, decisive combat. Thus, their sparring session could be deemed a match of equals, exhilarating and intensely physical. However, as the battle intensified, Uchiha Hitomi's breath became increasingly ragged. Her stamina and chakra were dwindling. It was well known that Uchiha ninjas possessed chakra significantly more potent than that of ordinary individuals. After awakening her 3-Tomo Sharingan, her chakra had surged even further, compounded by the explosive increase following her physical transformation. Given all these factors, she was ultimately the first to falter in stamina and chakra. This underscored the sheer terror of Jinya Katsumi's physique and chakra reserves. Observing this, Jinya Katsumi immediately ceased his assault, sheathing his blade and taking a few deep breaths to steady himself. "You truly are a monster. I wonder who could ever satisfy your standards," Uchiha Hitomi gasped, slightly out of breath. Hey, don't say things that could be misconstrued," Jinya Katsumi replied with a grin. "Hitomi, you're already quite impressive by my estimation. Your chakra reserves have surpassed those of most elite jounin. Tisish, that still doesn't hold a candle to you. Sometimes I feel like you're not even human, but a humanoid-tailed beast. Haven't you awakened any bloodline limits?" Uchiha Hitomi shot back, casting a pointed glare at Jinya Katsumi. It seemed she had never witnessed him in a state of depleted chakra since their acquaintance. Jinya Katsumi stroked his chin, appearing to genuinely ponder. "Well, actually, the chakra of a tailed beast isn't as vast as you might think. That's so. Tailed beasts are renowned for their colossal chakra reserves." Uchiha Hitomi retorted, feeling exasperated and somewhat embarrassed. "You're just a beast. I'm going to take a shower." "Don't take too long, Hitomi. We still need to gather with Shikumo-sensei later. Mind your own business." At 10 o'clock in the morning, at the entrance of Konoha Village, all members of Team Shikumo had assembled. Following their previous introductions and dinner, the atmosphere within the team had become considerably amicable, despite a minor mishap with the exorbitantly priced barbecue. Through the meal, Shikumo had gained a general understanding of the personalities of his 3 team members. Jinya Katsumi, designated as the medical ninja, was likely the strongest among the trio, possessing a low-key and gentle demeanor, making him a well-rounded ninja. Fujiwara Main, a rare chakra-sensing ninja, was attentive and empathetic, occasionally displaying a hint of cunning, though her combat abilities were average. Uchiha Hitomi, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, was strong-willed and acknowledged only those who surpassed her. Additionally, she was particularly affluent. In the eyes of the three team members, their impression of the legendary Konoha White Fang was equally clear. He possessed a laid-back personality, even somewhat amiable, a stark contrast to the fearsome killer depicted in rumors, and was, humorously, a penniless individual who couldn't even afford a meal of barbecue. Are you even polite? An S-rank mission fetches a reward of over 1 million Ryo. Shikomo coughed, ahem. I just received an A-rank mission from Lord Hokage. Are you prepared to embark on your official ninja careers? Fujiwara Maien's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. What did Shikomo-sensei mean? Was he intending to assign an A-rank mission for his small team to practice? It was widely known that other ninjas of their cohort were likely engaged in C-rank missions at this stage. Although aware that their team was extraordinary and not suited for ordinary tasks, starting with an A-rank mission made Fujiwara Maien envision a future fraught with perilous assignments. Chapter 74. Has he always been this brave? During the time of war, even a top-tier combatant like Hatake Tsukumo, despite not being on the front lines, would never be assigned menial tasks. In fact, for him to accept an A-rank mission was already a consideration of the need for his team to cohesively train and develop mutual understanding during their first collective operation. Before the three team members could fully digest this information, Hatake Tsukumo declared, "Let us set off. I will explain the details of the mission on the way." With that, he swiftly led the way out of the village. Jinyakatsu and Uchiha Hitomi followed closely without a moment's hesitation. Fujiwara Maiauen suppressed her inner turmoil, determination flashing across her face as she shook her head to clear her thoughts and joined them. No matter what, she vowed not to hold the team back. As Hatake Tsukumo sprinted ahead, he glanced back and saw the three team members obediently keeping pace with him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. However, the real test was only just beginning. The success rate of a ninja's mission is not solely based on an individual's strength, but rather a comprehensive assessment of their capabilities. For instance, this mission required a long journey, and managing physical stamina over an extended period of running was an art in itself. One must ensure that they still possess ample energy when entering combat. Hatake Tsukumo would not guide them word for word. Instead, he would allow them to experience it for themselves. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy signifies that they are mature ninjas, responsible for their own lives and missions. The four of them leaped and dashed between towering trees. Jinyakatsu took the initiative to ask, "Can we discuss the specifics of the mission now, Teacher Tsukumo?" As they traversed the dense forest, Hatake Tsukumo no longer kept secrets. He stated plainly, "Listen carefully, the conflict between Konohagakure and Sunagakure is escalating." According to intelligence from the Umbu, Sunagakure has dispatched several special units that are lurking within the Land of Fire, specifically targeting supply convoys heading to the front lines and occasionally wreaking havoc on nearby towns. If the supply lines are severed, it would be detrimental to the situation on the front lines. Jinyakatsu furrowed his brow, sensing the implications. Precisely, hence our mission is to completely annihilate those special units hidden within the Land of Fire. The Umbu can only infer the approximate locations of the enemy based on the ambush supply convoys and towns. They have no concrete information about the enemy's personnel and strength, which means this A-rank mission could easily escalate to an S-rank mission. Fortunately, our team has a chakra-sensing ninja at this point. Hatake Tsukumo cast a slightly encouraging glance at Fujiwara Maiauen. Feeling the expectation from Teacher Tsukumo, Fujiwara Maiauen perked up, exclaiming, "I will do my utmost to complete the mission." In contrast to Fujiwara Maiauen's eagerness, Uchiha Hitomi suddenly asked calmly, "Are we the only team?" Often, battles between ninjas are essentially battles of intelligence. Yet now, the number of enemy combatants, their ranks, and strengths remain unknown. If it were just our four-member team, even with the legendary Konoha White Fang leading, it would be quite presumptuous, wouldn't it? Of course, not 10 kilometers ahead, there is a squad of Umbu waiting for us. They will share the latest intelligence and cooperate with our subsequent actions, Hatake Tsukumo replied, his voice steady and reassuring. As the Umbu operates directly under the Hokage, they typically do not undertake missions. However, in times of war, special circumstances require special handling. The exact number of Umbu members is unknown, but it is estimated to be close to 100. The highest ranks are the Umbu commander and the deputy commander. Beneath these two commanders, there are 4 sub-squads of Umbu, each led by a squad leader, with 4 teams under each squad leader, and each team consisting of 4 ninjas. This means that there will be 17 Umbu members collaborating with Tsukumo's team for this mission. This number is reasonable. Otherwise, it would take considerable time for Tsukumo's 4-member team to locate the enemy within the vast expanse of the Land of Fire. The remainder of the journey was silent. The team moving with quiet determination. Jinyakatsu noticed that during the mission, Hatake Tsukumo finally showcased a bit of the Konoha White Fang's demeanor. He was no longer as amiable and gentle as usual, but rather resembled a sword hidden within its sheath. Once drawn, it must be stained with the blood of foes. After over an hour of travel, Fujiwara Miaoan activated her sensing ninjutsu. However, due to her proficiency and chakra limitations, her sensing range was less than 5 kilometers. With her chakra not particularly abundant and her stamina not as robust as the others, she began to breathe heavily after another half-hour of travel, showing signs of fatigue. Nevertheless, she silently gritted her teeth and persevered, refusing to utter a word of exhaustion, resolutely determined not to drag the others down. "You can do it." Miaoan, Fujiwara's state was perceptibly noted by the keen Jinyakatsu. Just as he hesitated to inform Hatake Tsukumo, Tsukumo suddenly halted, raising his right hand in a gesture to stop, saying, "This will be our resting point." The 4 of them jumped down from the treetops. Finding an open space to rest, Jinyakatsu pulled out a clean handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to Fujiwara Miaoan with a smile, saying, "Wipe your forehead, Miaoan." Fujiwara was momentarily taken aback. Accepting the handkerchief in a dazed yes, she wiped her forehead. She realized her hair was drenched in sweat, soaking her collar. "Thank you so much, Katsu-kun," Fujiwara Miaoan said, her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Observing the composed demeanor of teacher Tsukumo and her 2 teammates, she understood that Tsukumo had chosen to rest here to allow her a moment to catch her breath. However, she had overthought it. After an hour and a half of travel, the team had already distanced themselves from the village. Ahead lay more perilous territory, prompting Hatake Tsukumo to plan a brief respite and prepare his team mentally. Yet, witnessing the unity among his team members brought a sense of comfort to Hatake Tsukumo, who valued camaraderie highly. Is it just my imagination, or is there an almost imperceptible aura of hostility? Hatake Tsukumo thought, glancing at Uchiha Hitomi, who was perched atop a tree, keeping watch, then at Jinyakatsu, suddenly realizing, this guy dares to flirt in front of the main girl. Has he always been this bold? Chapter 75. Fire release finally claims a life. As they ventured further, they approached a dangerous area where encounters could occur at any moment. All 3 of you have performed exceptionally well at the Ninja Academy, so I won't say much. From here on out, I will take the lead. Hitomi and Katsu, stay close to Miaoan, even if the surroundings appear safe. Should we encounter unavoidable combat, Hitomi will engage, and Katsu will provide protection. Understood? Yes. The 3 responded in unison. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Uchiha Hitomi's eyes, clearly pleased with Hatake Tsukumo's arrangement, showing no hesitation even if tasked with the role of the vanguard. After approximately 20 minutes of rest, Tsukumo's team set off once more, their spirits heightened and no longer as casual as before. Ahead, at approximately 11 o'clock and 1,200 meters away, 6 Sunagakure ninjas lay in ambush. Suddenly, Fujiwara Miaoan, utilizing her sensing ninjutsu, alerted, "Wait, it seems they have discovered us." 2 Sunagakure ninjas are staying behind to cover their retreat, while the others are fleeing. "Pursue!" Without a moment's hesitation, Hatake Tsukumo accelerated, racing toward the direction indicated by Fujiwara Miaoan. The distance of over 1,000 meters was covered in an instant, and both sides could now see each other. The 2 Sunagakure ninjas, resolved to stand their ground, charged toward Hatake Tsukumo. However, he paid them no mind, using a body flicker technique to appear behind them, chasing after the 4 fleeing Sunagakure ninjas. With a swift slash, the sound of ripping flesh echoed as the sharp blade cleaved through their bodies. The 2 Sunagakure ninjas who had intended to cover the retreat were left to witness the silver blades flash by, their 4 comrades reduced to cold corpses, dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. In that moment, their courage shattered. They immediately lost the will to fight and fled in the opposite direction from Hatake Tsukumo, which fortuitously led them toward Genyakatsu, and the others to be careful. Two enemies are charging straight ahead. Fujiwara, Miao, warned anxiously, "Don't worry. This should be a chance for us to get some practice, as it's likely that teacher Tsukumo intentionally left them for us to handle." Xuanye Sheng spoke with a commanding voice, then turned to gaze at Uchiha Tong, saying, "It's up to you now, Tong." "Humph, such a cowardly wretch, only capable of fleeing, doesn't even qualify to amuse me." Uchiha Tong displayed a disdainful smile, her hands swiftly forming seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The two panicked Sand Shinobi, upon witnessing the overwhelming flames descending upon them, found themselves devoid of any time to evade. In an instant, they were reduced to charred remains. And upon closer inspection, one could even catch a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of scorched flesh. Xuanye Sheng exclaimed, "Good heavens! Fire release has finally claimed a life." As the mission progressed, the Shikubo team gradually developed a tacit understanding, becoming increasingly familiar with the various operational procedures. Over the span of a week, they encountered 3 waves of enemies, most of whom were CH Nin, with the latest encounter featuring AJ Nin. However, Amir J. Nin proved to be no match for Hitaki Shikubo, who dispatched them with the same ease as the CH Nin and Jinin, demonstrating the vast disparity in power among J. Nin. Indeed, classifying Hitaki Shikubo merely as a J. Nin seemed utterly unreasonable. In a remote clearing within the Land of Fire, the 4 gathered around a campfire, the flames dispelling the surrounding darkness and offering a modicum of warmth. "Your performances over the past few days have been commendable, and your cooperation is becoming increasingly seamless. I even suspect you might not be fresh recruits on your first mission," Hitaki Shikubo remarked appreciatively while holding a piece of roasted meat. "However, we must not grow complacent. We have yet to encounter the special forces mentioned in the intel. What do we have to be proud of? Most of the enemies were taken down by Shikubo-sensei alone." Xuanye Sheng replied, sipping from a water flask with a cheerful demeanor. "If he can dispatch J. Nin with such ease, what chance do the lesser shinobi have? If it weren't for Shikubo-sensei wanting us to hone our skills, we might not have even had the opportunity to engage in battle." Don't say that to us newcomers. You've already distinguished yourselves remarkably," Hitaki Shikubo stated earnestly, devoid of exaggeration. During his previous missions, he had witnessed a rookie, eager for recognition, act impulsively, nearly losing their life and jeopardizing their comrades. Mistakes are a common affliction among novices, yet Xuanye Sheng and his companions displayed none of the typical rookie clumsiness. Even the aloof Uchiha Tong demonstrated commendable cooperation during the mission. The seemingly weakest Fujiwara, Mei-in, was resolutely committed to not faltering or dragging down the team. As for Xuanye Sheng, despite lacking any particularly impressive feats in recent days, he exuded an air of composure and confidence. Thus, Hitaki Shikubo's latest assessment of his 3 subordinates left him quite satisfied. Night deepened, even within the Land of Fire. The wilderness necessitated a watchful eye. Hitaki Shikubo assigned Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Tong to keep watch during the first half of the night, while he and Fujiwara Mei-in would guard the latter half. No one voiced any objections. Before long, Hitaki Shikubo and Fujiwara Mei-in drifted into slumber. For ninjas executing missions in the wild, ensuring sufficient rest and replenishing energy is an art in itself, allowing one to swiftly transition into a combat-ready state when the need arises. Xuanye Sheng and Uchiha Tong ascended to a vantage point with a broader view to keep watch. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, Xuanye Sheng savored the gentle caress of the evening breeze against his cheeks, his bangs swaying lightly in the wind, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. After a brief silence, Uchiha Tong broke the stillness, inquiring, "How much longer do you think it will take to complete this mission?" Xuanye Sheng gazed up at the luminous moon, contemplating it should be soon. "As we delve deeper, the Sand Shinobi's strength is increasing. I suspect we will soon encounter those special forces. Humph. I hope they do not disappoint me. Constantly dealing with mere fodder makes me feel like my combat instincts are deteriorating." Uchiha Tong expressed her dissatisfaction, believing that such skirmishes were less effective than practicing against Xuanye Sheng. Chapter 76. Encounters and Intense Battles. The night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening, without needing a reminder from Hatake Shikubo, Xuanye Sheng and his companions proactively tidied the scene, flattening and burying the campfire. They then resumed their search within the Land of Fire. During this time, members of the Umbu provided them with the latest intelligence, indicating several routes and towns most likely to be targeted. After a moment of contemplation, Hatake Shikubo selected a location and led the team in that direction to ensure ample supplies at the front lines. All disturbances within the Land of Fire must be eradicated. According to the intel provided by the Umbu, the scope was narrowing, indicating they were drawing closer to the enemy's main force. The four traversed the forest with ease. Fujiwara Mein seemed to have adapted to this swift mode of travel, skillfully conserving her energy with light steps, her chakra utilized with utmost efficiency. Along the way, the group maintained a focused silence, remaining in peak condition. Suddenly, Fujiwara Mein accelerated to Hatake Shikubo's side, speaking in a hushed tone. "Shikubo-sensei, I sense the enemy." "How many?" Hatake Shikubo signaled for a halt, drawing his chakra weapon, the white fan, from his back. Fujiwara Mei-yin's expression turned grave as she replied, "I sense a total of 12 ninjas, 5 of whom possess notably strong chakra. Likely Jainin." "5 Jainin?" Hatake Shikubo's expression hardened. After searching for so long, had they finally located the main adversary? Facing such a number of Jainin alone would be manageable, but with 3 inexperienced companions in tow, just as Hatake Shikubo weighed whether to charge in or await the Umbu's reinforcement. Fujiwara Mein, her urgency evident, exclaimed, "This is bad. The enemy has sensory-type ninjas. While I sense their presence, they've also detected me. They're all rushing towards us." With a deep exhale, Hatake Shikubo wasted no time, declaring, "Then we have no choice. Prepare for battle." The distance between them was less than 5 kilometers. If the enemy was determined, they could arrive within minutes. There was no time to devise a strategy or await Umbu backup. The adversaries had been persistently harassing the towns within the Land of Fire and had sabotaged several supply routes, necessitating their complete annihilation, given the enemy's confidence in their advance towards them. The Shikubo team, despite the risks, could only confront them head-on. Creak, creak, creak. A strange sound approached, heightening the already damp and dark atmosphere of the forest. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black cloak, complete with a hood, emerged, brandishing a broad-bladed long knife, charging directly at them in the dim light. The assailant's face remained obscured. Only Fujiwara Mein shouted a warning. "Be careful. I sense no significant chakra response from the opponent." "It's a puppet technique," the well-versed Uchiha Tong immediately deduced, her hands swiftly completing the necessary seals. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The dragon-shaped flames surged forth, propelled by intense heat towards the black-cloaked puppet, as if to engulf it entirely and reduce it to ashes. However, just as the fire dragon took form, numerous indistinct figures suddenly erupted from behind the black-cloaked puppet, executing a scattered assault. One ninja, adorned with a sand headband, slammed their hands onto the ground, exclaiming, "Earth release! Earth flow wall!" A stone wall sprang forth, intercepting the fire dragon. With a resounding explosion, debris and flames erupted in all directions. Amidst the haze, the black-cloaked puppet advanced unscathed, and, as it closed in, its dark robe billowed, revealing a myriad of weapon components concealed beneath. It leaped gracefully above the Shikubo team, its 7 or 8 sharp blades glinting ominously in the in a startling display. It oriented itself head down, its upper and lower halves rotating in opposite directions, causing the blades embedded in its body to whirl violently, generating a storm of cutting edges that tore through the air. Descending upon the group, clang! The white-bladed knife swiftly and precisely pierced the vital joints of the puppet, halting the furious tornado of spinning blades, while simultaneously rendering the entire black-robed puppet into a state of rigidity. Just as Hatake Shikubo prepared to dismantle this puppet completely, from beneath the black robe, 2 serpent-like chains extended forth from the inky sleeves. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern that the chains were adorned with barbed spikes, coated with a virulent green poison. Moreover, from the air, wisps of white smoke began to rise, and several more puppets emerged from all directions, launching an assault on Hatake Sakomo. Concurrently, 7 sand-hidden ninjas from an elevated position surrounded Jinya Masaru and his companions, their faces betraying a bloodthirsty glee, gazing upon the trio as though they were lambs destined for slaughter. Without uttering a word, the sand-hidden ninjas produced various ninja tools. Hurling them towards the 3.2 of the sand-hidden ninjas opted to burrow underground, stealthily maneuvering to the rear of Jinya Masaru and his companions, in the face of the onslaught of shuriken and kunai. Uchiha Hitomi did not retreat. Instead, she pressed forward, her 3-tomo Sharingan having quietly activated in her eyes. As she nimbly dodged, she advanced toward one of the sand-hidden ninjas. "Be careful. It's the Sharingan. Avoid making eye contact with that little brat," cautioned one particularly observant sand-hidden ninja loudly to his comrades. Jinya Masaru did not follow Uchiha Hitomi into the fray. Rather, he began to release chakra from his body's chakra points 0.8 trigrams palm. Returning heaven. A spherical chakra defense barrier arose, spinning around Jinya Masaru's form, intercepting all incoming attacks, while Fujiwara Miaoin, who was near him, also found protection within its bound. In the original narrative, Hyuganiji had intuitively mastered this secret technique of the main branch, and there was no reason that Jinya Masaru, whose control over chakra and physical body had reached an exquisite level, could not achieve the same. Clang. Various metallic ninja tools collided against the spherical chakra barrier, all rebuffed, with none able to approach Jinya Masaru and Fujiwara Miaoin. Just as Jinya Masaru ceased his returning heaven technique, Fujiwara Miaoin suddenly sensed something amiss, her expression turning to one of horror as she shouted, "Watch out behind you!" 2 sand-hidden ninjas abruptly emerged from the ground, having perfectly timed their assault with the conclusion of Jinya Masaru's technique. Watching helplessly as the 2 sand-hidden ninjas plunged their blades towards the vulnerable spot on Jinya Masaru's back. Fujiwara Miaoin's pupils constricted, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. Masaru-kun, he only used such a vast and consuming defensive jutsu to protect himself. He exposed a flaw because of me. No. Fujiwara Miaoin screamed in despair, reaching out towards Jinya Masaru. Yet her eyes beheld the sand-hidden ninja's blades piercing into his body. Chapter 77. Jinya Masaru's Fury Thud. The kunai embedded deeply into Jinya Masaru's flesh. Yet the 2 sand-hidden ninjas bore no expressions of triumph. Instead, they exhibited signs of panic. "This is a clone." Fujiwara Miaoin gasped in shock, and a familiar voice echoed in her ears. "Daydreaming in the midst of battle is not a wise choice." Bang! Suddenly, Jinya Masaru's form transformed into a puff of white smoke, with his true self appearing behind the 2 sand-hidden ninjas unbeknownst to them. Explosive fist! The muscles in Jinya Masaru's arms surged and expanded slightly, while an immense amount of chakra compressed and gathered in his fists, striking the backs of the 2 sand-hidden ninjas with breathtaking speed. Boom! The moment of impact caused both ninjas to cough up copious amounts of blood, their backs racked with excruciating pain, their internal organs suffering tremendous shock. But that was not the end. The powerful shockwave erupted like a bomb. The 2 sand-hidden ninjas were sent flying as though struck by a heavy truck, soaring through the air before experiencing a second explosion in their backs, creating horrific, gaping wounds, inevitably leading to their demise. Damn it. This is no ordinary little brat. The encircling sand-hidden ninjas felt a shiver of dread upon witnessing this spectacle. This brat seems to have invoked some overwhelming technique. Not only is he immensely powerful, but the impact of his punches creates explosive effects, making it nearly impossible to defend against. And that girl with the crimson pupils, she possesses the infamous Sharingan. It is well known that one should flee when facing a wielder of the Sharingan. The chances of victory in a one-on-one battle against a Sharingan user are nearly non-existent. As for Fujiwara Miaoin, she was underestimated. Judging by her earlier reaction, it was evident that her behavior was typical of a novice. One of the sand-hidden ninjas boldly confronted Uchiha Hitomi's advance while instructing his comrades in a low voice. "Let's separate them and take them out one by one." Another sand-hidden ninja began forming hand seals, gathering a visibly large amount of chakra before slamming it onto the ground. Earth release. Rock collapse. Boom! As the jutsu was unleashed, the earth trembled violently, as if experiencing an earthquake of magnitude 8. the ground cracking beneath their feet. Surrounding boulders and soil began to cave in and shatter, compelling Xuanye Masaru and Fujiromawan to affix their chakra to their feet to prevent being thrown off by the tremendous tremors. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hitomi engaged in close combat with one of the sand-hidden ninjas. As long as I avoid her Sharingan, the sand-hidden ninja thought confidently, for as a Jounin, he believed he had nothing to fear when facing a mere Uchiha child, even if her Sharingan was active. As long as he avoided her direct gaze, he would be fine. Just as he pondered this, he raised his kunai, clashing it against hers. The overwhelming force surpassed his expectations, a ferocious surge of power coursing into his arm, draining the color from his face, leaving his arm tingling. The kunai he wielded was unexpectedly infused with lightning chakra. For a moment, he could barely maintain his grip on it. His body became momentarily paralyzed by the interference of the lightning chakra. He instinctively glanced up, locking eyes with her crimson pupils. In an instant, his consciousness spiraled into chaos, his vision going blank as if he were sinking deeper and deeper into an abyss. Just as he lost control over his body, Uchiha Hitomi swiftly sliced her kunai across his neck without sparing him a glance, dashing towards her next target. The sand-hidden ninja left behind awoke from his stupor, yet no matter how he clutched his throat, the blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Clutching his neck, he bled profusely, ultimately collapsing to the ground, devoid of any life. Xuanye Masaru observed Uchiha Hitomi effortlessly dispatching one of the sand-hidden ninjas without much surprise. Even if the enemy was a Jounin, they would find no advantage against Hitomi's three-tomo Sharingan. Though Uchiha Hitomi's combat style was typically straightforward, eschewing the use of Jinjutsu, it did not imply that her illusions were lacking. Rather, once she unleashed the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, an unwary opponent could easily meet a swift demise. Her overall capabilities had reached the level of a Jounin, and with her three-tomo Sharingan, subduing her in battle would require at least 2 or 3 more Jounin. This special unit of sand-hidden ninjas had evidently underestimated the collective strength of Tsukumo's team. Their strongest ninjas were preoccupied with besieging Hatake Tsukumo, intending to eliminate Xuanye Masaru and his companions first before turning their attention to him. They had not anticipated that within merely one exchange, 3 of their sand-hidden ninjas would fall to the hands of 2 mere children. They had not only underestimated Hatake Tsukumo's strength, but also significantly undervalued Xuanye Masaru and Uchiha Hitomi's prowess. In the next moment, Xuanye Masaru's powerful spiritual perception seemed to detect something. His muscular arms suddenly plunged into the ground. The earth crumbled like fragile paper, surrounding stones quaking as his arms sank beneath the surface. Earth release, decapitation. Just as a sand-hidden ninja prepared to unleash his jutsu, he was seized by the throat, yanked from the earth with brute force by Xuanye Masaru. With a single arm, Xuanye Masaru exerted his strength, pulling the sand-hidden ninja from the ground before splaying his fingers wide and forcefully pressing the ninja's head back down into the earth. Boom! The ground trembled once more under the immense force and impact, creating a crater beneath Xuanye Masaru's feet. As the dust settled, the gruesome sight of the sand-hidden ninja's head crushed into a pulp was revealed. Honestly, popping up from beneath without warning is rather impolite. Xuanye Masaru remarked casually, shaking off the bloodstains from his hand with an indifferent expression. Such a brutal display, coupled with his emotionless demeanor, sent chills down the spines of all sand-hidden ninjas witnessing the scene. Strictly speaking, this was Xuanye Masaru's first time taking a life with his own hands. In just 2 exchanges, he had already dispatched 3 sand-hidden ninjas. Strangely, he felt no excess emotional turmoil. It was as if he had not slain 3 human beings, but rather crushed 3 mere ants. He was uncertain whether this was the result of his will surpassing its limits, or if, upon acquiring such overwhelming power, he had slowly lost his compassion for the weaker among his kind. Beside him, Fujiromawan had long been rendered speechless. Although she had previously witnessed Xuanye Victory's combat style during the school's practical ranking assessment, viewing it from such close quarters still left her profoundly shaken. Filled with a it was astonishing to realize that Xuanye could be so brutally violent to such an extent. Chapter 78. Sand-hidden puppetry poison-laden shuriken rained down from the skies like a torrential downpour. Any individual afflicted with a fear of dense crowds would likely succumb to panic upon witnessing this scene. Hatake Tsukumo slightly tilted his head, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. He infused chakra into his blade, and with a transformation in both the nature and form of the chakra, a blade of light extended a full inch from the edge. What followed was a spectacular display of Hatake's swordsmanship. In midair, one could observe countless invisible silver blades slicing through the air, accompanied by the incessant sound of rushing wind. Swift, precise, lethal. Every single shuriken was without exception thwarted by the blade's light, none able to breach the defensive circle forged from the shimmering edges. Amidst the clashing sounds, the two sand-hidden elite shinobi controlling the puppets wore grave expressions. These two sand-hidden ninjas, a man and a woman, both in their 30s, possessed formidable strength and extensive combat experience. Their minds were in sync, their collaborative efforts creating an unrelenting offensive, overwhelming any ordinary shinobi. Had their opponent been someone other than Hatake Tsukumo, they would have been dispatched long as the leaders of this special unit. They were tasked with severing the supply lines behind Konoha. Their capability to shoulder such a responsibility was a testament to their strength and reputation, marking them as far from ordinary shinobi. Witnessing Hatake Tsukumo maneuver effortlessly amidst the frenzied downpour of attacks left the two sand-hidden puppeteers astounded, and escalating intent to kill surged within them. Their offense was a seamless integration of attack and defense. Swift and fierce, this troublesome adversary warranted a decisive strike to eliminate any future threat. With this in mind, they intensified their control over the chakra threads, enhancing the agility and lethality of their puppets to an even greater degree. The puppets, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers, unleashed all manner of hidden mechanisms and traps to the heart of the battlefield. Hatake Tsukumo appeared unscathed, yet remained entirely focused, unwilling to exhibit even a hint of complacency. He understood that his opponents were ninjas from the sand-hidden puppet division. Past encounters had taught him that they were not only skilled in puppet manipulation, but also possessed significant expertise in poison techniques. A single misstep, a mere scratch to his skin, could allow toxins to seep into his blood and marrow. Even if he did not succumb to the poison, his combat efficacy would be severely compromised. This was precisely why Hatake Tsukumo could not afford to allow his focus to waver. However, his rich combat experience had already led him to a strategy. Indeed, the puppet manipulation skills of his adversary surpassed any ninja he had encountered before. Yet, puppetry had a common flaw. The puppeteer was often weaker in combat and feared close-quarters confrontations. In truth, severing the chakra threads controlling the puppets was one method to counter them, but a powerful puppeteer could swiftly re-establish control. Thus, from the outset, Hatake Tsukumo had not aimed his attacks at the puppets themselves, but rather at the two puppeteers lurking behind them. Navigating through this torrential assault of puppets would not be an easy feat. Let us see. Hatake Tsukumo's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, a tremendous aura erupted from him. He further infused chakra into his blade, and the 3-inch blade of light radiated brilliantly amidst the shadowy forest. The sharpness of his blade was evident to the naked eye. He could no longer afford to delay. There was no choice but to break through forcefully and conclude the battle swiftly. Almost at the moment Hatake Tsukumo unleashed his aura, the two puppeteers began to retreat, crossing their forms in a tactical withdrawal. Without exchanging a single word or even a glance, they instinctively understood the need to cover one another's retreat. Just as everyone recognized that the puppeteers' weakness lay in their physical form, conversely, the puppeteers prioritized their own protection. As Hatake Tsukumo's blade coalesced with visible, potent chakra, they comprehended his intent. They could not afford to let him close the distance. Every mechanism on the puppets sprang into action, revealing a multitude of hidden weapons, forming a vast net of lethal metal tools that engulfed Hatake Tsukumo's figure entirely. Hatake Tsukumo focused intently, maximizing his speed as he transformed into a silver flash, weaving through the storm of projectiles. This flash, imbued with an unyielding momentum and razor-sharp precision, cleaved through the incoming weapons. Two puppets, each adorned with lethal armaments, charged at Hatake Tsukumo, only to be sliced in half. wooden fragments scattering across the ground. Then, in the blink of an eye, Hatake Sakomo vanished from his original position. This is bad. The male puppeteer squinted against the blinding light, his battle-hardened instincts sensing danger. In a split second, he shoved the female puppeteer aside. With a sharp sound, a gash spanning several centimeters appeared on his body, stretching from his lower back, across his chest, and up to his shoulder. Blood gushed forth as his flesh tore open. The ferocity of Hatake Sakomo's strike nearly cleaving him in two. The force was so overwhelming that evasion was impossible. Not only could he not dodge, but he could scarcely even perceive the opponent's figure. Despite successfully landing a blow, Hatake Sakomo felt no joy. Instead, astonishment flickered in his eyes. He had aimed to strike both adversaries down with a single blow, but was taken aback by the male sand-hidden ninja's resolve to push his teammate away in a critical moment. Realizing he could not evade, the male ninja chose to sacrifice his own safety to avoid a fatal wound. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. If one strike was insufficient, he would simply deliver another. The true strength of a ninja lies in their basic attacks being lethal techniques. Hatake Sakomo swung again, but this time his blade found no target. The previously severed puppet had inexplicably reformed, blocking the blow at a critical moment. This individual, despite being grievously injured, still possessed the focus to control their puppet. Such calmness in the face of life and death decisions necessitated his immediate demise. Hatake Sakomo's gaze turned icy, brimming with murderous intent. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash another lethal strike, the puppet before him suddenly detonated, a thick cloud of smoke billowing outward. With the puppet's self-detonation, a multitude of smoke bombs and gas grenades joined the chaos, spreading indiscriminately. Faced with the unknown toxicity of the gas, Hatake Sakomo had no choice but to retreat from the onslaught. Simultaneously, as the smoke enveloped the area, he lost sight of his foes. In the next moment, amidst the obscuring haze, a barrage of shuriken and other projectiles shot forth. Hatake Sakomo could only deflect them one by one. By the time the smoke cleared, the two puppeteers had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Have they escaped? Should I pursue? After a moment's deliberation, Hatake Sakomo chose not to continue the chase. In his heart, the safety of his comrades took precedence. The pressure faced by those three young ones would be even greater. Moreover, he had already expended considerable chakra and stamina. Recklessly pursuing them could lead to an overwhelming number of elite shinobi, a challenge even for him. When he finally reached the battlefield where Xuanye Victory and the others were engaged, he was met with a shocking sight. Chapter 79. Hatake Sakomo shocked. Did you all defeat these enemies? The ground was strewn with the corpses of sand-hidden ninjas. Some had their throats slit, while others were charred. These deaths were within the realm of normality. Yet the abnormality lay in the headless corpses, their skulls completely crushed. One body had its arms snapped like twigs, the shoulders grotesquely dislocated. The upper half of the body appeared as if someone had forcefully compressed it inward, ribs protruding through the skin, exposed to the air. The entire corpse lay limply on the ground, a horrific sight to behold. What kind of calamity has been wrought by this individual's subordinates? So it is my subordinate that in the eyes of Hatake Sakomo, a profound astonishment shimmered as his gaze instinctively swept over the three members of the squad. Uchiha Hitomi was recovering her stamina and chakra nearby, appearing quite drained. Given her combative style, such exhaustion seemed rather excessive. Fujiwara Main looked somewhat disheveled, with a few minor injuries, likely mere scrapes and bruises. Although she had little involvement in the battle, having been effectively sidelined by Hatake Sakomo, that left Jinya Masaru, whose demeanor appeared notably gentle. He was, after all, the most composed individual present. Although Hatake Sakomo had heard of Masaru's remarkable achievement in securing first place in the Ninja Academy's ranking battles, characterized by an extraordinarily ferocious fighting style, he had never witnessed it firsthand, until now. Seeing that the trio was unscathed, Sakomo let out a sigh of relief, his face revealing a hint of fatigue. After enduring the relentless assault from two puppet masters, his nerves had been taut, ever wary of being injured by poison projectiles. At last, he could afford to relax. He stepped forward with a smile. Praising the three, Your performance has exceeded my expectations. The T.O. completely annihilate a squad comprised of Jainin and Shunin is truly commendable. This praise was devoid of any insincerity, emanating from the depths of his heart. He certainly did not perceive Masaru's methods as excessively brutal. Against foes, any degree of ferocity was justifiable. Simultaneously, Tsukumo finally grasped why Lord Hokage had summoned him from the front lines to specifically lead this squad. Once these young individuals matured, in due course, they would undoubtedly become the pillars of Konohagakure. He resolved within himself that, as both captain and part-time instructor, he would staunchly protect these budding hopes of the village. Not at all. It is likely that the most formidable sand-hidden ninjas were preoccupied with you, Tsukumo-sensei, Masaru humbly replied. Judging by the chakra signatures, the two sand ninjas who had assaulted Tsukumo were indeed the most formidable and troublesome adversaries. Tsukumo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Upon reflection, while his subordinates had eradicated the enemy, he had failed to capture even a single foe. Quite unbecoming for a captain and mentor, that he resolved that should he encounter those two sand puppet masters again, he would ensure their capture. Do not say such things. With the potential you have demonstrated, you will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. By the way, are you all unscathed? Tsukumo opted for a change of topic. Thank you for your concern, Tsukumo-sensei. These are merely superficial wounds. Aside from some chakra depletion, I am quite well, Masaru responded, appearing to be the most at ease among them, having dispatched 8 Jainin and several lesser foes. While the other 2 Jainin had been dealt with by Uchiha Hitomi, only Fujiwara Main spoke with a hint of shame. I apologize, I really did not contribute much, as the sole member present without any confirmed kills. Main felt a pang of anxiety. Hitaki Tsukumo interrupted her, gently patting her head, and said earnestly, Main, you have indeed played your part. Without your sensory ninjutsu, we might have been ambushed ourselves, caught off guard. Our squad could have suffered severe casualties. The very reason ninjas form squad for missions is to collaborate and divide tasks. Each individual has their own area of expertise. Do not be too hard on yourself. Yes, Main replied, invigorated, and immediately began to focus on recovering her chakra at the tea that moment. Uchiha Hitomi, who had been silently recuperating her stamina and chakra, suddenly spoke up. More pressing than that, why are there so many enemy Jainin within the Land of Fire? The enemy's puppet master was even able to engage Captain Tsukumo. Why was this not noted in the intelligence reports? What exactly are those Umbu doing? Had it not been for Masaru and myself concealing part of our true abilities, any other squad would have been overwhelmed and perished by now. Thus, Hitomi expressed her dissatisfaction with the Umbu's oversight in intelligence gathering. Hitaki Tsukumo, feeling somewhat awkward standing aside, contemplated defending the Umbu, but found no suitable justification. As an elite unit directly under the Hokage, their intelligence gathering had indeed exhibited significant lapses that I will communicate with the Umbu about the intelligence issues. Thankfully, you all emerged unscathed. Let us proceed with caution and take a moment to rest. Unbeknownst to them, Tsukumo's squad had been executing missions outside the village for 2 months. During this period, they had encountered several waves of adversaries, yet these were merely minor foes. They had not faced the previous Jainin combinations again. More often than not, Tsukumo merely provided support while Masaru and the others executed coordinated strikes, obliterating foes that vastly outnumbered them. With the accumulation of combat experience, the trio's proficiency and synergy continued to improve. Among them, Fujiwara Main undoubtedly exhibited the most significant growth. From a timid novice ninja, she had transformed into a mature and competent teammate, rapidly enhancing her abilities. Recognizing herself as the weakest link, she never wasted a moment, dedicating herself fully to self-improvement and continuous growth, an aspect that greatly impressed Tsukumo. Regrettably, his combat style did not align well with Main's, whereas it suited the physically adept Masaru perfectly as a specialist in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Tsukumo considered himself somewhat knowledgeable in the art of blade techniques. One day, Tsukumo's squad arrived at a town for resupply. Uchiha Hitomi and Fujiwara Main, having been on an extended outdoor mission without a proper bath, decided to indulge in a hot spring together. Meanwhile, Tsukumo took this opportunity to discuss the teaching of swordsmanship with Masaru. Masaru was taken aback, but without hesitation, accepted. After all, it was an opportunity that he could hardly refuse. In truth, his current prowess in taijutsu had been honed through the absorption of numerous predecessors' experiences. Combined with his own understanding, he believed that Tsukumo's sword techniques would undoubtedly benefit him immensely. Chapter 80. Hatake Swordsmanship in a Forest Outside the Town. Hatake Tsukumo grasped his white fang and spoke forthrightly. My swordsmanship is divided into 2 stages. With that, he infused chakra into the white fang. The crux of the first stage lies in mastering the technique of chakra flow. Chakra flow refers to the method of infusing chakra into a weapon in a flowing manner, enhancing the weapon's sharpness and offensive capability. Naturally, utilizing weapons crafted from chakra metal yields exponentially greater results. As chakra coursed through the chakra metal weapon, white fang, a faint blade aura shimmered along the edge, pulsating with the flow of chakra. Masaru observed this scene. A thoughtful expression crossing his face, he drew his own ninja blade, attempting to emulate Tsukumo's method by channeling chakra onto his weapon in a flowing manner. Tsukumo's eyes widened in evident surprise as he exclaimed, Masaru, your chakra control is quite exceptional. I did not expect you to grasp it after just one explanation. Ding! Recognized by the civilian ninja Hatake Tsukumo. Civilian points 2. Host current status. Physique, 101 limit break. 101 limit break. Life level, 0.99 talent. Body liberation, taijutsu maniac, exemplary mentor, ninjutsu doctor civilian points, 122 upon hearing the system prompt. Masaru's lips curled into a slight smile as he humbly replied, Lady Tsunade has taught me a great deal about chakra control techniques. Excellent chakra control is one of my specialties. Tsukumo nodded, nearly forgetting that Masaru was also a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin. He was familiar with Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Her mastery of medical ninjutsu was unparalleled, and medical ninjas were often exceptionally skilled in chakra control. It was thus no surprise that Masaru possessed outstanding chakra control abilities. However, being able to utilize chakra flow to enhance a weapon was one thing. Many Jonin and even Chunin could achieve such a feat. Maintaining that state flawlessly during a strike was the true hallmark of mastery. Next, I shall elucidate the key core of the second stage, which is the advanced version of chakra flow, the transformation of chakra's form. As his words fell, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tsukumo's eyes, and the blade aura on white fang surged dramatically, exuding a fearsome aura while solidifying the flowing chakra. It took on a sharp form, exponentially increasing both the weapon's sharpness and lethality, further amplifying its power during the execution of techniques. Masaru's gaze flickered as he closely felt the menacing sharpness emanating from white fang, suddenly entertaining a thought. Could the second stage of Hatake's swordsmanship withstand my iron block? Undoubtedly, an iron block in its ordinary state would be cleaved by the enhanced blade aura infused with chakra transformation. But in the complete state of body liberation, it was difficult to say, especially since he had never tested it. Masaru held high hopes for the iron block, envisioning it one day rivaling the armor of lightning chakra mode, observing the astonished expression of Xuanye Sheng. Chimu Tsukumo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he regained a semblance of dignity befitting his role as team leader and instructor. Mastering the first stage of ninjutsu equips one with combat capabilities comparable to that of a Chunin, while those who attain the second stage can contend with Jonin without issue.as for the third stage or higher realms. That is largely contingent upon individual talent, Chimu Tsukumo remarked with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any self-aggrandizing undertones, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. Mastering the second stage of the Chimu blade technique signifies possessing strength on par with a Jonin. The brilliance of the blade above his head gradually waned. Maintaining the second stage of the Chimu technique demands considerable chakra and physical stamina. Thus, sensing the moment was right, Chimu Tsukumo reined his chakra after completing his demonstration. Xuanye Sheng understood that there was no embellishment in the other S words. If one could reach Chimu Tsukumo's level in swordsmanship and speed, then not only Jonin but even Kaga-level opponents could be faced. What then is Teacher Tsukumo's personal view on the third stage? Xuanye Sheng inquired, curiosity piquing his interest, as he felt that Chimu Tsukumo's understanding of blade techniques surely extended beyond the second stage. As for the third stage, to be honest, I'm not entirely certain myself. If I were compelled to articulate a key principle, it might very well be belief. Chimu Sakomo replied with a hint of uncertainty. Belief, Xuanye Sheng murmured, suddenly recalling something he had always felt a certain something lacking since breaking through his will's limits. Could it be akin to a sense of belief? Is that why I've been stuck at this current impasse? Subsequently, Chimu Sakomo began to instruct Xuanye Sheng on the application of the blade technique. Xuanye Sheng absorbed the teachings diligently, akin to a parched sponge soaking in water, eagerly taking in the knowledge and experience of swordsmanship. He discovered that the Chimu blade technique encompassed both physical training and chakra manipulation. Moreover, the application of the Chimu technique does not conflict with the majority of taijutsu. In fact, it harmonizes perfectly with Xuanye Sheng's body liberation and the legendary sage mode. Conversely, the eight gates technique inherently clashes with most ninjutsu. The Chimu blade technique necessitates precise chakra control, and once the eight gates are opened, can one still expect to maintain such refined chakra manipulation? Simply not losing control would be an achievement. After absorbing Chimu Sakomo's insights on blade technique training, Xuanye Sheng practiced diligently on his own. Chimu Sakomo did not provide constant guidance, believing that mastery of swordsmanship is akin to water wearing away stone, requiring ample time for the techniques to be fully integrated. Even the most gifted individuals need time. After imparting several key points, he departed to the town for supplies and rest. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the journey is one's own. With the ninja blade in hand, Xuanye Sheng relentlessly struck the air, each slash imbued with tremendous force, swift and unmatched. This blade, too, was a chakra-infused metal weapon, courtesy of a generous sponsor. Of course, as he continued his strikes. His posture transitioned from rudimentary to fluid, from unfamiliarity to expertise. If he were to access his personal panel, he would find the title of Taijutsu Maniac flickering before him. Taijutsu Maniac, your understanding and practice of all things related to Taijutsu will yield results beyond your efforts. In a certain sense, swordsmanship is also a form of Taijutsu. An hour passed, then until at a certain moment, Xuanye Sheng suddenly unleashed a strike, feeling the chakra flowing along the blade harmonize perfectly with the direction of his cut. Chapter 81. Have you ever considered becoming Hokage? This is the sensation. A glimmer of light flashed in Xuanye Sheng's eyes as he halted his strikes, standing still to reflect on the state he had just experienced. Half a minute later, he swung forward once more, achieving yet another flawless cut. He repeated this several dozen times, each resulting in a perfect strike that Xuanye Sheng was convinced he had perfectly mastered the first stage of the Chimu blade technique. Remarkably, he had accomplished this in just a few hours. If Chimu Sakomo were present, his jaw would likely drop in astonishment. Let us test its power. Xuanye Sheng approached a tree trunk roughly the size of his embrace. A glint of determination in his eyes. With a sudden step forward, he swung the chakra-infused ninja blade. In an instant, a white flash cleaved through the air, swoosh. The tree trunk, sturdy as it was, crumpled beneath Xuanye Sheng's strike. As if it were mere parchment, severed cleanly in two, the entire process was devoid of resistance, akin to slicing through tofu. Only after the strike did the upper half of the trunk seem to register the event, silently sliding to the ground. The Chimu blade technique lives up to its reputation. I deliberately controlled my strength and chakra. Even with merely average output, I was able to deliver such a keen attack. If I were to amplify my output, I could easily sever both the opponent and their shuriken, Xuanye Sheng mused, reflecting on the power of his strike. Next comes the second stage, the transformation of chakra. Xuanye Sheng had grasped this as well, but upon attempting to combine it with swordsmanship, he discovered the difficulty had escalated dramatically. Unlike the first stage of the Chimu blade technique, which was straightforward, in a static state, he could achieve a visual effect akin to externalizing fighting spirit. And with his abundant chakra and exceptional control, he could manifest blade light, extending several inches from the chakra-infused sword. Theoretically, transforming it into a 40-foot-long blade would be feasible. However, when attempting to employ the sword technique, aligning this state with the direction of the blade strike proved challenging, rendering it impossible to execute the flawless cuts characteristic of the first stage. Clearly, mastery of the second stage of the Chimu blade technique would require further practice. The principles and techniques were already understood, but refinement was still necessary. Xuanye Sheng analyzed, planning to dedicate several hours each day to honing his blade skills. Ordinary ninjas who master the second stage of the Chimu blade technique can possess strength rivaling that of a jonin. Chimu Sakomo exemplified this, and when wielded to its full potential, he could even dispatch a standard jonin in an instant. Given Xuanye Sheng's superior physique and chakra capacity, once he fully mastered the second stage of the Chimu blade technique, coupled with body liberation, he could likely defeat even typical Kage-level opponents with ease. The power of taijutsu lies precisely here. The greater the user's foundational abilities, the more formidable the resulting force. In other words, the ninja's inherent limits dictate the upper limits of taijutsu's power. Within the room of an inn in the town, Xuanye Sheng poured a cup of hot tea for himself and Chimu Sakomo. Seizing this rare moment of leisure, he posed several inquiries regarding swordsmanship, and their conversation gradually meandered. "I wonder how the situation on the front lines is progressing." Xuanye Sheng mused, reminiscing about his old deskmate and pondering the success of Inada-Saren's journey at the front. Chimu Sakomo assumed Xuanye Sheng was concerned about the outcome of the war and reassured him, saying, "With Jiraiya and Orochimaru present on the front lines, they are quite reliable." Pausing for a sip of water, he shifted the topic, adding, "However, their adversary is the third Kazekage, who is reputed to be the strongest of all time. It seems the war will not conclude swiftly if only Lord Hokage would appear on the front lines. He could undoubtedly play a decisive role," Xuanye Sheng remarked naively, his face illuminating with a glimmer of yearning. Reflecting on the original narrative, it was worth noting that while other villages Kage would lead from the front lines, the third Hokage, since assuming his position, had seemingly not graced the battlefield. The protracted conflict between Sunagakure and Kanehagakure was largely due to the absence of a formidable ninja of Kage caliber. In contrast, Chimu Sakomo held a differing perspective, defending the third Hokage. Lord Hokage is burdened with countless responsibilities. He cannot personally engage in battle unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, unlike other ninja villages, Kanehagakure is situated at the heart of the continent, surrounded by 4 major nations, necessitating considerable caution. Should we mobilize all forces, we could easily fall victim to other villages exploiting the opportunity. Xuanye Sheng nodded, seemingly moved, reflecting. It appears that being Hokage is no simple task. Suddenly, he turned to Chimu Sakomo, unexpectedly asking, "Teacher Sakomo, have you ever considered becoming Hokage?" In the room, it was just Xuanye Sheng and Chimu Sakomo, free from concerns of eavesdroppers. The hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Chimu Sakomo, without a moment's thought, chuckled wryly. "Spare me, please. I am utterly clueless about politics. I am not cut out for the role of Hokage. When the day comes that I can no longer fulfill my duties, I would be quite content to retire and teach. But the call for you to become Hokage is far greater than that of Lord Hokage's 3 disciples. Regardless, I have never contemplated such a matter. And besides, Lord Hokage is still in the prime of his life. It's too early to consider succession." Kajino Masaru nodded in understanding, yet internally lamented. "Sakomo-sensei, you possess the qualifications to become Hokage, but lack the ambition to pursue such a role. That could prove detrimental. At present, the reputation of the third Hokage within the village is remarkably positive, arguably unprecedented in its favorability. Even the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage appears amicable, as evidenced by the Uchiha security force wielding more authority than the Hokage's direct umbu. This reflects both a trust in the Uchiha and a confidence in one's own strength. The third Hokage, despite his gradually declining physical capabilities, maintains his overall prowess, as his strength remains formidable and his esteem in the village substantial. Thus, even if the Uchiha clan harbors nefarious intentions, they are unlikely to stir significant turmoil. However, as he ages and his strength wanes, will this confidence endure? As one grows older, concerns multiply, and the challenges of age become increasingly burdensome. Had the third Hokage chosen to retire before reaching 50, many subsequent troubles might have been averted. In contrast, Hatake Tsukumo is in his prime, poised to experience the pinnacle of his ninja abilities over the next decade. His renown, strength, and charismatic persona would undoubtedly attract a following eager to compel him into the role of Hokage. Regardless of his own desires, when that time arrives, will the third Hokage willingly relinquish his position? Will he act in favor of his chosen successor? The outcome seems all too clear. Chapter 82. Intelligence. The discussion between Kajino Masaru and Hatake Tsukumo regarding the Hokage concludes here. Observing Tsukumo-sensei's departing figure, Kajino Masaru heaved a sigh. Whether it be Tsukumo or Tsunade, he could accept either as the fourth Hokage. Yet, should it unfold as in the original narrative, with Namikaze Minato assuming the role, he cannot fathom how a defeated subordinate could claim such a position, merely because he is deemed the child of destiny by Jiraiya. Absurd. The following day, after the Tsukumo team completed their rest, they set out once more with renewed vigor. This time, they responded to a distress signal, arriving at the nearest outpost. The camp lay in ruins with shattered structures and devastated facilities strewn about. Several station leaf ninjas lay amidst the wreckage, blood pooling around them. The Tsukumo team arrived simultaneously with a four-man Umbu squad, comprising a captain of J-Nin rank, a special J-Nin, and two CH-Nin. Are we too late? Hatake Tsukumo surveyed the scene, his voice grave. There are survivors. Kajino Masaru discovered a leaf ninja still clinging to life, his hands igniting with green light as he sought to administer healing ninjutsu. However, the wounded man bore grievous injuries. His chest had been obliterated by explosive tags, flesh torn and mangled, with a faintly beating heart visible. In such dire circumstances, even Kajino Masaru felt uncertain of snatching him from the clutches of death. Coupled with excessive blood loss, his chances of survival were slim. Nevertheless, he persevered, unreservedly channeling his chakra. The others refrained from interrupting Kajino Masaru's efforts, save for Fujiwara Maion, who anxiously remained by his side. After a meticulous examination, the Umbu captain approached Hatake Tsukumo and reported, the enemy employed large-scale earth-release techniques. The chakra of the ninjas wielding such jutsu must be immense, effectively partitioning the entire battlefield. Caught off guard, the ninjas stationed here were annihilated without any signs of combat, suggesting they were utterly overwhelmed in a single encounter. Hatake Tsukumo's expression turned grave as he murmured, 2 J-Nin, 5 CH-Nin, and 6 Genin. Did they not put up any resistance? Clearly, the assailant strength far surpassed that of the leaf ninjas in this outpost, compounded by the advantageous circumstances of their surprise attack, leading to a crushing victory. The Umbu captain's demeanor also darkened as he solemnly stated, it is highly likely that the enemy is the puppet master force from Tsunade encountered previously. They appear to have integrated with another special unit, forming a significantly greater threat. Hatake Tsukumo felt a stirring in his heart and inquired, is there any intelligence regarding those two puppet masters? Once again, the Umbu provided satisfactory information. The captain replied, we have ascertained that the leading puppet masters, a man and a woman, are the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo, the Tsunade consultant, and are her trusted aides. Considered core figures within the Tsunade puppet unit, they are elite puppet users, their combined strength said to rival an entire squad of J-Nin. Hatake Tsukumo furrowed his brow in contemplation, musing, merely facing those two puppet masters will be challenging enough. If the special unit they've allied with is equally formidable, we may have a serious predicament. Deep down, he sensed that an encounter with them was inevitable, and that resolving the threat posed by this integrated special unit would signify the completion of his mission. Is it possible to dispatch another Umbu squad for support? Ideally, one specializing in tracking. Impossible. The situation is tense, and the village's defenses are already stretched thin. At least 2 Umbu squads must remain stationed here. Currently, our squad is the only one with the capacity for action. Hatake Tsukumo sighed, about to articulate another thought when he heard Uchiha Hitomi coldly interject, Tsukumo, do not underestimate your subordinate's abilities that I believe we need no support. We can handle that special unit on our own. After all, the last time they ambushed us, despite their preparedness, they fled in disarray, did they not? The emphasis on preparedness carried a tone that subtly belittled the Umbu, suggesting a lack of respect. The Umbu captain glanced at Uchiha Hitomi, but remained silent. inwardly reflecting. Indeed, the Uchiha clan possesses an irritatingly similar disposition. At these words, Hatake Tsukumo felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that had he been more effective previously, he might have apprehended those two puppet masters, thus avoiding the current complications. The crux of the issue lay in their elusive nature. He had sensed they were deliberately evading them. Yet this time, they had boldly struck. Are you suggesting they intentionally lured us into action? Precisely. Perhaps the merger of the two special units has significantly augmented their confidence. Uchiha Hitomi crossed her arms, her face lifting slightly as she displayed a somewhat audacious smile. Then let us shatter their confidence utterly. Faced with the self-assuredness of his subordinate, Hatake Tsukumo found himself momentarily speechless. Had she always possessed such unwavering confidence? Ultimately, the Umbu captain agreed to report the request for support to the Hokage, though the likelihood of receiving reinforcements remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Kajino Masaru concluded his healing efforts, gently closing the eyes of the fallen leaf ninja. Indeed, he had succumbed, unable to be saved. Fujiwara Myoin, unable to bear the sight, approached Kajino Masaru, offering comfort. "Masaru, you did your utmost." As the green light from his palm faded, Kajino Masaru withdrew his hand, his gaze lowered as he softly replied. "Do not worry, Myoin. I am merely pondering what thoughts this ninja harbored in his final moments." Fujiwara Myoin paused, instinctively responding, he must have fought valiantly to protect the village. "I believe he will be remembered by all." Is it truly so? I wonder if he might have questioned whether his sacrifice was worthwhile. Having traversed into the world of Naruto and personally engaged in warfare, Kajino Masaru realized, despite being an outsider, he had accumulated countless memories and imprints over the years. What if, one day, it were someone dear to him who perished? Suddenly, Kajino Masaru's thoughts drifted to Hinata Ayam, still on the front lines. He admitted, in that moment, he felt regret. Given another chance to choose, regardless of clan affiliations, he would keep Hinata Ayam by his side. Observing the inscrutable expression on Kajino Masaru's face, Fujiwara Myoin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing a strange unfamiliarity about him. Was it merely her illusion? Chapter 83. Ambush Hokage Building. In the conference room. The Konoha F4 convened, though one member, Danzo, was notably absent. What are your thoughts on Tsukumo's request for additional personnel? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled from his pipe, brow furrowed, as he spoke. The Konoha advisor, Nara Shikaku, instinctively countered, is Hatake Tsukumo's strength truly insufficient to deal with the petty enemies lurking within the land of fire? In this time of war, with manpower scarce everywhere, the request made by Hatake Tsukumo for additional personnel appears to Zenkai Koharu as a manifestation of cowardice and a lack of determination. However, the situation is not so simple. The adversary is a formidable puppeteer from Sunagakure, and there are powerful Jainin of uncertain numbers potentially collaborating, with the possibility of other ninja villages' involvement. It is only rational for Tsukumo to exercise caution. Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head, slowly speaking, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. Other ninja villages? Is that information credible? The advisor, Mitarashi, exclaimed in surprise. Konoha cannot endure any more warfare. Calm yourself. Zenkai Koharu cast a glance at Mitarashi, responding coolly. Currently, we lack substantial evidence indicating the involvement of other ninja villages, do we not? What say you, Hizashi? Sarutobi Hizashi raised his head, flicked off the ash from his cigarette, and articulated, other villages have only recently endured conflict. I doubt they would openly initiate war again. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant regarding their movements. It is precisely this consideration that leads me, even in the presence of the third Kazekage on the battlefield, to choose to guard the rear. Hizashi, your decision is sound. Danzo has dispatched Root on a covert mission, leaving only 2 squads of the Umbu to defend the village. At this moment, the village's defenses are at their weakest. Your presence as a steadfast anchor is indispensable. Zenkai Koharu affirmed, a glint of vigilance flashing in her eyes. Furthermore, we cannot place our trust in the Uchiha Guard. We must refrain from dispersing the village's already limited strength. Mitarashi nodded in agreement, adding, Koharu is correct. Within the Uchiha clan, there are numerous hawks who inherit the radical ideologies of Uchiha Obito. Should war erupt, these extremists could seize the opportunity to create chaos, leading to significant internal strife for the village. His words were resolute, suggesting an unwavering belief that the Uchiha clan would not act in good faith. Sarutobi Hisashi felt a twinge of helplessness. Well aware of his companion's prejudices against the Uchiha clan, in truth, it was his mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had assigned the Uchiha to oversee Konoha's security. This was partly due to the Uchiha clan's competence in that role, and partly a measure to keep them in check by restricting their power to the guard. While Senju Tobirama indeed hoped for the Uchiha to integrate into the village, he also harbored intentions to suppress them. As disciples of the second Hokage, the Konoha F4 naturally remained cautious toward the Uchiha clan, particularly Danzo, who frequently targeted them. Even Sarutobi Hisashi, deep down, harbored doubts about the Uchiha ninja who possessed the Sharingan. Such skepticism was understandable, considering that most who awakened to Sharingan were troubled individuals. And no matter how well one may relate to an Uchiha, there lurks the possibility that a moment of personal loss could lead to them turning against you. Take Uchiha Obito, for instance. After the death of Rin, he slaughtered his mentor and his wife. Had Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki not treated him well, what grievance could they have possibly caused him? Such a group of unstable minds, who could truly trust them? Before his reincarnation, many had sought to absolve Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, as if a tragic backstory and noble justification could wash away their sins. Perhaps from their perspective, they felt justified, but how could a person of sound mind accept such reasoning? In a northern encampment within a land of fire, approximately a dozen Konoha ninjas stood guard, serving as a supply relay station. The Tsukumo team was here for a brief resupply, replenishing food, water, and medical supplies. One piece of good news, and one piece of bad news, Hatake Tsukumo announced to his team after the supplies were completed. The bad news is that we have no reinforcements. The good news is that the leading J-nin of this camp is an expert in reconnaissance, who may be able to assist us. Just then, the leading J-nin of the camp approached. His name was Yamada Hikaru, a man in his 30s, known for his reconnaissance skills. It's quite impressive that you are young enough to undertake such perilous and challenging missions alongside Tsukumo-sensei, he remarked, gazing at the youthful faces of Jinya and his companions. To your age, I was likely scavenging for trash and searching for stray cats. Oh, not at all. The formidable enemies have all been dealt with by Tsukumo-sensei. We are merely here to lend a hand, Jinya replied humbly. Yamada Hikaru shook his head, stating earnestly, no, I understand Tsukumo-sensei's character well. If your abilities had not met his standards, he would not have recklessly brought you on such a dangerous mission. He is genuinely a man who values the lives of his comrades. Jinya raised an eyebrow, realizing that this J-nin Yamada Hikaru seemed quite familiar with Tsukumo-sensei. Yamada, should you sing my praises in front of my students? How will I maintain my dignity later? Hatake Tsukumo jested. Just as Yamada Hikaru was about to engage in light-hearted banter with Hatake Tsukumo, an explosion suddenly erupted from the dense jungle on one side of the camp. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening sound, a bloodied Konoha ninja was hurled near the camp, clutching his wounds while screaming in a frenzy. Enemy attack. Be cautious. He had scarcely taken a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Are you all right? Hang in there. Seeing the oblivious injured man, two lower-ranked ninjas instinctively rushed toward him to ascertain his condition. You two newcomers, don't go rushing over. Yamada Hikaru's expression changed, and he immediately called out to stop them. Alas, it was too late. The seemingly gravely injured Konoha ninja suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an unmasked bloodlust. His face contorted in rage, with veins bulging, entirely devoid of any semblance of injury. Just as he was about to strike the two unsuspecting lower-ranked ninjas, a flash of white light streaked through a white dagger, infused with chakra and exuding a white blade aura, pierced through his chest to his neck, leaving a gaping wound that nearly cleaved his upper body in two. A lethal blow. Chapter 84. Fierce combat in that critical moment. Hatake Tsukumo acted with the swiftness of lightning, decisively slaying the enemy masquerading as a Konoha ninja. The two Konoha lower-ranked ninjas stood frozen, their minds blank, as everything transpired too swiftly. When they heard Yamada Hikaru's warning, the blade had almost simultaneously arrived, creating a sensation as if the sound of his voice was overtaken by the blade's flash. "Quickly, it's too fast," Yamada Hikaru sighed in relief, feeling a tinge of annoyance. These rookie kids, despite his repeated warnings against recklessness, still failed to heed caution. He resolved to discipline this group of newcomers later. Otherwise, they would remain oblivious to their peril. Observing Tsukumo's team, each member remained composed and collected. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be infuriating. Fujihara Main reacted swiftly, immediately employing a sensing technique to ascertain the enemy's numbers. Her expression shifting drastically. "This is bad. There are so many enemies." Before she could relay specific information or positions, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Not far away in the dense jungle, a sand ninja clapped his hands together and pressed against the ground. Visibly channeling massive chakra, Doton, Dori Heki. In an instant, large expanses of earth sank dramatically. The camp's personnel had no choice but to scatter to avoid falling into the chasms. This guy is likely the enemy adept at utilizing earth techniques to segment the battlefield. "Be cautious. Try not to become isolated," Yamada Hikaru shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo's gaze remained fixed on the depths of the jungle. Was it the sand ninja they had encountered previously? Indeed, and there are several more powerful ninjas among them. The total exceeded 20, nearing 30. After leaping to evade the residual effects of the earth technique, Fujihara Main promptly reported beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Roughly estimated, the enemy outnumbers us by more than double. "Yamada, you are in charge of commanding the rear," Hatake Tsukumo shouted to Yamada Hikaru, while he surged forward without hesitation, charging into the enemy ranks. From the intelligence relayed by Fujihara Main, it was evident that the enemy had gathered their full strength, intent on annihilating both the encampment and Tsukumo's team in one fell swoop. The opponent had already seized the advantage of dividing the battlefield. If they succeeded in their ambush, at least a third of the camp members would suffer casualties. Therefore, Hatake Tsukumo had no choice but to take the risk and act as bait, deliberately plunging into the enemy's encirclement. Even with his formidable strength, this maneuver was fraught with peril, as Yamada Hikaru gazed upon the unwavering figure of Hatake Tsukumo. He clenched his teeth and promptly directed the ninjas at the camp to swiftly take their positions, equipping themselves with launchers filled with kunai and shuriken. Fujihara Main also approached, constantly relaying the enemy's movements. 10 o'clock ahead, fire! In an instant, countless kunai and shuriken shot forth like a torrential downpour. The underbrush closest to the camp was utterly devastated, resembling fields of wheat being harvested, one patch after another. Wind release, vacuum wave. A Sunagakure ninja inhaled deeply, formed seals, and his chest swelled slightly as he unleashed dozens of razor-sharp wind blades. These incredibly sharp blades raced forward at high speed, severing large trees in their path, scattering the incoming kunai and shuriken into disarray. Simultaneously, more than 10 Sunagakure ninjas surged in behind the wind blades, plunging into the camp that a chaotic battle was about to erupt, seeing the enemy outnumber them 2-1. Jinya Masaru surprisingly smiled inwardly, contemplating. With so many enemies, it seems the remaining special forces from Sunagakure have gathered here. And no wonder they dared to initiate an assault. If we eliminate this batch of foes, our mission will be successfully completed, to be honest. After several months of executing missions outside the village, Masaru had grown somewhat weary and felt it had even delayed his research progress. Today, he would finally put an end to this task. Be cautious. Those two youngsters are not to be underestimated. Avoid one-on-one confrontations. A Sunagakure ninja warned his companions during the advance. Evidently, the remarkable performances of Uchiha Hitomi and Jinya Masaru over the past months had begun to attract attention. As for Fujihara Main, she remained overlooked. Wind release. Great scythe technique. This was an upgraded version of the wind scythe, infusing chakra into the wind to create a storm for slashing attacks, boasting a wide range, prolonged duration, and immense destructive power. In addition to inflicting physical damage, it could also deflect sound back, making it even more formidable than the scythe technique. The IT could create a vacuum effect, rendering fire release. sound, and explosive techniques ineffective. Due to the potency of this ninjutsu, even a fire release technique from the Leaf Village ninjas could not halt the adversary, resulting in the complete destruction of their launchers. Moreover, one genin who failed to evade was swept away by the sharp storm, bloodied and flung aside. Damn it, scatter! Fire release, storm dance, Yamada Hikaru bellowed, simultaneously unleashing a fire release technique, leveraging the enemy's wind to amplify his own fire jutsu's power. Instantly, the thicket ahead erupted into a sea of flames, obstructing some of the foes and granting his subordinates a moment's respite. However, more Sunagakure enemies emerged and scathed from the inferno, each one a fierce warrior. Their assaults relentless and swift, clearly well prepared. Just in time, Uchiha Hitomi revealed an excited smile, licking her lips, and without hesitation, activated her 3-tomo Sharingan to confront them. Observing Uchiha Hitomi charging forward, 3 Sunagakure ninjas coordinated seamlessly, engaging her in a wheel-like formation. Bang, bang, bang. Each kunai strike from Uchiha Hitomi repelled her opponents. Yet whenever she aimed to follow up, another Sunagakure ninja would block her path. This Uchiha prodigy is indeed powerful. Her taijutsu formidable. We shouldn't clash head-on. We can outlast her. One Sunagakure ninja, who had just been struck by Uchiha Hitomi's taijutsu, retreated with a cold grin, preparing to assist his comrade. However, as he stepped back, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Jinjutsu? I never even made eye contact with her. When did this happen? As this thought crossed his mind, his vision blurred, and it felt as though he was enveloped by a pair of enlarged 3-tomo Sharingan. Those crimson eyes swirling with a chilling aura. Fool, get out of the way. A leading Sunagakure ninja, in a moment of desperation, kicked his subordinate, who had fallen victim to the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, saving him from the grim fate of having his throat slit by Uchiha Hitomi. Nonetheless, her kunai had already grazed him, leaving a gruesome wound that cut across his chest, blood gushing forth. Tisk. Uchiha Hitomi clicked her tongue, seemingly dissatisfied with either her Jinjutsu or her failure to secure a lethal blow. Meanwhile, several Sunagakure ninjas, who were bullying a Leaf Genin, redirected their attention to the formidable Uchiha Hitomi and began to encircle her. Realizing the danger, Uchiha Hitomi had no choice but to retreat to her companions. Indeed, Jinjutsu is far more effective in one-on-one situations, Fujiwara Myoan remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sister, you nearly took down a special Jonin again, and you're still not satisfied? If you're not adept at Jinjutsu, how terrifying must the Uchiha who truly excels in it be? Enemies approaching from 2 o'clock underground. A ninja is using a tunneling technique. Fujiwara Myoan continued to report on the enemy's movements, her sensory abilities proving invaluable at that moment. However, it seemed the enemy also possessed sensory-type ninjas, as their large-scale ninjutsu strikes were remarkably precise despite their concealment. Boom, boom, boom. Wind release, wind dust technique. Accompanied by Sunagakure ninja's technique, high-temperature smoke engulfed the battlefield, plunging it into chaos. Amidst the low visibility, anguished screams echoed. Fujiwara was in a cold sweat, tirelessly relaying the enemy's positions. Yet at this juncture, the proximity and rapid movement of both sides rendered her information nearly useless. However, she found solace in the fact that Jinya Masaru remained by her side, blocking all incoming attacks from the Sunagakure ninjas. Under Masaru's protection, she had never sustained serious injuries. That figure was so incredibly reassuring. Suddenly, the battlefield was pierced by the sound of birdsong, a sharp cry soaring through the air. Following that, a bolt of lightning streaked across the battlefield, beginning to reap lives. Chidori. Uchiha Hitomi radiated with electric energy, her palms gathering lightning, her body invigorated by the stimulation of lightning chakra, her speed skyrocketing as her black shoulder-length hair danced wildly in the electric currents. Coupled with the dynamic vision of her 3-tomo Sharingan, she presented an unstoppable force. A Sunagakure ninja realized too late, only to have his chest completely pierced by the Chidori, before blood could even flow from the wound. The raging lightning chakra charted. Damn it! Fall back! Fall back! Fall back! The leading Sunagakure ninja roared, never expecting the obscuring high-temperature smoke to create a stage for Uchiha Hitomi to harvest enemies. The Sharingan could perceive the trajectory of chakra. Unlike the Byakugan, it was not hindered by mere smoke. Unless it was a missed technique like Zabuza's, filled with chakra, the Sharingan could easily track enemies. Several Sunagakure ninjas, hearing the command, wasted no time in retreating from this blind spot. However, not all managed to escape in time, and two slower ninjas became the prey of the frenzied Uchiha Hitomi, one falling to a swift Chidori. With a swift motion, she withdrew her hand from the enemy's chest, blood dripping from her fingers to the ground, her cold, piercing gaze exuding an air of intimidation. Panting, Uchiha Hitomi had exhausted considerable stamina and chakra in her rampage, feeling a touch fatigued even herself. Her palms and arms bore minor wounds, seeping a bit of blood. Jinyamasu, witnessing Uchiha Hitomi's devastating display, felt no surprise. While protecting Fujiwara Myoan, he remained vigilant of Uchiha Hitomi's movements, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Beneath his feet lay the bodies of two Sunagakure ninjas, their faces twisted in terror, revealing the suffering they had endured in life. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo once again confronted the two Sunagakure puppeteers, now accompanied by an additional Sunagakure Jonin tasked with safeguarding them against Tsukumo's close-quarters assault. He believed himself the only one capable of dealing with these two elite puppeteers, charging forward without hesitation. Having survived the previous battle, the male and female elite puppeteers were evidently much more cautious this time, denying Hatake Tsukumo any opportunity to close in. This time, you shall carry the grudge of your subordinates and die with it. Konoha's white fang. The male puppeteer gritted his teeth and spoke with fierce intensity. In his eyes, the gathering of all the elite forces from two special teams was more than sufficient to utterly annihilate the Xuanye Mao squad. Even if those two young prodigies possessed exceptional talent, it would be futile. Your time of demise has arrived. The female puppeteer echoed his ominous words. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us bring this to a conclusion, declared Hatake Xuanye Mao, his expression colder than ever before, a chilling severity enveloping him. With the lives of his comrades weighing heavily on his mind, his murderous intent surged to unprecedented heights. Without uttering another word, he vanished in an instant, so swift, the sand-hidden Jonin. Encountering Hatake Xuanye Mao for the first time, felt goosebumps rise on his skin as he witnessed the enemy disappear before his very eyes, his heart racing with alarm, in the blink of an eye. Hatake Xuanye Mao, wielding his white fang, reappeared at the Jonin's side, a blade of light slicing through the void, just as the gleaming edge was about to cleave through the sand-hidden Jonin's form. Two puppets, as if foreseeing this moment, had already taken position, shadowing him and promptly intervening to protect their master. With a sharp crack, one of the puppets, devoid of any resistance, was shattered into fragments by the unmatched edge of the white fang. The chakra-infused blade could effortlessly sever even steel. What chance did a mere puppet stand? The remaining puppet spread its arms wide, unleashing a series of azure-black iron chains from its palms and sides, not only lunging towards Hatake Xuanye Mao, but also sealing off the entire space around him. Behind Hatake Xuanye Mao, two more puppets emerged, similarly extending numerous iron chains that circled him menacingly. You have brought this upon yourself. Prepare to be ensnared in my web of doom, Konoha's white fang. The chains rattled ominously, adorned with various poison barbs, each turn of the chains accompanied by a creaking sound. 10 machine maneuvers. One after another, puppets sprang forth from behind the male puppeteer, charging recklessly towards Hatake Xuanye Mao. The true strength of the puppet technique lies in its fearless nature. A puppet can be replaced if damaged. But can you replace your own severed limbs? Moreover, the speed of the puppetry mechanism surpasses that of hand seals. For instance, the thousand-handed prosthetic of Hiryu can be likened to a grenade, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Leaving ordinary ninjas with no time to execute evasive techniques in this moment, to the sand-hidden ninja, Hatake Xuanye Mao appeared to be a fish trapped in a barrel. Chapter 86.